Following his separation from his ex-wife, Wan Xiang navigates the challenges of parenting while simultaneously utilizing child support funds to develop controllable nuclear fusion. Did you hack into our supercomputing center solely to compute the nuclear fusion model? At the International Atomic Energy Conference, you dare to live stream the ignition of nuclear fusion, a compact dual fusion engine, the water molecule, which requires immediate refinement and enhancement. You intend to bombard cancer cells with a cannon to swat a mosquito, a medical marvel. The export of a modified nuclear fusion device has propelled me into the ranks of the wealthy. As more technological matrix particles merge into my consciousness, revolutionary technologies are being unveiled. Thus, the technological advancements of Longhua are spiraling out of control. However, Wan Xiang gradually realizes that his daughter possesses even more extraordinary talents. Come now, let us prepare for the vast expanse of the stars and the sea. Chapter 1. Thank you for letting me go. On a gloomy morning at Xiang International Airport, airplanes roar as they take off and land on the runway, piercing through clouds and mist. Within the airport, near the security checkpoint, in a corner by the window, stand a family of three, 2 adults and a small child. A 2-year-old toddler leans against the glass wall, watching the planes outside, rising and falling like a majestic rock. The 2 adults stand nearby. The woman, with her raven black hair cascading to her shoulders, wears sunglasses and has her hands tucked into her pockets, exuding a youthful aura. She effortlessly dons a black overcoat that accentuates her tall figure. Were it not for the toddler's playful sounds beside her, one might never guess she is a mother. Wan Xiang, thank you for letting me go. Now, what else could I do? Your heart no longer resides with me. Wan Xiang scoffs coldly. Here is the divorce certificate. You may keep it. Fang Yan retrieves 2 red books from her black coat, glances at one, and hands it over with an indifferent tone. Could you refrain from mentioning divorce in front of the child? What if Xingyu hears? The impact on her would be tremendous. Wan Xiang furrows his brow and glares at the stunning woman before him, who is no longer his. Once I settle in the United States, I will come to fetch Xiaoyu. For now, you only need to take good care of her, Fang Yan replies frostily. Must you go to the United States to fulfill your scientific dreams? Is it impossible for our great Longhua to realize your so-called life ambitions? Wan Xiang makes one last attempt to persuade her, having made similar attempts far too often. Well, MIT is quite interested in my research achievements and has officially extended an invitation to me. You wouldn't understand what this opportunity means to me. TMD, it's just research. Back in school, those few SSC papers were guided by me. If I wished to attend, the president of that place would probably kneel to beg me. Wan Xiang retorts impatiently. After this exchange, a silence ensues. Fang Yan lowers her head, her black hair cascading to cover half her face, revealing a perfect jawline, while a helpless smile plays on her lips. She gazes out the window, weary of the argument, ultimately concluding, Wan Xiang, we are no longer companions on this journey. Wan Xiang understands that Fang Yan has rendered a final verdict on their relationship, severance. The only bond remaining between them is their 2.5-year-old daughter, Wan Xingyu. I have transferred 1 million to your account. 500,000 is compensation for the separation, and the other 500,000 is for Xingyu's support. Until I take her away, I will also provide you with an additional 50,000 each month. You needn't take on any extra work, just take care of our daughter. Furthermore, do not entertain any thoughts of contesting custody. She will not receive the best education if she stays with you. Fang Yan emphasizes with a tone of threat. Wan Xiang remains unaware of the expression hidden behind Fang Yan's sunglasses. Angrily, he asserts, I will provide for my daughter. Fang Yan disregards him, removing her sunglasses, her demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. Her autumn-like, bright eyes glisten with unshed tears as she gazes at the nearly 3-year-old girl beside her. Wan Xingyu presses her small face against the glass, marveling at the A380 airplane soaring outside like a great rock. Mama, look at the airplane. The airplane, Wan Xingyu exclaims excitedly, stamping her feet, her chubby little hands reaching towards the aircraft, as if the Airbus A380 merely rested on a distant shelf as a toy in her eyes. Yes, Xiaoyu. Soon Mama will board that airplane and travel far away for work. You must listen to Daddy while I'm gone. Mama will come back to fetch you after a while. Fang Yan initially speaks with tenderness, then softens further, ultimately unable to suppress her emotions, her voice cracking, devoid of the coldness she exhibited towards Wan Xiang. Mama, you must bring me something delicious when you return. Wan Xingyu smiles brightly. At just over 2 years old, she remains oblivious to the circumstances, merely perceiving her mother as she always does, leaving in the morning and returning at night with delightful treats. Okay, Mama promises you. Fang Yan can no longer contain herself. Tears cascade from her autumn-like eyes. She swiftly turns away to wipe them, wishing to shield her daughter from witnessing her distress. fearing it might affect her tender heart. "Mama, what's wrong?" Wan Xingyu seems to sense something, leaning towards Fang Yin's cheek, instinctively yearning for closeness. "Nothing, just a bit of sand got in Mama's eyes." "All right, Xiao, your Mama must go now. Be sure to listen to Daddy, and don't eat too many sweets." Fang Yin tightly grasps Wan Xingyu's arms, pulling her into an embrace as she imparts her final words. "Indeed, very well." Wan Xingyu opened her large eyes, nodding vigorously, her youthful voice filled with eagerness. Without casting another glance at the man before her, Fang Yin turned and swiftly made her way toward the security checkpoint, calling out, "Xingyu, say goodbye to Mama." Wan Xiang bent down to lift his daughter, Wan Xingyu, cradling her chubby little hand in his large palm and waving it in Fang Yan's direction. Wan Xiang was determined not to let adult matters affect the child, behaving as normally as ever. 1,000,000. Wan Xiang understood that this was Fang Yan's way of assuaging her guilt to expedite her departure from him. She believed that money was the most straightforward and blunt means of compensation. The woman he had been married to for over 2 years was not lacking in financial resources. Her father was the CEO of a publicly listed biotechnology company in the country, and her mother was a renowned professor, just a step away from becoming an academician. 1,000,000. Why not take it? Having already come this far, Wan Xiang harbored bitter thoughts as he watched Fang Yan's figure disappear at the security checkpoint. This love story that began on a campus now flickered through Wan Xiang's mind like a slideshow. 3 years ago at Lonka University, Fang Yin, the campus belle and a genius in physics, caused a sensation with the news of her unexpected pregnancy. At the welcome party on campus, I knelt before Fang Yin in front of the entire faculty and student body to propose. At that time, I was brimming with youthful vigor, having been selected for the talent program at the age of 16, and my research achievements had left even the esteemed professors of the nuclear physics department humbled. If all went smoothly, I would obtain my doctoral degree by the age of 22, and my future seemed exceedingly bright. Our relationship was met with blessings from classmates and even teachers, as Fang Yin and I were indeed a perfect match. Soulmates in the research community, high-value individuals. Words like talented man and beautiful woman, and a match made in heaven, hardly suffice to describe our enviable union. Yet, as I thought of this, a torrent of complex emotions surged within Wan Xiang. The subsequent events took a sharp downturn. On the evening of my successful proposal, Wan Xiang and Fang Yin invited close friends to celebrate at a karaoke venue. However, while Wan Xiang was in the restroom, he encountered a group of thugs from the next room, their arms covered in tattoos, smoking cigarettes, and conspiring about something. These thugs had already barged into their private room several times, brandishing liquor bottles. Their intent was to have Fang Yin and several attractive girls join them for drinks, claiming it was their leader Long Ji's birthday and insisting on giving him face, but Wan Xiang vehemently refused. Yet these ruffians showed no signs of backing down. From their drunken state and vile language, Wan Xiang realized they perceived him and his friends as mere students, relying on their numbers to intimidate. He thought of his beloved Fang Yin and the child she carried. Wan Xiang could not allow them to be placed in any danger. Normally averse to alcohol, he broke his own rule and drank quite a bit, overwhelmed by the joy of his successful proposal. Listening to their lewd remarks only fueled his anger. Thus, Wan Xiang emerged from the restroom and quickly spotted the man referred to as Long Gu, who was not tall but covered in tattoos. Wan Xiang pointed at him, warning them. Unfortunately, he would later realize how naive he had been. If thugs could be reasoned with, they would not be thugs. All Wan Xiang could recall afterward was a scuffle with them. When he awoke the next day, it was in a police station. From the officer on duty, Wan Xiang learned that he had single-handedly taken on 5 adversaries and injured 3 of them. Little did he know, one of them had significant connections. Despite Wan Xiang's insistence on his innocence, he still faced several months in detention. By the time he emerged, feeling the smoothness of his shaved head, everything had changed. Due to disturbing the peace and having a criminal record, coupled with the influence of the opposing family's background, they wielded public opinion to pressure the school. Under mounting pressure, Wan Xiang had no choice but to accept his expulsion. Once hailed as a genius in high-energy physics at Lonka University, he ended up with only a certificate of incomplete studies. As a time traveler, Wan Xiang had been a top-tier research expert in his previous life, specializing in nuclear physics. Yet, during an experiment, a nuclear leak had occurred, and in his haste to salvage the data, he was exposed to severe radiation. In his dying moments, he inexplicably traversed to this parallel world. Originally, he had hoped to leverage his prior knowledge to publish several high-level papers and secure a doctoral degree early on, then comfortably teach at a university while marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman, steering clear of applied research. Who could have known that his promising life would be shattered by a band of thugs? With a background in high-energy physics and a mere certificate of incomplete studies, finding a respectable job in his field seemed as challenging as ascending to the heavens. During the 2 years following his expulsion, Wan Xiang fell into a state of despair, dabbling in sales, customer service, and cashiering. Ultimately, wishing to avoid questions about his past, he resorted to delivering takeout. With the birth of his daughter, Wan Xiang fully embraced the role of a stay-at-home father. In contrast, Fang Yan, after giving birth, devoted herself entirely to her research over the next 2 years, rapidly rising to become a leading talent in the international nuclear physics community. Prestigious research institutions worldwide vied for her attention. The chasm between their paths widened endlessly. Ultimately, an invitation email from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology became the final straw that shattered their lives, irrevocably dividing their destinies into 2 distinct directions. Chapter 2. A vengeful call along the telephone line accompanied by Wan Xiang. Wan Xiang departed from the airport, returning to their modest residence in Anjiang City. The dilapidated 50-square-meter apartment, though worn, was devoid of shared costs. After indulging Wan Xiang in a game of building blocks for a while, Wan Xiang took to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her. Following their customary routine, he lulled Wan Xiang to sleep around midday before retreating to the balcony. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, an incoming call from Fang Yan's family interrupted him. It was her father, Shun Zhongming, no, her former father-in-law. Gazing at the caller ID, Wan Xiang redefined his perception of this elder who had never held him in high regard. Upon answering, the displeased voice of Shun Zhongming resonated through the line. Wan Xiang, Fang Yan has informed me that she has gone to America. I oppose your union from the very beginning. Fang Yan is my daughter, destined to be among the elite. What right do you, lacking both education and material security, have to squander 3 years of her life? Enough. Now that you are finally divorced, I have no desire to be polite. Hand over custody of my granddaughter swiftly. It is in everyone's best interest. The Shun family will provide her with the finest education and resources. Additionally, we can offer you material compensation. Just name your price. Impossible. Wan Xiang is my daughter. You cannot lay claim to her. Wan Xiang firmly rejected, feeling that while he could tolerate many things, not this. You cling to my daughter, and now you wish to harm my granddaughter? Do you intend for Shun Zhongming's granddaughter to end up like you, delivering takeout for a living? You are truly a stubborn leech, refusing to heed reason. Prepare yourself. I will have my lawyers send you a letter of demand tomorrow. Shun Zhongming concluded, and the line was filled with the sound of a dial tone. Staring out the window, Wan Xiang's gaze drifted to Lonka University in the distance as he finally lit the cigarette he had meant to smoke earlier. During his university days, he had abstained from smoking, but the past 2 years had seen him succumb to a sense of despair. Before he could finish the cigarette, another call rang through, this time from an unfamiliar Shanghai number. Hello, is this Mr. Wan Xiang? Came a somewhat effeminate voice from the other end. And you are? I am Lawyer Wang from a prestigious law firm. My client has engaged me to negotiate with you. Allow me to enlighten you on the law. For minors under 2 years old, custody generally defaults to the mother. For children over 2, if parents cannot reach an agreement, the court typically rules in the best interest of the minor. So, Mr. Wan, is my explanation clear enough? It would benefit you to avoid escalating this matter. I understand your situation may make it difficult for you to sustain yourself. It might be wise to accept some financial compensation. Absolutely not. Wan Xiang exhaled a cloud of smoke, brows knit in irritation. Seemingly oblivious to his frustration, the lawyer continued to patronize him with legal jargon. Shut up. Have you finished your incessant prattle? I said it's impossible. Wan Xiang interrupted, his patience waning. Why must you be so uncouth? You lack all manners. Indeed, I have no manners. If you keep talking, I may just follow the telephone line to come and give you a beating. Wan Xiang's mood was already soured, and this so-called golden lawyer had completely drained his tolerance. You dare threaten a lawyer? Be careful. I could report you for threatening my personal safety. It is no wonder I found a record of your involvement in a brawl over 2 years ago. What kind of example can you set for a child? The lawyer's words were like salt in the wound. To hell with you. Just wait. I'm packing my things right now. Wan Xiang shouted. Don't do anything rash. I'll call the police. We live in a society governed by law. The voice of lawyer Wang grew anxious, realizing Wan Xiang might truly act on his threats, especially given the history he had uncovered. Wan Xiang's imposing figure, with a square jaw and high cheekbones, loomed in the lawyer's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. And he hastily ended the call. Effeminate fool. Wan Xiang spat, his frustration mounting. As the sky darkened, raindrops began to patter against the leaves of the early autumn trees. A gentle breeze rustled the foliage beneath his apartment. Having lost his education, career, and love, now someone sought to strip him of his daughter. He felt an overwhelming impulse to lash out. After hanging up, Wan Xiang lit another cigarette. A long plume of smoke escaped from his nostrils. It was time to take decisive action. A determination solidified within him. He extinguished the cigarette but in a flower pot on the balcony and retreated to his room, summoning the system that lingered in his mind. The words of the research matrix system flickered in his consciousness, awaiting binding. Do you accept the initial binding for the controllable nuclear fusion research path? Since Wan Xingyu's birth, the system had been embedded in his mind. The reason for his delayed binding came rushing back, a wave of painful memories engulfing him. These memories stemmed from his previous life before crossing in a blue star, where he had harbored an abiding fear of nuclear energy. During a nuclear experiment, he had faced a catastrophic leak, enduring radiation exposure exceeding 18,000 millisieverts, over 20,000 times the safety limit. In the subsequent 3 months, the nation's top medical team endeavored to save him, but the extent of the exposure proved insurmountable. Nuclear radiation had torn apart his DNA, rendering his body incapable of producing new cells. From the next day, he experienced excruciating pain, as though engulfed in flames. In the following days, he suffered relentless intestinal bleeding, sustained only by intravenous fluids. His white blood cell count plummeted to 0, leading to widespread skin necrosis, leaving him like a horror movie's skinless monster with raw, exposed flesh. To prevent infection, the medical team swathed him in pristine white bandages, resembling a mummy. Wan Xiang felt every organ in his body ache with agonizing intensity. In the final 10 days before his death, he was rendered immobile, his consciousness trapped in a hellish prison, devoid of any sensation. He longed for release from the torment, but could not express it. Thus, he endured in a sterile room for a painful 98 days before succumbing to his suffering. Sitting on the sofa, the recollection sent uncontrollable shivers through his body. Nuclear energy represented the deepest shadow lurking within him. Once he regained his composure, he returned to the bedroom to check on the slumbering Wan Xingyu. She's all I have left. While he possessed some scientific knowledge from his previous life, those insights were not revolutionary and would not elevate a man without education or connections. Only by creating something that transcended this era could he hope to attract attention and alter his fate, securing custody of Wan Xingyu. Returning to the balcony, he ignited another cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling heavily. System, I accept the binding. Binding process initiated. 2 years of parenting experience for a complete exchange of controlled nuclear fusion research pathways. What? Parenting experience in exchange for controlled nuclear fusion. Wan Xiang gazed in astonishment, importing the implementation path of controlled nuclear fusion into the scientific matrix. Before him, a spherical matrix composed of countless gray dot-like entities materialized in his mind's eye. Wan Xiang observed that a portion of these gray points began to emit a white light as the import progressed. Import complete. Wan Xiang concentrated, instinctively connecting his consciousness with the circular matrix, as a torrent of knowledge regarding controlled nuclear fusion surged within his mind like boiling water. Having conducted in-depth studies in nuclear physics in his past life, Wan Xiang swiftly realized that the system was presenting a feasible research pathway to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Chapter 3. Depleting Savings. As the knowledge of controlled nuclear fusion forcefully invaded his brain, Wan Xiang felt a sharp pang of pain in his skull. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure. It turned out that parenting experience could indeed be exchanged for research pathways. Furthermore, it was a one-time exchange of 2 years' worth of experience. A vast array of information on controlled nuclear fusion coalesced into a swirling matrix, tumbling within his consciousness. Wan Xiang's eyes widened in realization. He hurried to the bedroom to check on Wan Xingyu, ensuring she was sound asleep before rushing to his study. In their modest 2-bedroom apartment, these were the only 2 rooms available. Typically, the study was occupied by his ex-wife, Shan Fanyan, but this time, Wan Xiang fully immersed himself at the desk, furiously typing on the computer keyboard. The first step of the research pathway was the grand theoretical model of controlled nuclear fusion. Ingenious. This would undoubtedly be revolutionary. With his background knowledge, Wan Xiang quickly discerned that the system's research pathway transcended all existing theories at this stage, prompting an involuntary exclamation of awe. The theoretical research pathway suggested by the system was unprecedented, unifying all energy fields involved in the controlled nuclear fusion process. This would mark a significant theoretical breakthrough. The sounds of his fingers dancing across the keyboard echoed in the room. Time swiftly advanced to the afternoon. Wan Xiang twisted his neck and stretched, finally organizing the complex theoretical research pathways in his mind into a complete research plan. Next came the deduction of the theoretical framework for controlled nuclear fusion. Wan Xiang already had a clear direction in mind and was prepared to embark on the next phase of theoretical deduction. Suddenly, a melodious cry emanated from the bedroom. Wan Xingyu was awake. Wan Xiang quickly sprang to his feet and dashed to the bedroom. The room was small, featuring a double bed against one wall and a crib on the other, leaving little space aside from a wardrobe. Wan Xiang skillfully picked up Wan Xingyu, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Don't cry, my little Xingyu. Were you having a nightmare? Daddy's here, Daddy's here." After a while, noticing that Wan Xingyu's emotions were stabilizing, Wan Xiang retrieved a hawthorn candy from his pocket. "Look, Xiaoyu, what is this? Wow, hawthorn candy. I want to eat it. I want to eat it." The little one, her tears still glistening on her cheeks, eagerly snatched the candy from Wan Xiang's hand and swiftly stuffed it into her mouth, producing a delightful smacking sound. Realizing that the mischievous little one was now content, Wan Xiang carried her back to the living room to play with building blocks while he hastily prepared dinner. The life of a single father is certainly not easy. Wan Xiang mused, beginning to understand why some people choose to stay home full-time with their children, only to become depressed. It's because one's nerve can never truly relax. Half an hour later, Wan Xiang had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, savoring the time spent with Wan Xingyu. Observing her struggle with a spoon to scoop up the tomato and egg dish, he couldn't help but chuckle as she eventually discarded the spoon and dug in with her hands. "Ha ha ha, Xingyu, you've got some patience." Wan Xingyu was now his only source of comfort, and Wan Xiang gazed at her, lost in thought. He had to expedite the development of the grand theoretical model for controlled nuclear fusion. The research matrix in his consciousness had stored a wealth of knowledge and suggested a research pathway, yet it had not provided direct answers. Everything still relied on his own efforts. After dinner, he took Wan Xingyu for a stroll around the nearby moat, stopped by the supermarket for groceries for the next day, and returned home to settle Wan Xingyu for her bath and bedtime, only to find it was already 10 p.m. Wan Xiang washed his face, brewed a cup of instant coffee, and without wasting a moment, plopped down at his computer in the study. As night deepened, the residents outside, gathered around the security kiosk, gradually dispersed, and the night fell silent. Only the rhythmic tapping of Wan Xiang's keyboard broke the quietude. Until the next day, as dawn's light began to break on the horizon, Wan Xiang hurried back to the bedroom for some much-needed rest. At some point, Wan Xingyu's cries roused him from slumber. Rubbing his eyes, the second day of being a single parent commenced. Thus, time advanced by a month. Each day, Wan Xiang seized the opportunity to conduct research during Wan Xingyu's nap time, finally arriving at a crucial research juncture. Late at night, the only companion was the dim glow of the streetlights outside. After a month of intense work in the study, the desk was now cluttered with sheets of paper densely filled with formulas. To facilitate his work, he had also connected a secondary monitor to his computer. Interactions between high-energy particles, electromagnetic interactions during the fusion process, theories of inertial confinement via lasers, interactions between superconductors and strong magnetic fields, plasma field theories, and thermodynamic fields. Gazing at the theoretical results he had derived, Wan Xiang felt a strong conviction regarding their validity based on the system's research pathway. Although the system could not directly provide results, it assured the absolute correctness of the research direction. This significantly saved research time and minimized unnecessary detours. Research often unfolds in this manner. A misstep can lead to complete failure. The next challenge was the most intricate problem, the coupling of multiple theoretical fields. Wan Xiang tore open a pack of cigarettes from the box on the table, lit one on the balcony, and gazed at the moonlight. Below, in the courtyard, only the night watchman, old Zhang, remained awake, leisurely wandering about. Wan Xiang waved to him, tossing down a cigarette. Old Zhang raised his hand with a smile. "Hey, Wan Xiang, still up so late?" "Yes, I've been quite busy lately," Wan Xiang replied, raising the cigarette in a gesture of camaraderie. The watchman was already well aware of the events that had transpired in Wan Xiang's life over the past 2 years, and after lighting his own cigarette, he sighed with a bittersweet smile. In his heart, he lamented, what a fine young man, brought low by a few scoundrels. Not only did he serve time, but he was also expelled from a prestigious university. Now I hear his wife has gone abroad. What a heavy blow. After finishing his cigarette, Wan Xiang returned to his study, plunging back into the pressures of his coupling research. The so-called coupling refers to the close interdependence and interaction between 2 or more systems. The goal was to unify all theories into a singular theoretical framework, the grand unified theory of controlled nuclear fusion. The derivation of coupling research, as compared to studies focused on singular systems, exhibits an exponential increase in complexity with each additional system introduced. The vast computational demands exceed the capabilities of human effort alone. With merely this antiquated 7th-generation U computer at my disposal, I fear that calculations extending to the end of this century would yield no results. I require augmented computational power. As this thought plagued me, I swiftly recalled where such immense calculations could be accomplished: supercomputers. Fortunately, our nation has not lagged behind the world in this regard. We possess an array of supercomputers, such as the Dahua Lite, Tianhe series, and Xiaoyang 6000. Moreover, some of these can offer commercial cloud computing services. Thus, I hurriedly sought out the commercial service interface of the Dahua Lite supercomputer. After familiarizing myself with the service fees, I found that whether charged on a time-based, resource-based, or performance-based basis, the costs were beyond my personal means. I recalled the 1 million yuan that Shan Fangyan had generously saved for me, which encompassed the entirety of my worth. This sum included the maintenance costs for Wan Xiang and the so-called separation fee. Should I deplete all my savings for the sake of a theoretical study? I found myself ensnared in a whirlwind of contemplation. 1 million yuan, for an ordinary person, is sufficient to lead a modest life in a third-tier city, provided one refrains from extravagant spending. However, I reflected that this theory might secure me a research position, enabling me to support Wan Xiang. Furthermore, this theory could provide a theoretical foundation that would propel Longwet's controlled nuclear fusion field ahead by 2 decades. For both personal and professional reasons, it seemed worthwhile. Thus, I resolved without hesitation. I promptly deposited my entire 1 million yuan savings into the official account designated for resource-based fees and began the appointment process, subsequently uploading my calculation files. By the time I completed these tasks, the first rays of dawn had already streamed through the window. Observing the successful upload of my calculation files and the commencement of computations, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 4. Level 1 Alarm. Having completed a phase of my research, and after a prolonged absence from taking Wan Xiang out for an outing, I decided today would be the day to visit the Anjiang Zoo, as the little one had recently developed a fascination with animal storybooks. Hand in hand, as we reached the entrance of our community, we were greeted by the doorman, Grandpa Zhang. "Hey, Wan Xiang, planning to take Xingyu out for some fun?" "Yes. She has been clamoring to visit the zoo after staying home for too long," I replied, gently pulling Xingyu forward. "Xingyu, say hello to Grandpa Zhang," I encouraged, as she shyly murmured a greeting. "Ah, such a good girl." Grandpa Zhang smiled at her, before continuing, "By the way, Wan Xiang, Aunt Lee from the opposite community mentioned they have a brilliant graduate, a female PhD. Although she is a bit older and hasn't found a suitable partner, her family is quite well off, owning 3 properties in Anjiang and reportedly another in Shanghai. Aunt Lee wondered if I should introduce you to." Noticing my frown, Grandpa Zhang hastily added, "Don't worry, they don't demand much in terms of dowry, and they might even include a car as part of the marriage." I waved my hand in refusal. "No, Grandpa Zhang, right now, my priority is to take care of myself and Xingyu. I'm not ready to consider anything else." "Do you really think a PhD would be interested in someone like me, an unemployed college dropout?" "Of course. She is in a bit of a hurry, and her conditions are flexible," he assured me. "How old is she?" "She is in her 40s. Grandpa Zhang, young lady isn't quite the right term here," I retorted, somewhat exasperated. After exchanging farewells with a group of elderly folks resting at the entrance, I took a taxi with Wan Xingyu to the Anjiang Zoo. By evening, the western sky was aglow with the fiery hues of the setting sun. At the entrance of the Xingfu Garden community, I disembarked from the taxi, cradling the now asleep Wan Xingyu. "This little one is quite heavy," I mused, admiring her lotus-like arms. "Did you enjoy the zoo?" "Yes, we did," I replied, glancing at Grandpa Zhang as he approached, peering at the slumbering Wan Xingyu with a warm smile. "Ah, she is asleep." As soon as we arrived at the zoo, she refused to walk and clung to me all day. I feel as though my arms no longer belong to me. "That is how kids are. You should take her home to rest now," Grandpa Zhang suggested. I nodded slightly in acknowledgement before carrying Wan Xingyu back to our third-floor residence. After settling her into bed, I immediately felt the numbness in my arms. Managing a child alone during an outing is truly exhausting, perhaps even more so than conducting research, I reflected. I shook my hands to alleviate the soreness and promptly retrieved a cigarette and lighter from my pocket, lighting one to soothe my restless lungs. Reclining on the sofa, I exhaled a plume of smoke that ascended towards the ceiling, reveling in the comfort brought by nicotine. Ding! First time taking a child to the zoo. Acquired advanced computer skills. "What?" I exclaimed, wide-eyed, as I registered the notification in my consciousness. What a delightful surprise. An abundance of computer knowledge surged into the technological matrix within my mind, inducing a sharp pang in my brain. After a moment, I collected myself, and, recalling the hum of the computer in my study, I remembered the ongoing calculations for the nuclear fusion theory. With the assistance of the supercomputer, it should be nearing completion. My anticipation for the results of the controlled nuclear fusion theory coupling grew. Eagerly, I hastened to my study, only to be met with the heart-wrenching roar of the cooling fan, akin to a distressed tractor, seemingly on the brink of failure. I shook the mouse to awaken the computer and opened the calculation interface. Upon glancing at the progress bar, I was taken aback. What? Only 6% calculated. The supercomputer's processing power should have been more efficient. Confused, I scrutinized the screen and cursed under my breath. It turned out that the computational power had been exhausted, and my account balance had dwindled to zero. 100,000 yuan, completely spent, and I had barely reached 6% of the calculations. I had grossly underestimated the computational demands of the coupling process. It was evident that to complete the coupling of all energy fields involved in controlled nuclear fusion, the required computational power was an insatiable abyss. Even selling my current dilapidated house would yield no relief, not to mention the uncertainty of the landlord's agreement. For me, an incomplete coupling result held no significance. Would my entire fortune of 1 million yuan be squandered in vain? A wave of despondency washed over me as I lit another cigarette, staring at the computer screen, enveloped in a fog of despair. In a moment of clarity, a bold idea began to take root in my mind. With a flicker of intent, I summoned the system and connected to the technological matrix, advanced computer skills. A slight smile crept across my lips as I realized the newly acquired skill was about to prove its worth. By merging the necessary computational knowledge and skills from the technological matrix with my brain's neurons, I transcended the confines of my consciousness. The nascent idea that had just germinated in Wan Xiang's mind began to spiral out of control. To prevent the investment of 1 million from going to waste, he made a bold decision to infiltrate the Great Lake Light supercomputer and unlock computational power for himself. Pouring himself a cup of instant coffee, Wan Xiang resolutely set to work. The rhythmic clattering of his keyboard echoed throughout the study once again. In Wuxi City, within a room sprawling approximately 1,000 square meters, resided a supercomputer boasting the world's most formidable intellect. Its processors were meticulously arranged, occupying the majority of the available space. The Great Lake Light, a supercomputer. Upon its inception, it had once held the prestigious title of the fastest and most powerful in the world. Even now, it remained among the elite tier of supercomputers globally. At this hour, deep in the night, the indicator lights of the Great Lake Light's processors flickered as if responding to a command. The entire machine room resonated with a low, humming sound. Lu Jiqiang, a researcher conducting routine inspections while clutching a notebook, felt an unusual warmth enveloping him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Normally, such a facility would be equipped with a central temperature control system to maintain optimal operational conditions. Lu began to suspect a malfunction in the air conditioning system. At that moment, a bespectacled young researcher rushed in, panic etched across his face. Lu Xiang, it's bad. The server is under attack, and the firewall is about to be breached. Lu Jiqiang scoffed, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. The Great Lake Light possesses the most advanced firewall system. It cannot be easily compromised. Really, Xiang, you need to come to the control room at once. The young researcher tugged at Lu's sleeve in desperation. Lu regarded him with incredulity, questioning whether he had lost his senses. Our firewall system is world-class, a culmination of years of collaborative effort by the finest minds in the domestic computing field. Even the U.S. military could not breach it with ease. Please, Xiang, this time it's truly different. I beg you to come and see. The firewall is on the verge of collapse. The bespectacled researcher, now visibly distraught, implored Lu with fervor. Lu, observing his junior's unusual behavior, furrowed his brow, instinctively reluctant to believe such a preposterous claim. It seemed utterly implausible. The level of security surrounding the Great Lake Light's firewall was such that even the development team could not breach it in a short span. Suddenly, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the research facility, its sound reverberating through the entire room. Red warning lights spun and flashed urgently. What? Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The computer system is under attack. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The computer system is under attack. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The computer system is under attack. A level 1 alert. Lu Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback by the gravity of the situation. This was the first time such an event had occurred since the supercomputer's deployment. Doubts vanished as he swiftly recognized the seriousness of the predicament. Sprinting towards the control room with the urgency of a 100-meter dash, a level 1 alert signified that the computer system's firewall had been completely compromised. The system was now exposed, laid bare before the intruders, with the potential for critical information and data theft looming large. Lu's thoughts raced to the ongoing national-level research tasks being processed by the Great Lake Light. If these sensitive materials were to fall into foreign hands, the ramifications would be dire. His scalp prickled at the thought. In the control room, chaos reigned supreme. All personnel were like ants on a hot stove, flailing in disarray. What do we do now? This is terrifying. Who could it be? Is it the Russian bear? Or could it be the U.S., CIA making a direct move? That's impossible. Even the U.S. couldn't breach our firewall in such a short time. What do we do? What do we do? This is driving me crazy. If the information in the system is leaked, it would be catastrophic. The supercomputer is under an unprecedented invasion. The methods I have at my disposal have been exhausted, and the intruder is dismantling our firewall from the ground up. The staff on duty that night were in disarray. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. Everyone, return to your stations. It was Lu Xiang, the most experienced individual present. Upon seeing his authoritative presence, everyone hastily returned to their posts. Lu Gong, what should we do now? Someone inquired. Lu Xiang, gazing at the multitude of alerts flashing across the central display, instantly realized that this was beyond his capacity to handle. After a moment of contemplation, his expression turned grave. First, notify Ding Lao. But it's 1 a.m. Ding Lao is probably asleep. Lu raised his voice. Go now. Understood. Lu Gong, a young staff member, quickly responded and hurriedly dashed out of the control room. Lu Gong, what should we do? Another asked. We need to assess what the intruder is doing and how much information has been compromised. Lu aimed to evaluate the severity of the situation and identify the intruder's primary objectives before formulating a response. Moments later, a report came in. Lu Gong, we have not detected any loss of information at this time. What? No data has been stolen? Lu felt a surge of unease. Team 1 and Team 2. Initiate a counterattack to restrict the intruder's actions. Team 3. Monitor all movements from the intruder. I want to know precisely what they have accomplished in the last 3 minutes. Team 4. Identify the vulnerabilities of the intrusion and rectify them immediately. Yes, Lu Gong. Understood, Lu Gong. The team swiftly dispersed, diving into their respective duties. In the stillness of early morning at the Jinluan community, everyone was deep in slumber. Meanwhile, an urgent call rang through to the home of Guosher Ding Chong. Having been roused from sleep, Ding groggily glanced at the clock before frowning and answering the phone. His spouse rolled over, grumbling about the late hour of the call. All right, it's from the Research Institute. Ding gestured for silence and, feeling weary, said, hello, this is Ding Chong. Ding Lao, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. This is Xiao Wang from the Research Institute. We have an urgent situation. The voice on the other end reported urgently. What? An intrusion? Please repeat that. Ding Chong questioned, doubting his half-asleep state. Ding Lao, the supercomputer has been breached. Level 1 alert. Lu Gong wants you to come immediately. Xiao Wang's voice was frantic and filled with urgency. A long, heavy sigh escaped Ding Chang's lips. A level 1 alert? This meant a full-scale breach of the system. Has a foreign power struck? Ding Chong hung up the phone, fully awake now, and immediately began to dress. Old Ding, what's going on? Why the rush? Can it wait until tomorrow? The elderly companion beside him sensed the anomaly and inquired. There's an emergency at the Research Institute. Our servers may have been compromised. I must head there immediately, Ding Chong explained as he hastily donned his attire. Huh? It's that serious. As Ding Chang's lifelong partner, she understood the urgency of the situation. She promptly rose from the bed, fetching a coat for Ding to wear. Mindful of the chilly night air. I understand. You should rest now. The driver is already waiting downstairs. Ding Chong patted his partner's hand and swiftly exited through the door. A black car, already warmed up, awaited him at the foot of the building. Quickly, to the Research Institute. At the Daho Light Research Institute, the atmosphere was gravely tense. The leader of Group 1 expressed regret, stating, Engineer Lu, our countermeasures have proven ineffective against the adversary. Lu Xiang turned to Group 2, hoping to hear some positive news from them. However, the leader of Group 2, rising with a look of disappointment, addressed the eager crowd, whispering, I'm sorry, everyone. We have exhausted all our methods. His silence and shaking head conveyed the discouraging outcome without directly stating it. Who could this adversary be? So powerful that even our nation's top-tier team is rendered helpless. A chill crept down Lu Xiang's spine. Finally, some reassuring news arrived from Group 3. Engineer Lu, our monitoring shows no signs of the adversary attempting to steal our information. What? No information theft? Lu Xiang looked bewildered. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor of the institute. Ding Chong was flanked by several staff members in lab coats, all rushing into the control room. Upon seeing them, the previously dim expressions of the gathered personnel brightened, as though they had caught sight of a savior, and they all stood to greet him. Ding is here. Yes, Ding is here. Finally, Ding has arrived. We're saved, we're saved. Ding Chong gestured for everyone to calm down, his mind too preoccupied for pleasantries. He took a seat in front of the central control system, while the other positions were filled by senior staff who had just arrived. Lu Jiqiang quickly approached Ding Chong to report everything that had transpired, as Ding Chong had personally mentored Lu Jiqiang during his doctoral studies. The report made Ding aware of the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he began to take command. No information theft? Ding Chong pondered. Report on the processor usage status. Ding, 90 of the processing power is being utilized by the intruders, and it's still escalating. They're shutting down our running projects to free up processing power. Ding Chong frowned, realizing they could manipulate their computational resources at will. Let us see what they're doing. It seems they are conducting some form of computation. Computation? Indeed. Immediately pull up their computation program. All right, it's now displayed on the large screen. The expansive screen covering an entire wall drew the attention of everyone present. Ding Chong furrowed his brow, studying the screen in silence for a considerable time. The control room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The processor usage has reached 100, and the intruders are attempting overclocking calculations. A staff member nervously indicated. Ding, what should we do now? Should we physically cut the system? Lu Jiqiang leaned closer to Ding Chong to whisper. Abruptly severing the system now could lead to data loss. The adversary has not inflicted damage on our system nor attempted information theft. Let us observe. This might present a valuable opportunity for practical experience. But the crowd looked puzzled. This program is engaged in some theoretical calculations, posing no immediate threat. If there is a subsequent threat, we can sever the system then. Now, everyone, let us work together to regain control of the system. A hint of excitement curved Ding Chang's lips. All right, we'll follow your lead, Ding. Initiate the primary emergency response plan. Under Ding Chong's leadership, everyone reignited their fighting spirit, and a counteroffensive commenced. Chapter 6, The Dignity of a Nation. Anjiang City. Shaokong Garden Community. Wan Xiang finally acquired the supercomputer he needed, fully loaded with computational power, enabling the controllable nuclear fusion theoretical model to enter a phase of high-speed computation. After completing these operations, Wan Xiang exhaled deeply, watching the computation progress bar advance visibly. Finally, he reclined comfortably in his chair and lit a cigarette for himself. In Wuxi City, at the Daho Light Supercomputer Research Institute, everyone's expressions were grave, the sound of keyboards clattering akin to a tempest mingled with hail pelting the tin roof. Ding! We found the vulnerability. Immediate repairs are underway. Ding! All critical data within the server has been secured. Good. We just need to expel the intruder. Ding Chong stated solemnly. Ding! All of their actions have been severed. They have been expelled. Lu Jiqiang exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. Splendid. We have triumphed. The room erupted into enthusiastic applause, yet Ding Chong maintained a serious demeanor, arms crossed, vigilantly watching the central control system. Everyone, return to your positions. This is not the time for celebration. The adversary was able to easily exploit our firewall vulnerabilities. They will not retreat until their computational goals are achieved. Ding Chong declared sternly. The crowd fell silent, immediately aware of the gravity of the situation, and resumed their places, prepared for action. Meanwhile, Wan Xiang washed his face and entered the kitchen to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. Just as he was about to add a double sausage for a treat, he noticed a disconnection prompt on his computer. The computation progress bar stuck in awkward 98. With his noodles set, Wan Xiang pulled out a chair and returned to his computer, fingers poised over the keyboard, his cigarette still between his fingers, untouched. The original channel had been blocked, surely. His unauthorized actions had been detected. Wan Xiang frowned as he investigated the cause of the disconnection. He speculated that a staff member at Daho Light was likely working overtime due to his intrusion. Gazing at the stalled 98 progress bar, he felt a pang of regret. I'm sorry, but I must complete the computation tonight, Wan Xiang thought to himself. Suddenly, in the control room of Daho Light, urgent alarms blared once more. They're back. The adversary has returned. The personnel instantly tensed. All members, prepare for engagement. Ding Chong activated the desktop microphone, rallying the team. This is the best opportunity to test our technical capabilities. All critical data has been secured and physically severed. Now, within this entire system, it is only us and them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are likely facing one of the world's most elite organizations. To put it plainly, this concerns our national information security and dignity. Ding Chong's resonant voice, amplified by the microphone, swiftly reverberated throughout the control room. The eyes of everyone present were transfixed. national security, dignity. These few words ignited an unparalleled sense of lofty mission within their hearts. They were prepared to dedicate their lifelong learning to thwart this impending crisis. Ding Chong, gazing intently at the screen, personally entered the arena to confront the challenge, his expression brimming with excitement. It had been an eternity since he had encountered such a formidable opponent. Such a level of assault could not possibly be orchestrated by a civilian organization. It could originate from the CIA or military forces of the United States, or perhaps from the Russian Bear or other entities, their intentions shrouded in mystery. A supreme contest in the realm of computing unfolded on a tranquil, deep night within the luminous halls of the Great Lake Lights Supercomputer Research Institute. From the skirmishes at the superficial system level to the confrontations of foundational logic, both sides exchanged blows, a relentless ebb and flow. Ding Chong adjusted his glasses, a more pronounced excitement illuminating his countenance. It had been far too long since he had engaged in such a vigorous duel. In an instant, Ding Chong felt as though he had returned to his student days, those tireless days of dedication to the advancement of the nation's computing industry, overcoming challenges with unyielding resolve. Time advanced amidst the fierce confrontation. The first rays of dawn broke through, illuminating the lands of the Middle Kingdom. After several hours of intense labor, Ding Chong finally felt the weight of exhaustion. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His focus began to waver. The code on the screen became blurred, and his fingers ached, growing uncontrollable. Yet, the intruder within the computer remained as elusive as a loach in a muddy mire, defying control. Suddenly, a wave of palpitations surged through him. This was not the time for such an affliction. Abruptly, Ding Chang's expression turned pained. He clutched his chest tightly, gritting his teeth in discomfort, his trembling hand fumbling in his pocket for a few pills, which he swallowed hastily. Ding Laoshi, what is wrong? Ding Laoshi. Ding Laoshi? Lu Jiqiang was the first to notice Ding Chang's distress, rushing forward with concern. Ding Chong lay back against his chair, gasping for breath. His hand pressed against his chest in agony. Minutes later, as the medication took effect, the palpitations finally subsided. After a brief moment, Ding Chong resolutely donned his glasses once more and glanced at the central control screen. He then turned to the disheartened staff encircling him and calmly inquired, "Did they manage to steal anything?" Lu Jiqiang silently nodded. "Ding Laoshi, your health." Ding Chong waved dismissively. "It's nothing serious, just an old ailment." The atmosphere was thick with despondency. Sitting in his chair, Ding Chong surveyed the youthful faces around him and snorted disdainfully. "What is the matter? Has this defeated you?" Silence enveloped the group. The technicians capable of working here were undoubtedly the creme de la creme of the computing field. Yet, this assembly of elite individuals faced an unprecedented sense of defeat and helplessness in their area of expertise. There is no need for excessive self-doubt. The adversary is likely an organized, premeditated operation with official sanction. On the bright side, our confidential information remains intact. However, we must confront the gaps in our capabilities, recognize our shortcomings, learn from this experience, and strive to improve. The world is vast, and in the field of computing, we are merely the pursuers. Ding Chong sighed, pausing briefly before continuing. Of course, our immediate priority is to swiftly assemble an expert team to initiate an investigation into this incident to ascertain the identity of our adversary and evaluate our losses so we can formulate a strategy moving forward. Furthermore, this matter must be reported immediately should they strike again. We have an obligation to alert the higher-ups. Ding Chong outlined the subsequent actions to be taken, and the group nodded solemnly in agreement. Chapter 7. Free delivery of your thought process. 100. Calculation completed. The dawn was dimly breaking. Wan Xiang, feeling a wave of relief, rotated his neck 360 degrees and stretched his arms, exclaiming, "What a tiring ordeal." Despite his complaints, he was grateful to have finally reconnected to the system. With the computational power of the Great Lake Light supercomputer, Wan Xiang had successfully completed the coupling calculations for the theoretical model of controllable nuclear fusion, compiling all the data into a document. He gazed at the file on his desktop, aware that it would hold little value for those who could not appreciate it. Yet, for those engaged in controllable nuclear fusion research, it was an invaluable treasure. In fact, numerous domestic institutions were engaged in related studies, including universities, research institutes, and industrial groups. After pondering for a moment, Wan Xiang decided to submit the document to the Dragon Science Institute, as it was the most comprehensive institution in the domestic science and technology field, and the most likely to recognize the theoretical value of his work. He found the contact information for public submissions on the Dragon Science Institute's official website and promptly sent off the file. Having completed this task, he rushed back to the bedroom, where a loud wow signaled that Wan Xingyu had awakened. Wan Xiang hurried to the bedroom, knowing that a child of this age would feel insecure if they woke up without seeing familiar faces. He picked up Wan Xingyu and comforted her until her morning grumpiness subsided, then helped her wash up and dressed her in a lovely dress. However, the most challenging task for Wan Xiang was styling Wan Xingyu's hair at 2.5 years old. She had a thick head of shiny black hair that reached her shoulders. Loose strands would occasionally brush against her eyes or become dirty while she played. Wan Xiang took out his phone and browsed through tutorials on Douhai, then followed the video instructions, carefully smoothing Wan Xingyu's hair with his hands before tying it into a bun with a hair tie. Due to Wan Xingyu's lively nature, she was not very cooperative during the process, resulting in a final appearance reminiscent of a tangled ball of yarn. With many stray hairs escaping the confines of the hair tie, Wan Xiang assessed the situation. It was indeed messy, and after a moment's hesitation, he thought it would suffice. Knowing another attempt might yield similar results, he was quite self-aware. Ding! Successfully completed the bun hairstyle, gaining knowledge in advanced mathematics. Is this even possible? Wan Xiang gasped in surprise, then quickly pressed his temples to suppress the sharp pain as knowledge forced its way into his research matrix. Once the advanced mathematical knowledge integrated into the matrix, Wan Xiang exhaled a deep breath. As for the hair situation, Wan Xingyu at her age would not be overly concerned. She was merely fussing about being hungry. Wan Xiang then took Wan Xingyu downstairs to a local breakfast shop across the street, a Huey's Chaos on Breakfast, to eat. It was the morning rush hour. Thanks to its quick service, fresh ingredients, and affordable prices, a Huey's Chaos on Breakfast was the most popular eatery on the entire street. The modest establishment was already packed, with many delivery workers waiting outside for their orders. Wan Xiang ordered 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 bowls of soy milk, and a sesame ball, while holding Wan Xingyu. He happened to notice a young man in formal attire hastily gulping down the last soup dumpling from a bamboo steamer before rushing off with his briefcase. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly took a seat. Across the table sat a young woman with round-frame glasses, striking features, and her hair styled in a bun. She was tilting her head, simultaneously reviewing documents and enjoying her meal. "Xingyu, what are you doing?" Wan Xiang turned to check the serving area, only to find that Wan Xingyu had stealthily stretched her little hand into the young woman's bamboo steamer and had grabbed a soup dumpling, stuffing it into her mouth. "Daddy, this Annie's soup dumpling is delicious." As Wan Xingyu playfully swayed her feet, she exclaimed joyfully, "This is delicious, but you can't eat Annie." Wan Xiang, his face flushed with embarrassment, quickly clasped his hands together in apology. "I'm truly sorry. I'll make it up to you later. No, I'll give you 2. Feeling that his sincerity lacked, he added yet another. The woman seated across from him adjusted her glasses, her elegantly arched eyeliner resembling a crescent moon. "Wow, what an adorable little child. It's all right. I can't finish it anyway. She must be quite hungry." She smiled warmly. Wan Xiang chuckled awkwardly. "You're her brother, right? Your hair is styled like a hedgehog," she teased, scrutinizing Wan Xingyu. "I'm actually your father," he replied helplessly. How would he have guessed? You look too young." With children that age, is early marriage becoming fashionable? The woman seemed taken aback, then, with a friendly demeanor, beckoned Wan Xingyu over, saying, "Little beauty, let me redo your hair." "Oh, that's too much trouble," Wan Xingyu replied. "No trouble at all." Thus, Wan Xingyu compliantly stood before the woman. As the woman was styling Wan Xingyu's hair, Wan Xiang inadvertently glanced at the documents on the table, which were indeed her doctoral thesis. From the cover, he discerned that her name was Jian Xian, a doctoral candidate at Longwy University of Science and Technology, researching the energy output direction of controllable nuclear fusion. It is well known that the current utilization of nuclear energy hinges on boiling water, which significantly diminishes the energy conversion rate during nuclear fission. Even with the realization of controllable nuclear fusion, this issue remains unavoidable, piquing Wan Xiang's interest as he began to peruse the document. This was a partially completed thesis, yet it proposed a highly constructive idea, utilizing nuclear energy to generate high-energy particles for nuclear electrochemical reactions, thereby directly producing electrical energy through the reaction process. This was a bold hypothesis. If realized, it could alleviate the low energy utilization rates caused by the boiling water method. However, achieving this would not be a trivial endeavor. Wan Xiang pondered while intently examining the work. Although the paper contained numerous theoretical errors, the merit of the thesis could not be dismissed, and Wan Xiang found himself acknowledging its value. "Hey, how can you casually look through someone else's work?" Xian Xin et Golim, having finished styling Wan Xingyu's hair only to discover her thesis being perused. She was immediately irked and attempted to reclaim it. "Is this your thesis?" Wan Xiang inquired. "Of course. Your actions constitute a violation of my intellectual property rights. I could sue you. Jian Xin replied, her irritation palpable. Your derivation here is entirely incorrect. Wan Xiang stated coolly, pointing to a section in the text. What? Do you even understand what this is? How dare you claim I'm wrong? Xian Xin Jialin. Hands on our hips. The process of high-energy ion catalysis in nuclear reactions imposes stringent requirements on the materials involved. The properties of the particles and their energy distribution could very well lead to a failure of the reaction mechanism. However, your hypothesis is commendable. It's just that your mathematics may need refinement. Wan Xiang first identified the challenges in Jian Xin's research before affirming her hypothesis. Jian Xin was somewhat taken aback. As Wan Xiang had indeed pinpointed her weak spot, she struggled with mathematics. Nonetheless, as a doctoral candidate at Longwu University, she deemed it improbable that anyone, especially this young man before her, would surpass her mathematical capabilities. Jian Xin's keen eyes scrutinized Wan Xiang, internally scoffing at the notion that someone so youthful could have such a large child. Surely, he must have dropped out of high school to work and was subsequently forced into marriage and fatherhood, let alone engaging with advanced mathematics. As for the research challenges and hypotheses Wan Xiang had just mentioned, Jian Xin concluded he must merely be an enthusiast who had watched many popular science videos. Lost in thought, she watched as Wan Xiang picked up a pen from within her thesis and began scribbling on the blank pages. Hey, you can't just doodle on my thesis, she protested. Considering you helped style my daughter's hair, I'll give you my derivation thoughts for free, Wan Xiang replied, swiftly jotting down his insights. Perhaps due to a wealth of advanced mathematical knowledge flooding his mind, he felt a surge of clarity and began writing fervently. Jian Xin observed the neat derivations, astonished, and did not intervene. Minutes later, as the food Wan Xiang ordered was served by the waiter, he completed his derivation and handed the paper to Jian Xin. However, she appeared displeased. I'm in a hurry and can't waste time debating with you. But if I find that you've been scribbling nonsense when I get back, you'll owe me for the printing costs. With that, Jian Xin stowed her thesis into her shoulder bag, casting a glare at Wan Xiang. She then bent down to pat Wan Xingyu's head, smiling as she bid goodbye. Little Beauty. Chapter 8. The Voice of a Nation. After finishing breakfast, Wan Xiang took Wan Xingyu for a stroll in a nearby park. While Wan Xingyu was captivated by other children playing with remote-control cars, Wan Xiang trailed behind, ensuring their surroundings posed no potential danger, before lighting a cigarette for himself. A thought flickered through his mind. System notification. Verification for the theoretical large model of controllable nuclear fusion has been completed. Research path. Develop controllable nuclear fusion devices. The system indicated that he had progressed to the next phase of the research path. Developing controllable nuclear fusion devices. Wan Xiang understood that the true challenge had arrived. His mind immediately conjured the tokamak device, a magnificent conception from the era of the former Soviet Union scientists, theoretically feasible yet fraught with practical challenges. Despite global efforts and resources poured into its development, humanity had yet to tame this formidable beast. The obstacles to overcome in the developmental path were numerous. Each challenge would stand as a pinnacle of human scientific achievement in this century. How to realize superconducting magnet technology, the stability control of high-temperature plasma, material resilience, precise engineering design, control systems, low-temperature refrigeration systems, energy input and conversion. The smoke Wan Xiang exhaled swirled through the air, mirroring the tangled thoughts swirling in his mind. As he sought clarity amid the fog of uncertainty, he spent the time in the park playing with Wan Xingyu until lunchtime, after which he stopped by the market to purchase ingredients for the next couple of days before returning home. The adage states that children should not be out of sight before the age of 3 and not out of mind before the age of 6. Wan Xiang could only focus on developing the tokamak device during the hours when Wan Xingyu was asleep. Meanwhile, at the High Energy Physics Research Institute of Longwu University, a researcher named Luo Xiao concluded his day's work and prepared to pack up for the evening. He had plans to take his crush of 6 months to the movies, and today was the day he intended to confess his feelings. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, an email notification unexpectedly popped up in the bottom right corner of his screen. He glanced at the time. There were still 5 minutes until quitting time. Why did it have to arrive just before he was about to leave? Luo Xiao grumbled inwardly. Yet, his sense of responsibility compelled him to open the email. Given the unknown sender, he assumed it was yet another submission from the amateur scientific community. A quick review for any inconsistencies would suffice, allowing him to categorize such submissions as worthless and store them away for future deletion after a year. The so-called amateur scientific community consists of enthusiasts of science from the general populace. As Luo Xiao opened the email and glanced at the title, He became even more convinced that it was yet another fanciful notion from the amateur scientific realm. The demonstration and derivation of the theoretical grand model of controlled nuclear fusion. In the brief span of just 3 months since the beginning of this year, we have received, if not thousands, at least 100 correspondences regarding controlled nuclear fusion. This technology is hailed as the future sovereign of energy. Should it be casually unraveled by amateur scientists, where would that leave us, the esteemed research institutions? One could ascend to the throne of human civilization and bask in the adoration of the masses. Luo Xiao, with a hint of derision and disdain in his heart, merely wished to hastily identify some trivial issue to dispose of this document and attend his appointment. However, out of respect for amateur scientists, the Institute mandates that every submission, regardless of its merit, should receive a courteous response. Thus, Luo Xiao swiftly scrolled through the document. 5 minutes later, he had yet to uncover any flaws. Luo Xiao furrowed his brow. This was evidently a piece authored by someone with a solid background in the relevant field. It might require a few more minutes of his time. Therefore, he continued to read with patience. Time advanced another 5 minutes. Bang! Suddenly, Luo Xiao slammed his palm onto the desk. Holy moly! The elegance of the derivation and transformation was undoubtedly the work of a mathematical virtuoso. The coupling of magnetic confinement and inertial confinement. What? This is impossible. These are entirely divergent branches within the realm of controlled nuclear fusion research. Yet this individual seeks to couple the two theories. Could it be that this person truly intends to create a grand model of fusion? Insanity. If one could master such a theory, why would they submit it to our information reception office? The leading figures at the Institute would already be queuing at the door, ready to offer a palanquin for immediate transport. Given that this submission demonstrated the author's formidable mathematical prowess, Luo Xiao dared not take it lightly and continued to read, increasingly feeling a chill run down his spine. At the bottom of the computer screen, time unwittingly ticked away. It seemed genuinely feasible. It truly appeared that this could work. As time continued to elapse, the day had unknowingly darkened. Luo Xiao had lost track of time, forgetting his appointment. Now, beads of cold sweat trickled from his forehead, and he felt an icy shiver along his spine. The subsequent extensive model assumptions and derivations encroached upon his areas of ignorance. Despite having a background from Lonka Institute and prestigious overseas institutions, and being considered a professional in the field, Luo Xiao began to grasp the gravity of the situation. If this paper were indeed valid, the ultimate conclusion of the grand model could potentially resolve the current impasse in national research on controlled nuclear fusion theory, even advancing our country's efforts in this domain by decades. Realizing this, Luo Xiao could no longer afford to procrastinate. He picked up his phone, only to discover that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, an hour past his scheduled appointment. The screen displayed 8 missed calls from the woman of his dreams. He promptly returned the call to explain and express that an urgent matter had arisen at the Research Institute. Fortunately, the voice on the other end, his beloved, expressed understanding, albeit with concern for Luo Xiao's well-being. Her grace and composure brought him great comfort, and he resolved to make it up to her later. After hanging up, regarding this document that exceeded his evaluative capabilities, Luo Xiao immediately thought of his doctoral advisor, Jiang Jining, the director of the Nuclear Physics Research Institute at Lonka Institute. Just having finished dinner at the Institute's cafeteria, Jiang Jining, in his 50s and at the prime of his life, was a pillar of the Institute, primarily focused on nuclear energy research. For researchers, this age is often the pinnacle of accumulated knowledge and energy. Luo Xiao quickly reached out and sent the document via the internal network, deeming Jiang Jining the most appropriate person to report to. Having just finished dinner, Jiang Jining and Deputy Director Qin Zeng were engaged in casual conversation as they returned to their respective research institute. For them, the institute had long since become a second home. Scientific research is a war without gunpowder, demanding every moment. In today's world, technological prowess is the backbone of a nation. For Jiang Jining, who oversees nuclear energy research, this holds even more weight, as nuclear power signifies a country's voice on the global stage. Old Qin, a doctoral student of mine, just called to say he received a submission from an amateur scientist claiming to have developed a grand theory. Would you care to guess what it is? Jiang Jining inquired. His peer, Qin Zeng, chuckled. It wouldn't happen to be controlled nuclear fusion again, would it? Alas. How did you know? Jiang Jining responded, somewhat astonished. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, you're out of the loop. With the prevalence of short videos today, there is an abundance of curious content available. You wouldn't believe my granddaughter, who just started elementary school, can even chat with me about controlled nuclear fusion. Qin Zeng explained with a smile. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Jiang Jining, and Qin Zeng exchanged smiles. Well then, would you be interested in taking a look together? Consider it a post-meal diversion, Jiang Jianing suggested. This domain certainly requires our collective attention. Only then will talents continually emerge to serve the nation. However, it's somewhat unrealistic for amateur scientists to venture into this field. The material your student received likely lacks significant value. I should attend to my current tasks. Qin Zeng politely declined, pausing before adding, in a couple of days, our institute will commence the next round of experiments on the East Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak, which has been improved based on the latest theories. His expression grew complex. Jiang Jianing nodded slightly. I've heard that there have been new technological breakthroughs in the United States, which will be disclosed at the upcoming International Atomic Energy Agency Summit. Let's hope for a favorable outcome. Representative Chun is still awaiting our news. As they spoke, the atmosphere shifted from lightheartedness to seriousness. Chapter 9, A Matter of Life and Death. At Lonka Institute, the Institute of High-Energy Plasma Physics houses the East Nuclear Fusion Experimental Device, collaboratively developed by numerous fusion research institutions nationwide. The Research Institute's building was ablaze with lights. An hour after returning to the institute, the door to the director's office was pushed open without ceremony. Hey, Lao Jiang, why didn't you respond when I knocked? We just recalibrated the operational parameters of the East. Do you want to come and check the self-inspection data? Qin Zeng urged. After a moment of silence, he noticed Jiang Jianing at his desk remained utterly silent. Qin Zeng frowned. Ordinarily, Jiang Jianing regarded any testing information regarding East with utmost seriousness, acting decisively, never wasting a second. Why was it that today he could sit so still? Qin Zeng approached Jiang Jianing from behind and saw him with a furrowed brow, fixated intently on the computer screen. What is the matter? Are you in trance? Qin Zeng shook Jiang Jianing. Only then did Jiang Jianing snap back to reality, his face stricken with horror as he turned to look at Qin Zeng. Startled by Jiang Jianing's pallor, Qin Zeng gasped, Old Jiang, are you unwell? Is something wrong? Typically loquacious, Jiang Jianing remained silent, pointing at the computer screen. He stood up, vacating his seat, then rummaged through a drawer for a cigarette and lighter. Heading towards the window. Hey, old Jiang, didn't you quit smoking? Qin Zeng remarked. Jiang Jianing said nothing, lighting the cigarette instead and gesturing towards his computer screen. This behavior struck Qin Zeng as highly irregular, prompting him to sit down immediately, donning his glasses to peer at the computer screen. The proof and derivation of the theoretical grand model of controlled nuclear fusion. What about that submission from the realm of amateur science? Why was it so poorly written that it left even Lao Jiang feeling despondent? I always suspected that amateurs could hardly penetrate this domain. As a seasoned expert, Qin Zeng bypassed the preliminary introductions and went straight to his forte in high-energy magnetic confinement. In the silence of the office, unbeknownst to them, half an hour slipped by. Qin Zeng's brow furrowed deeply, and the lines on his face deepened. His fingers began to tap rhythmically on the desk, producing a staccato sound. After a while, his expression softened. So that was it. This coupling theory could only be described as groundbreaking. As Qin Zeng perused the subsequent pages, his astonishment grew. All energy fields were interconnected, truly worthy of being called a fusion grand model. I can affirm that the theories concerning magnetic confinement in my area of expertise are indeed accurate, if the other sections prove correct as well. Then Qin Zeng began to grasp something. A chill rapidly coursed through his body. He stiffly turned his neck, his face a mixture of shock and a quest for validation as he looked towards Jiang Jianing, who had been silently standing by the window. The latter seemed to have regained some composure, stating in a grave tone that the theoretical framework regarding atomic energy level transitions aligned with our test results, indicating a high probability of correctness. Jiang Jianing expressed his stance from his field of expertise. Qin Zeng's expression turned even more astonished. He found himself transformed into the Jiang Jianing of half an hour prior, leaning back in his chair, unable to extricate himself from a whirlwind of complex emotions. After a moment of silence, Qin Zeng slowly inquired what their next steps should be. Jiang Jianing extinguished his cigarette and suggested contacting the Elderly Affairs Office. They needed to summon you, Lao, back urgently. Qin Zeng nodded, realizing this was the only course of action. I will liaise with you, Lao. And we must also alert the Security Bureau. It is crucial that as few people as possible are aware of this matter at this stage. Jiang Jianing's expression was serious. Oh, what time is it? Why concern ourselves with who does what? You're being overly formal, Lao Jiang. I will handle it personally. Qin Zeng immediately stood and hurried out the door. In Anjiang City, at the Happy Garden community, after a night of meticulous sifting through the convoluted research paths of the tokamak device, Wan Xiang finally delineated a concrete development strategy. In his study, a plastic bottle was split in half by Wan Xiang, the bottom serving as an ashtray, which had accumulated a heap of cigarette butts after 2 sleepless nights. As dawn broke, Wan Xiang indulged in a brief 3-hour slumber, until a voice exclaimed, "Wow!" Instinctively, he lifted Wan Xingyu into his arms. "Little you, when will you grow up? I'm already so big." Wan Xingyu spread her arms to illustrate her growth. "No child who has grown up cries every morning. Come, brush your teeth and wash your face, and I'll take you to eat sesame balls." Wan Xiang used food as motivation, prompting Wan Xingyu to wash up. This tactic proved effective, and the little one immediately nodded, ceasing her tears. In the modest bathroom, she stood on a small stool, mimicking Wan Xiang's movements while washing up. Wan Xiang dressed Wan Xingyu in a pink dress and tied a rather clumsy ponytail. As for the unruly strands that had escaped, he used clips to tame them, barely managing to subdue the frizz. At the community entrance, he offered a cigarette to Old Zhang. "Old Zhang, have you received any mail from me lately?" Old Zhang shook his head, stating he hadn't seen any. If it arrived, he would deliver it to the door. "Thanks. Little you, say goodbye to Grandpa." Cradled in Wan Xiang's arms, Wan Xingyu lazily gazed at Old Zhang, giving a gentle wave, her mouth too lazy to move. "I am hungry. I haven't eaten since I got up," Wan Xiang explained sheepishly. Old Zhang chuckled, unfazed, and pinched Wan Xingyu's chubby cheeks, urging, "Go on. Don't let the little one go hungry." Crossing the street, they arrived at the Ah Hui breakfast shop, which, as always, was bustling with a long queue. Wan Xiang, holding Wan Xingyu, quickly approached and stood at the edge of the crowd. "At last I've caught you." Wan Xiang felt someone tugging at his shirt from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Jian Xin from yesterday. "Hello there, little beauty." Jian Xin greeted Wan Xingyu warmly before turning to Wan Xiang and urgently requesting, "Please explain the derivation you wrote last time. It's a matter of life and death." Wan Xiang frowned, questioning the urgency. "Why the rush? It's extremely urgent. Please, explain." "Xian Xin, that's... We haven't had breakfast yet, and why should I share this for free?" Noticing Jian Xin's anxious demeanor, Wan Xiang decided to negotiate. After all, the derivation he provided could be polished into a respectable, scholarly article. "Because you owe me." "Huh, I owe you?" Wan Xiang was taken aback. "You forgot? Last time, Xingyu ate one of my soup dumplings. Doesn't that mean you owe me?" "Xian Xin asat famili." Wan Xiang was at a loss for words. Could this really be held against him? "All right, I'll treat you today. Order whatever you like." Seeing Wan Xiang remain silent, Jian Xin swiftly changed tactics. "Fine, you said it. Of course, there's no need to worry about it." Wan Xiang lifted Wan Xingyu and teasingly said, "Xingyu, did you hear that? Auntie is treating today. What do you want to eat?" Wan Xingyu raised her fist, joyfully exclaiming, "Yay," and then added, "Thank you, Auntie. Call me sister." Xian Xin Tuko, Flyfuli Binting Wan Xing Iu She Tek. Chapter 10, Casting the Vote of Negation. The three found a table, and under Wan Xiang's assurance that they could order freely, Wan Xingyu tilted her head back, her big eyes gazing at the menu on the wall, pointing out, "Soup dumplings, steamed dumplings, sesame balls, and marinated eggs. Can you finish all that, little you?" Jian Xin questioned, astonished by Wan Xingyu's appetite. Wan Xiang, however, patted Wan Xingyu's head, advising, "It's easy to choke on marinated eggs. Better to pair them with a bowl of soybean milk." "Okay, Daddy. I want soybean milk too." Wan Xingyu nodded, her voice bright. "Is that all? Are you sure?" Jian Xin shot Wan Xiang a look, her tone urgent. "Confirmed. All right. Once we finish, you must explain the derivation process to me," Jian Xin declared, rising to weave through the crowd. "Excuse me, make way, it's urgent. Very urgent." Women in the crowd cast disapproving glances at Jian Xin's cue jumping, while the men remained gentlemanly, having noticed a stunning beauty brushing past them. Before long, the table was laden with dishes. "Little you, be a good girl and eat. Your daddy and I need to discuss something." Jian Xin squeezed to create a space on the table, retrieving paper and a pen. Just as Wan Xiang picked up his chopsticks, she said, "All right, now can you explain?" "I haven't eaten yet," Wan Xiang protested, holding his chopsticks. "You can eat while you talk," Jian Xin insisted, handing the pen to Wan Xiang. Reluctantly, he managed to hold a soup dumpling in his left hand while grasping the pen in his right, ready to listen. "So, you intend to derive the ionic decay process in nuclear chemistry reactions, correct?" Upon Jian Xin's nod, Wan Xiang continued. "Then you'll need to employ matrix mechanics and the Poisson process from probability theory. Observe this." About 5 minutes later, Wan Xiang had filled 2 pages with notes. "You should understand now, right?" Jian Xin, with a furrowed brow, held a ballpoint pen, tapping its cap against her forehead with a rhythmic pop, her bright eyes darting back and forth across the paper. Stop tapping that. I ask you, do you actually understand? She exclaimed. Xingyu's meal is about to be finished, and I plan to take her to visit a few kindergartens shortly. Wait, how did you arrive at this step? Jinxin pointed to a segment of the formula on the paper with the pen's tip. This is an unconventional method I devised, primarily for handling missing data. You might find it useful. I call it the chaotic entropy analysis method. Jinxin responded with a half-understood acknowledgement, yet as a doctoral candidate at Long-Ke University. She did not wish to lose face in front of someone who had never attended college. Wan Xiang helped Wan Xingyu wipe sesame off her face and was preparing to rise. Wait, Jinxin called out, halting the father-daughter duo. Is there something else you don't understand? Xiaoyu, come here, sister will style your hair into a lovely bun. I simply cannot bear how your father styles your hair. It completely conceals your beauty. As she spoke, Jinxin rummaged through her shoulder bag and pulled out 2 hair ties. Wan Xingyu obediently stood in front of Jinxin, turning her back to her, readily allowing Jinxin to tend to her hair. Observing this scene, Wan Xiang asked with a hint of confusion, why is it that Xiaoyu never cooperates when I style her hair? Yet she is so compliant with you? Sister Jian's hair styling doesn't hurt. It looks nice. Wan Xingyu tilted her head. Wan Xiang was left speechless. Jinxin smiled and remarked, Xiaoyu, how about next time I teach you some new hairstyles, alright? MHM. Wan Xingyu replied in her sweet voice. Before long, 2 plump buns were fashioned atop Wan Xingyu's head. And with her round tummy, she resembled a character from an animated show. I hope she won't cause a scene like Nezza in the sea. Wan Xiang jested inwardly. The trio departed towards the entrance of Ahui's breakfast shop, preparing to bid farewell. Wan Xiang pondered for a moment before addressing Jinxin. Regarding your research on nuclear chemical reactions, I have been contemplating it over the past few days. I believe you could try integrating your catalyst with nanotechnology. This could enhance the surface area and activity of your catalyst, thereby achieving superior electronic and ionic transport performance. Of course, this is merely my conjecture and requires experimental validation. Jinxin appeared somewhat surprised. The catalyst is indeed my greatest headache at this stage. Previously, I attempted platinum group metal catalysts and transition metal oxides, but the catalytic effects were rather unsatisfactory. Y&T, I considered the scale issue before. Perhaps utilizing nanomaterials to control the microscopic structure, pore size, distribution, and shape of the catalyst could optimize catalytic performance. Jinxin's thoughts quickly expanded. After a brief silence, she nodded slightly. Yes, that is an excellent idea. However, materials science is interdisciplinary. I may need to consult some scholars who specialize in nanomaterials. Wan Xiang nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Jinxin, Wan Xiang and Wan Xingyu walked to the nearest kindergarten, the bright red kindergarten. In the second half of the year, Wan Xingyu, turning 3, would be of school age, and many kindergartens had already begun their new enrollment processes. As a contemporary parent, Wan Xiang also felt the weight of anxiety regarding this matter. The nearby red kindergarten was not large, exuding a sense of nostalgia, and was a privately run institution. Wan Xiang led Wan Xingyu to the entrance, offering a cigarette to the gatekeeper uncle while stating their purpose. After a swift announcement through the intercom, a plump, bespectacled middle-aged woman hurriedly approached. It was class time, and the campus was filled with the sounds of children's laughter from the classrooms. What adorable little babies! Like little Nezza, the middle-aged woman greeted them with a smile. But Wan Xingyu ignored her, turning her head to gaze at the slide, not far away. Hello, I'm the enrollment officer here, Teacher Wang. Wan Xiang nodded slightly. Hello? Teacher Wang, I didn't expect you to be so young with such big children. That's wonderful. You get to enjoy blessings early. Let me first brief you on our school's basic situation, Teacher Wang said, getting straight to the point after a brief exchange. 2 minutes later, Wan Xingyu could no longer contain her excitement. She wriggled out of Wan Xiang's arms and quickly dashed to the playground filled with slides. Her eyes glued to the area since her entry. The enrollment officer chuckled. It's all right. Our facilities are very safe, so you can let her play. After a pause, Teacher Wang continued. Now, let me introduce our fee structure. 10 minutes later, Wan Xingyu approached Wan Xiang, her head down. So, little friend, do you like our school? Teacher Wang asked kindly, bending down with a warm smile. Wan Xiang was also eager to hear Wan Xingyu's thoughts. The slide is bad. It sticks to my bottom. Wan Xingyu pouted, hiding behind Wan Xiang's leg. Wan Xiang glanced at the slide in the distance, and then at Wan Xingyu's outfit for the day. Oh no, I forgot to put on her leggings. He realized, concluding that the direct contact of her thigh skin with the stainless steel slide must have caused excessive friction. However, Wan Xingyu had no knowledge of friction theory. At her age, all she understood was that it was uncomfortable and unplayable. Observing Wan Xingyu's expression, Wan Xiang knew she had cast a negative vote for this kindergarten. Chapter 11. The online outrage. After visiting several kindergartens, each presented its own set of issues. And the only one that seemed satisfactory had fees that were genuinely exorbitant. At the entrance of the Happiness Garden community, after a long day, Wan Xiang was thoroughly exhausted. Upon alighting from the taxi, she refused to take another step, and Wan Xiang had no choice but to bend down and carry her on his back. At the community entrance, he received a package from Uncle Zhang. Sunlight streamed through the hollow red brick exterior, casting beams into the hallway. Inside, dust floated lazily. Wan Xiang quietly nestled against Wan Xiang's back, whispering, "Daddy, I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore." "Why?" Wan Xiang inquired, puzzled. "I just want to be with you." Wan Xing's voice grew softer. "There are many little friends in kindergarten. It's so much fun." Wan Xiang painted a picture of the joys of kindergarten life for Wan Xing. She remained silent, pushing the door open, only to discover that she had already fallen asleep. Wan Xiang gently laid her back in the bedroom and covered her with a blanket. Returning to the living room alone, he opened the documents he had received from Uncle Zhang. Noticing the address was from Kyoto, an ominous premonition washed over him. Indeed, it was a summons from the court. Wan Xiang stepped onto the balcony, lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag just as his phone rang. An unknown number. "Hello? Who is this?" "Mr. Wan Xiang, I am Lawyer Wang from the Gold Medal Law Firm. You received the summons, didn't you?" Wan Xiang replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, it's you effeminate fellow. You know I can sue you for defamation." "Go ahead and sue." Wan Xiang was too tired after a day of wandering to engage further. The other party, momentarily taken aback, responded with a scoff. "Humph, what they say online is true. You really are a worthless man who can't be helped. Online? You don't know? You're quite the internet sensation now. My client gave you 100,000 and you squandered it in mere days online. Curious. Did you spend it on game skins, online gambling, or did you gift it all to a beautiful streamer? What nonsense. Giving money to streamers? Are you out of your mind?" Wan Xiang was somewhat at a loss, not comprehending what the other party was saying. "I urge you to swiftly peruse the internet." With a sense of bewilderment, Wan Xiang quickly clicked on the website, where it became evident that short videos had ascended to the pinnacle of contemporary communication. On the trending page, the foremost headline proclaimed, "A scoundrel uses his daughter as leverage to sustain his extravagant lifestyle." The video juxtaposed several images of Wan Xiang frequenting KTVs, upscale private clubs, and foot massage parlors with a photograph of him sharing a humble roadside breakfast with his daughter, Wan Xing, accompanied by a provocative title and stirring background music. The comments section erupted. "Goodness, such a man exists? Truly repulsive. He has reduced his own daughter to a mere tool for financial gain. How utterly shameless. As a mother, I cannot bear to witness this. Is no one going to intervene? If he were someone I knew, I would want to confront him. This is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. I can't believe this man still finds women willing to marry him. Men like him make me nauseous. He squanders his star-quality looks. This man epitomizes the lazy scoundrel. I'm utterly astounded." The second trending topic read, "A man uses his daughter's child support to tip an online female streamer." The video featured several records of exorbitant online service fees. 1 million in child support, and he directly tips a streamer. Is it even human to use child support to tip a streamer? Can someone reveal what that streamer looks like? This man is truly despicable. Doesn't the girl's biological mother care? How can a girl thrive under such a man? This man must be the same as the one from the first trending topic. Expose such individuals and let them face public outrage. Unbelievable. How can such a person find a girlfriend? Is there anyone who can intervene? I want to donate to that little girl. Are you out of your mind? Donating would only play into that scoundrel's hands. I would like to adopt that little girl. She is too pitiful to have such a father. Wan Xiang continued scrolling through the trending topics. Reaching the third, the scoundrel uses his daughter's million in child support to engage in online gambling. Goodness, all three trending topics revolve around this scoundrel. I can't believe this person is so morally bankrupt. Children must not be raised by such individuals. Anyone involved in gambling cannot be redeemed. That little girl has become a mere instrument for his profit. Bang! Wan Xiang's fist struck the wall in fury. What on earth was this madness? Those images of high-end clubs were from his previous side job delivering takeout. The 1 million in online service fees was spent on computations for controlled nuclear fusion. Wan Xiang felt the weight of the internet's slanderous power, left speechless. "Mr. Wan, I still advise you to heed my client's recommendation and accept their material compensation. After all, your unwillingness to relinquish custody stems solely from a desire for money to maintain your lavish lifestyle. I believe my client will be amenable to your needs." There was a pause on the other end before continuing. "Do you still think that with your current public image, the court would grant you custody? When that moment arrives, you could find yourself bereft of both child and fortune." Wan Xiang clenched his fists, nails digging into his skin. Hearing silence from Wan Xiang, Wang Ji knew it was time to apply both soft and hard tactics. Mr. Wang, my client also instructed me to inform you that he has already secured a semester's accommodation for his granddaughter in Kyoto, along with arrangements at the finest kindergarten. She will receive the best education and material support, and you will not find her lacking. This is a win-win situation. Tell them I will care for my daughter myself. And you effeminate fool, should roll as far away as possible. Wan Xiang, unwilling to endure further nonsense, furiously ended the call. At this moment, he felt the terrifying nature of online violence. Yet, one point the other party had made was correct. All his savings could only sustain him and Xingyu for a month. To calculate the model for controlled nuclear fusion, he had invested $1 million directly. Now he began to doubt whether it was worth it. Initially, he had hoped that the theoretical work on controlled nuclear fusion would attract the attention of research institutes and secure him a job, but 2 days had passed, and he feared that the materials he submitted had already vanished into obscurity. A chill ran through him. At that moment, he managed to trace the source of the false information through technical means. Tiantian Hailu Entertainment and Media Company. Wan Xiang felt a sense of absurdity at becoming the target of such unscrupulous companies seeking sensationalism. He had initially thought to use technical means to eliminate the negative discourse surrounding him online. However, considering the current speed of information dissemination, he realized that to erase it completely would require a substantial investment of time and effort dealing with these unscrupulous media outlets. Lighting a cigarette, he sought to calm his mind. Wan Xiang pondered that such sensationalist affairs, provided one refrained from responding, would swiftly fade away. After all, he was no public figure. He resolved to refrain from wasting energy on such trivial matters and instead swiftly immerse himself in research on the tokamak device. If the theoretical model for controlled nuclear fusion failed to pique interest, then the improved tokamak device would be something that the Dragon Institute could not refuse. Wan Xiang was resolute in this belief. Chapter 12. We are all ordinary people. In Shanghai, at Tiantian Hailu Entertainment and Media Company, General Manager Fan Jianwei reclined against the leather chair, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he gazed at the sensational news he had orchestrated. This wave of hype had captured ample attention, yielding not only increased traffic and click-through rates, but also a significant surge in advertising revenue. Indeed, they had profited handsomely in such a short span. Observing the continuously rising popularity, Fan Jianwei's heart swelled with joy. The pent-up resentment he had harbored was finally unleashed. At last, I have found my opportunity, Wan Xiang. How dare you publicly steal my woman? The humiliation you caused me shall be repaid tenfold. A worthless individual expelled from school, now reduced to living off his daughter's child support. How the tables have turned. Once a figure of admiration, Wan Xiang would now be made to feel the depths of despair. Remember, you are merely someone who relied on a few academic achievements to find validation within the ivory tower of academia. Without that halo, you are nothing in society. Fan Jianwei surveyed the back-end data, his face alight with the elation of success. During their university years, Fan Jianwei had relentlessly pursued Shun Fanyan, a wealthy heiress from a media conglomerate. His courtship was steeped in the stench of money, showering her with designer handbags and luxury cars. It was well known that on the night Wan Xiang publicly proposed to Fanyan, Fan Jianwei was in the audience, clutching flowers and a key to a brand new Porsche, ready to replicate the act. However, he was ultimately outshone by Wan Xiang, who, despite his humble beginnings, had won Fanyan's heart, leaving Fan Jianwei the subject of ridicule. Ever since Wan Xiang's successful proposal, Fan Jianwei had nursed a grudge. The source of this latest scandal was, in part, due to a recent alumni gathering. The news of Wan Xiang and Fanyan's divorce quickly circulated through their social circle, and the revelation of Wan Xiang spending $1 million in child support under the guise of online service fees sparked heated discussions. Online service fees? $1 million. Apart from online gambling, tipping female streamers, and in-game purchases, Fan Jianwei could conceive no other plausible explanation. Moreover, this was one of the most circulated narratives within the alumni circle. Utilizing his connections with paparazzi, Fan Jianwei swiftly gathered a collection of candid street photographs of Wan Xiang. With a touch of editing, an eye-catching headline, and a backdrop of provocative audio, he rapidly attracted attention on the internet, trending on search engines. Pleased with his maneuvers, Fan Jianwei hastily convened a meeting with the company's executives, resolved to amplify the incident's visibility. Platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, and Xiaozhan News were prepared to maximize traffic. With these arrangements completed, Fan Jianwei's anticipation grew. The cumulative attention from all these channels rivaled that of a scandal involving a top-tier domestic celebrity. This time Wan Xiang was finished. I shall ensure his utter disgrace in retribution for the betrayal of my wife. In the Happiness Garden community of Wan Xiang City, Wan Xiang was wholly engrossed in the development of a tokamak fusion device. At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Chun Yang, Wan Xiang's closest friend from high school and university. They hail from the same hometown and both gained admission to Lonka University, albeit under different circumstances. Wan Xiang was specially recruited into a gifted program at the age of 14, while Chun Yang entered through the regular college entrance examination, majoring in computer science. Both were the pride of their county, and to this day, the county's #1 high school still displays posters honoring their accomplishments. Wan Xiang answered the call. Chun Yang's voice came through, urgent and concerned. Wan Xiang, why have you been silent these past few days? I've been quite busy, overwhelmed with tasks, Wan Xiang replied, lighting a cigarette. I've seen the news. Your situation. Are the rumors true? I can't believe it, so I wanted to hear it from you directly, Chun Yang inquired. What do you think? After all these years as brothers, I trust your judgment. You know I would never engage in such behavior. But the divorce from Shun Fanyan, being dragged into this mess by those thugs, and having my studies ruined, I'm genuinely worried you'll spiral into despair, he continued. Chen Yang, who understood Wan Xiang's recent trials better than anyone, paused before sorrowfully adding, we both come from humble beginnings, striving to alter our fates through education. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, you must reach out to me first. Though I'm not wealthy, I could still lend you a few thousand in an emergency. Thank you for your concern, brother, but I truly do not need it at this moment. Wan Xiang expressed his gratitude, aware that Chun Yang was still pursuing a doctorate, relying on school grants and his professor's research projects, and was not in a position of affluence. He felt fortunate to have such a friend. But what about that 1 million? With evidence available, even if I believe you, others may not. You know how damaging public opinion can be. We are ordinary people, lacking a PR team to counteract this narrative. You have no idea how powerful public sentiment can be. It could completely ruin us, Chun Yang lamented, feeling helpless and despondent. That money was indeed used, but not in the manner depicted online. I assure you, it was spent appropriately, Wan Xiang stated firmly. After a brief silence, Chun Yang replied, I believe you, but do you have any idea who is behind this? He was concerned that Wan Xiang might be oblivious to the orchestrator of his downfall. I don't know. And frankly, I don't care much, Wan Xiang replied. It's Fan Jianwei. Chun Yang asserted gravely, pausing before elaborating. He has harbored resentment since her marriage to Shun Fanyan. Recently, during a reunion, you must have heard something. As you know, he leveraged his father's resources to establish a media company post-graduation. This is likely a targeted attack against you. Ah, I see. Wan Xiang responded calmly. Is that all? Don't you want to confront him? You should tell me. I'll stand by your side. Chen Yang exclaimed, indignant on Wan Xiang's behalf. There's no need to waste energy on someone like him. Wan Xiang maintained his tranquility. After a moment of silence, Chen Yang sighed. I know the situation with Shun Fanyan has hit you hard. She's now become the youngest project leader at MIT. It seems she has made significant breakthroughs in condensed matter physics since moving to the US. Her latest research paper was published in Nature. Nature, Wan Xiang thought, realizing the magnitude of her achievement, as many talented researchers spend their entire lives striving for such recognition. With just that one paper, Shun Fanyan had secured a professorship at MIT. Additionally, I heard that the U.S. National Laboratory for Nuclear Fusion has also listed her as one of the project leaders. A silence lingered on the other end of the line. Chun Yang, upon realizing he had inadvertently reopened old wounds, quickly added, I'm sorry, Wan Xiang. I didn't mean to bring that up. What is there to apologize for? We're brothers. She has her own life, and I can only wish her well. Wan Xiang replied, taking a deep drag from a cigarette before extinguishing it in a makeshift ashtray made from a plastic bottle. Regardless, brother, you must not succumb to despair. Whatever it is, do not hesitate to share it with me. My professor is calling me. Let us seize an opportunity to have a drink together soon. Absolutely, go ahead. After ending the call with Chun Yang, Wan Xiang poured himself a cup of bitter coffee. The news about Shun Fanyan began to stir emotions within him, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. From the moment Wan Xiang met Shun Fanyan, he recognized her potential to become a remarkable female scientist, given her talent and diligence. His initial assessment was now being validated. Though he believed he was no less capable than she, the stark contrast of their paths was indeed disheartening. If it weren't for those thugs, if he hadn't been expelled, his accomplishments would surely rival hers. Yet, they had become two individuals on divergent paths. On the balcony, Wan Xiang lit another cigarette, letting his melancholy dissipate with the smoke carried off by the evening breeze. Suddenly, he felt a surge of curiosity about the paper Shun Fanyan had recently published in Nature. Having an article published in Nature signifies the groundbreaking and pioneering nature of the research. It had been too long since he had engaged with the scientific community, and he lamented the 3 years of detachment from relevant developments. With a mindset of understanding and learning, Wan Xiang conducted a brief online search and quickly located the paper Qin Yang had mentioned. Research on thermal conductivity and heat capacity behavior in fusion devices based on condensed matter physics. Chapter 13, Defense. Wan Xiang began to read research on thermal conductivity and heat capacity behavior in fusion devices based on condensed matter physics. As the first author, Fan Yen, he devoured the 20,000-word paper in just 2 minutes. For Wan Xiang, with the foundational research on controllable nuclear fusion theory at his disposal, understanding this paper was exceedingly straightforward. This paper represents a significant breakthrough in the current realm of nuclear energy conversion research, capable of elevating the conversion rate to a higher tier. However, in Wan Xiang's perspective, it does not present a more ingenious solution. Wan Xiang recalled Jianxin's paper on the catalytic conversion of nuclear energy to chemical energy, subconsciously perceiving the latter as far more revolutionary. While Shen Fangyan's approach merely optimizes the existing theoretical framework regarding boiling water, enhancing energy conversion rates. Nevertheless, even so, this paper undeniably possesses immense value in the field of nuclear energy utilization, which explains why the U.S. National Laboratory for Nuclear Fusion sought to recruit Shen Fangyan. As the night deepened, Wan Xiang resumed his research, persevering until the dawn of the next day. At Lonka University, in the morning, the Ge Wu Reporting Hall, a fan-shaped auditorium capable of accommodating 300 individuals, was hosting a midterm defense for doctoral theses. The front row was filled with professors and experts from the College of Nuclear Science and Technology. It was dire, all the big shots from the academy had gathered today. Moreover, esteemed figures such as Wang from Kyoto University and Wu from Hucking University, both of whom were on the verge of becoming national leaders, were present. Just look at those senior brothers and sisters who had recently completed their defenses. Their faces were ashen, utterly tragic. Observe Li Jing on the stage. He is a legendary figure within the academy, having extended his studies into a 3rd year of postponement, with his hairline receding further than when I first met him. Let us not mock him. Be careful, it may soon be our turn. Indeed, we might fare even worse. I can barely comprehend the theses of my seniors, let alone those esteemed figures. Our papers might seem akin to elementary school compositions in their eyes. The doctoral student named Li Jing, looking as pale as ash, stepped down from the stage. The defense secretary, appearing slightly younger among the crowd of dignitaries, called out, "Who is the next victim?" Someone joked, and all eyes turned in curiosity. A man with a side-part hairstyle, dressed in formal attire, stood up from the crowd. He leaned towards Jianxin, who was intently reviewing her notes, and said with concern, "Jianxin, don't be nervous. I will slow down the pace a bit to give you more time to prepare. Just focus normally. I will manage." Jianxin waved her hand, remaining engrossed in the 2 pages of Wan Xiang's previous derivation notes. Yu Fei is Senior Yu Fei, a student of Dean Jiang. He has already published 8 top-tier papers in journals such as SCI. He is undoubtedly formidable. Of course, his research achievements have been recognized in prestigious journals. Graduation is merely a formality. I hear he has already secured a postdoctoral position, with multiple research institutions vying for him. As Yu Fei took the stage, he appeared composed and charismatic, alleviating the stern expressions of the dignitaries below. This is Yu Fei, a student of Dean Jiang, who has published 8 top-tier papers during his time here. Impressive indeed. A renowned mentor produces exceptional disciples. I have reviewed his thesis. It actually meets the criteria for early graduation. The dignitaries in the front row whispered amongst themselves, nodding in agreement. Yu Fei's defense proceeded remarkably smoothly, with a clear and coherent presentation. The research content was substantial, exhibiting high innovation, and the experimental results effectively validated his conclusions. Coupled with Yu Fei's steady and confident delivery, he garnered admiration from his peers. Senior Yu Fei is truly handsome. Look at the expressions of the dignitaries in the front row. Their eyes are filled with affection. All is well. Senior Yu Fei is already poised for early graduation. I hear several research institutions have begun to court him. The competition is fierce. I will be satisfied with just 1 top-tier paper as a second author. Senior Yu Fei is my ideal type. I genuinely wish to marry him. After concluding his presentation, Yu Fei bowed to the audience and politely addressed the defense committee. That concludes my presentation. I welcome any critiques or suggestions from the esteemed experts. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. This was the only presentation that had not been interrupted by the experts throughout. Senior Yu Fei is extraordinary, so impressive. He could easily rely on his looks. yet he chooses to depend on his capabilities. Absolutely marvelous. He undoubtedly deserves the title of this year's outstanding graduate from the Academy. The defense experts nodded in satisfaction, their gazes growing ever more affectionate. Dean Jiang Qingfeng, seated at the center, basked in the envious glances of his colleagues. Old Jiang, if my students were only half as good as you Fei, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Comparing my students to you Fei is simply disheartening. As for me, this year, my student Jianxin struggles with her mathematical abilities. I nearly suffered a heart attack during her recent defense. The experts posed a few symbolic questions to Yu Fei, all of which he answered with remarkable fluency. The defense secretary then called, "Next, Jianxin." As Yu Fei stepped down and approached Jianxin, he expressed his concern, "Jianxin, don't be anxious. That derivation you have might even stump the professors from the Mathematics Institute. If the defense committee inquires about it, just say that it is a topic for future research. I know you are impatient, but please refrain from arguing with the experts. Otherwise, you might miss your chance for a formal graduation defense. I understand. No need to remind me. If worst comes to worst, I can always postpone my graduation." Jianxin replied, stepping aside to let Yu Fei pass as she briskly ascended the stage. Meanwhile, Lei Zheng, a defense mentor in his early 40s, observed Jianxin, dressed casually with a bun, shaking his head. This is troublesome. Her content is lacking, yet at the very least, she could dress a bit more formally to avoid harsher criticism, he thought with a sense of resignation. Jianxin bowed to the audience and began her thesis defense presentation. 3 minutes later, when she reached the section on fusion catalytic theory derivation, she was predictably interrupted by an expert from the audience, none other than Dean Jiang Qingfeng himself. "Jianxin, during your initial defense, you mentioned this fusion catalytic theory derivation. Have you resolved it? Your original thesis revolves around the catalytic conversion of nuclear energy to chemical energy. If you cannot derive this core theory, there is little point in continuing your defense." Dean Jiang, with his imposing presence, delivered his words with gravitas. Pausing to make an analogy, it is akin to constructing a car without an engine. His words cast an oppressive silence over the auditorium. As Jianxin's advisor, Lei Zheng's face turned ashen. He had not even conceived of a satisfactory solution for this derivation. He had initially hoped that the members of the academic committee, including the dean, would show leniency towards a female student, yet he underestimated Dean Jiang's insistence on academic rigor, directly exposing the fatal flaw in her thesis. Having just completed his defense, Yu Fei felt a twinge of sympathy. He had previously assisted Jianxin in this very research, but they had found no fruitful direction, even suggesting a change of thesis topic, only to be firmly refused by Jianxin. She insisted that if she could not complete her thesis in her preferred manner, she would rather postpone her graduation. The resolute nature of this woman left Yu Fei feeling helpless. The students in the rear cast sympathetic glances towards Jian Xin. "Oh, how I truly empathize with senior Jian Xin. The scrutiny from Dean Jiang is not something one can simply brush aside. Just look at the seniors before, each one with red-rimmed eyes. Today, Dean Jiang has been relatively lenient. Known for his stern demeanor, it is said that during an external expert evaluation at Huaqing University, he reduced half the doctoral candidates to tears, leading to no institution daring to invite Jiang Qingfeng ever since. Among the current students, only senior Yu Fei has managed to catch Dean Jiang's attention, as Jian Xin on stage remained silent for an extended period. The atmosphere in the auditorium plummeted to an icy silence. Lei Zheng covered his face, shaking his head in despair. The defense secretary, equally disheartened, shook his head and suggested that if she could not answer, she should step down. Just then, Jian Xin spoke up, and the screen transitioned to the next slide. Chapter 14, The Strong-Willed Woman. In the audience, Yu Fei was taken aback. He desperately gestured to Jian Xin, hoping she would refrain from engaging in a debate with the experts, for that would only reveal more errors. Rather than contesting the experts and placing herself at a disadvantage, it would be wiser to adopt a different approach and sidestep the theoretical deductions. This was the only temporary strategy Yu Fei could conceive. Upon hearing Jian Xin's words, Lei Zheng abruptly looked up. What? Is she truly intending to argue with Dean Jiang and the others using her previous flawed deductions? Such a scenario had already unfolded during the initial evaluation, leading to some unpleasantness. I even had to submit a report to the department regarding that matter. What is she planning this time? Lei Zheng furrowed his brow at Jian Xin, fearing she might provoke a confrontation with the department's authorities, jeopardizing his own standing. Esteemed experts, please observe. This pertains to the derivation of ion decay processes in nuclear chemistry from the previous session. Here, I have reapplied the law of large numbers. followed by calculations utilizing matrix mechanics and the Poisson process from probability theory, culminating in chaos theory. This represents my entire derivation process. Jian Xin could not delve deeper into the derivation process. She could only project the derivation that Wan Xiang had previously written for her onto the slide. The law of large numbers. Is this it? One eminent expert scoffed, shaking his head. Such a simplistic approach cannot address the uncertainties arising from missing influencing factors in your nuclear reaction processes. These two laws are not your lifeline. Dean Jiang Qingfeng, seated in the principal position, remained silent. He adjusted his glasses and fixed his gaze upon the large screen. Other experts also redirected their attention to the display. Below, Yu Fei was astonished. He instinctively sensed that Jian Xin had undoubtedly fallen into some sort of misconception, and her derivation approach had to contain other fatal flaws, for Yu Fei was acutely aware of Jian Xin's mathematical capabilities. The law of large numbers merely pertains to the statistical average behavior of random variable sequences under specific conditions, a rudimentary mathematical concept. Yu Fei analyzed internally. Lei Zhang maintained his posture of covering his face, head bowed. As time progressed by 5 minutes, no one among the panel of experts spoke. A few elderly experts exhibited beads of sweat on their foreheads. Some even pulled out paper and pen to jot down notes, including Jiang Qingfeng and the aforementioned eminent expert who had dismissed the law of large numbers as a lifeline. The law of large numbers has been improved. Jiang Qingfeng leaned closer to the microphone and inquired. Yes, Jian Xin nodded. Could you elaborate on that part? How did you implement the improvements? Jiang Qingfeng's tone had shifted from authoritative to one of inquiry. Standing at the podium, Jian Xin retrieved the derivation manuscript that Wan Xiang had provided her and began to illustrate it on the tablet linked to the large screen. Recalling Wan Xiang's original words to explain. Here, I not only utilized the sample mean from the law of large numbers, which approaches the mathematical expectation of the experiment, but I also introduced concepts from matrix mechanics and chaos theory, which describe systems becoming unpredictable due to various influencing factors, to simulate the entire nuclear reaction process. Given the multitude of influencing factors in the nuclear reaction process, and considering that no unified theory has been established in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, this serves as an excellent compromise simplification method. As Jian Xin wrote and elucidated her research approach, it was indeed her original idea. Although the derivation steps she proposed were inspired by her earlier encounter with someone at a breakfast shop, Jian Xin was not entirely confident in the correctness of her derivation process. She had researched extensively and had not discerned any flaws. With no other choice, she resolved to take a gamble and forced herself to remain composed. Now I shall commence with the derivation. At some point, Jiang Qingfeng had leaned forward, stroking his beard, contemplating the large screen, one approaching the expected value, the other diverging into uncertainty. Jiang Qingfeng seemed to grasp something, though he could not articulate it. In truth, he greatly admired the nuclear chemistry theory proposed by the young woman on stage, Jian Xin. However, to graduate with a doctorate, merely proposing a theory was insufficient. Substantial content must underpin it. Moments later, Jian Xin projected the entirety of her derivation process onto the large screen. I can only comprehend the first 2 steps. The latter portions are incomprehensible to me. Same here, but it appears there are no obvious flaws. Can someone first explain what chaos theory is? Murmured students in the back row. The experts in the front row remained silent, hesitant to voice their opinions. Suddenly, a crisp round of applause erupted from the back of the crowd, capturing everyone's attention. Holy! Wonderful! Came a deep, resonant voice. The crowd turned to see an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit rise from his seat in the back row, applauding. Gu Gu Lao? Jiang Qingfeng instantly recognized him. A pillar of the Mathematics Institute, although long retired. His expertise in number theory and mathematical physics has made him one of the founding figures in the field within the country. Jiang Qingfeng had previously collaborated with him before the Institute's restructuring and had greatly benefited from his insights. He swiftly rose and jogged towards Qiu Lao. At that moment, many in the auditorium began to recognize the venerable elder as well. Gu Gu Lao, my goodness, what an eye-opener. I never expected to see you in person. Absolutely worth it. Today, Qiu Lao has graced us with his presence. The living fossil of the mathematics community in Longhua. Any old man at Long-Ku University could be a legendary figure. I've only seen Qiu Lao's name in textbooks. Someone help me take a picture with this legend. A student sidled up, framing Qiu Lao's face within the front-facing camera. The experts who were originally presenting swiftly stood to offer their seats in honor. Gu Lao, what brings you here today? Indeed, today's venue is truly radiant. Qiu Lao merely raised his hand in a gentle wave, saying, "I apologize, everyone. At my age, I find myself with little to do at home, so I came to the school to stroll around. Every visit allows me to witness the vibrant youth of these diligent students, which rejuvenates my own spirit." Xiao Lao slowly turned to the students behind him, gesturing for their attention. Instantly, all present stood in solemn respect, adopting attentive postures. "Xiao Jiang, I apologize. I couldn't help but applaud when I heard this student discuss the compatibility improvements between the law of large numbers and chaos topology theory." Xiao Lao directed her gaze towards Jian Xin, who was rendered speechless in astonishment. Jian Xin was acutely aware of Xiao Lao's groundbreaking theories, having devoted countless days and nights to studying them. Yet, as someone with limited mathematical prowess, she found herself unable to grasp their full depth. The mere presence of Xiao Lao at her defense imbued her with an overwhelming sense of pressure, catapulting the difficulty of her presentation to hellish proportions. The improvements she had proposed were merely a verbatim recount of what had been conveyed to her. If one were to delve deeper into the explanations, it would be a daunting task. At that moment, Xiao Lao took the initiative to speak. "Are you Jian Xian?" Jian Xian nodded, responding respectfully, "Yes, Teacher Qiu." Chapter 15. Fabricated Events. "May I assist you with the subsequent explanations?" Xiao Lao inquired, seeking her consent. Of course. Jian Xian felt as though a savior had descended upon her, eagerly handing over the microphone. At that instant, she was certain of one thing. The derivation formula provided to her was not a mere coincidence. It had captured the attention of Xiao Lao, indicating a robust internal logic behind it. "In order to elucidate the simulation of various uncertain environments, I too have attempted to improve upon the theoretical framework of matrix mechanics. However, I had never considered the approach of large number theory, as there seemed to be a lack of connectivity between the two. Today, I believe I have unraveled the thought process of this student," Xiao Lao earnestly explained. Jian Xin nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Jiang Qingfeng and the others listened intently, while students in the back row, though fixated on the large screen, had their minds mostly incapacitated. "I beg your pardon for my lack of intellect. I request to be remade," Jian Xin lamented, feeling foolish. "Senior Jian Xin is exceptional. She has even garnered a personal explanation from Xiao Lao. I am in awe." The front row dignitaries erupted in thunderous applause, which swiftly spread throughout the venue as the defense concluded amidst exclamations of wonder. After the defense, Jian Xin was escorted by Xiao Lao and the esteemed figures from the academy to a private conference room, where other students and unrelated personnel were politely dismissed. Within a modestly sized room, Xiao Lao and the experts encircled Jian Xin. Jian Xin, amidst the clamor earlier, "I initially interrupted the defense because I sensed that your theory might possess a deeper theoretical background," Xiao Lao stated solemnly, pausing to ask, "Is there a more profound theoretical basis for it?" Jian Xin wore a perplexed expression. She was genuinely unaware of any deeper context, having merely acted as a conduit for the theory presented to her. Jiang Qingfeng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, interjected, "I have consulted your advisor, Lei Zheng. This is not something he taught you. This theory may pertain to a much larger issue. A greater context?" Jian Xin felt her heart race as she faced the distinguished individuals surrounding her. After a period of patient reassurance from Xiao Lao, she began to comprehend the seriousness of the matter and gradually calmed her emotions. What? This background could potentially relate to the theory of controllable nuclear fusion unification models? Jian Xin gasped, learning the truth from Xiao Lao. Xiao Lao nodded slightly, relieved. "Indeed, my dear. That is why I felt compelled to interrupt your defense. I feared that delving further in such a setting might encroach upon state secrets. This belongs to a segment of fusion grand model theory, which we have been researching since the last century, and we are well acquainted with it." The revelation left everyone astonished. "All right, my dear. Can you now tell me to what extent you have researched this theory?" The group scrutinized Jian Xin as if she were a suspect. Jian Xin nervously fumbled with the cap of her pen, finally managing to stammer, "Actually, the derivation process was not my own." "What?" Jiang Qingfeng's eyes widened. "Then whose was it?" Jian Xin strained to recall, but realized she didn't even know Wan Xiang's name or contact information, feeling utterly foolish. "I only know he has a daughter named Xingyu. The surname remains unknown to me." She recounted her encounter with Wan Xiang in detail, leaving the audience incredulous. He also suggested that the catalyst might be combined with nanomaterials. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lao took a deep breath, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. "My dear, for the time being, set aside other matters and go to the breakfast shop you mentioned to find that person. Xian sin not det vigo du sin. As this confidential conversation concluded, Jiang Qingfeng reminded Jian Xian repeatedly to report any news to him immediately. To think that a simple breakfast could entangle her with state secrets. Returning to her dormitory, Jian Xian felt utterly bewildered by the events of the day. In the Xiangfu garden community, Wan Xiang, who had spent an entire night fervently researching the tokamak device, was abruptly jolted from his thoughts by an urgent knock on the door the following morning. Who is it? So early in the morning? Wan Xiang grumbled, opening the door with a frown, only to find the doorman, Uncle Zhang, standing there, breathless and leaning on his knee. It's me, the doorman, Old Zhang. What is it? Old Zhang, it's early, and Xiaoyu isn't awake yet. Wan Xiang gestured for him to keep his voice down. There's a crowd gathered at the entrance of the community. Those journalists are asking about which building you live in. They want to find you. Old Zhang panted. Looking for me? Yes, the news says it's about you. Wan Xiang was instantly enlightened. Is what they say online true? Do you believe it? Wan Xiang shot Old Zhang a glare. Of course not. But what should we do? The main gate is almost being smashed down by them. Old Zhang exclaimed anxiously. If the door gets damaged, I'll pay for it later. Oh, it's not just about the door. I'm worried those unscrupulous media outlets, desperate for clicks, might barge in and put you at a disadvantage. Besides, you have Xiaoyu with you, don't you? Old Zhang patted his thigh in concern. You're right, Old Zhang. After a moment's thought, Wan Xiang returned to his room and retrieved a pack of soft-shell cigarettes and some change, which he slid through the door gap to Old Zhang. I apologize, Old Zhang, but given the situation today, I won't be going out to stir up trouble. Could you please bring some breakfast from Hui South place across the street? Xiaoyu will be hungry once she wakes up. All right, just be careful. Make sure those people don't discover you. I've told the neighbors in the community to keep their mouths shut and not reveal your apartment number. Wan Xiang felt a wave of gratitude as he thanked Old Zhang. Upon returning to his room and checking his phone, Wan Xiang had expected the fervor surrounding the fabricated incident to die down quickly, as he was no celebrity. However, upon opening his phone, he was left aghast. Not only were short videos circulating, but Weibo, forums, and various platforms were all abuzz with fabricated claims about him squandering $1 million in alimony. Trending on the hot search list, Wan Xiang underestimated the ferocity of online public opinion, sensing that unseen hands were propelling the incident from behind. After all, he was not a public figure deserving of such intense scrutiny. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Wan Xiang decided to remain at home for the next few days, awaiting the resolution of the situation while intensifying the development of the tokamak device. Such matters often become increasingly thrilling the more one responds to them. Thus, 3 days passed, leading us to Chapter 16, A Divine Presence. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Lonka Institute, the 5 days following Wan Xiang's email saw the institute akin to ants on a hot pan. The developments had transcended the confines of the Lonka Institute, escalating to a significant event personally overseen by Minister Chan Keming of the Longwood Technology Headquarters, with Yu Quanwas serving as an advisor. Top talents in nuclear physics from institutions such as the Northwest Nuclear Industry Base, Kyoto University, Hucking University, Lonka University, and various related research institutes under the Lonka Institute received urgent notifications to rush to the headquarters of the Lonka Institute overnight. A series of verification meetings were convened, and experiments were conducted in succession. Initially, many regarded the incident with skepticism. However, as the discussions and tests progressed, astonishing results began to emerge, confirming that the controllable fusion large model accurately predicted all test results. At this moment, the validation materials filled the largest conference room of the Lonka Institute. Yulao, everyone, the results of the last high-energy plasma magnetic confinement experiment have come in. Jiang Jianing, the head of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, entered the conference room with a complex expression, bearing the final test report. The atmosphere within the room fell silent instantly. The attendees bore a mix of emotions, anticipation, fear, and concern, all intertwined. Seated in a wheelchair at the head of the room was the aged Yu Lao. Jianning, please announce the results, he urged in a calm tone, as if he had been mentally prepared. After a slight nod, Jiang Jianning addressed the assembly. The results of the high-energy plasma magnetic confinement experiment are consistent with the predictions of the large model. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? My heavens! It was correct again. Terrifying, it predicted all test results. This can only mean one thing. Our experimental data has been leaked. Otherwise, how could a sudden emergence of a large model theory accurately predict all our experimental outcomes? Is this not a breach of confidentiality? Someone uneasily remarked from the audience. Indeed, we must swiftly ascertain the source of this information. This is a blatant provocation against us. Who is it? Who leaked the research data? It is impossible to deduce a theoretical model without foundational test data. An elderly man with white hair questioned, surveying the crowd with a scrutinizing gaze. Yu Lao, Director Chun, I propose we immediately report this matter to the Long Bureau, if we do not quickly uncover the source. Decades of our nation's nuclear energy research achievements may face the risk of exposure. The Dean of Hucking's Physics Institute rose to suggest. Yes, the urgent priority is to swiftly locate the source of the information. As of now, we do not even know who the opponent is. Are they friend or foe? The eyes of the crowd turned toward Yu Lao and Director Chun. After a moment of silence, Yu Lao smiled at the assembly and slowly said, perhaps the other party merely wishes to present us with a gift. What gift? The attendees looked at Yu Lao in confusion. This is impossible. It predicted all our data conclusions. That equates to fully exposing our research. Another voice echoed uneasily. Yu Quan maintained his composed demeanor, speaking deliberately, indeed. This large model predicted all our experimental conclusions, which rather affirms its own validity. If we use this model as a theoretical foundation to improve and adjust our existing fusion devices, could it not be advantageous for us? Suddenly, the expressions of all shifted as they seemed to grasp something. Yes, if the other party was never aware of our data, then it is indeed the correctness of the theory itself. Could it truly be a gift? The room buzzed with excitement. Chun Kimming, the director of the Technology General Bureau, raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Please, everyone, remain calm. The personnel from the Security Bureau are on their way. Do not be agitated. No sooner had he spoken than Gao Weimin, the director of the Long Bureau, entered swiftly, accompanied by several individuals in black attire. Esteemed experts, I am Gao Weimin, director of the Long Bureau. Here is a confidentiality agreement that everyone must sign. All materials you have seen and interacted with in recent days have been classified as S-level secrets. S-level secrets. It is Gao Weimin from the Long Bureau. The situation seems to have escalated. The mere presence of a theory had stirred so many departments. Shortly thereafter, Ding Chong rushed into the conference room in a hurry. Some recognized him immediately. It's old Ding, the chief engineer of the Longhua Parallel Computing Research Institute. How did a luminary from the computing field come here? Ding Chong first nodded to Yu Quan in acknowledgement. Then, as Gao Weimin introduced him, he added, Professor Ding Chong, chief engineer of the Parallel Computing Institute, is from the Daholite computing team you may have heard of. He is here to assist us in investigating the source of the fusion theory. Ding, please explain the situation. Gao Weimin handed the microphone to Ding Chong. Ding Chong nodded to the assembly and, with a serious expression, stated just 5 days ago, nearly 1 hour before the Lonka Institute received the fusion theory model, our Daholite Supercomputing Institute experienced the most severe network intrusion since our establishment, with all supercomputing power being occupied for a full 4 hours. After a pause, he continued, initially, we did not connect these two events involving the Lonka Institute. It was only when Director Gao approached us to assist in tracing the source of the information that we discovered the intruder utilized the same method for network disguise. Thus, we spent 5 days and only half an hour ago managed to crack the intruder's address information. Trust me, this is the most sophisticated disguise technology one have encountered in my career. Ding Chong emphasized the difficulty of the breach, indicating that it was not due to his team's inadequacy, but rather the intruder's advanced technology. All evidence pointed to a singular location, Anjiang City, Xingfu and Community, Building 2, Unit 1, Floor 3. The room erupted in astonishment. They infiltrated the Supercomputing Institute's server? This is unfathomable. Are they friend or foe? Does this imply that it is the same organization behind this? How terrifying. What kind of force is at play? The crowd speculated in shock. Gao Weimin interrupted sharply. All right, esteemed experts, our Long Bureau has already deployed personnel to the target location half an hour ago. What you need to do now is to prepare for the subsequent technical verification. Therefore, we must immediately form an expert team. I want to go. The voice belonged to Ke Zhongshan, the president of the Lonka Institute. I want to go too. Jiang Jining quickly raised his hand. Me too. I want to see who this divine presence is. Count me in. Many technical experts voiced their intentions, due to the crowd's commotion, to ensure the confidentiality of the operation. Gao Weimin ultimately decided to take only a select few individuals. This operation will be fully managed by my Bureau's Special Task Force, codenamed Dawn, Gao Weimin declared in a resounding voice. Among the black-clad individuals, a tall, resolute man stepped forward and stated, the military has arranged for aircraft support this time. Everyone, please hurry. At the Lonka Institute, on the playground, a camouflaged military transport helicopter roared to life, its propellers stirring up clouds of dust. As the crowd braved the fierce winds whipped up by the propellers, They hastily boarded the aircraft, racing towards Wan Xiang City. Chapter 17. The Good Man at Home. Inside the military transport aircraft, the deafening roar of the propellers caused Wan's eardrums to throb. Luo Qi, the commander of Operation Dawn, adjusted his earbuds, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The situation may be more intricate than we had anticipated. What is occurring? A significant number of journalists and onlookers have congregated near the target location, indicating that the adversary is likely well prepared and aims to incite a public incident, or perhaps provoke chaos to obstruct our efforts. What shall we do? I've already reached out to the local authorities to coordinate a clearance. The curiosity among the passengers intensified. What manner of organization could infiltrate supercomputing servers and utilize advanced models to predict fusion experiment outcomes, now even leveraging the media? Moreover, the origin of all these operations pointed back to a dilapidated and old structure within our borders. As this realization dawned upon Gao Weimin, the head of Longan Bureau, a chill coursed through him. In just a week, so many events had unfolded right under his nose, crafting an image of a mysterious and vast organization with a convoluted background in his mind. Once control of the scene was established, I require all experts to assist in swiftly grasping the entirety of the situation. Gao Weimin cast an unyielding gaze upon the assembled advisory team. The group nodded solemnly, indicating their understanding. In Anjiang City, at the Happiness Garden community, the number of reporters and paparazzi encircling the premises had only increased over the past 3 days. Wan Xiang stood on the windowsill, lighting a cigarette for himself. Observing the escalating situation outside, he could hear shouts from afar. "Thank you all for the flowers. Family, today we must capture this scoundrel alive. Let us connect. Family, here is a wave of benefits I've negotiated with the manufacturer. Thank you for your attention. Let us shower our number one brother with a wave of 666. If anyone wants to see me rush in and thrash that scoundrel, send me a sports car." Wan Xiang took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling before inhaling the fresh air from the balcony. Little did he know, a keen-eyed paparazzo had spotted him and immediately shouted to the crowd, "Look over there. That scoundrel is smoking on the balcony." Where? Where? Everyone, look at the one in the blue shirt. Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. It was indeed him. In his idle, disreputable demeanor, he was an unmistakable sight. Did you all see that? The crowd began to chant in rhythmic anger. The numbers in the related live stream skyrocketed, and the interest continued to surge. Fan Jianwei, the chairman of Tianhai Entertainment Media Company, monitored the unfolding events in real time on his phone. The rising fervor not only filled his coffers, but also delighted him as it dragged Wan Xiang's name through the mud, leaving him forever unable to hold his head high. Unable to endure the spectacle any longer, Wan Xiang exclaimed, "Are these people truly so idle? It's one thing to target me, but they're disrupting the lives of the neighborhood residents. The community is primarily composed of the elderly, and all this commotion is unbearable for them. Furthermore, Xingyu hadn't been able to go out to play for 3 days. Keeping such a young child cooped up indoors would surely be detrimental." The thought of Wan Xingyu and the innocent residents suffering unjustly over the past 3 days ignited Wan Xiang's fury. He crushed the cigarette, but underfoot, declaring, "No matter what, I'm stepping out today." He glanced at the elderly Mr. Zhang at the entrance, who was helplessly trying to dissuade the crowd. Wan Xiang refused to let his presence plunge the entire community into this maelstrom of public opinion. Returning to his bedroom, he attended to the newly awakened Wan Xingyu, assisting her with her hygiene and dressing her in a lovely blue dress. "Little you, today Daddy will take you out to play." "Daddy, didn't you say there are rabid dogs outside?" "Don't worry. If they come, Daddy will kick them away." As he spoke, Wan Xiang mimicked Bruce Lee's iconic kicking motion. "Daddy is so impressive." Wan Xingyu gazed at him with admiration, extending her arms for a hug. Just then, the sound of roaring engines echoed from outside the community. A multitude of black cars swiftly surrounded the modest Happiness Garden community. From the vehicles emerged rows of black-clad individuals wearing sunglasses. The paparazzi and bloggers who had been obstructing the community's entrance were momentarily stunned, astonished by the unfolding scene. What is going on? What is happening? Is this a setup to capture that scoundrel? Is it really this dramatic? Has the scoundrel's despicable behavior drawn official attention? Across the street, a woman named Jian Xan, clad in a brown coat and sporting a bun, peered curiously from the entrance of a Hui's breakfast shop. Equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, suddenly, the whirring of helicopter blades filled the air, causing the crowd's hair to flutter as the powerful winds from the rotors made it difficult to keep their eyes open. An exciting spectacle was about to unfold. The authorities had arrived. That scoundrel undoubtedly had even more dark secrets. Finally, I've caught wind of a trending topic. I'm going to be famous. Everyone, a situation has arisen. The situation has escalated. Quickly give the host a follow. Family, please follow the host for real-time updates on this urgent situation. The paparazzi and bloggers sense the allure of a hot story, swiftly redirecting their cameras towards the operatives in black. A uniformed man disembarked from a luxury vehicle, pressing his earbud with his left hand while retrieving a controller the size of a car key with his right. With a gentle press, the signal at the scene was instantly severed. The bloggers stared in astonishment at their disconnected devices. The uniformed man, having given the command to clear the perimeter, indicated with stoic expression as the operatives swiftly revealed their identities as special forces and began to act without hesitation. Hey, why are you driving us away? Aren't you here to capture that scoundrel? Yeah, why are you stopping me? Aren't you going after that scoundrel who squandered his daughter as support payments? Let me go. Just as one extreme blogger attempted to incite the others against the black-clad individuals, he was swiftly subdued by a tall figure in black. It was then that everyone realized this was serious. They began to cooperate and disperse. Meanwhile, within the community, 2 helicopters hovered low, releasing operatives clad in special gear, who swiftly descended along ropes like dumplings, quickly scattering upon landing. Another helicopter circled above, making rapid stops at nearby rooftops, establishing control. At this moment, Luo Qi also descended swiftly into the courtyard via the rope. Luo, we have confirmed the target is inside. Good. Team 1, prepare to follow me upstairs. Taking command, Luo Qi led his team closely against the wall at the stairwell, ready to ascend. Just then, a loud clang echoed as a metal door swung open. Luo Qi's brow furrowed, and he raised his fist, signaling for a halt. Little Yu, where are we going to play today? To the moat. Wan Xiang had limited experience with the outside world, her subconscious limited to that small area. Could we perhaps change the location? We've been there countless times already, Wan Xiang suggested. Let us go buy ice cream. We'll have ice cream during the day and bread at night. Wang Xingyu exclaimed joyfully, kicking her legs in delight. Why is my mind so consumed with thoughts of food? Wan Xiang gazed fondly at Wang Xingyu's adorable visage and kissed her cheek. The corridor resonated with the cheerful banter of a larger and smaller pair. Everyone exchanged glances. A young man, with one arm cradling a cherubic child and the other casually holding a toy scooter, nonchalantly emerged from the corridor, embodying the image of a devoted family man. Chapter 18. I'm the person you seek. In that instant, all the special operations team members involved in the mission were taken aback. This didn't align with the intelligence they had received. If not a nefarious organization, then surely they were a meticulously coordinated group. Yet, they appeared to be merely a father and daughter. They looked utterly harmless. Nearby, the expert advisory team within the command vehicle was equally stunned as they observed the live footage being transmitted from the scene. They seemed to be just an ordinary father and daughter. Could the intelligence be erroneous? The crowd was filled with uncertainty. Gao Weiman picked up the radio, commanding Dawn to ascertain the identity of the individuals. Upon receiving the order, Luo Qi promptly complied, observing that the father-daughter duo posed no threat. He holstered his equipment and approached Wan Xiang. Through facial recognition, they gathered information. Daddy, there's a big airplane ahead. What are all those uncles doing? Wang Xingyu clung tightly to Wan Xiang, timidly inquiring about their surroundings. It's fine. Soon we will board the airplane ahead and set off on an adventure, Wan Xiang replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he explained in a calm tone. An adventure? Yes, an adventure. Wan Xiang remained unperturbed by the surrounding scene, his expression composed. I like it. Wang Xingyu exclaimed excitedly, raising her tiny fist. Before Luo Qi could clarify their identities, Wan Xiang interjected, no need to ask further. I uploaded the items, and I'm the person you're looking for. Luo Qi's gaze sharpened, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from Wan Xiang. A seasoned individual, Luo Qi had encountered countless people. Even the most vicious adversaries would not maintain such composure when faced with this sort of situation. Within the command vehicle, the team was even more astonished upon hearing Wan Xiang's declaration. Him? Is it really him? The fusion model was provided by him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dawn, check if there are any other individuals in the building. Director Gao, we've already checked. It's just this father and daughter. Luo Qi's assured voice came through the radio. Gao Weiman turned to the expert advisory team, indicating that they needed the specialist to step in. In the dimly lit command vehicle, everyone nodded in agreement. The truth of the matter felt like a thorn in their throats. They were eager to unravel the mystery as swiftly as possible. After Luo Qi's interrogation confirmed there was no danger, Wan Xiang with his daughter in his arms, made his way toward the military aircraft not far away. All the residents of the community cautiously peered out, witnessing a scene they had never encountered in their lives. Grandpa Zhang, the security guard, was held back by the black-clad figures, anxiously shouting that there must be a mistake, that Wan Xiang was surely wronged. On the opposite side of the street, Jianxin, drawn by the commotion, pushed through the crowd and caught sight of the focal figures of this spectacle, none other than the father and daughter she had been waiting for. Instant astonishment washed over her. What on earth had they done to provoke such a ruckus? Jianxin gazed in shock and confusion as she watched Wan Xiang and Wang Xingyu being escorted into the helicopter. Suddenly, the roar of the engines erupted. The helicopter ascended, slicing through the sky as it departed from the mundane old neighborhood. In almost the same breath, the black-clad individuals swiftly dispersed, and the street returned to tranquility. The entire event transpired in a brief 5 minutes, leaving the onlookers bewildered, still processing what had just occurred. The sky was clear and the weather splendid. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades howled, and the occasional sensation of weightlessness from the air currents caused Wang Xingyu to cling tightly to Wan Xiang, burying her head against his chest. Only after Wan Xiang's continuous encouragement did Wang Xingyu manage to lift her head and glance out the window. The pedestrians below were no longer visible. Only the vehicles appeared as tiny ants in the distance. Luo Qi handed them 2 bottles of water, assuring Wang Xingyu of the aircraft's absolute safety. After a while, Wang Xingyu slowly descended from Wan Xiang's lap and sat beside him. Luo Qi scrutinized Wan Xiang closely. In his early 20s, facing such a formidable situation, he remarkably maintained an unwavering composure, appearing exceptionally calm. Not to mention, even the most ruthless terrorists would be terrified in the face of this kind of scenario. Luo Qi struggled to reconcile the image of Wan Xiang and his daughter with the hypothetical organization they had envisioned. Following a thorough discussion among the experts at the command center, they resolved to transport the individuals to the Wu River Lake Light Supercomputing Center, eager to ascertain whether this individual was indeed the true mastermind behind the recent incident. Compared to verifying the fusion model, the validation in the realm of computing was far more straightforward and efficient. If confirmed that he was the assailant of the Lake Light, then the individual responsible for providing the theoretical model to the Dragon Science Institute could also be identified. Within 10 minutes, based on the identity information provided by Luo Qi, Gao Weimin and his team had gathered all personal details regarding Wan Xiang, a prodigious talent. He had been selected for the Dragon Science University's gifted program at the tender age of 14, subsequently pursuing advanced studies there, during which he achieved numerous scientific feats. Judging solely by his academic record, he was indeed exceptional. While still a student, he proposed to his classmate, Shun Fangyan, a specialist in high-energy physics. However, he later faced detention due to fighting, which left him with a criminal record, resulting in his expulsion from the university. He is now divorced and has a daughter. His parents are employees at a local enterprise, currently embroiled in a scandal regarding lavish alimony payments. An hour later, at the Wu River Lake Light Supercomputing Center, in a modest conference room, the expert advisory team and Gao Weimin, head of the Dragon Security Bureau, finally met Wan Xiang, who was carrying his child in one arm, as brought in by Luo Qi. Even though everyone had mentally prepared themselves, the moment they laid eyes on Wan Xiang, it starkly contrasted with their previous imaginings. He appeared too youthful. I can't believe he orchestrated all of this alone. What a handsome young man. Who would have thought he was already a father? A single father, no less. Could he possibly be responsible for this sequence of events by himself? It seems implausible. There must be some mistake. A small group began to murmur, while the majority opted for silence, as they noticed the child in Wan Xiang's arms had already fallen asleep. This very image allowed most people to release their previously held concerns. Wan Xiang's gentle demeanor, while holding the child, truly seemed disconnected from any hostile forces. After a nod from Gao Weimin, the chief engineer of the Supercomputing Center, Ding Chong, was the first to pose question. Are you Wan Xiang? Yes, hello, Professor Ding. Do you know me? Of course. You're a luminary in our nation's field of parallel computing. Wan Xiang replied respectfully. Everyone exchanged glances, further convinced that the young man before them was of commendable character. And allow me to ask you, regarding the incident 5 days ago when the Lake Light supercomputing server was compromised, was it your doing? Ding Chong's piercing gaze fixed firmly on Wan Xiang. He was keen to ascertain whether the organization that had engaged him in an intense, all-night duel on the server was indeed connected to the young man before him. It was I who orchestrated it. Who else is on your team? Just me. There's no one else. Ding Chong inhaled sharply, his mind racing. Was it possible that the entire technical defense confrontation that day had been conducted by a single individual? At that moment, Lu Jichong, A researcher from the supercomputing center could no longer contain himself. Impossible. Are you suggesting that during our 4-hour foundational confrontation, you were the sole opponent? Wan Xiang shifted slightly, and Wan Xiang gently caressed her back before responding, I assumed you were also just one person. A collective shock reverberated through the room, as if they had all been struck by a thunderbolt. This couldn't be true. Absolutely impossible. What about the firewall? This is a masterpiece crafted by our nation's computing experts over several years. How do you explain that? Lu Jichong pressed on, his tone more insistent. I have told you, it was solely my doing. I was the only one responsible. Wan Xiang sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the room. He realized he might have underestimated the gravity of his hacking activities. Perhaps he was teetering on the brink of severe repercussions. Lu Jichong was about to speak again when Ding Chong, standing behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder to silence him. Stop. We don't want to wake the child. After a brief pause, Ding Chong continued, his voice calm. What was your objective in commandeering our server's computational power? To conduct coupling calculations for nuclear fusion theory. Upon hearing this, the nuclear physics experts in the room stirred with excitement. Gao Weimin from the Long and Bureau seemed to connect the dots, stating, are you implying that you appropriated the supercomputing center's resources for nuclear fusion calculations, which you then forwarded to the Long Institute? Wan Xiang nodded, then shook his head slightly. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to call it appropriation. I had previously invested 1 million into it. Ding Chong acknowledged this with a nod, and silence enveloped the room. How can you prove that all of this was accomplished by you alone? As the primary authority of the Long and Bureau, Gao Weimin maintained a vigilant stance towards the truth, aware that he could not rely solely on one perspective. Chapter 19, One-Handed Demonstration. The expert team awaited Wan Xiang's response. Wan Xiang shifted in Wan Xiang's arms, and after she settled back into slumber, Wan Xiang said, please provide me with a connected computer. After a moment of silence, Ding Chong furrowed his brow, and then, that will suffice. Ding Chong, feeling perplexed, immediately raised his hand for Lu Jichong to prepare the equipment. After a while, a connected computer was set up in the conference room. Wan Xiang, cradling Wan Xingyu, approached the computer desk. Among the crowd, a middle-aged female researcher from the supercomputing center noticed Wan Xiang's predicament and promptly offered, shall I hold her for you? You gentlemen should not expect her to prove anything for you. The group suddenly realized that Wan Xiang had been bearing a sleeping child since his arrival, and a wave of shame washed over them. They had been so eager to verify that they had overlooked essential human considerations. Wan Xiang smiled warmly at the kind woman. Thank you, but it's fine. I can manage. It may take a bit of time, he explained. With his left hand holding the child and his right on the keyboard, he began to operate, but the one-handed efficiency was painfully slow, requiring him to frequently switch hands to maneuver the mouse. No worries, we have plenty of time. Ding Chong reassured as the main technical personnel from the supercomputing center gathered behind Wan Xiang, their gazes fixed on the screen, not daring to miss a single detail. Wan Xiang's fingers danced across the keyboard, and after a moment, expressions of unease began to surface among those behind him. What was that last step? Someone began to inquire. But Ding Chong gestured for silence. After another 2 minutes, many brows were furrowed in concentration, yet they remained silent. Even with one hand, Wan Xiang's operational efficiency was astonishing, rendering the supercomputing personnel unable to keep pace with his logic. What manner of sorcery is this? How can I not keep up with his rhythm? Liu Yiqiang mused, his brow knitted in disbelief. Others shared his astonishment. He was using only one hand. Don't tell me he was also operating with one hand when he faced our entire team that day. Good heavens, I feel utterly inadequate. Is there truly such a prodigy among us? Many behind Wan Xiang were on the verge of psychological collapse. The identity spoofing at the foundational access level. The logical nesting he employed would cause the firewall to enter an infinite loop within this deadlock statement. Ding Chong pondered, his mind racing as if he had unlocked a new realm of understanding. He marveled. What phishing, Trojan horses, viruses, or eavesdropping techniques are mere child's play compared to this? This is no simple firewall breach. It is as if he is toying with our firewall system, and through high-privilege identity spoofing, our system is compelled to treat him as an administrator. It was akin to being sold while aiding others in counting their coins. Ding Chong was the only one in the supercomputing center who could keep pace with Wan Xiang. It was him. He was the one who had breached the supercomputer's firewall that day. Suddenly, the supercomputing center was filled with a piercing alarm, and red warning lights flashed. All right, now my computer possesses the same highest privileges as the administrator, Wan Xiang announced, standing to allow space for the onlookers. At that moment, Wan Xingyu was startled awake by the blaring alarm, bursting into tears. I apologize. Could someone please silence the alarm? Wan Xiang requested of the earlier middle-aged female researcher. Of course. We wouldn't want to frighten the little one, she replied, hastily making her way towards the door. Within seconds, the jarring alarm ceased. What a lovely baby. She is about the same age as mine, the returning researcher remarked, bringing with her some fruits and snacks. Little one, Annie has some fruits and snacks for you. Which would you like first? She inquired, bending down. Seeing the treats, Wan Xing stammered through her sobs. I want them all. Hello, Teacher Wan. I am Pan Hong, a network engineer here. Pan Hong pondered for a moment, unsure of how to address the younger Wan Xiang, ultimately settling on this introduction. Should I call you brother, young man, Mr., or Engineer Wan? None of those seem quite right. Given Wan Xiang's displayed capabilities, Teacher felt most appropriate, as one can learn from anyone, regardless of age. Hello, Engineer Pan. I am Wan Xiang. Look at those men, still fixated on that computer, unwilling to relent. The little one must be hungry, Pan Hong observed as Wan Xing devoured the snacks. As a mother, she realized that dinner time had long since passed. How did Wan Xiang manage this? In this nesting, it's yet another vulnerability in our firewall system. Terrifying. He has breached our firewall in just 10 minutes. Truly a monster. I have never encountered such a nesting method. A throng of people remained glued to the computer screen. Gao Weiman from along in bureau, not fully grasping the technical intricacies, approached Ding Chong and inquired, how is it looking? Ding Chong nodded affirmatively, indeed. It mirrors the previous scenario. However, we had patched the last vulnerability, yet he has swiftly uncovered another flaw in our system. It seems our system has numerous issues. Ding Chong lamented. Indeed, Chief Engineer Ding, Wan Xiang explained, simultaneously attending to the little Wang Xingyu who had climbed onto the table. I have just patched several vulnerabilities I discovered and also enhanced the fire prevention measures. What? Ding Chong exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Jiqiang immediately conducted a thorough inspection. After a moment, he hastily confirmed, it's true, Teacher Ding. The vulnerabilities in several firewalls have already been rectified. In the conference room, the core technical staff of the Supercomputing Institute wore expressions of sheer disbelief, as if their entire worldview was being violently shaken. When did he do this? I barely blinked. He was simultaneously breaching our firewall system and fixing bugs. With one hand, no less. The onlookers stood agape, staring at Wan Xiang, who was diligently caring for the child, as if he were some sort of monster. After some time, the group gradually regained their composure. Gao Weimin and others redirected their attention back to Wan Xiang. They observed that Wang Xingyu, having tasted a piece of candy, was now filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar environment, beginning to explore her surroundings. With an array of electronic devices and switches present, Wan Xiang could only follow closely behind her, unable to let her out of his sight. Jiang Jining, the director of the Nuclear Physics Institute at Lonka Academy, took a couple of steps forward and articulated the urgent request from those behind him in the nuclear physics field to Director Gao. Should we not take Wan Xiang to our Lonka Academy now? Witnessing the immense benefits this young man was bringing to the Supercomputing Institute, the nuclear physics experts could no longer sit idly by. It's about time. The issues on the supercomputing side have been clarified. There are still several parameter questions we wish to inquire about from the fusion laboratory. Yes, indeed. Lonka Academy is also awaiting assistance. We also have a few queries we wish to discuss with this young scholar, Wan. An elder professor said, his face adorned with a smile. Several researchers behind Jiang Jining immediately stepped forward in agreement, eager to whisk Wan Xiang away. Go, go, go. You gentlemen are only focused on work. Can't you see the little one has been toiling all day and is now famished? What time is it now? You adults only need to consume a few lines of code, but the child cannot endure such strain. The middle-aged woman, Pan Hong, could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed. As a mother, her perspective was distinctly different from the others. This was precisely what Wan Xiang wished to express. In fact, he had already taken out his phone to order takeout. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Gao Weimin glanced at the time and immediately frowned. Unbeknownst to them, the day had slipped into the late hours, surpassing 9 o'clock. Only then did they realize the passage of time and finally acknowledge that Wan Xiang was accompanied by a child under 3 years of age. The nuclear physics experts who had previously made suggestions now felt a wave of shame wash over them and hastily changed their tune, insisting, let us eat first. Let's eat first. I've already ordered takeout myself. There are too many of you, and I didn't know how to ask earlier. Wan Xiang raised his phone to indicate. Gao Weimin exchanged glances with Ding Chong, signaling him, Old Ding, this is your domain. How do you propose we arrange this? With a slap to his forehead, Ding Chong exclaimed, what was I thinking? Wan Xiang, cancel the takeout. No, let them deliver it to the staff working overtime at the institute. Pan Hong, call back the cafeteria lady. Have her heat up the dishes for us. Pan Hong looked at Ding Chong in astonishment. Heat up the dishes? She doubted her hearing and questioned whether Ding Chong had lost his senses. The young man had not only identified several system vulnerabilities, but had also repaired them. This was equivalent to months of work in the institute, and you suggest merely heating up dishes for him? Pan Hong found it hard to voice such a thought, especially with so many esteemed guests present. Gao Weiman looked at Ding Chong with even greater incredulity, as if to say, "Are you joking with me?" Suddenly, Ding Chong realized something and slapped his forehead again. Ha ha, after such a long day, I'm all muddled. Fuminlu, it's on me. No one is allowed to compete with me. As he moved to stand up, Ding Chong approached Wang Xingyu, attempting to ingratiate himself. Today, I truly owe the child an apology. Come here and give Grandpa a hug. Your father has held you all day. It's time for him to take a break. Wang Xingyu ignored him and turned away. Let the aunt hold you. We'll go eat something delicious. The aunt has a big sister at home who is just your age, Pan Hong said, bending down with a warm smile. Wang Xingyu glanced up at Wan Xiang, and upon receiving a slight nod of approval from him, she opened her arms to Pan Hong. As Pan Hong lifted Wang Xingyu into her arms, she shot a glance at Ding Chong, playfully chiding. I'm not saying this to you, Ding Chong, but you've been dealing with computers for too long. Do you think a child will obey just because you issue a command? Girls are not programmed to follow logic. Ha ha ha, old Ding, Pan Hong speaks the truth. I notice your mind has become too programmed, calling the aunt back to heat up dishes. Jiang Jianing shook his head, mimicking Ding Chong's earlier tone. Ha ha ha, heat up dishes. We at Lonka Academy certainly cannot manage that. Several experts from Lonka Academy chimed in jest. The group erupted in laughter, their concerns for Ding Chong's emotional intelligence momentarily forgotten. Fuminlu, situated in Wuxi City, is a mid to high-end restaurant. On the third floor, for private rooms, adorned with traditional Chinese landscape screens, could be combined into a large banquet hall when the screens were removed. Ding Chong was in exceptionally high spirits today, emphatically expressing his desire for everyone to indulge in fine dining and drinking. He even specifically inquired about Wang Xingyu's culinary preferences, and after some deliberation, she requested a separate serving of stewed egg. In contrast, Wan Xiang felt a pang of discomfort. He typically only prepared a few home-cooked dishes and rarely had the chance to take Wang Xingyu out to eat, so the options she could choose from in her subconscious were quite limited. However, the sumptuous spread laid before them today did serve to awaken her taste buds. Before raising his glass, Ding Chong expressed heartfelt gratitude to Wan Xiang for his assistance in rectifying the Institute's system vulnerabilities, stating that in the future, should they require supercomputing resources, a simple notification would suffice. There was no need for him to infiltrate every time, as it would be too taxing on their hearts. During the course of dinner, Jiang Jianing learned that Wan Xiang had also paid a service fee of 1 million for computing power to provide Lonka Academy with the fusion model. He immediately asserted that this expense should be borne by Lonka Academy. Ding Chong vehemently rejected this proposal, asserting that he had already arranged for the finance department to issue a refund. Such an opportunity to test system vulnerabilities was invaluable and could not be purchased with money. Having filled her stomach, Wang Xingyu wandered around the room, but soon found nothing entertaining and thus nestled back into Wan Xiang's embrace, falling asleep. Observing this, the others felt it inappropriate to continue their discussions and decided to conclude the evening and return to the hotel. Mingchen Grand Hotel. In the lobby, Ding Chong grasped Wan Xiang's hand, reluctant to let go. Wan Xiang, old Ding, am growing older and often feel overwhelmed. If only I could be 20 years younger, I would still be able to compete with you. So, Ding Chong glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot and leaned closer to Wan Xiang's ear, whispering, I wish to have you stay at our supercomputing institute. You may set any conditions you desire, as long as it is within my means. Ding Chong assumed they were alone, but unbeknownst to him, Jiang Jianing had just emerged from the restroom behind them. What? Old Ding, that's rather underhanded, Jiang Jianing exclaimed, his temper flaring. The matter has yet to be settled. How can you make such a hasty decision? At the very least, we must report to the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Country, and Wan Xiang's talents extend far beyond just computing. The other members of the expert team, drawn in by the commotion, quickly gathered around. Upon learning that Ding Chong intended to force Wan Xiang to remain at the Supercomputing Institute, they immediately lost their composure. How can such an important matter be handled so carelessly? The development of the nuclear fusion model is a paramount issue concerning our nation's energy sector, someone exclaimed urgently. Indeed, we must recognize that the entire world is racing in this field. Even the slightest lapse could result in falling behind. We should prioritize talents like Wan Xiang for this domain. Jiang Jining directed the conversation towards a national perspective, and the experts in nuclear physics unanimously expressed their agreement. Sensing the support from the crowd, Jiang Jining pressed on, stating, "Thus, Wan Xiang should be entrusted to our Lonka Institute." "Yes, indeed, we concur." The others echoed in unison. "Wait, that's not right." Wu Zhengguang, the head of the physics department at Hucking University, initially joined the consensus, but soon redirected his focus towards Jiang Jining. "Ah, you clever old Jiang. I see what you're attempting. It's not just your Lonka Institute that can engage in nuclear fusion research. Hucking University also possesses profound expertise. I assert that it should come to us." Professor Lin Pinji from Kyoto University's Nuclear Technology Research Institute interjected, "I almost fell for your ploy, old Jiang. I must emphasize that our institute holds a significant position in the national nuclear physics field, rivaling yours. It is only fitting for it to be entrusted to Kyoto University." A middle-aged man with glasses and a neatly trimmed hairstyle raised his hand to quiet the crowd. All right, you all are academics. Yet, I must interject, when it comes to practical and applied research, who can compare to our long nuclear industry group? We have constructed and operated numerous nuclear power plants. No one has more practical experience than we do. Why should it be just you? We too have substantial research achievements in the nuclear energy sector in recent years. Why should it be only your institutions? Our Southwestern University is equally deserving of talent. A heated debate erupted among the elderly scholars and a few middle-aged individuals, resulting in chaos. After much contention, everyone turned their hopes towards Gao Weiman. "Director Gao, what are your thoughts on Wan Xiang's allocation? Which institution should it belong to?" The crowd posed the challenging question to him. Chapter 21, The Link of Communication, the Tokamak Manuscript. Gao Weiman observed the older experts surrounding him, their eyes demanding answers. He forced a smile and replied, "My role is merely to ensure everyone's safety. The future of Wan Xiang is not within my purview. You must direct your inquiries to the Science and Technology Headquarters." The group remained unconvinced and prepared to continue their argument. But Gao Weiman quickly dispersed them, citing confidentiality and security concerns. "Everyone, you've worked hard today. The security team has already checked your rooms. Please return and rest early. Tomorrow morning, we must hurry back to Kyoto, where Elder Yu and the personnel from the Science and Technology Headquarters are awaiting news at the Lonka Institute." In a spacious suite, several men in suits meticulously examined every corner of the room with their instruments. Wan Xiang, cradling the sleeping Wan Xingyu, awaited at the door. The lead, Luo Qi, approached Wan Xiang after receiving confirmation from his subordinates that everything was normal. "I apologize, Mr. Wan. The room has been inspected. Please take your child and rest." Wan Xiang nodded in gratitude. "By the way, Team Luo, what about my computer?" Wan Xiang inquired. "It is also undergoing a routine check. All research materials have been classified as S-level and will be delivered to you shortly. Also, do not use the network here. It is unsafe," Luo Qi emphasized. After ensuring Wan Xingyu was asleep, Wan Xiang entered the study where two staff members had already set up his old computer with a 7th-generation CPU on the desk. "Mr. Wan, we will be in the living room. Call us if anything arises." Wan Xiang felt a bit out of sorts. The two staff members sensed his confusion. "Mr. Wan, the Longan Bureau has temporarily classified you as an important security figure, so please understand." Wan Xiang nodded in comprehension and refrained from further comments. After dismissing the two, he promptly booted up the computer to verify that his tokamak research materials were intact. He then brewed a pot of tea and immersed himself in his studies. Through the research path of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the tokamak device is currently recognized as the most feasible solution. Most countries and research institutions have adopted this approach. Wan Xiang displayed several preliminary designs on the computer screen for comparison. In his mind, he continuously simulated and evaluated the scenarios. At that moment, an imaginary toroidal container took shape in Wan Xiang's mind, with a vacuum presumed at its center, surrounded by countless precision electromagnetic coils. The plasma inside restrained by the magnetic fields generated by the coils, moving in a regulated manner along the toroidal path. After a while, the container in his mind began to deform slightly due to high temperatures and localized instabilities in the magnetohydrodynamics, compounded by the inherent non-uniformity of the magnetic field, caused the uniform plasma ring within the vacuum tube to generate discordant particle collision flashes. Subsequently, as the plasma confinement gradually distorted, it began to interact with the walls of the container. Particles started to be lost, the container began to erode, and ultimately, the plasma ruptured, resulting in an explosion of the device. Boom! Wan Xiang jolted awake from his reverie, drenched in cold sweat. No. He shook his head and patted his temple. No matter how he designed it, this plasma creature resembling a donut could never be stably controlled. Wan Xiang felt a wave of frustration, slamming his hand on the desk with a loud bang. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Mr. Wan, is everything all right? Yes, everything's fine. Wan Xiang quickly reassured the security personnel stationed in the living room. Then, the security officer reported, Professor Jiang from the Lonka Institute is outside and wishes to see you. Quickly, please let Professor Jiang in. Wan Xiang responded hastily, curious as to why Jiang Jinning had come to see him at such a late hour. Leading Jiang Jinning into the study, he created a space for an open dialogue. I apologize for bothering you at such a late hour, Wan Xiang, Jiang Jinning began. It's no trouble. I'm accustomed to late nights and was just working on some research, Wan Xiang replied. Jiang Jinning smiled, showing concern. Young people must take care of their health. By the way, I looked into your personal situation. I heard that you were expelled from Lonka University 2 years ago due to a fight. Wan Xiang nodded, acknowledging this blemish on his record. Those scoundrels deserved it, Jiang Jinning exclaimed with some indignation. However, it is truly a loss for our educational system that a talent like you does not possess an academic background to match. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Jinning continued. I have already reported this to our Dean Ku. He has drafted an application report, which was submitted to Minister Dua at the Science and Technology headquarters tonight. I believe your academic status will be restored soon. As for whether it will be at Lonka University or transferred to our Lonka Institute, that decision will be made by the Science and Technology headquarters. Wan Xiang rose to express his gratitude. Since those thugs caused me to lose my studies, I have been disheartened for these past few years. If I could successfully restore my academic status and obtain a degree, securing a respectable job is undoubtedly feasible. And it would also be advantageous in the contest for custody of Xiaoyu. Wan Xiang is particularly concerned about this last point. Therefore, I hope you can return to work at our Lonka Institute, where we boast the finest research resources in the nation, ensuring that your talents are not squandered. Jiang Jian can express his intentions clearly. I will give it serious consideration. Wan Xiang muses, not outright declining, yet harboring some reservations. The issue of Wang Xingyu's schooling remains unresolved, and there is no residence or registration in Kyoto. Well, it is getting late, so I want to impose further. You and Xingyu have endured a long day. It's time to rest. Jiang Jian affectionately refers to Wang Xingyu as Xingyu. After speaking, Jiang Jian rises, prepared to depart, when he inadvertently glances at the scrap paper on the desk, frowning momentarily in recognition. He then inquires, aside from the theoretical model of nuclear fusion, what else are you researching? The tokamak device. What? The tokamak device? Indeed. What are your research conditions? This falls under applied research, which is markedly different from theoretical studies and requires substantial resources. This is not a domain for an individual researcher. Jiang Jian is astonished by Wan Xiang's dedication, feeling a hint of admiration. Yet, he instinctively believes that Wan Xiang's research must be limited to conceptual stages. You are correct. It is indeed so. That is why I've been struggling with the proposal. Wan Xiang smiles. Jiang Jian exhales, pats Wan Xiang on the shoulder, and says meaningfully, therefore, Wan Xiang, you must join our Lonka Institute. We can provide the conditions for you to fully unleash your talents. Wan Xiang expresses his gratitude, but remains hesitant about moving to Kyoto. Hence does not convey a definitive response to Jiang Jian. Intrigued by Wan Xiang's expertise in nuclear fusion theory, Jiang Jian, before leaving, proposes that Wan Xiang take a few discarded tokamak device draft plans with him as a means for future dialogue. Wan Xiang does not refuse. As they are merely proposals, he is already dismissed. However, Jiang Jian perceives that for an individual lacking research resources, achieving substantial results in such a cutting-edge topic as the tokamak device is implausible. Chapter 22. A novel nuclear fusion device. After bidding farewell to Jiang Jian, Wan Xiang returns to his study. Sitting before his computer, lighting a cigarette, he gazes out at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, retreating into his mental space. Within the technological matrix of his mind, countless minute white dots twinkle, each representing a point of technology. Wan Xiang understands that the conceptual framework for creating the tokamak device resides here, requiring meticulous untangling and reconstruction to innovate. His attention is captivated by the directional prompt on the development path. Develop a controlled nuclear fusion device. After a considerable time, Wan Xiang's pupils narrow slightly, as if grasping an epiphany. Why must a controlled nuclear fusion device necessarily be a tokamak device? In truth, there are various forms of plasma confinement, such as inertial confinement or magnetic confinement. The challenge lies in using electromagnetic fields to contain plasma at temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions while maintaining precise control. This is akin to using marionette strings to manipulate a ferocious beast. Furthermore, why must it be circular? Having mastered the theoretical model of nuclear fusion, Wan Xiang is entirely capable of exploring new avenues. His thoughts drift back to his hypothetical space, envisioning replacing the electromagnetic wire materials in the original design with permanent magnet materials and adjusting the plasma confinement shape to spherical, thereby achieving absolute symmetry and ensuring uniform magnetic field strength. Wan Xiang furrows his brow as his mind races. Countries worldwide measure the performance of fusion devices by the duration of plasma confinement. However, disregarding the temperature and density of the confined plasma, merely extending confinement time holds little significance. This is dictated by the Lawson triple product. Considering that no materials currently exist on Earth capable of withstanding fusion temperatures for extended periods, Wan Xiang incorporates a laser ignition pulse device within the sphere to manage temperature control. Replacing the filter, in his hypothetical space, he forcefully advances the improvements for the nuclear fusion device, gradually shaping a spherical fusion apparatus. As the laser pulse igniter activates, the internal azure glow of the fusion device pulsates rhythmically, resembling a luminous heart. Unaware of the confinement anomalies, Wan Xiang increases the pulse frequency, causing the spherical fusion device to emit a dazzling light. His pupils constrict, and a smile involuntarily graces his lips. No problem. No problem. Everything is functioning normally. Logically, it all holds together. The laser pulse spherical fusion stellarator. Wan Xiang names the reconstructed fusion device in his mind based on its principles and form. Suddenly, he downs a pot of strong tea, fingers flying across the keyboard, transmuting his cerebral visions into executable design plans. Mingchen Grand Hotel to ensure the safety of the various national-level scientific professionals checking in tonight. Security personnel from the Longan Bureau patrol tirelessly outside the hotel, ensuring no suspicious individuals enter. However, the experts from various research institutions residing within the hotel do not seem inclined to rest after returning to their rooms. The day's events leave them unsettled. A prodigious young talent is an irresistible presence for all research institutions and universities. Moreover, the heated debate in the lobby instills a sense of urgency in everyone. After locking his door and drawing the curtains, Wu Jingguang, the head of the physics department at Huaqing University, mutters to himself in frustration, Old fox, the Lonka Institute is truly a cunning entity, already plotting to poach talent. How brazen. This is outrageous. The matter is not yet settled. Noticing the time, nearing midnight, Wu Jingguang paces back and forth in his room, hands on his hips, ultimately unable to suppress the impulse to call Qing Jinyu, the president of Huaqing University. After several rings, the call connects. Wu Jingguang quickly summarizes the day's events to Qing Jinyu, emphasizing that the Lonka Institute has already initiated a talent recruitment plan. Qing Jinyu, who is on the verge of sleep, instantly awakens. What? Is this absolutely true? That young man named Wan Xiang really breached the Supercomputing Institute server in just 5 minutes? Qing Jinyu is well aware of the formidable strength of the firewall protecting the Dahuji Guang supercomputer. After all, Huaqing University ranks among the world's top institutions in computer science, and the university's Turing team was involved in the system and firewall construction of the Dahuji Guang supercomputer. If someone could breach it in 5 minutes, wouldn't that mean humiliating the Turing team, a pride of the computer science department? What other explanation could there be for such brilliance? I swear on my reputation. I was standing right there, witnessing everything. You can't imagine how old Ding looked after a few drinks, practically wanting to adopt that genius as his godson. Wu Jingguang describes with fervor how Ding Chong was enamored with Wan Xiang after their meal. Taking a breath, Wu Jingguang continues his report. The Lonka Institute is being utterly ruthless. They are actively pursuing talent. If not for the presence of other institutions' personnel, they would have succeeded today. On the other end of the phone, Qing Jinyu's heavy breathing resonates. And after a moment of silence, he finally speaks. The rumors seem to be true. This afternoon, the Science and Technology Bureau announced an urgent internal meeting regarding a significant breakthrough in fusion theory. After a brief silence, Qing Jinyu declared, "All right, old Wu, I will handle the subsequent matters. We at Huqing University are determined to secure this individual." Just a wall apart, Lin Pinji, the chief expert at the Kyoto University Nuclear Technology Research Institute, who has entered his 70s, immediately retreated to his room to take 2 anti-hypertensive pills, muttering in indignation. A group of disrespectful youngsters. In terms of experience, you are all my juniors, and yet you dare to contradict me. This infuriates me. Kyoto University has never lacked for talent. Without waiting for his blood pressure to stabilize, Lin Pinji urgently contacted the head of Kyoto University, Zun Chongshan. to express his intention to activate the university's highest-level talent recruitment plan. He spoke with a tone of veiled threat, stating that if this individual could not be brought to Kyoto University, he would submit his retirement application on the spot. Meanwhile, Wan Xiang, the chairman of Longhe Industrial Group, was not idle either. Upon returning to his suite with his assistant, he removed his suit jacket and loosened his tie. With a commanding tone, he instructed his assistant, Xiao Lu, immediately summon an online board meeting. All board members and senior executives must be online within 5 minutes. No excuses. This concerns the future development of our group for decades to come. 5 minutes later, a high-level meeting of the Longhe Industrial Group convened online. After 10 minutes of deliberation, Wang Hao's proposal to recruit talent at the highest salary in the group's history was unanimously approved. Simultaneously, representatives of other universities and research institutions were also active, urgently contacting their superiors. As seasoned experts in the field of scientific research, they understood well what a genius represented. Although many were reluctant to admit that personal heroism existed in the realm of scientific inquiry, it was undeniable that many great discoveries were often accompanied by the flashes of brilliance from exceptional individuals. Newton with gravity, Einstein with relativity, Tesla with alternating current. This young talent they had encountered today could very well belong to this esteemed category. Emerging from his room, Jiang Jining began to anticipate the remarkable advancements that would transpire at the Nuclear Physics Research Institute once Wan Xiang arrived at Longhe Institute. Perhaps in his lifetime, he would indeed have the opportunity to witness the historic moment when humanity masters controllable nuclear fusion technology. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Jining performed a quick wash and leaned against the headboard, pulling out several tokamak design manuscripts borrowed from Wan Xiang. For someone of his age, insomnia was a frequent affliction, and he enjoyed reading scientific papers as a means to facilitate sleep. These manuscripts were intended as pre-bedtime reading to provide him with topics for further discussions with Wan Xiang in their professional field. He donned his reading glasses and settled under the bedside lamp. Under its illumination, a series of exquisitely drawn tokamak design plans unfolded before Jiang Jining. This set of plans is astonishingly identical to our East device design. Jiang Jining's brow furrowed in sudden intensity, deep lines forming on his forehead. The manuscripts fluttered by one after another, and Jiang Jining was astounded to discover that these were not mere conceptual sketches, but rather detailed designs with absolute practical significance. No, the subsequent plans have undergone even more refined improvements. This biased filter design has perfectly addressed the plasma adhesion issues we currently face. The calm demeanor Jiang Jining had managed to cultivate began to surge once more, his hands trembling as he held the manuscripts. As the head of the High Energy Ion Research Institute at Longhe, he was acutely aware of the current state of tokamak device research in the country. At this realization, sleep was the farthest thing from his mind. He immediately sat up at his vanity, frowning deeply as he immersed himself in research throughout the night. The next day, due to the weariness from travel and the previous night's fervent efforts, Wan Xiang and Wan Xingyu had indulged in a well-deserved sleep-in. Wan Xiang awoke to find it nearly noon, 3 hours past their scheduled departure time of 9 a.m. Glancing at his phone, he noted a lack of urgent missed calls. He opened the door and inquired with the security personnel stationed outside. The officer informed him that several individuals, including Gao Zhu, Jiang Suo, and Ding Suo, had visited earlier, stating that the departure time was contingent upon the father-daughter duo. Feeling somewhat guilty for making so many elders wait, Wan Xiang hastily drew back the curtains to let the sunlight flood the room. He playfully patted Wan Xingyu on the backside and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "Little you, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside." Wan Xingyu squirmed, adjusting her position to shield her eyes from the sun, and continued to doze. "Little you, rise and shine. There's sesame balls, steamed buns, marinated eggs, and ice cream waiting for you." "Ice cream?" Wan Xiang recited a list of treats the little one adored, and upon hearing ice cream, Wan Xingyu stirred, rubbing her eyes and sleepily asking where the ice cream was. Chapter 23. A Generational Relay. Using the promise of ice cream, Wan Xiang successfully coaxed Wan Xingyu from her slumber. The prospect of that delightful treat ignited an undeniable motivation within her, and with Wan Xiang's assistance, she swiftly completed her morning routine. After dressing Wan Xingyu, he scooped her up with one arm and pushed the door open. Guided by the hotel staff, they made their way to the breakfast area. Inside, the expert team from the previous day had already filled their bellies and were scattered throughout the dining area, engaging in discussions on various academic matters. Typically, these eminent figures, each burdened with multiple research projects, had little leisure time for casual conversation. However, Today was a rare opportunity for them to enjoy a leisurely morning while awaiting the young father-daughter pair to rise for breakfast. Upon seeing Wan Xiang and Wan Xingyu enter the dining room, everyone waved and greeted them warmly. "Did you sleep well last night, Wan Xiang?" Ding Chong from the Supercomputing Institute approached. Yes, the hotel was very quiet, and Xingyu had a rare, uninterrupted sleep. "Thank you for the arrangements, Engineer Ding. And sorry for keeping you all waiting. Don't mention it. Go enjoy your breakfast. I had the hotel set aside a table, just for you." Ding Chong pointed to a reserved table. All right. The dining area was filled with smiles directed at Wan Xiang and Wan Xingyu as they sat down at the reserved table. The server promptly presented an array of dishes, a delightful mix of savory and sweet, alongside fruits and beverages. Wan Xingyu, with her delicate arms resting on the table, stood on her chair, her wide eyes scanning the offerings before her. "But where's the ice cream? It's not healthy to have ice cream for breakfast." Wan Xiang placed a golden bun on her plate. "I only want ice cream." Wan Xingyu pouted, her displeasure evident as her brows knitted together. She immediately felt deceived. "How about we finish breakfast first, and then I'll take you to buy some, all right?" "No, I want it now." Wan Xiang had anticipated her unwavering obsession with ice cream and regretted using sweets as a lure to rouse her from sleep. He summoned the server to inquire and confirmed that there was indeed no ice cream available at the restaurant. Wan Xiang turned to his little one and explained, "See, it's not that Daddy doesn't want to buy it. There's simply none here." Unbeknownst to anyone, Wan Xingyu suddenly pouted and sulked, resting her chin on the dining table in silence. Regardless of Wan Xiang's attempts to coax her, she remained resolutely unresponsive. It seemed that a woman's temper was ingrained in her very essence, leaving Wan Xiang in a state of bemused helplessness. However, he did not indulge her. Instead, he began to eat, knowing that she would eventually relent when hunger struck. Before long, Wu Jingguang, the head of the physics department at Hucking University, leaned in with a warm smile and asked Little Yu what does Grandpa have in his hand. Raising her head slightly, Wan Xingyu caught sight of the pink popsicle in Wu Jingguang's grasp, but she ignored it and returned to her sulking position, wearing a disgruntled expression. "Do you not like it? This is a popsicle, not ice cream," Wu Jingguang remarked. Wan Xingyu turned her head away defiantly. Wan Xiang quickly interjected. "The popsicles that Grandpa Wu bought are just as delicious as ice cream." "Umph." Wan Xingyu continued to turn her head. "My apologies, Mr. Wu. The child is simply throwing a tantrum. Please disregard her, and she will be fine in a moment," Wan Xiang said, offering a resigned apology to Wu Jingguang. Wu Jingguang waved his hand dismissively, his smile still kind. "It's quite all right, she is just a child." At this moment, the previously lively conversations among the various esteemed experts at the table came to an abrupt halt, all eyes now fixed intently on Wu Jingguang. A female professor from Chuanan University cast a sly glance, noting the cunning maneuver of using a child to curry favor. "Offering flattery with no intent is either deceitful or underhanded," remarked a professor from Jiangxi University with a scoff. An elderly gentleman from Huazhong University stroked his beard and mused, "Truly, this is a man of deep strategy. I am most impressed." An old man in a Zhongshan suit from Urban University adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The speed of this calculation is akin to that of a rocket." After a while, having finished his meal, Wan Xiang requested the waiter to pack up the leftover 2 slices of bread and an egg. Gao Weiman noted that it was time to depart and informed everyone to prepare for the journey. "Where are the old Jiang and old Lin from Long-Ku University?" "They were just here," someone remarked, as 2 individuals were noticed missing from the restaurant. Just then, Jiang Jinning appeared at the stairwell, while Lin Pinji emerged from the elevator, both presenting themselves to the crowd. Jiang Jinning held a cone of pink ice cream, while Lin Pinji clutched a cup of ice cream. They exchanged surprised glances, their faces betraying a mix of wariness, astonishment, and embarrassment. The sight elicited a commotion among the onlookers, many casting disapproving glares at the two, their expressions rife with hostility. "Old foxes, both of them. Utterly shameless. I must commend your cunning," someone remarked. Gao Weiman chuckled wryly and shook his head at the duo, realizing that these seemingly serious experts were quite adept at navigating social intricacies. As the interlude concluded, everyone boarded the private plane bound for Kyoto Long-Ku Institute. On the flight, Wan Xiang shared Wan Xingyu's popsicle, and once she had finished it, her mood lifted considerably as she gazed out the window, watching the landscapes change. Arriving at Long-Ku Institute's Exploration Hall, a circular conference room welcomed the attendees. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of an elderly gentleman seated in a wheelchair at the center, a white-coated medical staff member standing behind him. Beside him stood Ku Zhongshan, the president of Long-Ku Institute. "Mr. Yu, you have arrived," the crowd exclaimed as they saw the venerable Yu Quan, immediately standing upright to bow in respect. The room fell silent. Yuquan slowly raised his right hand in a gentle wave, his face beaming with warmth. Among the crowd, a young man, markedly younger than the others, held a small child in his right arm. Guided by Gao Weimin and Jiang Jining, he approached Yuquan. Wan Xiang recognized him instantly. He was a figure immortalized in textbooks, and a wave of admiration surged within him. He promptly set Wan Xingyu down and bowed, respectfully addressing, "Greetings, teacher Yu. How lovely it is to see such youth," Yuquan replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at the vibrant Wan Xiang, nodding repeatedly. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Xingyu, quickly greet your great-grandfather." Wan Xiang gently patted Wan Xingyu's head. Sensing the moment, she displayed an unusual calmness. Turning to the elderly man in the wheelchair and saying in a soft voice, "Great-grandfather, hello." Good. Yugoslavia quan respunda, grinning. Observing the child at his feet, he raised his hand slightly, prompting Wan Xingyu to obediently step closer. Yuquan affectionately patted her head, his smile growing ever more endearing. "One must establish a family before pursuing a career. This is wonderful. I am growing old, and the future of the nation will depend on young people like you." Yuquan's eyes, now somewhat clouded, gazed into Wan Xiang's bright, clear ones, reflecting both self-pity and a sense of entrustment. Wan Xiang felt his own resolve solidify. Then Yuquan turned to him, stating, "Your fusion theory aligns perfectly with all our current test results. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Your theory has withstood the test of practice." After a brief pause, Yuquan continued, "Now, how do we transform theoretical wisdom into practical tools? I believe no one is more suited than you, Wan Xiang. Please introduce your theory to everyone." With that, Yuquan looked at Wan Xiang expectantly, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The medical staff member standing behind him leaned in, concerned for Yuquan's health. He gestured dismissively, indicating he was fine. Yuquan's speech was slow and soft, yet in the vast hall, one could hear a pin drop as all listened intently. "Certainly, teacher Yu. I will ensure that it exerts its utmost power across the vast land of Shenzhou." Wan Xiang responded earnestly, as his words echoed in the hall. The esteemed experts and professors of nuclear physics in Longhua cast their eyes upon him with renewed vigor. "Well said. With such a genius, our nation shall thrive. The fusion sun shall surely first be born in our land, benefiting the entire world. No, all of humanity." Upon receiving Wan Xiang's affirmative reply, Yuquan finally wore a satisfied smile. Subsequently, the staff handed the central reporting podium over to Wan Xiang for his academic presentation on the grand model of fusion. Due to health reasons, Yuquan departed early, and the nurse pushing his wheelchair questioned him with curiosity. "Do you not wish to hear the young man's presentation?" It was indeed puzzling, considering Yuquan's entire life revolved around nuclear physics, yet he chose to leave at this moment. "Yugoslavia quan shuklat hartili." His words are sufficient for me. The backbone of the nation relies on the relay of generations. And I am old now. Chapter 24, The Gathering of Giants. In the Exploration Hall's circular conference room, under the direction of Ke Zhongshan, the president of Long Ku Institute, Wan Xiang fulfilled his earlier promise to Yuquan. He meticulously conveyed the fusion theory, refined and synthesized from the system, leaving no stone unturned in his exposition. Through this most straightforward approach, he aimed to swiftly disseminate the theory throughout the entirety of Longhua's nuclear physics domain. Unreservedly, it could be said that following this meeting, the foundational theories of nuclear fusion in Longhua would advance by 2 decades, given that the presentation was lengthy and somewhat tedious. Ke Zhongshan arranged for a doctoral student from the institute to look after Wan Xingyu during the proceedings. Outside the conference room, Lu Ting strolled with Wan Xingyu from the Dragon Science Institute to the playground, where Wan Xingyu's attention was captivated by a garden equipped with fitness equipment for the elderly. Curiosity piqued, Wan Xingyu eagerly climbed and played with various exercise machines designed for seniors. To ensure Wan Xingyu's safety, Lu Ting, a novice in childcare, felt compelled to closely follow, anxious that the child entrusted to her care by the esteemed director might encounter any mishap. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon checking, she noticed it was Chunyan from a research group calling. "Hello, Lu Ting. I haven't seen you in the studio. Where have you been? We have a paper due in a couple of days. Have you finished yours?" Chunyan's voice was filled with confusion, as the deadline for submitting their final doctoral dissertation was less than 2 weeks away, and the members of their research group had been burning the midnight oil. Moreover, the rigorous standards for doctoral theses at the Dragon Science Institute were notoriously daunting, with many senior colleagues still struggling to graduate after years of effort. How can I not be anxious? I'm practically beside myself. I just discovered a critical flaw in my paper and am agonizing over how to revise it. To make matters worse, I ran into Dean Ku on my way to the restroom, and he insisted I help look after a child for an expert from another institution. Lu Ting lamented. A sigh emanated from the other end of the line. Ah, you really are having a rough time. Indeed, my advisor has been preoccupied with having a second child, leaving me with no guidance, which is why I was compelled to seek refuge in Dean Ku's group. He certainly cannot dedicate the same attention to me as he does to his esteemed disciples. Lu Ting replied with a hint of resignation. I feel like an orphan, left to fate. Chen Yin expressed sympathy for Lu Ting's predicament. I haven't managed to finalize my own paper either. Otherwise, I would love to assist you. Don't worry about it. Chen Yan, I understand. You focus on your work. I believe my little benefactor here is hungry, so I must take her to eat something. Lu Ting responded, noticing Wan Xiang had just dismounted from the swing, eagerly eyeing passers-by, indulging in grilled sausages. Are you hungry, little Rain? Lu Ting inquired. Then let us go get you something to eat, Lu Ting said. Yay, thank you, Aunt Lu. It's sister, Wan Xiang exclaimed, raising her tiny fist in joy. Lu Ting smiled, reflecting on the simplicity of a child's happiness. Once upon a time, she too had possessed such an innate joy, now seemingly lost amidst the relentless competition for publishing and securing research funding, her pure love for science gradually fading from her original intentions. Determined, Lu Ting resolved to embrace a simpler existence for the day, akin to that of 3-year-old Lu. Thus, she produced her meal card and took Wan Xiang by the hand, leading her toward the canteen of the Dragon Science Institute. Meanwhile, within the Discovery Hall, as Wan Xiang completed the final step of the multi-field coupling logic, the vast theoretical framework of the nuclear fusion model was unveiled before the audience. Instantly, a myriad of expressions filled the room, reflecting complex emotions. Some were astonished, resting their chins on their hands, eyes glued to the projection screen that covered an entire wall, their chests heaving with excitement. A monumental achievement. Our nation has advanced 2 decades in nuclear fusion theory. To witness this report in my lifetime is sufficient. I shall have no regrets. At last, my doubts have been dispelled. I propose that this grand model theory be classified at the highest level of secrecy. Some experts frowned, their thoughts caught on a particular aspect of the presentation, brows furrowing. How astonishing. How did you conceive of this step? I want to slice open that young genius's brain for study. Conversely, others appeared pained, feeling overwhelmed and inadequate, unable to grasp the depth of the presentation, struggling to reconcile their own limitations with the gravity of such a confidential meeting. A few were engulfed in a sense of disorientation, realizing that their lifelong academic aspirations had been effortlessly eclipsed by a mere 20-something. What could I possibly contribute now? Clarity dawned, and with it, a sense of finality. Some contemplated retirement. Applause erupted in the hall as the director of the Dragon Science Institute, Kujing Shan, rose to his feet, clapping vigorously. The applause cascaded like a torrential downpour, with everyone in attendance rising, the sound echoing for an extended duration. Outside the conference building, a stir arose at the Dragon Science Institute. Several black sedans screeched to a halt outside the conference venue. As the doors swung open, individuals hurriedly exited and rushed into the building. Observers, including students and staff passing by, were taken aback by this unexpected scene. Amid the crowd, someone pointed in astonishment at a man in a brown jacket at the forefront. Look, that's the president of Harbin University, Zheng Hai. What brings him here? Wait, isn't that the president of Huaqing University, Qing Jinyu? Wow, it truly is President Qing. What a rare sight. Today, 2 leaders from the top universities of our nation have arrived. There are so many men in black around the institute today. Hey, that's Yongnan, the president of Southwest University. What's going on today? I saw several eminent scholars at the Dragon Science Institute this morning, and now the heads of major universities are here. What is happening? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Respectable figures. The president of Kyoto University. As Zun Chongshan exited his vehicle, he quickly joined the leaders of Harbin University and Huaqing University at the entrance of the conference building, entangled with staff from the Longan Bureau. Furrowing his brow, he internally scoffed at the seasoned old foxes drawn by the scent of opportunity. Suddenly, a luxurious coach rolled into the parking lot in front of the conference building. The lot, already congested with vehicles of all sizes, had made the surrounding roads somewhat crowded. As the doors of the luxurious bus swung open, Wang Hao, chairman of the Long Nuclear Industry Group, disembarked with several key technical personnel, swiftly converging outside the conference building. Long Nuclear Industry Group? Someone recognized the emblem on the bus. Am I seeing things? Look over there. ISNT, that's Xia Jun, the president of Huaxia University of Science and Technology. This is madness. What significant event is taking place today? Just as the crowd was grappling with their astonishment, Another bus parked horizontally at the entrance of the conference building. The doors opened, and a solemn elderly man stepped out briskly, heading straight for the conference doors, with accompanying personnel hastily following behind. Chun Kemming, the director of the Science and Technology Bureau. Isn't that Director Chun from the Science and Technology Bureau? What brings him here? Today, all the prominent figures usually seen only on television news were present. What monumental event is unfolding? Chapter 25, No More Pretense. The reveal. Within the Discovery Hall, the nuclear fusion model unveiled by Wan Xiang was so groundbreaking and significant that several leading experts immediately urged Gao Weimin to elevate the meeting's content to a top-secret classification. This proposal quickly garnered unanimous support from all expert teams present, with demands for immediate execution. Although Gao Weimin, the director of the Longan Bureau, was not from the field of nuclear physics, he understood the implications of this theory. Mastery of such a theory bears profound consequences for national energy security, economic development, environmental protection, and the global energy landscape. Should this information be disclosed, one would undoubtedly become a historical transgressor. Contemplating this, Gao Weimin dared not hesitate for a moment and promptly declared that the confidentiality level of the meeting was elevated to top secret. Everyone must exit through this door. Without approval, absolute confidentiality regarding the fusion model theory and the true identity of Wan Xiang must be maintained. The security level of the Lonka Institute was instantly heightened. Several nearby roads leading to the venue were swiftly barricaded to restrict access. Numerous personnel already working or studying at the Lonka Institute were instructed to keep their distance from the conference building. Those who had taken photographs were subjected to inquiries and deletion of their images. Luo Qi, responsible for executing the security task within the hall, entered and swiftly approached Gao Weimin to whisper. Luo Qi reported the occurrences outside the conference building to Gao Weimin, who frowned slightly at the rapid admission of their superior. No one else, lacking the requisite top-secret clearance, was to be allowed entry. Understood. As soon as he spoke, a commotion erupted outside. Leading the charge was Chun Kemming, director of the Science and Technology Bureau, whose expression was grave as he strode purposefully forward, flanked by heads of various research institutions and universities. Upon entering, Chun Kemming's gaze quickly fixated on Wan Xiang, whose age starkly contrasted with the others, revealing a look of astonishment upon his serious countenance. Wan Xiang stood calmly at the podium, the backdrop adorned with an array of intricate formulas. He seems rather youthful, Chun Kemming gasped. The leaders from various universities and research institutions wore expressions that reflected shock and skepticism. Impossible. He should still be in university. Soon, however, their eyes were drawn to the wall behind Wan Xiang, covered in derivation formulas. Everyone's gaze sharpened, casting aside their doubts. The individual on stage was undoubtedly the genius they had come to find. Experts in the hall rushed to find their respective superiors, whispering amongst themselves. The verification has been approved. We must secure this young talent at any cost. It concerns the future development of our institution for decades to come. Our esteemed institution must acquire this prodigy, who is indeed a rare talent. The opportunity for our Long Nuclear Industrial Group to become the first in the world to master controllable nuclear fusion technology and achieve everlasting fame lies here. Gao Weimin took on the role of introducer, summoning Wan Xiang over to introduce him to Chun Kemming. Wan Xiang, allow me to introduce you to Chun Kemming, the director of the Science and Technology Bureau. Old Chun, this is Wan Xiang, the founder of the grand theory of fusion. Wan Xiang stepped forward, greeting, hello, Director Chun. Chun Kemming scrutinized him closely, extending his hand for a firm shake, affirming yes, 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 a remarkable figure indeed. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I have already familiarized myself with the situation on my way here. Such a young talent must not be overlooked. The Education Bureau has already granted special approval for your reinstatement of student status. Pausing, Chun Kemming continued, now, Wan Xiang, with your expertise and interests, what are your plans moving forward? I will personally assist you in coordinating with any research institution in our nation. Chun Kemming earnestly patted his chest. Instantly, the heads of several universities who had rushed in displayed a change in expression, comprehending the implications. This meant Wan Xiang could choose freely, and they would compete. All eyes turned warily toward one another. Zheng Jinyu, the president of Hucking University, the top-ranked institution in the Dragon Kingdom, was the first to step forward, stating solemnly, Wan Xiang, come to Hucking University. I have prepared a dedicated laboratory for you. Upon your arrival, you will be directly awarded the title of professor, and you can select team members from any of our first-tier professors. As Zheng Jinyu's words fell, the countenances of the other heads grew stern. This was a direct power play. Too ruthless. Such an offer was beyond the reach of many esteemed professors who had labored their entire lives. A first-tier professorship. This was only a step below the status of a national scholar. The others regarded Zheng Jinyu with hostility, astonished by his boldness. Zheng Jinyu raised 2 fingers, prompting puzzled looks from the crowd, and slowly declared, 200 million. I have prepared 200 million in research funding for you, which you may allocate at your discretion without the need for reporting. What? 200 million in startup funding. 200 million at your disposal. Even some top-tier schools do not possess such funding for an entire year. Old Zheng is too ruthless. He had nearly exhausted all his privileges. Yamazaki, president of Kyoto University, glared at Zheng Jinyu with a knife-like gaze. Observing the various expressions of anger and frustration among the others, Zheng Jinyu's lips curled upward, evidently pleased with the effectiveness of his preemptive strike. After a brief silence, Yamazaki clenched his teeth and stepped forward to Wan Xiang, stating, "What Hucking can offer you, Kyoto University can match. Additionally, we will establish an independent college for you, creating a fusion Wan Xiang class to recruit numerous talents." Pausing, Yamazaki raised 4 fingers asserting, 400 million. If that is insufficient, we can apply for more. I can also allocate from my personal research funding. Do you think you, Yamazaki, can just issue Wan Xiang an empty promise? If it hinders his subsequent research, who will take responsibility? Zheng Jinyu countered vehemently. Both were of equal standing, and Zheng Jinyu was well aware of the limits of the other. You needn't worry about that. We will devise a financial savings plan and halt some less valuable projects. It can be done. This leaves no room for negotiation, Zheng Jinyu thought, displeased. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wang Hao, chairman of Long Nuclear Industrial Group, who raised his hand. Enough. If you too wish to play this game, Long Nuclear Group will not indulge you. Wan Xiang, we have over 5 billion in idle funds on our books. If you need to build a laboratory or recruit a talent team, feel free to ask. Furthermore, unlike those 2 universities, we are practitioners in the field. We can directly apply your theories to practice, and any future profits can be shared. Wang Hao wore a smug smile, for in terms of material conditions, no university could rival a nuclear energy enterprise. The atmosphere in the room reached a crescendo. This was a bold declaration, shedding pretense, leaving the other universities and institutions with little motivation to compete, merely expressing their willingness to accommodate Wan Xiang's research needs and extending sincere invitations. Just as everyone turned their gaze toward Wan Xiang to see how he would choose, Ke Zhongshan, president of the Lonka Institute, finally smiled and spoke. Wan Xiang, your student status has been reinstated at Lonka University. We are brother institutions. In a few days, we will organize your degree conferral. As for research funding and teams, at Lonka Institute, we dare not claim to be first, but we certainly rank second. Pausing, Ke Zhongshan added with a gentle smile, additionally, Xiaoyu will soon be starting kindergarten. I've taken the liberty of registering her at the affiliated kindergarten of Lonka Institute. You will shine and thrive here while conveniently caring for Xiaoyu. I can personally assist in her pick-up and drop-off. As Ke Zhongshan's words concluded, the room erupted in commotion. What? What did you say, Ke Zhongshan? You are simply shameless. Old Ku, please repeat that. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes betraying thoughts of violence that could no longer be concealed. The crowd immediately surged around, erupting into a cacophony of voices. Chapter 26. Full Cooperation. By heavens, that old rascal. How shameless, how utterly disgraceful. I have never encountered such audacity, yet today, at the Lonka Institute, I bear witness to it. Despicable, simply despicable to target a child. This is akin to the act of holding an emperor in thrall to command the lords. Old Ku, I never anticipated you to be such a cunning fox. Despite the crowd's vehement criticisms of Ke Zhongshan's actions, he maintained an unflappable demeanor, grinning silently. Suddenly, Qing Jinyu seemed to have an epiphany and questioned, where did your Lonka Institute procure an affiliated kindergarten? Ke Zhongshan replied with a faint smile, his lips curling slightly. I just had a word with Old Gui yesterday. What? Old Gui? Minister of Education Gui Shuyuan? Shang Songshan pressed on. Kiskiviko Diangshan nodded. Truly a master strategist. Qing Jinyu gritted his teeth. Even if you manage the kindergarten, what about the elementary, middle, and high schools? The educational foundation of Hucking affiliated primary and secondary schools is unparalleled by your Lonka University. As for Kyoto University, its affiliated institutions are not to be trifled with. Henceforth, the education of Wan Xiang's daughter will be best entrusted to my Kyoto affiliated schools. Shang Songshan echoed Qing Jinyu, aligning with him in an unusual display of unity to thwart Ke Zhongshan's ambitions regarding Wan Xiang. Wang Hao from the Lonka Industrial Group shook his head in exasperation. Just a bunch of old foxes. At that moment, Wang Hao felt a sense of helplessness, possessing wealth yet unable to utilize it. He knew it was impossible to swiftly establish a complete education system from kindergarten to high school that exceeded their capabilities. Ku Zhongshan, still wearing a smug smile, interjected, "Our Lonka Institute is more than willing to continue developing affiliated primary and secondary schools. After all, we are capable of handling it." You. The crowd felt as if they might choke on their frustration. Despicable. Truly despicable. Old Chun, will you weigh in on this? Who sanctioned such actions by the Lonka Institute? They called upon Minister of Science and Technology, Chun Kemming. Chun Kemming forced a smile, feeling as though he was suddenly thrust into the fire. "As you engage in your celestial disputes, please do not involve me," he internally lamented. He quickly raised his hands in a placating manner. "This matter of establishing schools does not fall under the purview of my ministry. That lies with the Ministry of Education, under Old Gua and his team." All right. As the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Chun Kemming plastered a smile on his face, striving to ease the situation. "I suggest we all refrain from bickering. As long as Wan Xiang can shine in our nation's nuclear energy sector, it is a boon for us all. Moreover, the research on controllable nuclear fusion cannot be shouldered by Lonka Institute alone. It will require collaboration from all parties, will it not?" The crowd, still wearing expressions of indignation, remained silent. Indeed, everyone sought to take credit, yet no single entity could monopolize the field of controllable nuclear fusion. After a moment of silence, seeing no one contradict him, Chun Kemming continued, "Next, Wan Xiang must surely establish its own research team. Thus, if everyone could contribute their top talent, the issue would be resolved. Isn't that right, Wan Xiang?" All eyes turned to Wan Xiang, who finally had the opportunity to speak. "Yes, indeed. I plan to develop a controllable nuclear fusion device and require everyone's assistance." A controllable nuclear fusion device? What? Are you referring to the improved tokamak device? Jiang Jining recalled the manuscript Wan Xiang had reviewed and surmised his forthcoming plans. The improved tokamak device. Olka, what else do you know? Ku Zhongshan, equally perplexed, looked at Jiang Jining. In fact, Wan Xiang has long been working on improving the existing East tokamak device in our country. I have seen part of the manuscript, and I am confident that the new design can address 80% of the issues currently faced by East. This would undoubtedly be a monumental breakthrough. Jiang Jining excitedly explained what he knew to the crowd. The assembly regarded Wan Xiang with eyes full of eager inquiry. Given Wan Xiang's grasp of nuclear fusion theory, crafting a new improvement plan for the current East tokamak device was entirely feasible. Anticipation filled the air. "Professor Jiang, I have already dismissed the plan from the previous manuscript. Here is my new design concept," Wan Xiang stated as he returned to the podium. Dismissed? Jiang Jining felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Wan Xiang connected to a storage device, and a massive design blueprint of a spherical apparatus appeared on a large screen. Everyone swiftly gathered around, their attention entirely captivated by the spherical device displayed on the screen. The venue fell into an extended silence as all minds raced to absorb the details of the design. Jiang Jining, wide-eyed with astonishment, exclaimed, "This is neither the design manuscript from that day nor the conventional tokamak we understand." The silence was first shattered by Jiang Jining. Initially, he had found the design manuscript from that day profoundly shocking, but compared to the spherical device before him, it was on a completely different plane. As the details of the device's design reflected in the eyes of the spectators, some began to lose control of their emotions. "What? This is unbelievable. A permanent magnet system confining plasma, a laser pulse ignition design. This could truly replicate the fusion effects of the sun, and moreover, can be activated and deactivated at will." Someone chimed in. Yes. This would temporarily circumvent the current issues regarding ultra-high temperature materials. Furthermore, it achieves absolute symmetry. Indeed, and the issues surrounding the plasma boundary layer and turbulence control have also been resolved. The crowd contributed their thoughts. A wholly new design, philosophy, gradually taking shape in their collective consciousness. Many could not help but clench their fists, exhilaration surging within them. It turned out the spherical device was indeed the solution. Genius. Logically sound in every aspect. My hands and legs are trembling. This could truly enable us to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. Marvelous. A revolutionary design, Wan Xiang. The crowd was enraptured in prolonged awe. Once the principles and design concepts of the fusion device were presented, Wan Xiang named his creation. "I shall call this nuclear fusion device the Laser Pulse Spherical Fusion Stellarator." Laser Pulse Spherical Fusion Stellarator. How evocative. Excellent. The crowd erupted in excitement and fervor. "Now, Wan Xiang, what do you need from Hucking University? Speak freely. Do not hesitate with me, your president." Qing Jinyu was the first to pledge his support. Kyoto University will also cooperate wholeheartedly. Harbin University stands ready at any moment. For the specific instruction, our Lonka Industrial Group possesses ample technical personnel and practical experience. The construction and assembly can be entrusted to us. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wan Xiang expressed his gratitude with a bow to the assembly. Thank you, everyone. I will promptly formulate a detailed plan, and I appreciate your cooperation. No need for such formalities. The development of a laser pulse spherical fusion stellarator must include Huaxia University. Chuanan University is willing to offer its full support. Zhida University is prepared to provide all necessary assistance for this research. I, at Beixi University, also aspire to contribute to this research endeavor. The task assigned to me at the Institute of Engineering Physics is an obligation I cannot shirk. Numerous leaders from prestigious institutions have expressed their resounding support. Although most of us present could easily be your elders, do not hesitate to voice your requests. Witnessing this scene, Chun Kimming felt a slight pang in his heart. Yet he was invigorated, realizing that the value of this laser pulse spherical fusion stellar apparatus would be unprecedented. He solemnly approached Wan Xiang and said, "Since the heads of each institution have already made their declarations, you should pursue this with full vigor. My Science and Technology Headquarters will provide unwavering support and ensure effective coordination." Wan Xiang was momentarily taken aback and bowed deeply to the assembly. "I will expedite the formulation of a research plan and rationally divide tasks according to each institution's research strengths. I will then rely on the assistance of all esteemed seniors. No need for such formality. If you continue to be courteous to this old man, I shall truly be distressed. The development of a laser pulse spherical fusion stellar apparatus must include a contribution from my Hucking University." Qing Jinyu earnestly stepped forward and embraced Wan Xiang. Chapter 27. Is he your father? Under Chun Kimming's mediation, the atmosphere at the venue shifted from discord to harmony, culminating in a unified front. All leaders agreed to temporarily set aside disputes and fully collaborate on the development of the laser pulse spherical fusion stellar apparatus. The questions surrounding Wan Xiang's identity were momentarily put to rest. Everyone began planning their return, expressing their intent to prepare for participation in the project. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Lonka Academy, Lu Ting brought Wan Xingyu to indulge in the culinary delights. Both were satiated, standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 48 kilograms. Lu Ting had a slender figure, yet she was indeed an adult. To her surprise, she discovered that the child's appetite was quite comparable to her own. On their way out, they passed by a juice shop where Lu Ting ordered herself a cup of milk tea. Being a researcher, she was acutely aware of the hazards associated with excessive indulgence, so she opted for freshly squeezed juice for Wan Xingyu, which delighted the child. While waiting for their drinks, Lu Ting overheard conversations from passers-by. "Did you hear? Many big shots came to the conference building today. Leaders from Hucking, Kyoto, Urban, and Nanchuan are all here. Here's something even more explosive. I just saw the Minister of Science and Technology, Chun Kimming, arrive. The area around the conference building has been sealed off. I just received word that no one is allowed to approach." Lu Ting raised an eyebrow in disbelief, feeling somewhat incredulous. During her time at Lonka Academy, she had only encountered such a scene once, and that was during an inspection by a notable figure. Exiting the cafeteria with Wan Xingyu, Lu Ting walked back, traversing an internal road, only to find their route to the conference building blocked by several men in suits standing guard. Numerous onlookers had gathered nearby, compelling Lu Ting to believe the rumors she had just heard. Among the crowd, she spotted her colleague Chun Yin. After a brief exchange with one of the suited men, emerged from the throng looking dejected. Upon noticing Lu Ting, Chun Yin spoke. "Lu Ting, don't go over there. I just asked, and no one is allowed to approach today. What on earth is happening?" "I don't know," Chun Yin replied, shaking her head. "But it's definitely not trivial. I've never seen anything like this in my time at Lonka Academy." Lu Ting, equally astonished by the unfolding events, found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Chun Yin noticed the child Lu Ting was holding and exclaimed, "Wow, is this the daughter of that external expert you mentioned?" Chun Yin, seeing the adorable child clutching her juice, bent down to pinch her chubby cheeks. "This little girl is so cute. I want one too." Lu Ting glanced at Wan Xingyu, who was eagerly sipping her juice, and thought of her unfinished paper, feeling a sense of helplessness. "What should I do? My computer is still inside. I advise you to let it go for now and come back tomorrow. I need to return to my dormitory to revise my thesis." Chun Yin raised her eyebrows, casting a sympathetic glance at Lu Ting. At that moment, a tall, impeccably dressed man in a suit hurried towards them, closely followed by several sharp-eyed staff members. Their synchronized steps prompted the surrounding crowd to part. "What is happening?" So tall and handsome. It's true that the attractive ones are all serving the nation. Do they identify as suspect? As the crowd leaned in to see, Luo Qi swiftly approached Lu Ting, standing before her like a javelin, and stated, "Excuse me, are you Ms. Lu Ting?" Lu Ting, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Luo Qi, the head of security responsible for this conference." At that moment, the staff had effectively surrounded the trio. Chun Yin, nervously covering her mouth, appeared innocent, as if to say she had done nothing wrong. Luo Qi knelt down and gently patted Wan Xingyu's head, speaking kindly. "Xingyu, your father's meeting has concluded." Wan Xingyu remained silent, focused on her juice. Luo Qi smiled and raised his hand, commanding, "All right, clear the way ahead for them." The front line of personnel quickly formed a passage. "Follow me," Luo Qi instructed. Lu Ting was astounded. She could hardly believe the treatment she was receiving. She could only awkwardly grasp Wan Xingyu's hand and follow Luo Qi. Behind them, Chun Yin was equally shocked. A special escort? What kind of power warrants such high-level security? Lu Ting could be ruled out, leaving only the child's identity as the reason. Chun Yin quickly grasped the focus of her contemplation. Who exactly is her father that it necessitates such elaborate arrangements from the Security Bureau? Chun Yan's mind raced through her knowledge, but in her understanding, only a handful of top-tier figures could command such treatment. Yet, how could any of those high-ranking individuals have a daughter so young? The onlookers, witnessing a scene reminiscent of television broadcasts, eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. But the personnel from the Security Bureau immediately intervened to prevent this. Isn't that Lu Ting from the Materials Research Institute? How can she go in? Could that little girl be the daughter of some big shot? A special escort? This level is incredible. Due to Luo Qi's brisk strides, Wan Xingyu tugged at Lu Ting's clothing, signaling her fatigue and reluctance to continue. Lu Ting bent down to lift Wan Xingyu into her arms and hastily followed Luo Qi towards the conference building. The rhythmic sound of leather shoes echoed against the ground as they walked. Before long, a group of suited men emerged from the conference building, standing in formation and taking their positions, alertly surveying their surroundings. Following them were prominent figures from Huking, Kyoto, Chuan'an, and other esteemed academic institutions, as well as renowned leaders from China's nuclear physics community who filed out of the building in succession. Lu Ting was stunned by the sight, incredulous at the caliber of the meeting. Each person present, when singled out, was a top-tier figure in their field. The sheer number gathered, encompassing nearly all the notable academic leaders in the country, was unprecedented. As a few of the nation's elite scholars exited, Lu Ting's jaw dropped in astonishment, left wondering what monumental event had just transpired. Amidst the throng of the crowd, Chun Kimming of Longwood Technology Headquarters emerged alongside a young man from the center stage. Lu Ting scrutinized the figure, pondering his identity. Who could he be? So youthful? Perhaps a secretary or aide to some eminent figure? However, her conjecture was swiftly dismissed by the scene unfolding before her eyes. Prominent leaders were taking turns to shake hands and engage in conversation with the young man, a scenario unlikely to involve a mere accompanying secretary. Even Chun Kimming played the role of an intermediary. Yet, the youth still bore the appearance of a student. How could he command such attention from so many influential individuals? The stark contrast in status left Lu Ting feeling somewhat incredulous. Could it be that this young man was the pivotal figure of the conference? A daring thought flickered through her mind. Just as doubt crept in, Wan Xingyu squirmed free from Lu Ting's embrace, calling out "Daddy," before scampering off towards the crowd with the juice in hand. "Daddy?" Lu Ting instinctively felt a dissonance. Who was this distinguished elder that had fathered a child at such an advanced age? Oh, it's little Yu, the dean of Longhua Institute. Ke Zhongshan was the first to notice the jubilant Wan Xingyu bounding towards him. The other dignitaries also broke into warm smiles at the sight. Wan Xingyu took a leap and landed in the arms of Wan Xiang, who knelt on the ground. Lu Ting's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind swirling. The youth was Wan Xingyu's father. She stood frozen in surprise until Ke Zhongshan beckoned. "Lu Ting, come over," with a sense of restraint. Lu Ting quickened her pace to approach Ke Zhongshan. "Hello, Dean Ko. Thank you for your hard work today." Ke Zhongshan nodded at Lu Ting and swiftly introduced. "This is Wan Xiang, a doctoral student in my research group. Earlier, I asked her to help look after Xingyu." Daddy. Sister Lu just bought me lots of delicious food and took me to the park." Wan Xingyu joyfully recounted her afternoon adventures. "Thank you, Sister Lu," Wan Xiang expressed gratefully. "Sister?" Lu Ting thought to herself incredulously. "By the way, Wan Xiang, I've encountered some minor issues with my thesis and hope to seek your guidance when you have time," Ke Zhongshan mentioned. "Certainly, I welcome Sister Lu to discuss any time." Wan Xiang replied with a smile while cradling Wan Xingyu. Lu Ting, hurry. Don't forget to thank researcher Wan Xiang is our newly recruited researcher at Longwei Institute. Ku Zhengshan urged, noticing Lu Ting's dazed expression. The onlookers cast disapproving glances at Ku Zhengshan, recalling the underhanded tactics he employed to secure Wan Xiang. Newly recruited researcher. Lu Ting could hardly believe it. Was the grand display today merely to introduce him? How exaggerated. He was so young, perhaps still a student, and yet the dean had entrusted him with guiding my thesis? Lu Ting recalled her previous attempts to seek advice from Dean Ko, who had consistently failed to provide effective answers. Realizing she was not one of his students, Lu Ting felt that Ku Zhengshan was reluctant to invest energy in someone outside his direct mentorship and had instead passed the burden onto this young man. A sense of hopelessness regarding her thesis washed over her. Chapter 28. The youngest leader, after bidding farewell to everyone, Dean Ku Zhengshan arranged a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room talent apartment for Wan Xiang at Longwei Institute. This was the highest standard available in the standardized talent apartment building, sufficient for both Wan Xiang and Wan Xingyu. Furthermore, Wan Xiang's independent research lab was swiftly established within 2 days. During this time, Wan Xiang diligently dissected and refined the development plan for the laser pulse spherical fusion stellar device. To ensure the rational allocation of tasks and the smooth execution of the development plan, he distributed responsibilities according to the specialties of various research institutes and universities. For instance, the laser pulse apparatus was assigned to Longwei University, the electrical automation segment to Harbin Institute of Technology, the computer numerical control aspect to the team led by Ding Changhua at the Dahu Supercomputing Institute, control engineering to Huqing University, electronic engineering to Kyoto University, thermal energy engineering to Jinghang University, and the power system to Beiwa Electropower University. The project installation and manufacturing were entrusted to Longhe Industrial Group. In fact, the main development ideas and plans had already been completed by Wan Xiang. However, many details could not be accomplished by him alone in a short time and required collaboration. At present, Wan Xiang concentrated his efforts on the development of permanent magnet materials, which were crucial for achieving plasma confinement. At Longwei Institute, Zhiji Building had an entire floor on the 8th level designated as Wan Xiang's independent research office, spanning nearly 10,000 square feet. In the coming month, Dean Ku Zhengshan planned to renovate the entire 8-story Zhiji Building and establish an independent research center for nuclear fusion. Over the past few days, office and experimental equipment had been continually moved into Zhiji Building. With the original offices and equipment cleared out, the 8th floor now appeared quite spacious. In a 100-square-foot office, the floor was adorned with solid wood flooring. Dean Ku Zhengshan and Director Jiang Jining of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute knocked on the door and entered. Ku Zhengshan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but was promptly steadied by Jiang Jining. Had he fallen, given his age, it would have been quite a mishap. Upon glancing around, they discovered a yellow toy car blocking the entrance, resembling a scene from a chaotic heist. There, Wan Xingyu was sprawled on the floor, engrossed in building blocks, with toys strewn about, leaving the area in disarray. Instead of being upset, both men chuckled. Jiang Jining placed the plastic bag he was carrying onto the coffee table and smiled. Xingyu, look at what Uncle Jiang has brought you. Wan Xingyu, having constructed a pyramid of blocks, looked up and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yogurt. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, she exclaimed, beaming as she bounded toward the coffee table to accept the bottle Jiang Jining opened for her. Ku Zhengshan and Jiang Jining exchanged amused glances at Wan Xingyu's adorable antics, dismissing the earlier incident of nearly tripping, and proceeded toward Wan Xiang, who was focused intently on his computer screen and had not noticed their arrival. Clearing his throat, Ku Zhengshan announced, Dean Ku, Director Jiang, when did you arrive? Just now, Ku Zhengshan replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, he continued, Wan Xiang, the development plan for the laser pulse spherical fusion stellar device has been forwarded to the corresponding units as per your allocation. Everyone has expressed their readiness to mobilize teams for technical breakthroughs at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Dean Ku, Wan Xiang said, standing up to express his gratitude. Oh, there's no need for thanks. I merely facilitated the communication, Ku Zhengshan replied. You, however, must take care of yourself. It's remarkable that you've managed to draft such a complex and extensive plan in just a few days. Surely you must have been burning the midnight oil. Moreover, you're also looking after Xingyu. By the way, the affiliated kindergarten at Longwei Institute has already reserved a spot for Wan Xingyu, and she can enroll in September. Jiang Jining added with concern. Wan Xiang expressed his gratitude once again, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders regarding Wan Xingyu's schooling. By the way, here is your appointment letter from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ku Zhengshan said with a smile, handing Wan Xiang a red booklet. You have indeed shattered the record for being the youngest leader of a national-level research project. Gezwinks van petit Wan Xiang's shoulder, visibly excited. Wan Xiang took the document and opened it to examine. Chief Engineer of the Laser Pulse Spherical Fusion Stellarator, Wan Xiang, approved by the Science Headquarters, Chunqing. The burden on your shoulders will be considerable. I intend to assign an assistant to you, so do not refuse. This is to allow you to devote more energy to the project, Ke Zhengshan stated in a tone that brooked no opposition. Acknowledging Ke's insistence, Wan Xiang did not decline, as he indeed needed to contemplate the formation of a research and development team. After all, human energy is finite, and solitary endeavors are not a sustainable strategy. At that moment, Ke Zhengshan noticed several metallic samples on Wan Xiang's desk. As a researcher in materials science, he squinted at the unusual luster on the metal surface and inquired, "What are these?" "Oh, these are samples of permanent magnets," Wan Xiang replied, shaking his head. "I have tested them, but several technical specifications are lacking. The magnetic energy product falls below design requirements. The magnetic flux density is inadequate, and the intrinsic coercivity exhibits instability at elevated temperatures." Ke Zhengshan scrutinized the metallic materials closely, and after a moment of silence, he expressed admiration, stating that achieving such a level of quality is commendable. Half of the doctoral students in my laboratory would struggle to produce such results. I did not anticipate that you, Wan Xiang, possess such a profound understanding of material science. The permanent magnet is a crucial component in the development of the laser pulse spherical fusion stellarator. Failure to resolve this issue could lead to significant complications. Pausing for emphasis, Ke Zhengshan's expression turned grave as he observed Wan Xiang's calm demeanor. "Do you have a solution?" Wan Xiang nodded slightly, maneuvered his computer mouse, and extracted a printed A4 sheet from the printer, handing it over. "Director Ke, can you help coordinate the acquisition of these materials?" Wan Xiang knew that Ke Zhengshan, being a titan in the field of material science in the country, would be the most suitable person to assist him. Upon receiving the paper, Ke Zhengshan glanced at it, and his expression immediately turned serious, as if contemplating something. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Have you validated this?" "This is the derivation process, along with the chemical formulas and crystal structures," Wan Xiang responded, handing over 2 additional A4 sheets. Ke Zhengshan promptly took the 2 sheets and placed them on the desk. Pulling out a chair to sit down and intently scrutinized the contents, furrowing his brow in thought. Nearby, Jiang Jianing placed a sheet of paper and a pen in front of Ke Zhengshan, who immediately began to write. Before long, the paper was filled with a series of neatly organized derivations. After an extended silence, Ke Zhengshan exhaled deeply and asked with a serious expression, "Wan Xiang, did you come up with this on your own?" "Yes, Director Ke. What do you think?" "Genius. You are truly astonishing." Expressing that if the deductions are accurate, a high-performance permanent magnet, previously unseen on Earth, could very well be created. He then excitedly assured Wan Xiang, "I understand. 5 days. At most 5 days, this may require coordination across multiple departments, but I will leverage all my connections to procure this material for you." "Thank you, Director Ke. Oh, don't mention it. I can hardly wait to witness the emergence of this material. Now, I must hurry to coordinate." With that, Ke Zhengshan swiftly departed from Jiji Building, accompanied by Jiang Jianing. As they left, he did not forget to greet Wan Xingyu, who was engrossed in licking the bottle cap. The little one paid no heed to the two, continuing to savor the bottle's opening. Chapter 29. State Secrets, No Comment. At the Longnan Bureau, Gao Weiman sat at his desk when an assistant knocked and entered. "Director Gao, we have identified the organizers behind the blockade at the neighborhood and the online defamation of researcher Wan. They are from a company called Tiny Anhai Entertainment Media, with a primary planner named Fan Jianwei." Gao's fists tightened in anger. "They truly have the audacity to slander and leak information about our national researchers." Considering that Wan Xiang had just been appointed as the head of a top-secret national project, the exposure of such a research figure's personal information posed a grave risk. Should anything happen to Wan Xiang, the primary responsibility would fall on him, and Gao Weiman felt a surge of rage. "Notify the Special Operations Group, Luo Qi." "Understood, Director Gao." In Shanghai, within an office building entirely clad in glass curtain walls, Fan Jianwei, the general manager of Tiny Anhai Entertainment Media, sat in his executive chair, reviewing the situation regarding the fallout from the incident involving Wan Xiang's extravagant support payments. Beside him, a secretary donned in professional attire sat on his lap, leaning closely against him. "What? Helicopters have been dispatched. Ha ha, this is too exaggerated. I never imagined this matter would attract official attention. This is like a divine assist for me." Fan Jianwei exclaimed with delight, squeezing the secretary's long black stockings. This commotion will certainly maximize our visibility. That Wan Xiang fellow is now in a position from which he may never recover. Ha ha ha. Just as Fan Jianwei reveled in his triumph, his phone screen suddenly flashed, and the video he had just been viewing transformed into a 404 error. This violation video has been taken down. What's going on? Fan Jianwei wondered, then searched for other videos he had posted on his site, only to be astonished to find that all the videos were covered by the 404 interface. Subsequently, he discovered that his company's short video account had also been placed under a ban, leaving him in shock. What is happening? My video channels that used to garner thousands of views and moments, and this damned backend. Do they even realize how much traffic I lose every minute? At that moment, a technician clad in a checkered shirt hurriedly approached the door of Fan Jianwei's office and entered. The secretary swiftly rose from Fan Jianwei's lap, adjusted her hair, and feigned nonchalance. Can you knock next time? Fan Jianwei glared at the technician, expressing his dissatisfaction. I've told you countless times. Now what is it? The technician awkwardly nodded, raising his hand in apology, then hurriedly reported, Director Fan, all videos and news regarding Wan Xiang on our website have been suddenly taken down. How could this happen? Check the network. The network is fine, the technician responded. We have tried every method available in our technical department to restore the network backend and account. But it seems as though what? Fan Jianwei snapped impatiently. It seems that it was an official intervention. All videos concerning the male lead have been banned across the platform, the technician cautiously explained. Fan Jianwei, however, could not fathom that such an unknown figure as Wan Xiang could warrant official action, dismissing it as absurd. He then redirected his ire towards the technician before him. What on earth are you and your tech team good for if you can't resolve such a trivial issue? Do you have any idea how much revenue we lose every minute due to this? Fan Jianwei fumed. Every minute of delay translates to real money lost. No matter what it takes, fix this immediately. The losses will be deducted from your tech department salaries. The technician's expression soured, and he turned away, muttering under his breath. Before departing in frustration, the secretary returned to her seat on Fan Jianwei's lap, a hint of confusion in her tone as she asked, Director Fan, don't you find this strange? The individual known as Wan Xiang is rather unremarkable, merely a topic of casual conversation over tea and meals. Is it truly necessary to summon so many officials in response? Following the analysis from the female secretary, a composed Fan Jianwei furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly in agreement with this rationale. At that moment, a buzzing noise emanated from outside, the deafening roar of engines reverberating throughout the entire office building. Today's vehicles outside are excessively noisy, Fan Jianwei remarked, glancing at the secretary's countenance while caressing her delicate, jade-like hand in annoyance. Mr. Fan, we are on the 30th floor. Where could there be vehicles outside? The secretary replied with a soft voice. Indeed. How could there be automobile sounds on the 30th floor? Fan Jianwei was taken aback, turning his gaze towards the glass curtain wall. To his astonishment, two camouflaged helicopters hovered just outside the window. In an instant, two fully armed special agents descended from the glass facade, breaking through the window with a forceful kick. Subsequently, the entire floor was swiftly flooded by a cadre of suited men who took control of the area. Fan Jianwei's expression turned to one of terror, while the secretary cowered in a corner, shrieking in fright. One particularly imposing man in a suit approached Fan Jianwei with purposeful strides, his countenance chillingly intimidating. Fan Jianwei, you're under arrest for suspected disclosure of state secrets. State secrets? Fan Jianwei's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. All he had engaged in were trivial schemes to garner attention and traffic. How could he possibly be implicated in matters of national security? Nothing to disclose. Luo Qi stated tersely, his gaze unwavering. It is crucial to understand that national researchers are the backbone of a nation. Breakthroughs in scientific fields can significantly enhance a country's strength. Moreover, the information leaked pertains to the chief engineer of fusion technology. Numerous nations have been known to persecute key scientists to thwart the technological advancements of others. Thus, labeling it a state secret is hardly an exaggeration. Luo Qi continued coldly. Every word you utter will be recorded. After a formal proclamation, Fan Jianwei, now weakened, was escorted away by two special agents. In cooperation with the cybersecurity department of the Longan Bureau, all information related to Wan Xiang was expunged from the internet, and inquiries into the matter were curtailed. The situation was promptly quelled. Headlines quickly shifted to a piece of entertainment news from Wang Feng. At Hucking University, a task proposal and appointment document were delivered to President Qing Jinyu by Longan Bureau officials. Upon opening the document emblazoned with the word top secret, he was initially struck by the appointment letter for the chief engineer, Wan Xiang. He felt a mixture of shock and admiration. He himself had only attained the qualification for a national-level research project leader in his 40s. Most researchers may never even reach the status of a participant in their lifetime. Yet this young man had shattered the record by nearly 2 decades. The youth are formidable, Qin Jinyu mused internally. Once he composed himself, he proceeded to open the task proposal labeled Laser Pulse Spherical Fusion Star Device Development Plan. A smile crept onto Qin Jinyu's lips. Control engineering was Hucking University's forte. Filled with excitement, he immediately picked up the phone to make a call. Duo Yuankong, dean of the Control Engineering Department, was currently attending an academic exchange off campus. Upon seeing his phone light up, he stepped outside the conference room. Hello, President Qin? What brings you to me? Old Du, a major project is underway. What? Are you certain? Duo Yuankong replied, a note of exhilaration in his tone. Absolutely. The task proposal is in my hands. Huh. I told you that control system design belongs exclusively to Hucking. Duo Yuankong clenched his fist in excitement, immediately declaring, I will return and convene a meeting with all experts ranked professor and above. I will also head over to your department. The university will fully support this endeavor. After discussing, they hung up. Duo Yuankong returned to the academic conference room, briefly apologizing to the organizers before promptly departing for the university. An hour later, at Hucking University, Control Engineering Department, conference room number 1 was packed with all first-level professors and 2 national scholars. Before Duo Yuankong and Qin Jinyu arrived, the Longan Bureau personnel responsible for confidentiality had already arrived, and Luo Qi succinctly explained the purpose of their presence. Subsequently, confidentiality agreements were distributed to the esteemed members of the faculty, causing a stir among the assembly. What project is so shrouded in mystery? We are all seasoned participants in projects of various levels. Why the need for such theatrics? Just get to the point. Indeed, I find it baffling how much we enjoy convening meetings when I'm already preoccupied with ongoing projects. We have undertaken numerous ambitious research initiatives, and we understand the protocols without needing this formality. I have heard that the president is on his way. Moments later, the conference room doors swung open urgently. Qin Jinyu and Duo Yuankong entered in quick succession. Qin Jinyu raised his hand to quiet the murmuring crowd before directly addressing the matter at hand with succinct clarity. The laser pulse spherical fusion star device. Can it achieve controllable nuclear fusion? Is this true? I have not heard any whispers about this before. Impossible. Is the Longan Bureau trying to mislead us for project funds? The ITER project has been struggling for a decade and still hasn't achieved ignition. You tell me we've completed the feasibility study in such a short time? 1 year. Old Qing, you must be jesting. Can something developed in such a brief period be reliable? We have worked on the control engineering system for the East device, which took over 5 years to reach its current form. Not to mention, the validation of the control engineering plan alone would require at least 2 years. Yes. Who is the project leader? Is it old Jiang from the Longan Bureau? I spoke with him last month. They were just preparing to test the new round of East ignition. Now, you tell me we need to restart another fusion project? Why was there no prior indication? Is it not a bit dubious to initiate a project without Hucking University's involvement? The assembly echoed their agreement, deeming the meeting somewhat absurd and questioning the project's authenticity. Qin Jinyu remained unfazed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He then inserted an encrypted USB drive into the computer. After a brief pause, a detailed plan for the laser pulse spherical fusion star device appeared on the large screen. Following this, confidential documents were distributed by the Longan Bureau personnel to everyone present. The previously raucous conference room fell into an eerie silence. What is this? The attendees stared at the materials in their hands, their expressions sobering. A technological scheme for high-precision measurement and control of plasma states in complex environments. A fusion energy release control system. Precision adjustment equipment for temperature, density, and energy during the fusion reaction. This indeed constitutes a research proposal for a controllable nuclear fusion device with an exceptionally high degree of completeness, already delineating specific development plans. Who initiated this project? Why had there been no prior whispers of it? Others pressed for answers. Who is the project leader? Why have we not seen them? Disappointment echoed as individuals combed through the documents, finding no trace of the answer. In the conference room, 2 distinguished scholars donned their spectacles, meticulously analyzing the proposal with the depth of knowledge they had amassed over a lifetime. Many others gradually commenced calculations, occasionally exchanging thoughts with their neighbors. After a mere 10 minutes, exclamations of wonder erupted. An extraordinary design. I have never encountered such a conceptualization for a sensor. Unbelievable. When did the Dragon Institute achieve such a level of design excellence? Although certain details remain to be refined, the overarching direction and core technologies have been fundamentally resolved. This transcends mere proposals. It is a veritable design specification. Is this the work of Qin from the Dragon Institute? Impossible. Even he could not produce such a creation. Could it be old Yuan? No, that too seems unlikely. His capabilities are on par with mine. This endeavor cannot be accomplished by just one or two individuals. Listening to the continuous expressions of astonishment, Qin Jinyu could not suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. He lifted the teacup from the table and took a small sip to steady himself. After another half hour, the attendees in the conference room glowed with excitement, their emotions difficult to articulate. When all eyes turned toward him in a quest for affirmation, Qin Jinyu slowly began to speak. So, esteemed colleagues, are you interested in participating in this project? If you do not engage, the competition is poised to seize the opportunity. Absolutely. Count me in. We must pursue this. Qin, are you jesting? This is controllable nuclear fusion. I truly believe this apparatus has the potential to achieve it. Do not jest with us. I will temporarily halt my current projects and concentrate all efforts on this. I will also set aside some of my projects and dedicate the next year entirely to researching the control engineering of this device. We must complete it on schedule. Our university never falters. The experts beneath them displayed palpable excitement. Observing the fervor, Dean Du Yuan, in his capacity as director, proceeded to outline the subsequent work arrangements. Simultaneously, various institutions and research units began receiving the research materials escorted by the Dragon administration and promptly organized their own development efforts. Chapter 30, The National Directive. Approximately 20 kilometers from Hucking University lies the Dragon Institute. Dean Ku Zhongshan summoned Lu Ting to his office. The two sat across from one another at a tea table. Lu Ting felt somewhat perplexed. This was her first invitation to Dean Ku's office since joining his research group. After all, she was not one of his direct students, and he had not previously shown much interest in her as a newcomer from outside. After pouring a cup of tea for Lu Ting, Dean Ku first inquired about her progress on her thesis. Upon learning that she had yet to resolve the issues she had encountered, he pondered for a moment and said, Lu Ting, I have a task to assign to you. What is it, Dean Ku? Not long ago, our institute recruited a researcher named Wan Xiang. Do you recall him? Yes, he has an adorable daughter. Indeed, the little girl you watched over for a while that day. Lu Ting's expression turned quizzical, unsure of how this connected to what Dean Ku wanted to discuss. Researcher, one has just arrived and lacks an assistant. So I am assigning you to assist him for a period. What? Lu Ting's brows knitted in surprise. Dean Ku was well aware that she was facing difficulties with her thesis, yet still chose to have her assist someone else. Was this not a blatant act of belittling her as an outsider? With her brows furrowed, Lu Ting became increasingly incensed and said without hesitation, Dean Ku, I find it difficult to comprehend. My advisor, an elderly woman, is unable to supervise me due to her second pregnancy, and I can understand that. I am not your student, and I understand if you are unwilling to guide me. The more I speak, the more my emotions swell. I appreciate your acceptance of me into your research group, but with only a month remaining until my thesis submission, I truly do not wish to engage in matters unrelated to my research, so I must respectfully decline. With that, Lu Ting grabbed her bag and stood to leave. Dean Ku sighed helplessly, gesturing for her to sit down. Lu Ting, please do not be so agitated. Young ladies should temper their tempers. After a moment, he continued, I know you have approached me several times regarding the formation issues of high graphite in your thesis. It is not that I do not wish to guide you, but I genuinely lack insight into the matter. As he spoke, he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. You are without insight. Of course. A teacher imparts knowledge and resolves confusion. This has nothing to do with whether you are my student or not. I too have my own areas of ignorance. Dean Ku lamented. Seeing this, Lu Ting's tone softened slightly as she asked, Then why do you want me to undertake unrelated tasks at this time? How can this be considered unrelated to research? In the entire Dragon Institute, the only one capable of guiding you to complete your thesis is likely researcher Wan. Dean Ku remarked, taking a sip of tea with a half smile. Lu Ting, still puzzled, opened her mouth to protest further, but was halted by Dean Ku. Enough. Just follow my arrangement. Remember to bring your thesis when you go. Researcher Wan's influence in the field of research is beyond your imagination. Lu Ting felt a flicker of surprise. After all, she had met Wan Xiang that day, the father of Wan Xingyu, a prodigy in his 20s. Yet, academic depth cannot be cultivated overnight. Seeing that Dean Ku had stated his case, Lu Ting found it difficult to argue further, though she was internally resistant. After sending Lu Ting off and closing the door, Dean Ke finally exhaled deeply when he received a call from Chun Kemming at the Science and Technology headquarters. On the other end, Chun Kemming spoke with gravity. Old Ku, we have located the materials that Wan Xiang requested, but this matter is beyond our authority. We need to visit the Dragon office. When? Today. The national leader is waiting to see us. The national leader. Dean Ke's body stiffened. Indeed, I must report on the controllable nuclear fusion matter at the earliest opportunity. After a moment of silence, Dean Ke replied solemnly, Understood. I shall set off immediately. At the Dragon office, the evening sun cast a warm glow upon the sturdy red columns of the traditional Chinese architecture, imbuing the scene with a sense of solemnity and grandeur. A black sedan, after undergoing meticulous inspection by security personnel, slowly made its way down the internal road. The vehicle halted before an imposing national-style building, where a pair of stone lions stood guard, casting a formidable gaze towards the west. Dean Ke and Chun Kemming exited the rear doors of the sedan, straightening their attire before hastening into the building. After the entrance staff announced their arrival, they were led by an attendant to knock upon a heavy door. Inside the room, an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, sat at a desk, engrossed in reviewing documents. The two exchanged glances before approaching him with measured steps. National leader, please take a seat. The national leader set aside his documents, removed his glasses, and turned his attention to the two. Now, tell me, why do we suddenly require those meteorites from the Aerospace Bureau? For the controllable nuclear fusion project. Chun Kemming succinctly responded. Is it for that laser pulse spherical fusion stellarator? Indeed, national leader. Ke Zhengshan and Chun Kemming exchanged a glance, ultimately deciding that the more specialized Ke Zhengshan should continue with the response. Ke Zhengshan meticulously reported on the development plan for the project and elucidated the necessity of the required materials in the synthesis of high-performance permanent magnets. After listening, the national leader furrowed his brow in contemplation, rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back. Before turning his back to the two and walking to a dragon flag. Do you know? He began, the International ITER project is scheming against us, attempting by all means to force our withdrawal. The national leader's voice was laced with a chilling disdain. Chun Kemming felt a surge of indignation, aware that each party involved in the project had their own ulterior motives. The national leader then lifted his gaze towards the dragon flag and proclaimed, In the affairs of the world, possessing something is superior to relying on others. Self-reliance surpasses dependence on others, even if those meteorites are exceedingly precious. Utilizing them where they are needed constitutes their true worth. With that, the national leader swiftly returned to the desk, took up a pen, and decisively signed his name on a prepared document, presenting it to the two. Chun Kemming hastily stepped forward to receive it with both hands. All departments must cooperate fully. Furthermore, once this tumult has passed, I wish to meet that young man, the national leader stated solemnly. Ke Zhengshan and Chun Kemming clutched the weighty order from the national leader, their spirits lifted. Indeed, to possess is better than to rely on others. Self-reliance is paramount. Such wisdom has been imparted to us by countless heroes of the past. The words of the national leader resonated in their hearts, invigorating their spirits. Ke Zhengshan provided a brief report on the situation at Lonka Institute regarding Wan Xiang and mentioned that arrangements could be made for him to meet with the national leader at any time after the current rush. Subsequently, the two departed the office, holding the light yet substantial order in their hands. Farewell to the long office. With the national leader's order in hand, Ke Zhengshan felt assured that subsequent matters would proceed far more smoothly. The following day, at the entrance of Zhiji Building in Lonka Institute, the morning sun had already bathed the air in warmth. Wan Xiang, accompanied by Wan Xingyu, who was munching on a bun, approached the entrance. On the steps stood a graceful figure, a brown leather bag slung over her slender shoulders, who, upon noticing Wan Xiang and his companion, hurriedly descended. Lu Ting was clad in fitted jeans that accentuated her long, elegant legs, paired with a simple, refreshing white shirt. Lu Ting, we've met before, she asserted, extending her hand for an introduction. Hello, Wan Xiang. Xingyu should call me auntie. Call me sister, Lu Ting retorted. Wan Xingyu was about to speak, but was caught off guard, opting instead to continue eating her bun. Dean Ke sent me to assist temporarily for a few days, Lu Ting stated coldly, emphasizing the word temporarily. Wan Xiang paid little heed. At that moment, a three-wheeled delivery vehicle arrived and halted before the trio. The delivery person, wearing a cap, scrutinized the two before asking, Which of you is the coffin lid that Newton cannot suppress? I am, Wan Xiang replied. Lu Ting, unable to suppress a disdainful laugh, scoffed. The coffin lid that Newton cannot suppress? This is your delivery, It's all in the cargo hold. Large items, the delivery person said. After Wan Xiang signed for it, the delivery person added, "We can't take it upstairs. You'll have to carry it yourself." As he spoke, the delivery person swiftly unloaded several sizable packages onto the ground and departed. Wan Xiang glanced at the smirking Lu Ting and suggested, "Lend a hand." Lu Ting was left somewhat speechless by the scene. She had expected to be in the lab, like her peers, making final modifications to her graduation thesis. But here she was, helping to carry items instead. Her resentment towards Ku Zhongshan deepened. Noticing Lu Ting standing idly, Wan Xiang jested, "It's just large, it's not heavy." "What's the matter? Can you only hold a pen and not lift something substantial?" Lu Ting's chest heaved with indignation. Yet recalling Dean Ku's instructions, she suppressed her emotions. Slinging her handbag over her shoulder and reluctantly picking up a cardboard box as she followed him into the elevator. She had approached this task with a sense of aversion from the start. Chapter 31. Truly an academic dropout. After 3 trips back and forth, they finally managed to move all the deliveries to the office. Gazing at the piles of boxes strewn across the floor, Wan Xiang rolled up his sleeves and declared with enthusiasm, "Let us unpack." With that, he began to work, using a key to slice open a seam in a cardboard box, and then tearing it open with vigor. Wan Xingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she climbed atop the box to peer inside. Emerging from the box was a red, cylindrical plastic item. "Wow, it's a slide? It's a slide?" Wan Xingyu exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Lu Ting was somewhat taken aback, having expected to find experimental or office supplies, only to discover a children's slide. "Are you planning to install this slide in the office?" Lu Ting asked incredulously, though the spacious office could certainly accommodate a children's slide. Yet, this was Lonka Institute, a place for serious scientific work. How could one even consider placing a children's slide in such a solemn environment? Lu Ting regarded Wan Xiang with a dubious gaze. "Is there a problem?" Wan Xiang queried. Lu Ting remained silent, shooting him a look that conveyed her disbelief, and suddenly realized that the coffin lid that Newton cannot suppress was indeed a fitting moniker for Wan Xiang. "Then let us quickly check the instructions and help us install it." Thus, that morning, amid Wan Xingyu's jubilant cheers, Lu Ting and Wan Xiang busied themselves assembling the children's slide. By noon, they had completed the installation of a castle-shaped L-shaped slide. Wan Xingyu dubbed it the Slide Castle, gleefully climbing up and sliding down, thoroughly enjoying herself. Wan Xiang joined her in play, while Lu Ting, exhausted, plopped down on the sofa. Checking her phone, she noted it was already 12:13 p.m. and sighed in resignation, lamenting how her morning had been squandered. Her anxiety over her thesis only intensified. After the 3 had lunch at the Lonka Institute cafeteria, Wan Xingyu had already dozed off on Wan Xiang's shoulder on their way back. Upon returning to the office, Wan Xiang gently placed her on the sofa, covered her with a blanket, and used another sofa to shield her from rolling off. Once Wan Xingyu was settled, Wan Xiang finally had time to sit at his desk and begin working. Lu Ting, meanwhile, sat on the sofa, pulling her graduation thesis from her handbag to review. Occasionally, she glanced over at Wan Xiang. She couldn't understand how someone so young could become an independent researcher at Lonka Institute, let alone head a project, the specifics of which Dean Ku had not disclosed. Reflecting on the last encounter, where a multitude of experts had shown him utmost respect, Lu Ting found herself increasingly curious about his background. After a while, Lu Ting could no longer contain her curiosity. She closed her thesis and approached Wan Xiang's desk, leaning her long, delicate hands on the table in a slightly confrontational manner. "Researcher Wan, may I ask what specific direction you're focusing on?" "Primarily nuclear physics, though I dabble in various other fields," Wan Xiang replied, not looking up from his computer, his fingers tapping away at the keyboard. "Which university did you attend for your doctorate?" "Doctorate? I never completed it." "What?" Lu Ting found this hard to believe. Even among the ordinary staff at the Long Institute of Technology, the majority possess doctoral degrees, which is the most fundamental prerequisite. Not to mention those who lead research projects. Only individuals of professorial rank stand a chance. "And what about your credentials?" Wan Xiang replied nonchalantly that he had merely attended undergraduate studies. "What? Are you jesting with me?" Lu Ting exclaimed, "An incomplete undergraduate education is tantamount to not having attained a bachelor's degree at all. It merely signifies that one has completed a portion of the required credits. Since one has the Long Institute sunk to such depths, to allow a legitimate doctoral candidate to serve as an assistant to someone who has not even completed their undergraduate studies is a gross indignity." Lu Ting felt as though Wan Xiang was mocking her. Wan Xiang retrieved a dark green hardcover notebook from his drawer, placing it on the desk before returning his focus to the computer screen. Lu Ting was taken aback to see the word certificate of withdrawal inscribed in the green notebook. She immediately picked it up and opened it. Longwy University of Science and Technology. Physics. Undergraduate. Withdrawal. A few key pieces of information, coupled with the embossed seal, left Lu Ting's mind reeling. Suddenly, a bold conjecture emerged in her thoughts, spurred by Dean Ke's unusual attentiveness towards him. Could it be that you are Dean Ke's illegitimate son? She exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Wan Xiang's nose. Wan Xiang, caught off guard, sputtered water he had just sipped onto the computer screen. I must say, your ability to think divergently is truly wasted outside of research, he replied, slightly exasperated, then added with a light thump to his chest, since you're at a loose end. Could you take Xingyu to the mall to buy a few outfits when she wakes up? Stop playing tricks, Lu Ting huffed, turning away. With Lu Ting occupied, Wan Xiang could finally immerse himself fully in the derivation and design of high-energy, permanent magnetic materials. Thus, he swiftly entered a state of flow, combining the research matrix in his mind. Permanent magnets are a unique class of materials capable of generating and maintaining magnetism under the influence of a magnetic field. Once magnetized, they retain their magnetic properties. However, to be utilized in fusion devices, their performance must far exceed that of current permanent magnetic materials. Within his mind's eye, various substrates such as samarium cobalt, neodymium iron boron, ferrite, and aluminum nickel cobalt paraded through Wan Xiang's thoughts. Different rare earth materials were hypothetically blended into crystals and refined through various processes, culminating in the conclusion that the holmium-based substrate was the optimal choice. Though he had yet to receive news regarding the raw materials, time passed, and a comprehensive manufacturing plan was finalized by Wan Xiang. He stood, stretched, and surveyed the office. Lu Ting had already taken Wan Xingyu out shopping. Approaching the windowsill, Wan Xiang intended to light a cigarette when he spotted a paper with a pale yellow cover resting on a coffee table. Study on the stability of heterogeneous carbon material structure design and interface control under high-temperature conditions. Intrigued, he decided to peruse Lu Ting's paper as a diversion after the intense research. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ting returned with Wan Xingyu, laden with shopping bags and laughter. As soon as she opened the door, she was immediately assaulted by a cloud of secondhand smoke, waving her hands in protest. Are you unaware of the dangers of secondhand smoke for children? She admonished, hastening to open all the windows. Then, she placed a long receipt on the desk, stating, "You need to reimburse me for this, along with the taxi fare." Wan Xiang chose to ignore her. Wan Xingyu, impatient, eagerly rummaged through the plastic bag to reveal her new toys. However, Lu Ting noticed her paper in Wan Xiang's hands, and her eyebrows shot up in indignation. She reached out to reclaim it, exclaiming, "How could you be so careless as to touch someone else's belongings? Are you not aware that many aspects of a doctoral thesis are confidential? Your material structure stability has issues," Wan Xiang stated calmly. The graphite composite material she designed indeed harbored this critical flaw, one that had eluded many experts in the field, with only Dean Ke having identified it previously. How could a mere undergraduate dropout discern this? Lu Ting found it hard to believe. Crossing her arms and tilting her chin upward, she asked, "Where exactly do you see the problem?" After a moment of contemplation, Wan Xiang replied, "The hot melt liquid phase is indeed the mainstream method for producing composite carbon graphite materials, typically using carbon nanotube containing organic substances, which are then subjected to solvent thermal treatment or strong magnetic fields. However, this method makes it challenging to control impurities from the organic and catalyst components, which can severely affect material structure under extreme high-temperature conditions, leading to performance deficiencies. Look at this testing curve. It illustrates why performance declines significantly in later stages." Lu Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. He was entirely correct. Before she could fully process this revelation, Wan Xiang added, "In fact, I have a suggestion, using a gas phase deposition method." Gas phase deposition? Lu Ting's mind raced, and she refrained from arguing. Yes, created in a gel state, and moreover, a high-density gel state. Lu Ting frowned, as if grasping something as she murmured to herself. A gel state, abandoning traditional solid structures? If so, the heterogeneous graphene oxide and oxygen-containing functional groups could form a synergistic effect in a high-density gel state. Suddenly, after a moment of silence, Lu Ting seemed to be jolted awake, her pupils dilating. "I must return to the laboratory. I'm off." With that, she snatched her handbag and dashed out the door, leaving Wan Xiang in bewilderment, muttering, "Was that really necessary?" Chapter 32, A Future Gratitude. After dinner, Wan Xiang walked with Wan Xingyu along the moat outside the Long Institute, enjoying a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. The moat area also featured a small square for public recreation, making it an ideal place for post-meal outings with children. Wan Xiang surveyed his surroundings. Aside from pedestrians and groups dancing in the square, there appear to be no imminent dangers, and he lit his first cigarette after dinner, standing behind Wan Xiang. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his old classmate, Xinyang. Wan Xiang, have you been following the news today? Xinyang opened, his voice brimming with excitement. Not really. Guess who I saw in the news? Who? Shen Fangyan. Today, our class group has been abuzz with this news. Upon hearing Shen Fangyan's name, Wan Xiang felt a stir within himself, adjusting his demeanor to maintain a calm tone as he inquired, what happened? The latest announcement from MIT's official website states that Shen Fangyan has been appointed as a tenured professor in the condensed matter physics department. Xinyang exclaimed. Furthermore, he continued, wow, this is a meteoric rise in her academic career. The impact of her article in Nature is truly unparalleled. I hear her research institute is about to publish another groundbreaking achievement. One can't help but feel envy when comparing oneself to others. That's wonderful. Wan Xiang maintained his tranquil demeanor. After a brief silence, Xinyang seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere. I'm sorry, I forgot you two have separated. Xinyang ended, then swiftly changed the subject. By the way, I received an interview invitation from the Great Lakes Supercomputing Institute yesterday. Did you know? The Supercomputing Institute is one of the top computer research institutions in our country. That is truly splendid. The Great Lakes Light Supercomputing Institute is the offer you have long coveted. Wan Xiang congratulated warmly. Indeed, but I must not rejoice too soon. I have merely secured an interview qualification, and whether I can ultimately succeed in the Supercomputing Institute's rigorous selection process remains uncertain. Their standards are exceedingly stringent, Xinyang replied. I have faith in you, Wan Xiang reassured him. Thank you, my dear brother. Xinyang's spirits lifted as he paused and continued. By the way, have you seen the news? That rascal Fan Jianwei has been apprehended, and his company has been disbanded. It turns out he was the one spreading rumors about you from behind the scenes, seeking attention and garnering traffic. Truly despicable. Yes, I have heard. Such a person deserves it. Regarding this matter, Gao Weiman had already informed Wan Xiang a couple of days ago. In truth, Wan Xiang had not been concerned from the outset until those unscrupulous media began to affect those around him. After some light conversation, Xinyang concluded the call, stating he needed to prepare his materials for the Supercomputing Institute's interview. Wan Xiang then spent some time playing in the park with Wan Xingyu until the crowd dancing in the square began to disperse. The little one lazily strolled over to Wan Xiang, and after persuading him to buy a pleasant goat balloon from a vendor, Wan Xingyu was content to accompany Wan Xiang back to the dormitory. Since Wan Xingyu had already expended much of his energy at the park, Wan Xiang let him play alone on the bed for a while after a simple wash. He then stepped to the windowsill to light the first cigarette of the night. Gazing out, he noted that many office buildings at Lonka Institute were still brightly lit. As he watched the flickering lights, Wan Xiang naturally envisioned the busy scientists within, for Lonka Institute undertakes a multitude of national-level research projects. Exhaling smoke, he recalled a piece of news from his previous life, contrasting a celebrity earning millions for attending a variety show with a researcher toiling their entire life, still striving for a mere apartment in a big city. Observing the twinkling lights, Wan Xiang found it somewhat ironic. He then imagined that if given the opportunity, he could establish a technology enterprise, leveraging innovation to generate substantial profits and offering enviable salaries to researchers. As he extinguished his cigarette on the balcony, he also extinguished the idea of founding a business, recognizing that he lacked the acumen for management and social intricacies. Returning to the bedroom, he found Wan Xingyu peacefully asleep, cradling a plush bear. This marked Wan Xingyu's first independent slumber, and Wan Xiang felt an indescribable sense of comfort at this sight. He turned off the bedroom light and illuminated the study lamp, opening his computer. He recalled the woman he once loved, who bore him such an adorable daughter, yet departed from his life. On his computer screen, he discovered the official website of Ma Province Institute of Technology. Indeed, on the cover page, he found the news announcing Shen Fangyan's appointment as a tenured professor at Ma Province Institute of Technology. The accompanying photo depicted Shen Fangyan in a pristine white lab coat, leaning against a circular apparatus. Her once flowing hair had been trimmed to shoulder length, lending her an air of professionalism. Wan Xiang harbored no resentment towards Shen Fangyan's departure, perceiving it merely as a life choice. At least now, she was advancing towards her goal of becoming a world-class scientist. The article concluded with a mention of her latest research paper published in Nature, titled Research on Thermal Conductivity and Heat Capacity Behavior in Fusion Devices Based on Condensed Matter Physics. Through the article, he was linked to the latest research achievements at the U.S. Merck National Fusion Laboratory, where a significant breakthrough was heralded, announcing a major breakthrough: net energy gain in nuclear fusion. In truth, a fundamental feasibility barrier exists for practical applications of nuclear fusion, namely that input energy must be less than output energy. For instance, in a laser ignition example, the most recent international test input 2 megajoules of energy, but only produced 137 megajoules, approximately 70 of the input energy. This scenario amounts to a situation where input exceeds output, rendering it a laborious endeavor without reward. Wan Xiang perused the experimental results. The experiment had inputted 205 megajoules of energy, ultimately generating 245 megajoules, marking a first-time achievement of a gain of 10. This could be deemed a milestone accomplishment. Nevertheless, all of this had a direct correlation to Wan Xiang's research on the thermal conductivity and heat capacity behavior in fusion devices based on condensed matter physics. Wan Xiang had never denied Wan Xiang's exceptional talent in her scientific field. In the comment section of a news article, netizens from various nations expressed their astonishment and congratulations. Wan Xiang propped his chin on his hand, observing their amazed remarks with a sense of tranquility. In the past, he would have likely shared in the awe regarding the initial realization of nuclear fusion game technology akin to other netizens. However, his current aspiration was to develop a controllable nuclear fusion device capable of operating stably over long periods while efficiently generating energy. Wan Xiang sought this to secure his custodial rights over Wan Xingyu and to afford her a life of abundance. He did not wish for Wan Xingyu to experience any deficiencies due to being raised by a single parent, firmly grasping the driving force within his heart. After browsing the news, he closed the computer page and lit another cigarette. To ensure the plasma could be stably confined by the magnetic field, Wan Xiang continued with the next phase of in-depth research, the design of a permanent magnet structure array system. The following morning, at Jiji Building, as Wan Xiang entered his office, Ku Zhongshan and Jiang Jining followed closely behind. They carefully maneuvered past the office's wobbling toy at the entrance and greeted Wan Xingyu, who was seated on a slide enjoying sesame balls, before hastening to Wan Xiang's side. Wan Xiang, the materials issue has been resolved. Kiskiviko Tiangshan exclaimed excitedly. Really? Wan Xiang responded, somewhat astonished, as the efficiency seemed almost surreal. After all, those meteorite materials were exceedingly rare on Earth, and the national stock was also quite limited. Acquiring them would certainly require navigating a labyrinth of scrutiny. To this end, Wan Xiang had meticulously compiled a justification report to demonstrate the necessity of those materials from a research perspective. Doubtful, he cast a questioning gaze at Ku Zhongshan. With a smile, Ku Zhongshan proudly explained, it's the National Leader's Directive. The National Leader's Directive? Now, Wan Xiang was genuinely taken aback. His research project had drawn the attention of a national leader. Indeed, you heard correctly. It was a personal document from the national leader. Otherwise, do you think the aerospace authorities would so readily part with their precious collection? Ku Zhongshan beamed with satisfaction. Those items are indeed invaluable and rare, Jiang Jining chimed in. Chuckling, you have no idea, but Director Zhao from the Aerospace Bureau was so furious he even dubbed Dean Ku a bandit. Wan Xiang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Dean Ku being labeled a bandit must have implied a sense of seizing what others hold dear in the eyes of the aerospace authorities. It was evident that Dean Ku had incurred a significant debt of gratitude towards them. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wan Xiang spoke up. Rest assured, I shall express my gratitude in due course. I will not let them suffer a loss. Chapter 33, Special Materials. After a brief exchange, Wan Xiang, accompanied by Ku Zhongshan and Jiang Jining, drove to an underground laboratory set up in the outskirts by Lonka Institute. Inside a glass-sealed chamber, due to the potential radioactivity of some meteorites, two staff members clad in protective suits and wielding radiation detectors meticulously examined several irregularly shaped meteorites, gleaming with a silvery sheen. After confirming that the radiation levels in the room were within a safe range, they were permitted to enter. The meteorites, varying in size from nearly 1 meter in diameter to the size of a fingernail, were carefully laid out on the floor of the warehouse. Wan Xiang was acutely aware that these materials represented the pinnacle of what could be collected domestically, a feat made possible by the national directive secured by Director Ku. Crouching down, Wan Xiang gently caressed the meteorite samples, delving into contemplation. The unique hexagonal crystal structure of holmium iron boron was pivotal for the creation of permanent magnetic confinement fields. While holmium magnets possess high magnetic energy products at absolute zero, achieving such an environment within a fusion device is impractical. Moreover, the high magnetic energy product alone is insufficient to confine plasma. However, through innovative synthesis techniques, the hexagonal crystal of holmium iron boron can provide high energy directional confinement of the outer spin electrons of holmium atoms. By designing a permanent magnetic structure array, the alignment of atomic magnetic moments can be achieved, resulting in an exceptionally strong total magnetic moment capable of confining fusion plasma. It is imperative to expedite the production of this novel holmium-based permanent magnet, as it is crucial for the development of the spherical pulsed fusion stellarator. Wan Xiang mused about the forthcoming research direction. Snapping back to reality, he glanced at Ke Zhongshan and Jiang Jianing, who were also scrutinizing the meteorite materials, and said, Director Ke, I need to analyze these meteorite samples promptly to ascertain the content, types, and distribution of the holmium iron boron hexagonal crystals that require purification. This may necessitate some advanced material analysis techniques. Ke Zhongshan nodded, affirming, I'm well versed in material analysis. It's my field of research. Just let me know how we should proceed in the analysis lab. After a moment of thought, Wan Xiang suggested, first, we should utilize X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy to quickly identify the holmium elements and their concentrations in these meteorite samples. Following that, based on the XRF results, we can selectively employ atomic absorption spectroscopy for a more in-depth analysis of the holmium elements, along with mass spectrometry. I require a detailed analysis report to formulate the subsequent synthesis plan for the holmium permanent magnet materials. No problem. I will arrange for the researchers at the Materials Analysis Institute to commence testing immediately. Tianzhan nodded affirmatively. By the way, Director, I intend to visit the Wuxi Supercomputing Institute tomorrow. I have established a simulation model for the overall scheme of the laser pulse spherical fusion stellarator, and I need the Supercomputing Institute to conduct the final simulation verification. If the simulation is successful, we can proceed to the manufacturing phase. So soon? Tianzhan exclaimed. Astonished, such a simulation model requires collaborative efforts from multiple teams across various disciplines. It typically necessitates at least a medium-sized research team. Then, recalling that the theoretical fusion model was created by Wan Xiang, he found it somewhat more plausible. Nodding in agreement, I will contact Ding Lauscher at the Supercomputing Institute shortly. Wan Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the sealed glass chamber housing the special meteorite materials, 2 staff members from the Longan Bureau awaited at the entrance. Ensure these materials are transported to Lonka Institute with the utmost confidentiality, Ke Zhongshan instructed sternly. The staff straightened up, their expressions resolute. Rest assured. The higher-ups have already briefed us. Subsequently, several protective-suited personnel from the Longan Bureau swiftly commenced their operations. The trio of Ke Zhongshan, Wan Xiang, and Jiang Jianing then drove back to Lonka Institute. Considering Wan Xiang's significant responsibilities towards such a critical national project, yet lacking an official academic title, a recent joint decision by the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Education, and the Academic Committee of Lonka Institute have been made to grant Wan Xiang a doctoral degree. In the vehicle, Ke Zhongshan informed Wan Xiang. The Ministry of Science and Technology has issued special instructions. You will be conferred a doctoral degree alongside this cohort of doctoral candidates at Lonka Institute, alongside Lu Ting, and you will be exempt from the thesis defense. Director Ke, I am already in the process of writing my doctoral thesis. I prefer not to treat this matter as special. All assessment processes must be duly observed, Wan Xiang earnestly explained. Having felt regret over his previous expulsion from the academic program, he hoped to conclude his student journey without leaving any regrets. Acknowledging this, Ke Zhongshan nodded in respect of Wan Xiang's wishes. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. The defense will be scheduled 2 months from now, along with Lu Ting and her cohort, though the thesis review process will be waived for confidentiality reasons. From the passenger seat, Jiang Jianing, having overheard their conversation, turned around and jokingly remarked, Director Ke, who do you plan to arrange as the defense expert for Wan Xiang? I certainly lack the qualifications to defend him, so don't look my way, haha. Upon hearing this, Ke Zhongshan's expression grew serious, as he fell into deep contemplation, pondering who would be competent enough to conduct Wan Xiang's defense. After a moment of silence, he redirected the topic. By the way, Wan Xiang, have you spoken with Lu Ting recently? A doctoral student of mine mentioned she has been locked in the lab for 2 days without emerging. We merely discussed her thesis. Wan Xiang replied, yes, her thesis addresses the insufficient stability of the structure of high graphite materials under extreme conditions. Ke Zhongshan noted regretfully, she has sought my advice multiple times. Yet I have failed to provide a satisfactory solution. Indeed. Hence our discussion revolved around attempting to use chemical vapor deposition to create a high-density aerogel state, Wan Xiang calmly explained. High-density aerogel state. Ke Zhongshan squinted thoughtfully, murmuring about the empowerment between graphene oxide and oxygen-containing functional groups. unlike traditional rigid high graphite structures. If the objective is merely to achieve high temperature resistance, the high-density aerogel state could indeed provide a soft yet effective solution. Ku Jingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this your idea, Wan Xiang? Yes, I have not conducted specific experiments. It is merely a conjecture based on some hypotheses, Wan Xiang responded calmly. With a long exhale, Ku Jingshan gazed ahead at the flow of traffic, releasing a deep sigh. Ha ha ha. Old Ku, why not simply let Wan Xiang be Lu Ting's doctoral advisor? Jiang Jinneng, observing Ku Jingshan's peculiar expression, jested again. After some consideration, Ku Jingshan found the notion reasonable. After all, it is a rare opportunity to be mentored by a genius like Wan Xiang. What do you think, Wan Xiang? Ku Jingshan inquired, seeking Wan Xiang's opinion. I have no objections on my end. Ku Jingshan slapped his thigh, proclaiming, then I shall take it upon myself to make this decision for Lu Ting. She certainly has struck it lucky. Feeling a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders, Ku Jingshan let out a relieved breath. Then, recalling something else, he continued, by the way, Wan Xiang, the Nuclear Fusion Research Center is currently in the process of forming a team, and the Ministry of Science and Technology has drafted a personnel list. Please take a look at it when you have time and select suitable candidates. I'm not familiar with many individuals. Director Ku, I would appreciate your oversight, Wan Xiang replied. All right, after all, you have enough on your plate at the moment. Chapter 34. Special approval for national talents is not excessive. Upon returning to Lonka Institute and parting ways, Ku Jingshan, accompanied by 2 staff members from the Longan Bureau, proceeded to the Materials Engineering Research Center. The head of the research center, clad in a white lab coat, swiftly led the way while addressing Director Ku Jingshan. Director Ku, I don't know what has gotten into Lu these past few days. She has locked herself in the laboratory, refusing to come out or speak to anyone. Pausing for a moment, the lab-coated leader continued with a worried expression. I genuinely fear for her well-being, which is why I need you to persuade her. Furrowing his brows, Ku Jingshan nodded in acknowledgement and quickened his pace. Outside the laboratory, he knocked on the door. Lu Ting, are you in there? Lu Ting? Hello, Lu Ting? Noticing the lights were on inside along with the incessant beeping of the testing equipment, he knocked several times with no response. Exchanging glances with 2 other staff members from the Longan Bureau, they decided to force their way in. A robust Longan Bureau staff member gestured for the others to stand back. Approaching the door, he grasped the handle firmly and leaned his broad shoulder against the laboratory door. With a slight shift of his weight backward, he suddenly exerted a powerful thrust. Bang! The laboratory door burst open, and the group rushed inside to investigate. There, they found Lu Ting, clad in a white coat, her hair disheveled, slumped on the floor. Her clear eyes wide open, staring incredulously at the instrument display, utterly speechless. Upon seeing this, Ku Jingshan immediately knelt beside her and gently shook her, asking, Lu Ting? What's wrong? Why didn't you respond when I knocked at the door? Are you all right? In a daze, Lu Ting murmured, It's incredible. The tests have succeeded. And almost exactly as I predicted. What succeeded? Ku Jingshan inquired, as Lu Ting's arm slowly lifted, pointing at the display screen on the table. Leaning closer to examine the screen, Ku Jingshan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The performance is so exceptional. The method proposed by researcher Wan has indeed resolved the stability issue of high-energy graphite under extreme conditions. Therefore, after a prolonged silence, Lu Ting finally turned her head to look at Ku Jingshan and declared, a new graphite material system has been created, aerogel state high-energy graphite. Then meticulously reviewed the relevant test data without missing a word. After a long sigh of relief, he solemnly stated, This new material will hold significant application value in energy storage, catalyst carriers, thermal management, insulation, flexible electronic devices, and aerospace fields. Lu Ting, congratulations. Your research has succeeded. He tugged at Lu Ting's arm, signaling her to rise from the floor. The latter appeared somewhat dazed, gazing at Ku Jingshan in bewilderment, and asked, Director Ku, who exactly is he? Understanding that Lu Ting was referring to Wan Xiang, Ku Jingshan replied with an expression that conveyed, I told you so. Now you understand why I wanted you to assist researcher Wan. Lu Ting stared at Ku Jingshan in silence, not in the mood for humor. Seeing her serious demeanor, Ku Jingshan's expression turned grave. The institute has decided to assign your doctoral advisor to researcher Wan. Do you wish to join his research team? Lu Ting nodded. Then first cooperate with the 2 Longan Bureau staff members to complete the confidentiality procedures. Ku Jingshan turned to indicate the 2 solemn-faced officials behind him. Lu Ting, feeling somewhat anxious, nodded in acknowledgement. This was her first experience with such a situation. After the Tu Long and Bureau officials completed the routine confidentiality procedures, they signaled Ke Zhongshan that normal communication could resume. Only then did Ke Zhongshan gradually reveal the truth. What? Wan Xiang is the chief engineer of controllable nuclear fusion. Lu Ting gazed in astonishment at a document. The new controllable nuclear fusion device has passed validation. It is about to enter the manufacturing phase. Lu Ting's mind was reeling. It is well known that controllable nuclear fusion is the jewel of humanity's future energy field, and it is internationally recognized that it will take another 50 years for humanity to master this technology. Yet now, they were informing her that they were ready to begin manufacturing it. Moreover, the chief engineer is only in his 20s. In her mind, Lu Ting's impression of Wan Xiang as a family man was instantly overturned, revealing a mysterious and unfathomable persona. From now on, it's no longer just Wan Xiang. It's Researcher Wan. Soon, I'll have to call him Chief Engineer Wan, she mused. Pausing, Ke Zhongshan continued. Moreover, after your doctoral defense and degree conferral, the Long Academy will officially grant Researcher Wan a special promotion to a first-level professor. He is skipping 3 ranks. The title of first-level professor is second only to that of a national scholar. Lu Ting was taken aback. Indeed, Ke Zhongshan nodded, adding, if it weren't for the fear of being too ostentatious, a direct promotion to national scholar wouldn't be excessive. A national scholar in his 20s. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Lu Ting felt a sense of dread. However, recalling how Wan Xiang casually provided her with advice that resolved the critical issue of high-energy graphite materials, she found it somewhat reasonable. After all, he is the chief engineer of nuclear fusion. Ke Zhongshan accepted a bottle of water from the Long and Bureau staff and handed it to Lu Ting. At that moment, due to her intense work, Lu Ting had depleted a significant amount of water from her body. As she calmed down, she felt parched and quickly grabbed the bottle from Ke Zhongshan's hands, drinking eagerly. Once Lu Ting had regained some energy, Ke Zhongshan added, by the way, Lu Ting, the Nuclear Fusion Independent Research Center is in the process of forming a research team, and Wan Xiang is the leader. You are now considered a member of that team. So future work arrangements will be under Researcher Wan. Should I say Chief Engineer Wan? Lu Ting nodded silently, indicating her understanding. Observing Lu Ting's somewhat haggard appearance, Ke Zhongshan felt a pang of sympathy, realizing she must have been tirelessly conducting experimental tests over the past few days to achieve today's results. Thus, he kindly urged, all right, go eat something, Lu Ting. Look at you, you've lost so much weight over these past 2 days. The next day, a black business car arrived punctually at 8 a.m. in front of the faculty dormitory building of the Long Academy. Wan Xiang, with his right arm cradling the sleepy Wan Xingyu and his left hand pushing a black-wheeled suitcase, was met by a middle-aged driver in work attire who quickly descended from the driver's seat and ascended the steps with haste. Excuse me, are you Researcher Wan? The middle-aged driver inquired uncertainly. Wan Xiang nodded. Hello, you look quite young. You are the youngest researcher I have encountered in my 20-plus years at the Long Academy. The driver exclaimed in astonishment. Director Ku personally instructed me to ensure your safe and timely arrival at the airport. Be careful on the steps, Researcher Wan. As he spoke, the driver took the suitcase, skillfully opened the car door, and placed the suitcase in the trunk. Just as the driver was about to start the car, a striking figure on a shared bicycle waved to halt the departing vehicle. Through the window, Wan Xiang spotted Lu Ting, dressed in a brown trench coat and carrying a shoulder bag. I made it just in time, Lu Ting panted as she climbed into the car. What are you doing here? Wan Xiang asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm your assistant, don't you remember? Lu Ting said, brushing her hair back. Director Ku was worried it would be inconvenient for you alone, especially since you were bringing Xingyu along. True, Wan Xiang thought to himself. The car started and smoothly headed towards Kyoto Airport. Inside the vehicle, Lu Ting retrieved a testing report from her shoulder bag. This is the test result for the aerogel state high-energy graphite material, along with a microscopic structure report. After reclining the adjacent business class seat, Wan Xiang carefully placed the still slumbering Wan Xingyu in a comfortable position and secured her seatbelt before accepting the report. His eyes swiftly scanned the document, and within mere seconds, he had captured several key indicators. It must be noted that Lu Ting is an exceptionally skilled research talent, perfectly mirroring her theoretical conception of the material. Furthermore, the indicators exceeded expectations. Everything seems fine. You have done remarkably well. I believe your thesis will pose no issues. He affirmed. Of course, I've been holed up in a laboratory for 3 days and nights. I feel as though my bones might crumble, Lu Ting replied, stretching her limbs with a sense of pride. They arrived at the airport on schedule, just as Wan Xingyu began to awaken. The trio casually enjoyed a light breakfast before it was time to check in for their flight. As the tickets were arranged by the staff of the Lonka Institute, Wan Xiang was pleasantly surprised to discover that their seats were in first-class business. Lu Ting looked around the cabin in astonishment. It was evidently her first experience in such luxurious accommodations. She took out her phone, struck a playful peace sign, and snapped a selfie. Turning to Wan Xiang, she whispered, "Did you know? Business class is typically reserved for a select few high-ranking officials or national-level figures from our institute." Wan Xiang shook his head in ignorance. Meanwhile, Wan Xingyu, with her head held high and legs swinging, was fixated on the flight attendant pushing the food cart closer. The culinary offerings for business-class passengers were exceptionally diverse. After a thorough inquiry from the flight attendant, Wan Xingyu's small tray was soon filled with delectable dishes, much to her delight. She then selected a satisfying animated film on the screen before her, indulging in her meal while watching. Lu Ting ordered a cup of coffee and a platter of snacks, touched up her lipstick, and posed for another selfie, repeatedly adjusting her composition. With her curvaceous figure and striking features, Lu Ting had the potential to become a renowned influencer with just a touch of boldness in her poses shared on social media platforms. Meanwhile, to ensure that upon their arrival at the Dahou Light Supercomputing Center, they could promptly conduct simulations for the spherical pulse fusion stellar apparatus, Wan Xiang opened his laptop to verify the accuracy of the model parameters, to maintain precision in the simulation process while managing computational load. The model's grid division was set to 1 cubic millimeter. Any further subdivision would exponentially increase the computational demands, surpassing the limits of Moore's law for silicon-based chips. Chapter 35. Overclocking calculations. Upon exiting the airport terminal, Ding Chong and Lu Jiqiang were waiting at the arrival gate. Upon seeing the older gentleman standing in front of a black business vehicle, Lu Ting immediately recognized him and quickly leaned toward Wan Xiang to whisper, "Isn't that the one in the white shirt, Ding?" "Yes, that's academician Ding Chong," Wan Xiang confirmed. Lu Ting felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. The honor of being personally greeted by an academician was indeed extraordinary. "My apologies, Ding, but we require your assistance at the Supercomputing Center," Wan Xiang said. "Nonsense, Wan. You're being too formal." Ding Chong chuckled, casting a wary glance at Lu Ting beside Wan Xiang. "This is project member Lu Ting, a student of Dean Ke. We are all on the same team," Wan Xiang clarified, indicating that Lu Ting's identity met the confidentiality requirements, thus lifting any conversational taboos. Upon hearing this, Ding Chang's expression relaxed, and he introduced himself. "Hello, young Lu, I am Ding Chong, the head of the Supercomputing Center, and this is our chief engineer, Lu Jiqiang." Lu Ting offered a shy nod. "Hello, academician Ding, and hello, engineer Lu." After a brief exchange of introductions, Ding Chong bent down and produced a piece of hawthorn candy from his pocket, offering it to Wan Xingyu. "Xingyu, come here. Let Grandpa Ding give you a piece of hawthorn candy." Having already enjoyed a satisfying meal on the plane, Wan Xingyu hesitated to take it, glancing at Wan Xiang for approval before happily accepting it and stowing it away in her bag. The group then drove directly to the Dahou Light Supercomputing Center. Upon entering the center's grand hall, they encountered Pan Hong, the head of cybersecurity, who was accompanied by a girl of similar age to Wan Xingyu. "Wan, you're here." "Xingyu, this is Auntie's daughter, Duo," Pan Hong greeted. Wan Xingyu shyly hid behind Wan Xiang. Pan Hong gestured toward the children's activity area on one side of the hall, saying, "Why don't you go play with Annie and your sister, Xingyu?" With a smile, Pan Hong bent down. The little girl, named Duo, opened a plastic box, revealing a toy cooking set. Instantly, Wan Xingyu's eyes lit up. She released Wan Xiang's hand and leaned in to peer into the box. Observing the expansive children's activity area that occupied a significant portion of the hall, Wan Xiang recalled and inquired, "Academician Ding, I remember the last time I visited. This seemed to be your promotional display area for the Supercomputing Center, right?" Ding Chong chuckled. "Yes, we have transformed it into a children's activity and reading area. After your last visit, I reflected on our management and realized we lacked a degree of humanistic care. Many staff members face the pressure of childcare. Thus, to facilitate a balance between work and family, we specially set up that area. Additionally, we have hired 2 caregivers, allowing our employees to entrust their children here while they work. Indeed, this initiative not only addresses many people's daily needs, but also significantly boosts morale and efficiency." Pan Hong chimed in with a smile. Noticing Wan Xingyu happily engaged with the toys, Pan Hong gestured for them to carry on with their tasks, saying, "You go ahead. I'll keep an eye on the child." She gently patted Wan Xingyu's head. "Thank you, Pan. With you watching, I have nothing to worry about," Wan Xiang replied. The group took the elevator to the Supercomputing Center's control room. After Lu Jiqiang meticulously inspected the control panel, he nodded to everyone, stating, "Everything is ready." We have halted all ongoing projects to make way for the nuclear fusion simulation validation. Wan, you may begin at any time. Wan Xiang nodded and promptly transferred the documents into the supercomputing system. Following adjustments by Liu Jiqiang and the team, they swiftly progressed into the computational simulation phase. For Ding Chong, Liu Jiqiang, and the other staff in the control room, the simulation calculations based on mathematical theories were familiar territory. They had tackled numerous vertical and horizontal projects of varying scales. On the large screen, the mathematical model of the laser pulse spherical fusion stellar apparatus was subdivided into countless fine units. Each unit was engaged in the transfer of energy under the coupling effects of force fields, electric fields, magnetic fields, and thermal fields. The finer the subdivision of the simulation units, the higher the precision of the calculations. However, this also resulted in an exponential increase in computational power requirements. At this moment, the control room staff observed the bar graph displaying the computational power, which was rapidly nearing 100, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. Typically, even with cloud servers operating at full capacity, parallel computing projects could only reach about 70 to 80% of their maximum power. Yet, the computational project at hand was already approaching full capacity. What a colossal simulation project this was. A few minutes later, the simulation digital model of the laser pulse spherical fusion stellar apparatus at the supercomputing center entered the stage of full power operation. Wan Xiang sat in the main control seat, resting his chin on his hand, swiftly scanning the interim computational results within his field of vision. Deuterium and hydrogen isotope injection. Laser pulse ignition fusion calculation 100 convergence. Pressure and temperature normal. Plasma ring generation. Wan Xiang observed the system transition from the computational phase following plasma ring generation. His brow slightly furrowed. This was the aspect he was most concerned about, as it required the high-precision confinement of the plasma collision environment necessary for fusion under extreme conditions. It was akin to taming an African wild lion to play the symphony of fate on the black and white keys of a piano. This represented the ultimate test of the permanent magnetic structure array system. Naturally, it was also the moment when the demand for computational power peaked. Wan Xiang slid his chair in front of the main control system, began manipulating the controls, and informed those present that the computational load was increasing. As he prepared to perform an overclocking calculation. Overclocking? The supercomputer had only reached the system testing phase and had undergone overclocking overload tests. And that was under protective measures. Was the supercomputer's computational power insufficient? This was the fifth-ranked supercomputer globally. What kind of computational behemoth were we dealing with? The hardware could withstand this? This model truly resembled a monster that devoured computational power. Many on-site were astonished, for overclocking could potentially lead to program errors or crashes, causing increased heat and power consumption. It might even damage the hardware. Liu Jiqiang glanced at Ding Chong, who nodded in agreement. Receiving consent, Liu Jiqiang approached the control system and said, "Professor Wan, I will activate the overclocking permissions for you." Wan Xiang gazed at the screen, his fingertips dancing across the keyboard. "I have activated it." Upon hearing this, the staff at the supercomputing center in the control room shuddered. "Chief Engineer Wan, you wouldn't have hacked our operating system again, would you?" Good heavens, compared to the computational model, Chief Engineer Wan was the true monster. So formidable. The staff in the control room felt a sense of dread. Liu Jiqiang was initially taken aback by Wan Xiang's actions, then immediately directed the monitoring of the system post-overclocking. "Xiao Jiang, keep a close eye on the temperature in the machine room." "Understood." "Xiao Lu, monitor the stability of the voltage." "Received." "Xiao Dong, keep an eye on the hardware situation." "Got it." Before long, the Dahu Zhiguang computer entered overclock computation. Tension gripped those behind Wan Xiang. After executing all these tasks, Wan Xiang could only await the results of the computation. The permanent magnetic structure array system demanded exceptionally high precision, with little room for redundancy. Any design flaw could necessitate starting from scratch. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Wan Xiang watched the pulsating computational program on the large screen, his brow slightly furrowed. How could one not indulge in a moment of respite during such a time? Wan Xiang habitually thought, then twisted open a bottle of mineral water, taking a hearty gulp, leaving just a bit behind. He then fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and lit it for himself. White smoke wafted delicately from Wan Xiang's fingertips, occasionally flicking ash into the bottle-less opening, a bad habit he had cultivated during 2 years of despondency. Behind him, a young staff member from the supercomputing center frowned and approached Academician Ding, softly reminding him, "Academician Ding, smoking is not allowed in the control room." Ding Chong squinted at the young staff member. Why bring this up at such a tense moment? Ding Chong admired the other S line of thinking. Halfway through a cigarette, Wan Xiang remembered the smoking ban. Turning around, he held the newly opened cigarette pack and asked the crowd, "Care for a smoke?" Ding Chong was the first to take one, and Wan Xiang lit it for him. After taking a deep drag, Ding Chong felt his tension ease somewhat. Lu Jiqiang also took one to accompany him. The others waved their hands repeatedly, smiling awkwardly, indicating their refusal. Chapter 36. The Dragon Nation must withdraw from the ITER project. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the International Atomic Energy Agency, under the proposal of its principal member, the United States, was preparing to convene a special meeting. In the vast circular conference room, the emblem of the United Nations hung prominently. Representatives from member nations participating in the International Fusion ITER project were all present. ITER, short for International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, is the largest and most far-reaching international scientific collaboration project globally, with the ultimate goal of achieving controllable nuclear fusion technology for humanity. Member nations include the European Union, South Korea, Japan, the United States, Russia, and the Dragon Nation, making it the most authoritative international cooperative organization for developing controllable nuclear fusion technology on Blue Planet. Delegations from various member nations took their seats in the conference hall. At the head table, the Secretary General Lisa, with her sleek golden hair, noted that all member nations were present and pressed the microphone to commence the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed committee representatives, she began with polite opening remarks before delving directly into the topic. As the United States was the initiating nation for this meeting, the American representative, Thomas Seed, was the first to speak. The white man named Seed scanned the Dragon Nation delegation's seats with a smug expression. "Everyone, I believe you have all seen the recent reports. Our nation's Merck's National Laboratory has achieved significant technological breakthroughs in nuclear fusion gain. This will completely alter the course of the ITER project." As this statement left his lips, the representatives of various nations erupted into a flurry of excitement. Is this true? Incredible. My goodness, the ITER project is finally about to take a monumental leap forward. The United States truly shines as a beacon of technology, having achieved energy gain from fusion. Since its inception, the ITER project has undergone nearly 30 years of development, and previous conservative estimates suggested it would require at least another 50 years to fully master nuclear fusion technology. It appeared this timeline would be expedited. Oh my God, how powerful the United States is. Oh, my dear Representative Seed, you have shown us hope for humanity's mastery of ultimate energy. The technological advancement of the United States is truly formidable. My dear Mr. Seed, is it true that you will contribute to fusion gain technology? The representative from Japan asked, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. Of course, Seed replied, spreading his hands with a smile. The representatives from various nations expressed their admiration for Seed's speech. However, within the conference hall, the Dragon Nation representative, Chen Dongi, donned a sharp suit and maintained a calm demeanor, feeling no stir of emotion at Seed's words. A young assistant wearing glasses behind him leaned in and whispered, "Representative Chen, is what he said true? Don't think too highly of them. Listen to their words and observe their actions," Chen Dongi replied in a low voice. Seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred by his words, the assertive Seed suddenly turned his attention to the Dragon Nation representative, Chen Dongi. "However, there is one prerequisite," Seed declared solemnly. All eyes turned toward him. "Prerequisite? What condition?" "Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch." Seed pointed a finger at Chen Dongi and proclaimed loudly, "That is, the Dragon Nation must withdraw from the ITER project." The scene erupted in uproar. For the Dragon Nation is a pivotal member of the ITER project. How could one contemplate its withdrawal? Numerous representatives from member nations found this notion perplexing. Yet, a greater number adopted a stance of aloof indifference, unwilling to offend the United States, as long as they could reap benefits from the situation. The representative from Japan secretly rejoiced, concealing their smirk behind a hand to mask the expression of glee on their face. The allure of American technology was undeniable. In this contest between two titans, it seemed irrelevant to them. All that mattered was the potential for personal gain. The atmosphere was thick with tension from the outset. Any dissent against the U.S. could jeopardize access to advanced technology. The venue witnessed a tense exchange. Secretary General Lisa furrowed her brow, gazing in astonishment at the U.S. representative. She had not anticipated such an extreme proposal from them. However, she refrained from speaking further, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation. Sally understood, well, that as a mere Secretary General, she had no power to influence the covert struggles between great powers. The representative from the Northern Bear Nation wore a serious expression, perceiving this as a disruption of a delicate balance. Only Chun Dongyi seemed to have foreseen this development. Taking a sip from his cup of tea, everyone awaited the rationale from the U.S. Representative Sid. Sid rose confidently and proclaimed that the Dragon Nation had made no substantial contributions to modern fundamental physics, asserting that the foundational theories of nuclear fusion were rooted in the work of European and American scientists from the last century, citing names like Bohr, Fermi, and Einstein. Others in the assembly nodded in agreement. Behind Chun Dongyi, the young assistant from the Dragon Nation clenched their fists in indignation, rising to retort. Our nation's contributions to the ITER project are on par with anyone else's. To attempt to distort the narrative with such an argument is utterly shameless. It was a truth universally acknowledged. As a key participant in the ITER project, the Dragon Nation had made remarkable contributions in every regard. Chun Dongyi maintained a composed demeanor, though a flicker of anger crossed his face. He raised a hand to quell the outrage of his assistant. Thomas and Sid exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Shun Fanyan, standing behind Sid, observed the tumult with a look of shock, her lips and body trembling uncontrollably. She glared at the back of Sid's head, feeling as though she had been grievously betrayed. A heated debate ensued, prompting Secretary General Lisa to tap her gavel to restore order. The meeting was temporarily adjourned. Bang! Shen Fanyan stormed out, positioning herself directly in front of the U.S. Representative Thomas Sid, demanding an explanation. Thomas, why did you make such a proposal? Wasn't it agreed that this meeting was to advance my fusion game technology within the ITER project? Why exclude the Dragon Nation? She glared defiantly at Sid, standing tall before him and the other members of the U.S. delegation. Sid's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze icy. My dear Dr. Shun, did I not agree to promote your fusion game technology? Is that not the case? All that is needed now is to exclude the Dragon Nation from the ITER project. He observed Shun Fanyan's furious expression with a mix of amusement and disdain. How could this be? When I was invited from the Dragon Nation to participate in this project, there was no mention of such conditions. You assured me that my technology would be made public, benefiting the international development of nuclear fusion technology. Shin emphasized the promises made to her. Sid's expression hardened as he pointed a finger at her. Remember, you are now a citizen of the U.S. Your words and actions must align with American interests. And let me remind you, you have no way back if you wish to see your daughter again. With that, Sid shot her a fierce glare before maneuvering past her. The corridor was left with only Shun Fanyan, her solitary figure isolated and vulnerable. In that moment, she felt the entire conference hall had transformed into a glacial fortress, the emblem of the United Nations appearing as an ice sculpture, the seats below her, and the flags of various nations standing like sentinels, all cloaked in the chilling aura of betrayal encircling her. She recalled 3 months prior, filled with boundless hope for nuclear fusion technology, accepting the invitation from MIT, convinced by the superior research conditions in the U.S. Yet, due to the extreme confidentiality and sensitivity surrounding the fusion research project, she had been compelled to adopt American citizenship, severing ties with her husband, Wan Xiang. Under the repeated assurances of the head of the Nuclear Energy Agency, Thomas Sid, she had relinquished her research contributions without reservation. Under normal circumstances, if the game technology could be applied to the ITER project, all participating nations would benefit, including her homeland, the Dragon Nation. Having made these sacrifices, Shen Fanyan felt her pure pursuit of science was justified. Yet the current developments left her feeling helpless. She spotted members of the Dragon Nation's delegation exiting the meeting room, their dissatisfaction palpable. It felt as though her idealism for science was being scorched on the pyre of self-serving interests. The Dragon Nation's delegation entered a lounge, many pacing angrily within. Only Chun Dongyi maintained a resolute expression. He turned away from the others and began dialing a high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation, reporting the unfolding events. Chapter 37, Verification Passed. At the Great Lakes Supercomputing Center in the main control room, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the progress bar stalled at the plasma confinement simulation stage of the permanent magnet structure array. This caused considerable anxiety among those in the control room, who could no longer contain themselves and began to murmur in hushed tones. Could there be a malfunction? The risks of overclocking are significant. Not only could the hardware fail, but the software could also encounter issues. Indeed, overclocking can compromise stability. The computational load is immense. Even the supercomputer has crashed. At that moment, sitting beside Wan Xiang, Ding Chong, and Chun Jike wore grave expressions. Suddenly, Wan Xiang raised an eyebrow at the control panel. Lu Ting pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "It moved." Everyone leaned forward in anticipation. The progress bar suddenly leapt forward and accelerated. Permanent manier structure arrêt calculation convergence. Overcoming electrostatic repulsion forces to meet target requirements. On the supercomputing system's large screen, deuterium and hydrogen nuclei began to accelerate and collide. The deuterium and hydrogen nuclei fused into helium nuclei, simultaneously releasing high-energy neutrons. PD3 54 MeV, DD3 0,82 MV, and 245 MV. The fission calculation progressed rapidly, and a familiar classical energy conservation formula scrolled quickly across the screen. EMC2 calculation convergence. Energy released. Yes. The exclamations shattered the previously tense atmosphere within the room. The calculations succeeded. Hooray! That's incredible. It really worked. Not a single error. The control room erupted in excitement as everyone embraced and high-fived one another. The control room resonated with the enduring sound of applause. The model computation was successful. The laser pulse spherical fusion stellarator could officially enter the substantial manufacturing phase. Academician Ding firmly grasped Wan Xiang's hand, expressing his congratulations. At that moment, Wan Xiang's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Ke Zhongshan, the president of the Lonka Institute. Without a moment's delay to celebrate, he answered the call. Hello, President Ke? Is there something you need? Wan Xiang, have you seen news? Not yet. What's happening? I just received a call from a long office. There's been an incident at the International Atomic Energy Conference. You should check the news. The United States is demanding our withdrawal from the ITER project. What's the reason? Wan Xiang inquired. Ke Zhongshan recounted the unfolding events at the temporary meeting of the International Atomic Energy Agency, his tone laced with barely suppressed anger. As Wan Xiang listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. The others in the room noticed the shift in Wan Xiang's demeanor and fell silent, exchanging concerned glances. After a moment of silence, Wan Xiang asked gravely, President Ke, do you trust me? Ke Zhongshan responded with a puzzled, Just now, the simulation validation for the fusion device passed. Really? So soon? Yes. This is fantastic. With a complete theoretical foundation, the construction of the device can genuinely enter a substantive phase, Ke Zhongshan exclaimed with excitement. If you trust me, we can initiate the construction of the fusion device right now. 1 year, just 1 year. I assure you it will be completed, Wan Xiang stated solemnly. A long breath resonated on the other end of the line. After a pause, Ke Zhongshan instructed, prepare yourself, return to Kyoto. I want to introduce you to someone. Wan Xiang acknowledged with a sound, then hung up, his expression serious. What's wrong, Wan Xiang? Ding Chong, noticing Wan Xiang's grave demeanor, immediately inquired. Wan Xiang pointed to a wall-mounted television in the control room and asked, Academician Ding, can that television be turned on? Due to the supercomputing center's operational system cutting off all networks for safety during this computation, news could only be accessed via cable television. Certainly, Lu Jiqiang replied, retrieving the remote control and pressing a button. An official news broadcast immediately froze on the screen. The United States has submitted a draft to the Atomic Energy Commission, threatening technical sanctions and demanding the expulsion of the Dragon Country from membership. It is highly likely that the Dragon Country will be forced to withdraw from the ITER project. Following that, segments from the International Atomic Energy Temporary Meeting were aired. The U.S. Representative Sid E. was seen sternly threatening the Dragon Country to exit the ITER project. Inside the control room, the group watched the news report, their eyes filled with indignation. What? How can this be? Controlled nuclear fusion technology, as the ultimate energy source for humanity, pertains to our future survival and development. These separatists, despicable, abominable, truly hypocritical. Once again, they resort to technical embargoes. Does the U.S. have no other tricks up its sleeve? Who says we have made no foundational contributions to physics? Wan Xiang's grand fusion model, if we brought it out, they would be begging us on their knees. Their gazes turned to Wan Xiang. Ding Chong, with a serious expression, asked Wan Xiang, what do you plan to do next? Ding Chong specialized in computer science, and when it came to control nuclear fusion, he felt somewhat out of his depth. Wan Xiang smiled coldly. The ITER project has been in development for nearly 30 years since its inception, with slow progress. Each participating party has its own agenda, unwilling to relinquish core technologies for fear of theft. Thus, the ITER project is essentially a hollow endeavor. Everyone nodded in agreement. Moreover, the U.S. breakthrough in gain technology is merely an efficiency output improvement. True nuclear fusion remains a distant goal. It is time for us to officially commence the construction of our fusion device. Wan Xiang's gaze was resolute, his voice not loud but firm and powerful. Very well. If there is anything you need, our supercomputing center will fully cooperate. Ding Chong assured earnestly. There is indeed something we require. Wan Xiang replied. We need people. He considered the urgent need to address the team issue. To construct the fusion device, one could not rely solely on oneself. A vast, specialized team was essential. After all, human energy is finite, and a research and development team must be assembled swiftly. His gaze landed on Lu Jiqiang, the capable chief engineer of the supercomputing center, who was in his prime. Lu Jiqiang had studied under academician Ding, and after several interactions, his professional competence was beyond doubt, coupled with substantial experience in supercomputing and a steady demeanor. Thus, he quickly became Wan Xiang's ideal candidate for overseeing computer technology. Ding Chong, noticing Wan Xiang's focus, instantly understood. He approached Lu Jiqiang with a smile, clapping him on the shoulder. Jiqiang, an opportunity has arisen. Work diligently alongside researcher Wan Xiang and bring honor to our supercomputing center. Lu Jiqiang responded with a puzzled ah and a face full of questions. Please ensure the data is properly copied. The group made their way to the supercomputing center's lobby and the children's activity area. Wang Xingyu and Pan Hong's daughter, Duo, were playing joyfully. Upon learning they were leaving, Wang Xingyu displayed a reluctance to part, clinging to a faux banyan tree in the play area. I won't go. I want to keep playing with sister Duo. Wang Xingyu insisted resolutely. Wan Xiang, exasperated, along with Ding Chong, Lu Jiqiang, Lu Ting, Pan Hong, and others crouched down, encircling Wang Xingyu. Wan Xiang repeatedly assured him that he would return in a while. Ding Chong raised his right hand in a gesture of promise, vowing to provide a set of ocean balls and a sand pile on his next visit. Pan Hong remarked that he was the most obedient little friend she had ever met. Duo chimed in, saying she would bring her building blocks from home next time to play together. After more than 10 minutes of coaxing, Wang Xingyu reluctantly released his grip and waved goodbye to Duo and the other children in the play area. This scene astonished the supercomputing center staff passing through the lobby. Ding Chong, how come you're so leisurely today? Entertaining children in the play area? Indeed, it's usually difficult to even catch a glimpse of him. Could that be Ding Chang's granddaughter? Look, even Chief Engineer Lu is here. How curious. That's not Chief Engineer Chen's child. One must admit that the child is quite adorable. Pan Hong is also present. Look at how joyfully Ding Chong is smiling while holding that lovely girl. Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen Ding Chong smile so happily. What? That little girl is the child of that young man? What's going on? Today, the 3 senior officials of the supercomputing center personally bid farewell to that young man. Ding Chong cradled Wang Xingyu in his arms, unable to let go, playfully entertaining her until a black business vehicle stopped in front of the building. Only then did he reluctantly hand Wang Xingyu over to Wan Xiang and wave goodbye. Chapitre 38, Permanent Manier Matériel. Wan Xiang, Lu Ting, Lu Jiqiang, and Wang Xingyu, 3 adults and 1 child, did not pause. They boarded the business vehicle arranged by the supercomputing center and headed straight for the airport. In the spacious confines of first class, Lu Jiqiang bent down, rummaging through his backpack in search of his charger. The haste of his departure had left him little time to gather his belongings. Meanwhile, Lu Ting deliberately refreshed her makeup, donned her sunglasses, and stood aloof, scrutinizing the passengers as they boarded. What are you doing? Wan Xiang inquired, perplexed by Lu Ting's behavior. So, Lu Ting gestured for silence, lowering her voice. I'm hoping to catch a glimpse of my destined soulmate among the first-class travelers. What soulmate? You're merely seeking a handsome and wealthy man, Wan Xiang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ting and bluntly pointing out, you must think that anyone seated in first class meets at least the financial criterion. This is a constrained variable. Lu Ting clenched her fists, feigning a desire to strike Wan Xiang. She maintained her oddly poised stance until the cabin door closed, at which point she reluctantly took her seat. Any sign of your so-called soulmate? Wan Xiang probed. If it weren't for my father's age, they'd all be bald. Lu Ting replied, pouting in disappointment. As soon as the aircraft reached cruising altitude, Wan Xiang promptly opened his laptop, retrieving the design documents for the holmium permanent magnet, and positioned the screen before Lu Ting. Take a moment to examine this, he suggested. Lu Ting accepted the computer, ordered a coffee from the flight attendant to invigorate herself, and quickly delved into the material. As a doctoral candidate specializing in material science, she soon discerned that this was a document concerning the synthesis of a novel material. Holmium permanent magnet? Lu Ting full here. Wan Xiang nodded. Did you conceive this on your own? Lu Ting's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Wan Xiang. He responded with a non-committal. This lattice design transcends all magnetic material structures I'm familiar with. There is a significant probability it can constrain the spin electrons around holmium atoms, generating a powerful magnetic field, Lu Ting exclaimed, marveling at the design displayed on the screen. However, as she scrolled the mouse, she began to recognize a troubling issue. This raw material, holmium iron boron hexagonal crystal, I don't recall any reports of artificial synthesis. As a PhD candidate at the Long Institute of Technology, Lu Ting was well acquainted with industry trends, and there had yet to be any academic reports on holmium iron boron hexagonal crystals. Wan Xiang slightly inclined his head. You're correct. It cannot yet be artificially synthesized. If that's the case, then this holmium permanent magnet cannot be truly smelted. Lu Ting's expression fell, revealing her disappointment. Thus, Dean Ke has coordinated with the Long Aviation Bureau to secure this portion of raw material, which is currently stored in the Long Institute's warehouse. The Long Aviation Bureau? Lu Ting questioned, puzzled as to why such materials required the Bureau's coordination. In the next moment, her eyes widened in surprise. Could it be sourced from a meteorite? Realizing her voice had risen too high for the setting, she instinctively covered her mouth. Indeed, though the quantity is limited, it totals approximately 1,200 kilograms. After accounting for impurities, we estimate only around 900 kilograms is usable. The amount available for our experimental synthesis is merely 100 kilograms. The remaining 800 kilograms will be allocated for the formal production of holmium permanent magnets. Based on my calculations, Wan Xiang raised 3 fingers, prompting a look of confusion from Lu Ting, who quickly grasped the implications as Wan Xiang continued. The holmium permanent magnets we can currently produce will only suffice for the construction of 3 fusion stellarators. Wan Xiang relayed his findings to Lu Ting. In other words, we must utilize this limited 100 kilogram sample of holmium iron boron hexagonal crystal to test the final synthesis process of the holmium permanent magnet. Lu Ting swiftly identified the crux of the matter. Precisely. I need you to make a trip to the metallurgy department. Following Hiapao, Lu Ting hesitated. But Wan Xiang reassured her, don't worry, Director Chun from the Science and Technology Bureau will assist you in liaising with the metallurgy department. The holmium permanent magnet is a critical material for achieving plasma confinement. Without it, my desired fusion device cannot be constructed. Wan Xiang underscored the importance of the holmium permanent magnet material. Although he had derived a preliminary synthesis process, he understood that material synthesis is an empirical discipline, often accompanied by numerous uncertainties. Thus, it was far from the fanciful narratives found in online novels, where protagonists effortlessly deduce and synthesize materials at will. This was precisely why Wan Xiang needed to reserve experimental samples. Director Chun? The esteemed Director Chun Kemming from the Science and Technology Bureau? Lu Ting asked, astonished, as such high-ranking individuals held significant sway in the research community. The thought of engaging with them in a professional capacity had previously seemed unattainable. Yes, once we disembark, you should seek him out. I've already made the necessary introductions. Contemplating the events unfolding at the International Atomic Energy Conference, Wan Xiang felt an inexplicable urgency and meticulously arranged his itinerary upon returning to Kyoto. Lu Ting acknowledged with a sound of understanding, sipping nearly half of her coffee before continuing to familiarize herself with the materials. Since her laptop was occupied by Lu Ting, Wan Xiang had no choice but to borrow a computer from Chen Jike, who was seated behind them. Chen Jike had become a de facto member of the Fusion Research Center, and Wan Xiang intended to recommend him to Dean Ke upon their return to the Long Institute. He believed Dean Ke would not refuse. If all went smoothly, Chen Jike could complete his personnel formalities at the Long Institute the following day. Wan Xiang imported information from an encrypted USB drive into the computer. It contained the research progress reports from various scientific institutions involved in the spherical pulse fusion stellarator project over the past week. As he quickly skimmed through the information, the good news was that progress from the various teams had exceeded expectations, suggesting that significant human and material resources had been devoted to the project, an assertion Wan Xiang felt confident in. Minor issues could be overlooked, as he adhered to the philosophy of achieving results before perfecting them. Simultaneously, on the internet, the events unfolding at the International Atomic Energy Conference began to gain momentum. The U.S. openly demands that the Dragon Nation withdraw from the ITER project. The U.S. threatens multiple nations with technology, seeking to exclude our country from the ITER project. The International Atomic Energy Conference once again showcases American hegemony. The U.S. has made breakthroughs in nuclear fusion key technologies, leaving domestic research teams in a passive position. The International Atomic Energy Agency will hold a vote among member states in 3 months. News reports proliferated rapidly. The comment section was inundated with reactions from netizens. Dragon Nation netizen, how despicable, utterly lacking in credibility. Does the U.S. truly believe the ITER project belongs solely to them? Dragon Nation netizen 2. We also have our independently developed East device. Dragon Nation netizen 3. Research projects on controllable nuclear fusion, the ultimate energy source, cannot rely solely on individual efforts. International collaboration is essential. Dragon Nation Netizen 4. Are you familiar with the EUV lithography machine? That encompasses technology from over 40 countries worldwide. Dragon Nation Netizen 5. Losing our eligibility to participate in the project will set us back globally. This is truly contemptible. It's just another instance of technological blockade. Dragon Nation Netizen 6. Such international cooperation is a farce. It's better not to participate at all. Dragon Nation Netizen 7. Don't be naive. We will fall far behind the world. Dragon Nation Netizen 8. On what grounds does the U.S. act this way? Where's the law, the rule of law? Dragon Nation Netizen 9. Reality is that whoever possesses the technology is the law. Our nation's scientific research capabilities still exhibit considerable disparities when compared to international standards. Corresponding international media outlets have begun to sensationalize this on the internet. Headlines such as the contributions of the Dragon Kingdom to modern physics do not merit inclusion in the ITER project. The beacon of global technology belongs to the United States. With the latest breakthroughs astonishing the world, the reliance on the United States in the ITER project is inevitable, and American technology will dominate nuclear fusion research. Have garnered significant attention from international netizens. A French netizen expressed, "I take pride in the construction of the ITER project in my country, where the world's nuclear fusion technology will be birthed." A Japanese netizen remarked, "The United States truly excels. Global technology still hinges on the U.S." Meanwhile, a South Korean netizen commented, "The Dragon Kingdom is indeed unfortunate. They will miss witnessing the latest nuclear fusion technology and will fall behind the world's leading echelon." A Russian netizen noted, "Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom lags in foundational physics. However, this should not impede international collaborative projects." An American netizen declared, "A nation without even a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier has no right to partake in such advanced technological research." Chapter 39. A terrifying efficiency at the Dragon Kingdom University of Science and Technology, within the Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. In a laboratory, Dean Jiang Qingfeng donned a specially designed protective suit and goggles, diligently working at the forefront of experiments. Before him lay an electrolysis cell filled with a pale green solution. Due to the heightened risks associated with the electrolysis lab, Jiang chose to operate solo, while other researchers waited quietly outside behind a transparent glass wall. After a flurry of activity, Jiang emerged from the electrolysis chamber, removing his goggles and headgear, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, despite being over 50 years of age. Without a moment's pause, he inquired of the anxious crowd, "Have you received the test data yet?" Dean Jiang, "The sensors are currently receiving data," replied Jian Xen, seated at the testing computer. Noticing Jiang softened his tone, reassuring her, "There's nothing to worry about. The fact that this national-level project has adopted your proposal regarding nuclear chemical reactions is a remarkable affirmation of your research accomplishments." Jian Xian nodded, lacking in confidence. Initially, when Jiang received the decomposed task of the spherical pulse fusion stellarator from the Dragon Academy, he had not intended to include Jian Xian in this classified national project. Given the secretive nature of the project, the fewer personnel involved, the better. Thus, only the elite would suffice. Jian Xian's research achievements during her doctoral studies had not been particularly outstanding, especially with an abundance of experts and young talents available at the Dragon University. However, upon receiving the project proposal for the spherical pulse fusion stellarator, he discovered that it incorporated Jian Xian's doctoral thesis on chemical nuclear energy conversion, referencing her work and even mentioning her name in the acknowledgments. This compelled Jiang to acknowledge Jian Xian's significance in this project. "Look, the data is coming in." Someone pointed at the computer screen, stepping aside to allow Jiang to approach. Current, voltage curves, electrode potentials, and cyclic voltammetry analysis data began to manifest on the computer screen, eliciting expressions of joy among the onlookers. As the power generation figures swiftly soared, surpassing 1 megawatt, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly unnatural, even tinged with fear. The testing room was filled with an alarming current noise due to the overpressure exceeding the system's limits. Sparks erupted from the testing apparatus, and a burnt odor swiftly permeated the laboratory. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Jiang shouted urgently, calling for the test to cease. One researcher promptly pulled down the red emergency switch. A plume of black smoke ascended. In an instant, the disconcerting noise subsided, leaving the crowd exchanging apprehensive glances, their scalps prickling as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity, sweat pouring down their backs. Had they delayed any longer, the testing system might have exploded due to overload. What has happened? Jian Xian trembled as she scrutinized the test data. A spike in the current and voltage curves was glaringly evident on the display. We were so close. Someone began to say, but faltered, swallowing the rest of their words. How terrifying. This utterly shatters my understanding. Such a fearsome output efficiency. Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken, as he gazed at the energy conversion rate displayed on the testing system. Incredible. 68. He exclaimed in astonishment. The nuclear power technology plan provided by the Dragon Academy boasts such a high energy conversion rate. It truly achieves 68. This is nothing short of revolutionary, exceeding the current technological benchmarks by more than double. Indeed, according to existing international statistics, the nuclear power conversion rate hovers around 33, and that is under ideal conditions, without accounting for equipment failures or radioactive materials. The crowd within the testing room buzzed with excitement as they discussed the data. Jiang picked up the classified project plan, viewing it from a fresh perspective. Rather than merely a project proposal, it resembled a detailed explanatory document. The entire testing process had followed the technical disclosures outlined in the project plan. Initially, he had anticipated months of testing and adjustments to achieve satisfactory results. Yet, they had surpassed the world-leading standards on the very first test. This could undoubtedly be considered a significant technological breakthrough. Jiang found himself enveloped in the profound shock of the test results. In the testing room, the team endeavored to digest the sudden technological advancement. Pinching his thigh to confirm its reality, Jiang steadied his nerves and turned to the still-dazed Jian Xian, smiling as he praised, "Congratulations, Jian Xian. Your proposal has been adopted and has yielded such a breakthrough on its first implementation." Jiang recalled Jian Xian's initial days at the Dragon University, noting how her performance had been among the most mediocre of her peers. Her foundational mathematics entrance exam had been a dismal affair, and her somewhat clumsy demeanor often led to minor mishaps in the laboratory. Jian Xian shook her head repeatedly. "Dean Jiang, I feel undeserving of this praise. While my project proposal certainly contains some of my ideas, many of the technical challenges were extended and refined in this project plan." She reflected, "If my proposal is akin to a sapling, then this project plan is the towering tree that has thrived by absorbing nutrients." Jiang nodded, letting out a long sigh as he solemnly remarked, "Indeed, your academic level alone was insufficient to perfect this research topic. Only that individual could have accomplished it." "That individual?" Jian Xian asked, intrigued. "Dean Jiang, could you reveal to us who this remarkable figure is behind the project plan?" A voice from the crowd could not contain their curiosity. "Yes, Dean Jiang, this is truly hard to believe. Was it the technology subsidiary from the U.S. or the European Union?" Another questioned, "I've heard that the ITER project has received the latest energy gain technology from the U.S. Could this be the technology subsidiary?" Jiang furrowed his brow, his expression tightening. With a disdainful scoff, he replied, "Do you really think they would generously share their technology with us? You are unaware that Dongyi is presently engaged in intense negotiations with them at the International Atomic Energy Agency meeting." "Negotiations? What is happening? What has occurred?" Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Qingfeng spoke solemnly to help them grasp the harsh reality. "The United States is leveraging its advancements in nuclear fusion, net energy, gain technology as a means of coercion, pressuring other nations to compel us to withdraw from the ITER project. A significant vote concerning alterations to the ITER project will take place in 3 months, followed by 3 additional rounds of voting." What? How despicable. This is quintessentially American, a blatant act of technological blockade. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the laboratory turned tense as the group felt a surge of indignation. This was not the first time the U.S. had resorted to such tactics. The international community is, indeed, governed by the harsh realities of power dynamics. Contemplating this, everyone fell silent, lifting their heads, each disheartened by the obstacles they faced. Jiang Qingfeng, observing the despondent faces, reprimanded them sternly. "We, the people of Longhua, have traversed countless storms. We have never feared any threat. Let me assure you, this project proposal was authored by one of our own esteemed scientists from Longhua." "Really? A breakthrough that doubles the nuclear power conversion rate. This achievement is undoubtedly on par with the American fusion gain. So it's one of our own scientists. How magnificent. Who could it be?" The crowd gazed at Jiang Qingfeng with eager anticipation. "Confidential." Jiang Qingfeng gestured for silence, his tone grave, before turning to Jian Xian. "Zian Xin, organize everyone to promptly build on the testing results from earlier. While the iron is hot, Let's conduct several sets of cross-examinations to strive for the most optimal technical solution and compile a comprehensive technical report. Jin Exen adjusted her round glasses and nodded earnestly, her bun bobbing as she did. I believe it 1 TB long before Longhua-S voice resonates powerfully at the International Atomic Energy Agency conference. Jiang Qingfeng recalled the scene from a month ago when Wan Xiang had presented the spherical pulsed fusion stellarator at Lonka Institute, the exhilaration still vivid in his mind. Chapter 40. The primary character. Kyoto Airport. Having just disembarked from the plane, Chun Kiming and Ku Zhongshan awaited at the exit. Beside Lu Ting, Lu Jiqiang rubbed his eyes, mouth agape in disbelief, questioning whether he was seeing things. Before him stood 2 national-level dignitaries, personally there to greet him, and Lu Jiqiang could scarcely believe his fortune. Minister Chun from the technology headquarters, and that venerable elder is Director Ku from Lonka Institute. Lu Jiqiang stammered. Before he could finish, Wan Xiang approached briskly, carrying Wan Xingyu, and greeted the 2 men with familiarity. Lu Ting glanced sideways at Lu Jiqiang, who stood there, stunned and wooden, and gently patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "You'll get used to it. Just get used to it." With that, she too hurriedly followed suit, slipping into a sleek black business vehicle. As the group settled inside, Wan Xiang first introduced Lu Jiqiang to Ku Zhongshan, then expressed his desire to have him join the research center. Lu Jiqiang straightened his posture and earnestly introduced himself. "Hello, Director Ku. It is an honor to meet you. I graduated from Huaxia University of Science and Technology, majoring in computer science and technology, and I currently work at the Dahu Light Supercomputing Center." Hello, I know you. You gave an academic lecture at our Lonka Institute last time." Ku Zhongshan chuckled. "You remember me." Lu Jiqiang beamed, overwhelmed by delight. "Director Ding and I are old friends. I trust his judgment regarding his protege," Ku Zhongshan immediately affirmed, expressing no objections and noting that he had received a recommendation email from Ding Chong, warmly welcoming such a promising young talent. Subsequently, Wan Xiang briefed Chun Kiming on the research progress, emphasizing the critical issue at hand, the smelting of holmium-based permanent magnets. Chun Kiming promptly dialed the phone of Li Chongjing, the Minister of Metallurgy headquarters. The latter assured him over the line that they would provide full support and assemble a team of industry experts for technical breakthroughs. After hanging up, Chun Kiming signaled an OK gesture to Wan Xiang and the others, stating, "The metallurgy department has no issues, not to mention our direct metallurgy institutions. Any metallurgical enterprises across the nation can be mobilized as needed for the project." Upon learning that the task's leader would be Lu Ting, Chun Kiming turned to her with a serious expression and said, "This is a crucial material for the fusion project. Don't hesitate to speak up with any thoughts or requests to Old Li, as long as it benefits the project's progress." His concerns stem from the fact that Lu Ting, being a young woman, might struggle to manage the responsibilities of a national-level project. Lu Ting nodded, feeling the weight of the national machinery's might, and her confidence in the smelting of holmium-based permanent magnets surged. Time passed, and the business vehicle gradually came to a halt. The well-dressed man in the front passenger seat exited first, opening the door and reporting to Chun Kiming, "Minister Chun, another vehicle has been arranged." As Lu Ting needed to head to the metallurgy headquarters for coordination, Lu Jiqiang would first be settled at Lonka Institute. Moreover, considering the stature of the individuals they were about to meet, it was deemed appropriate for them to separate. Chun Kiming promptly stated, Lu, "I've arranged for another vehicle for both of you." After a pause, he added solemnly, "Next, we still have to meet that individual, so let's part ways here." That individual? Lu Ting and Lu Jiqiang were momentarily taken aback. Upon exiting the vehicle, they were astonished to find themselves facing an imposing ancient-style structure adorned with crimson beams and golden tiles, grand and dignified. Watching as the business vehicle passed through security checks and slowly entered the ancient edifice, they instantly understood who Chun Kiming was referring to. They are actually going to meet the head of state. Lu Jiqiang stuttered. Lu Ting was left speechless in astonishment. That was the head of state of Longhua, the primary figure, reflecting on Wan Xiang's youthful age of barely 20, and yet already possessing the capability to engage directly with the head of state. They both felt a chill of awe. As thoughts of the burdens associated with the fusion project surfaced, the weight of responsibility settled heavily upon their shoulders. Lu Ting, unwilling to delay any further, immediately rushed to the metallurgy headquarters with the smelting plan she had prepared on the plane. Lu Jiqiang, on the other hand, hastily called home to assure his family of his safety, initially believing this trip would be a brief business journey. However, it became apparent that he must swiftly immerse himself in the research center's scientific endeavors. Long office. The vehicle smoothly approached a solemn, ancient-style office building, and, After undergoing security checks once more, the three were preparing to enter the building when they encountered an unexpected issue. Wan Xiang, just awakened, clung to Wan Xiang, which surely violated regulations. A middle-aged woman, elegantly poised and welcoming, smiled kindly at Wan Xiang, assuring her that a dedicated person would be arranged to look after her, putting everyone at ease. With carefully manicured gardens surrounding them, a sense of comfort enveloped them after their long journey, having spent an extended period in a confined space. The scenery before Wan Xiang was a refreshing sight that instantly invigorated her. She wriggled free from Wan Xiang's embrace and pointed towards a nearby, picturesque garden, saying, "Daddy, I want to play by that pond for a while." Wan Xiang glanced toward the pond in the distance. Under normal circumstances, he would never allow Wan Xiang to play near water unless he was supervising her personally. However, considering the safety of this location, which could be deemed the safest place in the world, he readily agreed. The dignified secretary, Xiao Yi, offered a faint smile and promptly summoned a young woman to attend to Wan Xiang. The young woman, named Yi Qing, was an intern at the long office, primarily engaged in translation work. She lowered her gaze, surveying the exuberant and impatient Wan Xiang, and felt a twinge of surprise. Although she had been interning for some time and had encountered various secretaries and foreign dignitaries with their spouses, she had never seen anyone bring a child along. Raising her eyes again, she scrutinized the three individuals. Her experience at the long office had sharpened her perceptive abilities, and she immediately recognized the two older men. The short-haired, bespectacled minister Chun Kemming, with a striking white streak at the tips of his hair, exuded a sharp intellect. The other gentleman, also bespectacled and possessing an elegant demeanor, was the dean of the Long Institute, Ke Zhongshan, as for the handsome young man who appeared to be of a similar age to her. Yi Qing could not fathom how such a youth would find himself in a deliberative space like the long office. Moreover, she was utterly perplexed as to which of the two elders was the grandfather of the 3-year-old child. Noticing Wan Xiang already bouncing toward the garden, Yi Qing dismissed her thoughts and hastened to follow. Shortly thereafter, Chun Kemming, Ke Zhongshan, and Wan Xiang followed the middle-aged female secretary into the ancient-style building. To claim to be unperturbed would be a blatant falsehood. Even after experiencing 2 lifetimes, Wan Xiang marched forward with a sense of trepidation, meticulously formulating the logic within his mind to ensure the acquisition of project support from the higher-ups. Inside a solemn office, a substantial desk occupied the center. In front of the desk, Chun Dongyi passionately denounced the occurrences at the International Atomic Energy Agency meeting. Behind the desk, an elder, seemingly resigned to the inevitability of such incidents, remained silent, lost in contemplation. If we are expelled from the International Nuclear Fusion Project, we shall forfeit our comprehensive strategic position in the energy sector, and all that we have built will inevitably decline. Chun Dongyi's voice resonated with fervor, his expression grave, as his eyes, lined with wrinkles, seemed to glimpse the future. We have sacrificed so much for this project. The audacity of the Americans is infuriating. Chun Dongyi sighed, his gaze revealing a mixture of sorrow and indignation. Director, we have only 3 months until the first round of hearings and votes by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The Americans have already begun employing various despicable tactics to incite opposition. I propose we dispatch personnel to negotiate with the member states, as we stand on the side of international legal principles. As he spoke, Chun Dongyi appeared unable to contain the burgeoning thoughts within him, promptly rising to implement this course of action. The elder, who had been listening in silence, finally spoke, questioning whether standing on the side of international legal principles was truly effective. Chun Dongyi hesitated, as if the elder's words had struck a sensitive nerve. What use is it? Indeed, Chun Dongyi pondered, memories of humiliating history flashing through his mind, his expression morphing into one of anguish. Should we do nothing? He inquired, despondently. Action. We must act. And with utmost resolve. The elder's expression was resolute. How shall we proceed? Wait. Yes. Wait for someone. A barely perceptible smile graced the elder's lips. Chapter 41. Another stirring commences. Chun Dongyi, perplexed, resumed his seat just as the heavy double doors of the office were rapped upon. The poised secretary, Xiao Jia, cracked open the door and inquired if the elder was ready. The guest had arrived. The elder glanced at Chun Dongyi, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Please, let them enter." Chun Dongyi was left utterly bewildered. Outside, following the secretary's report, the imposing double doors swung open. Chun Kemming, Ke Zhongshan, and Wan Xiang entered in succession. Upon seeing the elder seated behind the substantial desk, with kind eyes that seemed to harbor myriad thoughts, Wan Xiang swiftly recognized the venerable figure. He was the leader of a long nation. Opposite him sat another elder, slender and stern, who immediately turned to regard the newcomers as they entered. Wan Xiang did not recognize him, but Chen Qiming and Ku Zhongshan quickly identified him. Chen Dongyi, the representative of the Long Nation at the International Atomic Energy Agency, and an alumnus of Ku Zhongshan. Leader. The three greeted the elder respectfully. Representative Chen, look at that. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The leader smiled upon seeing the newcomers. Old Chen, what brings you back? Aren't you still with the International Atomic Energy Agency? Ku Zhongshan inquired with curiosity. Don't mention it. Chen Dongyi rose and waved his hand dismissively, unable to restrain himself from recounting his frustrations. The Americans are once again obstructing us, using technological threats to coerce us into withdrawing from the ITER project. You know, the ITER project is an international collaborative endeavor for controllable nuclear fusion, the culmination of decades of research in the field, greatly advancing nuclear fusion through the assimilation of its findings. Our nation has made substantial contributions, undertaking increasingly more scientific research tasks. If we are forced to withdraw from the ITER project, we shall incur tremendous losses. Chen Dongyi paused, his excitement rekindled as he added. The critical issue is that it will cause our nation's nuclear fusion technology to lag behind the world's leading levels. His expression turned exceedingly grave. This revelation resonated with Chen Qiming and Ku Zhongshan, stirring the emotions of the elder scientists. How much time do we have left? A sudden voice inquired. The leader remained silent, turning to look at the young man behind Ku Zhongshan. What do you mean, how much time? Chen Dongyi echoed, glancing at the unfamiliar young man behind Ku Zhongshan, puzzled. I mean, when will the International Atomic Energy Agency make the so-called voting resolution? In 10 months. In 10 months. They will convene a vote among all member states of the project committee, with 2 hearings in between. I believe the Americans have already begun leveraging their technological superiority to lobby against us, so I strongly suggest we negotiate early. Chen Dongyi reiterated his fervent recommendation. Wan Xiang pondered briefly. According to his original plan, it would take a year, but it now seemed he would have to expedite the timeline. In truth, Wan Xiang was not particularly concerned about the ITER project. He simply wished for the Long Nation to possess the world's first fusion reactor before the so-called voting took place. After mentally compressing the timeline for construction, Wan Xiang remarked, "There's no need to exhaust ourselves negotiating. We have ample time." Chen Dongyi was left utterly bewildered, scrutinizing the young man before him, then furrowing his brow at Wan Xiang as he inquired, "What do you mean? Time is sufficient? I mean, 10 months is enough time to develop and construct the first generation of controllable nuclear fusion devices." What? Chen Dongyi stared incredulously at the young man, questioning whether he had misheard. How is that possible? I am well aware of the timeline for the East Project. We have a long way to go. The East Project Chen Dongyi referred to was the domestically developed controllable nuclear fusion project known as the Artificial Sun. 10 months. However, it requires the support of resources. After all, the progress of the project is the result of the convergence of time and resources, Wan Xiang elaborated. Chen Dongyi's expression conveyed disbelief. After all, this was the Long Office, and such claims could not be made lightly in front of the leader. He glanced at the leader, who maintained a stoic demeanor, and then back at the audacious young man, completely at a loss. Thus, a profound curiosity regarding the identity of the young man before them emerged. Who exactly are you? Beside them, Chen Qiming and Ku Zhongshan exchanged knowing smiles. Ku Zhongshan gently patted Chen Dongyi on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Old Chen, he is not referring to the East Project. We have a new project plan." What? Chen Dongyi skeptically turned to the calm figure behind the desk, the national leader. The latter nodded slightly before fixing a sharp gaze on Wan Xiang. "I have reviewed the report from the Ministry of Science and Technology, and your project proposal has received accolades from various research institutions. I am sincerely delighted to congratulate you, young man." "What accolades?" Chen Dongyi appeared somewhat dazed. The national leader closed the documents on the desk, rising to continue. "Not only am I pleased with the smooth advancement of the spherical pulsed fusion stellarator project, but I am also invigorated by the increasing youthfulness of our nation's scientific talent. This is what truly fills me with hope." "Wait, what is this spherical pulsed fusion stellarator?" Chen Dongyi's brow furrowed deeper, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. The national leader surveyed the room's occupants before striding purposefully to Wan Xiang, his warm, heavy hand grasping Wan Xiang's shoulders with a pat as he scrutinized him closely. "Excellent. Truly remarkable." The national leader's eyes gleamed with approval. Feeling the warmth of the national leader's hand, Wan Xiang sensed that this was the opportune moment to make his request, and he resolutely stated, "National leader, I believe the spherical pulsed fusion stellarator can officially proceed to the construction phase. My plan is to complete it by October. Are you certain 10 months is feasible? The national leader inquired gravely. In truth, we need not fear being outpaced by others. The International Atomic Energy Agency will not succeed in their endeavors anytime soon. He added solemnly, based on the current progress reports from various research institutions, I believe that with slight adjustments to the plan, 10 months will suffice. Wan Xiang hesitated for a moment. What is it? Speak freely. With me here, what is there to fear? The national leader replied, with a serious demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. With those words, Wan Xiang no longer hesitated and articulated the need for funding, construction teams, equipment manufacturers, and civil engineering support, all of which the research center could not provide due to the multitude of coordination required. Indeed, it feels like a 10-month gestation, the national leader exclaimed with a sigh. He swiftly returned to his imposing desk, pressing a white button on it. Immediately, a middle-aged man in formal attire and glasses entered the room and approached quickly. The national leader whispered to him, while Chen Dongyi, at that moment, pulled Chen Qiming and Ke Zhongshan aside, inquiring about the spherical pulsed fusion stellarator. The two could only exchange words to explain the events that had transpired during this time. Chen Dongyi's expression transformed from disbelief to confusion, then to astonishment, ultimately culminating in excitement. He then cast a look at Wan Xiang akin to that of a monster. What an extraordinary talent! Shortly thereafter, another staff member in formal attire entered, carrying a document, and approached the national leader, placing the document on the desk. The national leader leaned over to review it, signing several lines. A knock at the door followed, and this time, the newcomer was quickly recognized as Gao Weimin, the director of the Long and General Administration. He acknowledged Wan Xiang and the others with a serious nod before swiftly moving to the national leader's side. Gao, you know how to handle this matter, the national leader said, handing over the freshly signed document. Gao Weimin glanced at the document, nodded solemnly, understood. I will personally coordinate with all departments immediately. Standing tall, he saluted, a habit ingrained from his time in the military, which he could not help but display when faced with significant tasks. After transferring responsibilities to the national leader, Gao Weimin finally had the chance to exchange a few pleasantries with some old acquaintances before regarding Wan Xiang with immense satisfaction, taking a deep breath and saying meaningfully, "Good lad. You are about to create quite a stir this time. You will have a lot on your plate ahead." Wan Xiang nodded, seeing Wan Xiang's determined expression. Gao Weimin smiled with satisfaction before hastily exiting with the red folder in hand. The others turned their attention back to the national leader. After the earlier flurry of activity, stood up from his seat and invited Wan Xiang, "Come, let us take a stroll in the garden for a moment." Chapter 42. Innocent Words. Huh? Wan Xiang thought he had misheard. In the office, Chen Qiming, Ke Zhongshan, and Chen Dongyi immediately grasped the implication. After a brief farewell to the national leader and expressing to Wan Xiang that they would wait for him in the lounge, they departed first. The office now contained only the national leader, Wan Xiang, and an assistant. The assistant raised a hand with a smile, gesturing for Wan Xiang to follow. At the Long and office's welcoming garden, Wan Xiang walked alongside the national leader, leisurely strolling through the garden. The national leader began by inquiring about Wan Xiang's personal life, followed by casual conversation about mundane matters. To Wan Xiang's surprise, the national leader was not as intimidating as he had imagined. Rather, he was quite affable. As they continued walking, when the discussion turned to the nuclear fusion project, the national leader furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at a vibrant lotus blooming in the pond, and asked solemnly, "Wan Xiang, I noticed in the report that Li mentioned our current material reserves would only allow for the construction of 3 fusion devices. I would like to know your plans for these 3 devices." Wan Xiang contemplated for a moment before responding. The first should be utilized for commercial purposes. Please elaborate on your reasoning, the national leader encouraged with a smile. The fusion devices must first serve commercial needs to significantly advance the development of other technological projects. This is a hallmark of the technology's maturity. The national leader nodded in agreement, signaling him to proceed. Wan Xiang continued, for instance, the demands of artificial intelligence for computing power necessitate substantial electrical energy, as do the semiconductor manufacturing industry, telecommunications technology, and high-energy colliders in fundamental physics research. Wan Xiang enumerated for both industrial and research perspectives. The national leader nodded slightly in acknowledgement. And the second device? Wan Xiang raised his gaze from the clear pond's surface to the distant horizon, where the sunset cast a radiant glow. The second device will be for aviation. The national leader remained silent, attentively listening. Wan Xiang added, "The reasoning is straightforward. The materials currently used to manufacture permanent magnets are sourced from extraterrestrial meteorites. According to some conjectures, the asteroid belt, or even a more distant Kuiper belt, may contain vast quantities of holmium crystals. To ensure the sustained development of the nuclear fusion project, we require a powerful aviation engine. That logic makes sense, the national leader remarked with a smile. This will also benefit our aerospace endeavors. It's a win-win situation. And the third device? Wan Xiang did not respond immediately. Both their gazes shifted from the fiery skyline back to the rugged stone landscape reflected in the pond. The national leader's expression bore a hint of melancholy. After a moment of silence, Wan Xiang finally spoke. It should be used for national defense. As for the specifics, I have not yet considered. The national leader's furrowed brow eased, replaced by a smile. He pointed toward a nearby rocky hill encircling the pond, stating gravely, Wan Xiang, do you see that rocky hill? National defense is like that rock. It serves as the ballast for everything and is the most resilient element in the entire garden. The same applies to our national endeavors. I am delighted that we have arrived at such a shared understanding. Just then, the sound of a child's voice calling Daddy could be heard from a distance. Wan Xiang and the national leader turned their attention toward the source of the sound. As Wan Xingyu dashed joyfully towards the two, a flustered Yi Qing hurriedly pursued her, having discarded her high heels. Observing this, two security personnel clad in suits and earpieces swiftly made their way from behind. Witnessing Wan Xingyu bounding towards him across the sunlit meadow, Wan Xiang felt a profound touch upon the softest part of his heart. He immediately bent down, arms wide open, disregarding the presence of the national leader beside him, and enveloped the rushing Wan Xingyu in an embrace. Xingyu, call me Big Brother, Wan Xingyu exclaimed excitedly. I know. I've often seen you on television. Ha ha ha. The national leader squinted his eyes, his smile warm and amiable. He raised a hand to calm the approaching security personnel, signaling them not to be alarmed, then extended his arm to take Wan Xingyu from Wan Xiang's embrace. What an adorable child you have, Wan Xiang. Your research and personal life seem to have flourished simultaneously. I never imagined your little one would be so grown. The national leader said, cradling Wan Xingyu, his smile radiating kindness. At that moment, Yi Qing, who had hurriedly arrived holding her high heels, looked on with a mix of panic and embarrassment. National leader, I couldn't catch her. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since this place has been so lively. The national leader remarked, glancing at the bright-eyed Wan Xingyu. Little one, is it fun here? Very fun. There are so many fish in the pond. Wan Xingyu chirped innocently. Next time you want to come, just tell Big Brother, all right? Yay. Next time I want to catch fish. Wan Xingyu exclaimed, raising her fist triumphantly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Daddy. Big Brother says I can catch fish next time. Wan Xiang offered an awkward smile, internally lamenting the child's unfiltered honesty, thinking, is the dragon office a place for fishing? Yi Qing, watching the scene unfold, was taken aback. Daddy, this young man is the father of this child. The national leader is leisurely strolling through the state guest garden with him. She knew the national leader's daily schedule was meticulously timed, often filled with meetings with significant foreign dignitaries. A young man of this age would typically be too nervous to utter a word in the presence of the national leader. Yi Qing remembered her own first encounter with him was filled with trepidation. Yet here was this young man, comfortably bantering with the national leader and even bringing his child to the dragon office. Such audacity was rare. The mere fact that the national leader had made time for a casual walk in conversation with this young man piqued Yi Qing's curiosity about his true identity. A sleek black business vehicle approached slowly, from which Chun Keeman and Ku Zhengshan emerged. The two engaged in further discussions with the national leader regarding upcoming work initiatives. A few minutes later, the group departed the dragon office in the business car. Inside the vehicle, Chun Keeman and Ku Zhengshan continued their fervent discourse about their recent work topics. A document was passed back and forth, each contributing notes. Wan Xiang sat in the car, holding Wan Xingyu on his lap, pointing out a magnificent ancient structure that glided past their window, narrating its name and history. However, Wan Xingyu incessantly bombarded him with a barrage of innocent queries. Daddy, why is the wall red and not colorful? Why is that door round? That S not round. It's arched, Wan Xiang explained patiently. Why is it arched? Because arching can alter the load distribution of the doorway, transforming the masonry from a tensile component to a compressive one, thereby enhancing the compressive strength of the material. Wan Xingyu pondered this for a moment. What is tensile? Tensile means, Wan Xiang began, only to suddenly choke on his words, realizing the absurdity of explaining such complex concepts to a child under 3. He opted instead to conclude, you'll understand when you start school. On the other side of the vehicle, Chun Keeman and Ku Zhengshan appear to have reached a conclusion. They reviewed a list filled with annotations, and after a moment of silence, they turned to Wan Xiang. Wan Xiang, this is the list of selected project personnel from national research institutions. Please let us know if you have any adjustments. Wan Xiang glanced over the list casually, Aware that he was not well-versed in the field since being dismissed from Lonka University, he and T kept track of developments in academia, and he barely recognized anyone on the list. However, one name struck him: Wan Xiang, a fourth-year doctoral student from the School of Nuclear Science and Technology at Lonka University. Finally, someone I know, he remarked, pointing to Wan Xiang's name. I'd like to keep this person. I have no objections to the others. Huh, let me see. Wan Xiang, a doctoral student from Lonka University? Suddenly, Zhao Shun, the secretary clad in a white shirt and black tie, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Mr. Wan. This individual was eliminated in the first round of our project candidate screening. While speaking, Secretary Zhao rummaged through his briefcase, quickly retrieving a file marked with Wan Xiang's name. He proceeded to summarize her credentials. Wan Xiang, female, 26 years old, currently pursuing a PhD in nuclear engineering and technology at Lonka University. During her academic tenure, she has published 2 papers in domestic academic journals. She has struggled with higher mathematics, probability theory, and mathematical physics during her undergraduate and master's studies, and her advisor is Professor Lei Zhang, whose academic contributions are rather unremarkable. Pausing for a moment, Zhao adjusted his glasses and concluded, to be selected for the fusion project, one must be a top-tier talent. So I believe she is not a suitable candidate. Chen Qimin took a look at Wan Xiang's file, while Zhongshan leaned in to review it as well. After a moment of silence, both frowned, tacitly agreeing with Secretary Zhao's assessment. Wan Xiang, however, smiled and remarked, the number of publications does not necessarily gauge one's research capability. As for mathematics, Faraday and Oppenheimer are not exactly renowned for their mathematical prowess in the field of physics. I've read Wan Xiang's doctoral thesis, and she presents unique insights in the realm of nuclear energy conversion, which is more than sufficient. Before Zhao Shun could respond, he was interrupted by Chen Qimin. All right, Zhao, Mr. Wan is right. Our evaluation criteria are too superficial and may indeed overlook some talents. Zhongshan added, let us allow her to join the project for a trial period. If she cannot adapt, we can make alternative arrangements. The others nodded in agreement. After a brief silence in the vehicle, with no further objections, the list of project personnel was officially finalized. Chen Qimin handed the list to Secretary Zhao, stating gravely, draft a notice based on this list in the name of the technology headquarters. In 3 days, Wan Xiang is to report to Lonka University for a project meeting. This project is endorsed by the national leader. Zhao Shun straightened his posture, understanding the gravity of the task. Chen Qimin then turned to Wan Xiang. Prepare yourself. As the project leader, you must make an appearance at the meeting. Wan Xiang nodded. Upon returning to Lonka University, he carried the now sleeping Wan Xingyu back to their 2-bedroom, 1-living-room town apartment. After settling her in, Wan Xiang proceeded to his study. He opened his laptop, downed a strong cup of bitter coffee, created a new document, and began typing out the title of his doctoral thesis, Design and Implementation of a Miniaturized Nuclear Fusion Pulse Device and Power Engine Integration System. Thus, he aimed to put a definitive end to the regrets of his unfinished academic journey. Wan Xiang resolved to advance the miniaturization research of nuclear fusion devices, drawing inspiration from a conversation with a national leader a few hours prior. This endeavor aims to propel its applications within the aerospace and military sectors. With a clear objective in mind, Wan Xiang momentarily closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to stir. Within the ocean of his consciousness, the research matrix pulsed with activity, its points rising and falling like the undulating surface of the sea. It was evident that the matrix system was in a state of heightened excitement today, facilitating a greater connectivity to the neurons in his brain. As he engaged with the research matrix, he began to blend and deconstruct various technological pathways, gradually extracting useful technological points from the matrix. Focusing solely on the goal of miniaturizing the nuclear fusion pulse device, the technological roadmap became increasingly lucid after deconstruction. The first consideration was microscale energy-collecting materials. The materials used for the core reactor components of a miniaturized fusion device would need to meet more stringent requirements, as they would endure extreme conditions of high temperatures, pressures, and radiation, while simultaneously maintaining sufficient strength and stability. Wan Xiang furrowed his brow, struggling to devise a solid approach to this challenge. Thus, he decided to momentarily set it aside and continue to delve into the next technological pathway, high-efficiency energy conversion technology. A miniaturized power engine would necessitate the efficient conversion of energy generated by nuclear fusion into mechanical energy to drive the engine's operation. Wan Xiang's initial thought was the nuclear electrochemical model proposed by Jinxin, but he quickly dismissed this notion. While this approach could prove cost-effective for conventional commercial power generation, it would not suffice for application in aerospace engines. Following that, he also rejected several other ideas, including thermal energy conversion and thermoelectric converter schemes, which also exhibited significant limitations in conversion rates. Ultimately, the technological pathway coalesced around the concept of magnetohydrodynamic generators. This method involves ionizing electrons from atoms using thermal energy, creating an ion flow that cuts through a magnetic field to generate induced electromotive force, thus facilitating a direct conversion of thermal energy into electric current, bypassing mechanical conversion steps and significantly enhancing efficiency. Envisioning the potential of superconducting materials to support this technology would render it even more perfect. Wan Xiang continued to probe the research matrix system in search of viable candidates, but could only extract scattered fragments of knowledge insufficient to support the development of superconducting materials, prompting him to abandon this line of inquiry for the time being. Next, he turned his attention to the power engine module, where the technological trajectory became clear. Given the previous step's determination of magnetohydrodynamic generation, and in order to ensure functionality in an oxygen-deprived space environment, the power engine was directly anchored to the plasma engine within the research matrix system. At this realization, a wave of discomfort coursed through Wan Xiang's mind, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Abruptly emerging from his thoughts, he became aware of the passage of time. Outside the window, a gentle morning sun had lazily spilled onto his computer desk. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was Wan Xingyu. To Wan Xiang's astonishment, the little one had awakened alone without shedding a tear. It seemed that Wan Xingyu, set to start kindergarten in a month, was indeed growing up. Observing the sleepy, wide-eyed child rubbing her eyes, Wan Xiang felt a surge of affection, wishing time would slow down. In that fleeting moment, the fatigue that had weighed on his mind dissipated, replaced by a rush of joyful dopamine. With bare feet, Wan Xingyu ambled over to the desk and lazily flopped onto Wan Xiang's lap, murmuring, "Dad, I'm hungry." "You little foodie," Wan Xiang teased. However, Wan Xingyu paid no mind, clinging to Wan Xiang as she chanted, "I'm hungry. Sesame buds, soy milk, steamed dumplings, jiutiao." Her rhythmic recitation reflected the desires dictated by her taste buds. After a night of mental exertion, Wan Xiang too felt hunger gnawing at him. Thus, the two swiftly tidied themselves before heading out to the cafeteria at Lonka Institute, intent on indulging in a hearty meal. Chapitre 44, Urgent Construction Task. At the headquarters of Longjian Group, within the engineering project department, Li Jiansheng, a mid-aged technical backbone and senior engineer of the group, had just returned to the headquarters after a 3-year overseas aid project. He enjoyed a few leisurely days of work, reading newspapers and sipping tea. In the office, Li Jiansheng sat languidly at his desk, cradling a thermos filled with strong tea, regaling his colleagues with tales from his 3 years abroad. He recounted the various technical challenges he had overcome. He narrated how a foreign project that had languished for decades was completed within 3 years under his guidance, finishing a full 100 days ahead of schedule. He also shared the admiration and envy reflected in the eyes of foreign citizens and engineers. His colleagues listened with rapt attention, gathering around him in groups of 20, exclaiming, "Li Gong, you're amazing." Behind Li Jiansheng, a wall was adorned with accolades and honors. Among them stood out a trophy depicting a golden craftsman with an upright bun, symbolizing the highest award in the field of engineering, the Luban Award. Nearby, a photograph captured Li Jiansheng and the special engineering team proudly posing with the trophy. He produced his phone, revealing a photo of a domed nuclear power plant. "This is the project we completed. It resolved the electricity issues for 1 million residents." "Wow, so spectacular. Incredible. Truly impressive. Li Gong, I'd be content to have such an experience in my career. Indeed, even just participating would be something to boast about for a lifetime." Another chimed in, "Li Gong, next time you have a project, take us along." The young engineers were visibly energized, their faces glowing with pride. "Li Gong, our nation's infrastructure capabilities have finally made a mark on the world," exclaimed another, expressing a yearning to gain experience outside and share in that pride. "Li Gong, remember to bring me along for your next project." Yet another voice called out, eager to join Li Jiansheng's endeavors. "Li Gong, I heard you completed the project in Yala 100 days ahead of schedule using groundbreaking prefabricated technology, shocking the International Civil Engineering Association." The local government even expressed excitement on the day of acceptance, indicating their intention to sign a cooperation agreement for the next project. "Is that true?" asked a bespectacled young man in a checkered shirt. Li Jiansheng smiled and pointed at the young man, saying, "You're well informed. This is our special engineering department's innovative technology." Admiration glimmered in the eyes of his colleagues. "Li Gong, This technology needs to be shared with us. The group should take the lead and invite you to give a technical presentation. Exactly. Just as the group was engrossed in conversation, a young woman in a white shirt approached Li Jiansheng briskly, saying, "Li Gong, the general manager would like to see you." Li Jiansheng raised an eyebrow. "Old Wang?" It seemed fitting that after 3 years away, he would reconnect with an old friend. Within the company, Li Jiansheng held a rank equivalent to that of the general manager, with one focusing on technical roles and the other on management. Nodding to the woman in white, he gestured to the group, "I'll step out for a moment. We'll continue our chat shortly." Within the engineering department, everyone displayed expressions of lingering curiosity. As the door swung open, I stepped into Manager Wang's office. General Manager Wan Xiang greeted Li Jiansheng with a warm smile, hastily approaching to clasp his shoulders. "Old Li, you've worked hard these past 3 years. It's good to see you well." "You too." The two exchanged pleasantries before Wan Xiang fell into silence, his demeanor growing somewhat grave. Having graduated with a doctorate in civil engineering, both had joined Longjian Group, with one focusing on engineering management and the other on engineering technology. Having spent considerable time in the field, Li Jiansheng had encountered myriad personalities and had long since mastered the art of reading expressions, particularly that of Wan Xiang. He leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette with a nonchalant expression, and said, "So, what is on your mind, old Wang?" After a moment of silence, Wan Xiang spoke in a low voice. "The group has received an urgent construction task, and after board discussions, you have been appointed as the chief engineer for this project." Li Jiansheng responded with a calm, nonchalant hum. "It's regarding the construction of a nuclear power plant." "Ah, I'm well versed in this line of work. Our special engineering department specializes in such projects," Li Jiansheng replied, maintaining his unhurried demeanor. "Old Li, this is different. We've only been given a 6-month time frame." Wan Xiang stood up, anxiety etched on his face. "What do you mean 6 months? This is impossible. Concrete needs time to set." Which client is so blind as to make such a rash statement? Li Jiansheng scoffed at the ignorance of the client. He then stood up, leaning on the armrest of his chair, and gestured dismissively. "Do they think constructing a nuclear power plant is child's play? With the maturation of our nuclear technology, it seems anyone dares to invest now." Li Jiansheng continued, "From project feasibility studies to design, construction, installation, and debugging, the entire process typically takes 3 years. Not to mention the approval procedures." After hearing this, Wan Xiang remained silent, offering Li Jiansheng a cigarette while lighting one for himself. After taking a deep drag, he sighed. "I know." Wan Xiang retrieved a document from his drawer and slid it across the desk. Li Jiansheng glanced at the document, his eyes widening in shock at the final signature. "Long office. The approval from the State Council?" The gravity of his earlier words struck him like a cold breeze. Numerous nuclear facilities had been built in our country, and the third-generation nuclear technology had matured. Such a project should only require enterprises like Longhe Group to spearhead it, without involving the Long Office or even the State Council. Li Jiansheng found it hard to believe. Wan Xiang exhaled a puff of smoke. "Old Li, this is a national-level project. There is no room for negotiation. The headquarters values your technical achievements in high-performance, fast-setting concrete and assembly technology. You're the only one fit for this role as chief engineer." Li Jiansheng frowned and pondered. Even with the use of new fast-setting materials, compressing the timeline to 6 months is unattainable. As he spoke, he instinctively lit the cigarette handed to him by Wan Xiang, a plume of smoke curling upwards. "Old Wang, you know the fundamentals of project management. The 3 controls, 3 managements, and 1 coordination. Among them, project progress is the result of resources and time. To expedite progress, resources are the key. Then we must coordinate with various parties. We need to liaise with the prefabricated component factory, design teams, labor, machinery, equipment, and ready-mix concrete suppliers. The complexity of this organizational coordination is no small feat. Merely aligning these parties will consume much of the 6 months." Li Jiansheng sighed, his wealth of experience leaving him feeling uncertain. Wan Xiang, equally contemplative, remained silent, and the office was enveloped in a heavy silence. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a bang. "You don't need to worry about that," boomed a deep voice. "Chairman." Chapter 45. Don't ask, just work hard. A tall, upright elder with silver hair strode in, followed by 2 men in brown jackets carrying briefcases. This dignified figure was Fan Rong, the chairman of Longjian Group. He first offered a slight smile to the 2 men, then promptly resumed the conversation. "For this project, the group will mobilize all available resources to ensure success. Additionally, other industry enterprises will fully cooperate." Fan Rong turned to Li Jiansheng. "Did you think such a high-level project would proceed without thorough consideration?" Li Jiansheng was taken aback. Fan Rong's commanding presence and authoritative tone were undoubtedly shaped by his years of military service. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve as he declared, "Don't speak of 6 months. Even if it were 3 or 1 month, as long as it's a directive from above, Longjian Group must fulfill it unconditionally. Not a day's delay is permissible. Jiansheng, you are an experienced technical talent in our group, and this project is undoubtedly yours." Fan Rong's military-like proclamation made Li Jiansheng tremble slightly. After a pause, Fan Rong turned to the 2 men in brown jackets and introduced, "Let me introduce these 2 comrades from Longan headquarters. They will oversee confidentiality matters, and your cooperation is essential." Longan Department? Confidentiality? Li Jiansheng and Wang Wenliang stared in astonishment, suddenly realizing the implications. Previously, confidentiality efforts were limited to the engineering technology level, primarily within the group, as civil engineering did not constitute high-tech sensitive information that warranted national secrecy. Yet this time it was the Longan Bureau. At that moment, the 2 men in jackets approached the 2, completing a series of formalities. After collecting the signed documents, the elder of the 2 nodded slightly to Fan Rong. "Chairman, our work here is concluded. Thank you for your cooperation." Fan Rong straightened his posture and opened the door to see them out. He then returned alone to the office, where Li Jiansheng and Wang Wenliang gazed at him in confusion. Despite signing the relevant confidentiality agreements, they were still in the dark about the project. As they prepared to inquire, Fan Rong interjected, "Don't ask, just focus on your work. We will know more in 3 months." Li Jiansheng and Wang Wenliang could only suppress their curiosity and redirect their attention to the seemingly insurmountable task at hand within the 6-month deadline. 6 months, Chairman. Even if we exhaust all group resources, it truly is unattainable. Li Jiansheng expressed his frustration, inwardly wishing to exclaim, "I truly cannot accomplish this." Fan Rong, hands clasped behind his back, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape, acutely aware of the hard-fought prosperity before him. He reminisced about the improbable events that had transpired in the Northwest during his early years. As a former subordinate of Fan Rong, Li Jiansheng and Wang Wenliang were well aware of his military background, which had instilled in him a sense of discipline and leadership, guiding Longjian Group through its formative years with a culture of resilience and hard work. Fan Rong turned around, his tone resolute. "Some lost values must be reclaimed. Rest assured, you will not be left to fight this battle alone." Fan Rong gazed at the bewildered expressions of the 2 individuals before him, a sly smile creeping onto his serious countenance. He hastened his speech, announcing that the initial approval process would be waived for the specially authorized projects from Longban, with all green lights ahead. After a brief pause, he succinctly outlined the situation. The 12 mechanical teams from Long 14 Metallurgy Group had already taken their positions and were en route to the project site, while Shugong Machinery Group had dispatched 6 specialized teams. The top-tier prefabricated component factories in Central and South China, as well as the Shanghai-Jiangsu region, had already allocated 80 of their production capacity, awaiting the Design Institute's finalization of the design scheme to commence component production immediately. Naturally, this project would not wait for complete design blueprints. Construction would proceed concurrently with design. To facilitate coordination, the design team from Long Nuclear Industrial Group had been stationed on site. The relevant specialized subcontractors had also been largely determined. In fact, for projects of this caliber, there were few capable of undertaking such specialized subcontracting, and all had been scheduled to enter the site shortly. Furthermore, once the project progressed to its second phase, additional labor teams would be brought in to comprehensively advance the construction, provided that the operational areas were sufficiently expansive. This time, Long Nuclear Industrial Group and our Longjian would form a construction consortium to collaborate on civil engineering and industrial equipment works. This encapsulates the information currently at my disposal, Fan Rong stated, positioning himself before the 2 men. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed Li Jiansheng and Wang Wenliang, leaving them momentarily speechless. Although they had previously encountered special projects backed by state machinery, the real-time operation of such a formidable entity before them was still a source of profound astonishment. As the technical lead for the project, Li Jiansheng's mind raced, simulating the project's progress. The imposing walls of anxiety that had burdened his heart began to crumble before the might of the national apparatus. What had once seemed entirely unattainable and existed only in theoretical possibilities began to take on clarity and logic. The notion that great effort yields miracles was no longer a mere jest. The 6-month timeline was becoming feasible. In light of this, Li Jiansheng clenched his fists excitedly, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Director Fan, Old Wang, let us set off for the project site immediately." The 2 men nodded in agreement. The following day, on the outskirts of Haiming City, a vast expanse of flat land was cordoned off. The vehicle carrying Li Jiansheng and his companions slowly entered the project site. Upon disembarking, they were astonished by the scene before them. The freshly leveled ground, infused with the scent of yellow earth, filled the air. The group promptly donned white safety helmets. The incessant roar of machinery surrounded them as dozens of bulldozers lined up in unison, scraping the overgrown land, akin to a young man sporting a freshly shaved head, neat and orderly. The turned-up yellow earth blanketed the area. Construction teams continued to stream onto the site. Li Jiansheng gazed towards the freshly leveled terrain, where a towering drilling rig had commenced surveying the ground. Rather than a construction site, it resembled a battlefield of steel and iron. Such astonishing efficiency left Li Jiansheng in awe, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, a dark-skinned worker clad in a shiny silver vest and a red safety helmet hurried towards them. You have finally arrived. The engineers from Long Nuclear Industrial Group are already awaiting you at the project office. The three men wasted no time and followed the worker, who led them around a dirt slope. Beyond the slope lay a cluster of blue and white prefabricated structures, forming the project office, reminiscent of a medium-sized residential community. A straight flagpole stood at the entrance, adorned with the flags of the participating parties, as people frequently came and went. The worker with the red helmet ushered the trio into a conference room, where several individuals were gathered around a spread of blueprints on the table, engaged in animated discussions. Upon noticing the newcomers, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached them with a broad smile. At last, the Longjian team has arrived. Am Lei Quan, the chief engineer of equipment at Long Nuclear. We must work in concert on this project, he said, extending his hand to shake hands with the three men. He then gestured towards the bustling scene outside, where labor teams were arriving in droves. As you can see, I received the order just 2 days ago and arrived on the same day. Back then, this place was still overgrown with weeds, and in just 3 days, it has transformed dramatically. Time is the essence of this project. Well, your expertise in civil engineering is invaluable. Please help us review this plan, Lei Chuan urged, leading the three towards the laid-out blueprints on the table. I have a question. Li Jianxing couldn't help but interject. Lei Chuan paused, taken aback, and as he lit a cigarette, he gestured for the three to voice their inquiry. Ask away. I believe there is an issue with the project's location. Seeing Lei Chuan's expression remain inscrutable, Li Jiansheng continued. To ensure the safety of a nuclear reactor, the cooling system requires a substantial water resource. Nuclear power plants are typically situated near the coast. So why has this nuclear power station been chosen to be nearly 100 kilometers inland from Haiming City? As experts from Long Nuclear Group, you should be well aware of this. Lei Chuan furrowed his brow, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I'm also unaware of the specifics. We merely received orders, and the details beyond that are beyond our knowledge. However, the project's overall leader will visit soon. You can pose your questions to him then. The overall leader? Aren't you the technical team? How could you not know? Wang Wenliang interjected, equally perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. Lei Chuan extinguished his cigarette, shaking his head with emphasis. Our knowledge is indeed limited compared to yours. We are unaware of the installed capacity or the reactor model. Li Jiansheng and Wang Wenliang pressed for further clarification, but at that moment, Fan Rong placed his hands on their shoulders, halting the conversation. With a serious demeanor, he proclaimed his well-known adage, "Enough questions. Let's focus on the task at hand." With that, he strode directly towards the blueprints laid out on the table. Chapter 46, No More Secrets. Meanwhile, at the Long Institute of Technology, in recent days, Wan Xiang accompanied Wan Xingyu to visit the affiliated kindergarten under construction at the institute, aptly named Starlight Kindergarten. Wan Xingyu praised the slides and facilities, remarking that they were not sticky, and thus Wan Xiang enrolled him, checking off a task from his list of concerns. Simultaneously, the dormitory for staff at the Long Institute was bustling with activity. Previously vacant single rooms were now reluctantly converted into double occupancy based on gender and original department assignments. Numerous researchers from various locales arrived with large bags and wheeled suitcases to complete their check-in registration. The Zhiji building, the main structure, had recently been freshly painted in a creamy white imitation stone finish, and the windows had been replaced with larger floor-to-ceiling glass panes. Instantly, the interior brightened considerably, breathing new life into this building constructed in the last century, blending modern luxury with industrial aesthetics from the previous century. This transformation attracted many staff members and students from the Long Institute, eager to capture photographs and commemorate the moment. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, the first conference room of the Zhiji building, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals, was abuzz with activity. The researchers selected for the fusion project filled the venue, with young and middle-aged individuals comprising 90 of the attendees, while the remaining 10 consisted of several esteemed elder scholars. Within the conference hall, a gathering of the most esteemed scientific minds from relevant fields was present, many of whom were acquainted with one another. The majority were only aware that they had been temporarily summoned to participate in a clandestine research project. Numerous young researchers gazed upward, their excitement palpable as they surveyed their surroundings, akin to attendees at a star-studded award ceremony. However, the figures gracing this metaphorical red carpet were not glamorous celebrities, but rather the stalwarts of nuclear science. Look, it's Xian Lao, exclaimed a bespectacled young man, rising in enthusiasm to point at an elderly gentleman ahead. Professor Tian from Urban Institute of Technology is here too. He is my advisor's advisor, a true patriarch of our field. Over there, it's Dean Du from Huaqing University's Control Engineering Department. And there's their department head, Professor Wu. Another young researcher indicated two individuals engaging in conversation as they entered the venue. Look, that bespectacled gentleman appears to be Lin Pinji from the Kyoto University Nuclear Technology Research Institute. He must be the project lead. That explains the flawless research plan. Another chimed in. That strong-jawed figure is undoubtedly Zhang Banning, chief engineer of Lonka Nuclear Industry. Goodness, there are also several other renowned experts from the nuclear industry nearby. Wow, look, someone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, pointing at an imposing elderly gentleman seated in a wheelchair. Yu Lao has arrived. He has a figure straight out of a textbook. What honor. This trip is worthwhile. Indeed, it is Yu Lao. Please accept my admiration. Another exclaimed. Isn't that Qiu Lao, the esteemed figure in theoretical mathematics? As the elderly Qiu Lao, accompanied by aides, entered the conference room, young researchers seated in the back could no longer contain their excitement and began to chatter animatedly. This is absolutely incredible. Today's event surpasses even a Hollywood red carpet, the Longwood Nuclear Physics Convention. As for controlled nuclear fusion, I believe the experts must have presented feasible solutions. Our research subprojects indicate everything is progressing smoothly thus far. Indeed, ever since the incident at the International Atomic Energy Agency meeting, our nation seems invigorated. I'm confident we will soon break through the technological blockade imposed by the United States. Don't be overly optimistic. Let us not forget that the U.S. has made strides in the net energy gain technology for nuclear fusion, a milestone that we have yet to achieve with comparable breakthroughs. At that moment, an incongruous remark emerged. A young researcher from Lonka University, named Yu Fei, strikingly handsome, doused the enthusiasm of the crowd with a dose of cold reality. A hush fell over the group. While many wore expressions of discontent, they found themselves unable to refute his claim, leaving them feeling choked. Seated nearby, Jian Xin shook her bun hairstyle and countered. I think otherwise. This energy output proposal from Lonka Institute has been remarkably successful, achieving an efficiency twice that of traditional nuclear energy. This result is not inferior to Massachusetts's net energy gain technology, and if published, it would surely cause a stir in the industry. Xian Xin Asut gone feed in. Yu Fei ruffled Jian Xion's bun playfully, a patronizing smile on his face. Oh, Jian Xion, you are so naive. The results you achieved in an ideal laboratory setting are subject to chance. Did you see the news just now? Massachusetts's technology has already been put into practice. What? So soon? Exclaimed a slightly overweight researcher, Yang Hao, in astonishment. Didn't they just announce that technological breakthrough a few days ago? And now they're testing it already? Look at the news. A new round of the International Atomic Energy Conference is underway. The U.S. has proposed the Sunshine Plan. In citing concerns over technological leaks, they've excluded us from the list of collaborators, along with any nations that have partnered with us. A bespectacled researcher raised his arm, pointing at the latest updates on his phone, indignation evident in his tone. What? Besides the European ITER plan, now their SAUS-led Sunshine Plan. This is an outright attempt to exclude us from the International Collaborative Research Framework on Nuclear Fusion. How despicable. I wonder how Representative Chun Dongyi will respond. What can be done? The international arena operates on the law of the jungle. If you lack strength, you can only be led by the nose by the powerful. A stir arose in the back of the conference room. Some voiced their frustration angrily, decrying the unfairness, while others resignedly accepted the reality. The commotion spread through the hall like ripples across a lake, as more individuals pulled out their phones to check the news. At that moment, the International Atomic Energy Agency meeting was being broadcast live, transmitting images of the proceedings to the outside world. In the footage, U.S. Representative Thomas Sid delivered a speech laden with threats and provocations, intensifying the already charged atmosphere within the circular conference room. All representatives turned their gazes toward Chen Dongyi. Seated behind the dragon flag, some displaying sympathy, others with expressions of detached amusement, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent, while others stifled their glee behind cupped hands. At this moment, the law of the jungle was vividly illustrated once more within the International Conference Hall. Observing the scene, the atmosphere in conference room No. 1 of Gigi building grew heavy and oppressive, devoid of the initial excitement and anticipation. As members of the nation's elite talent pool, many felt a sense of powerlessness. Their emotions a tumultuous blend of frustration and determination, ultimately resulting in a complex gaze fixed upon their phone screens. All awaited to see how Representative Chen Dongyi would respond. Yet, no matter the outcome, it would inevitably place their side in a passive position. The broadcast continued to follow the proceedings, and indeed, Chen Dongyi appeared to be grappling with indecision, a hint of bitterness etched on his face. Just then, Secretary Lisa signaled that it was time for the representative from Longwood to speak, and Chen Dongyi hesitated. Meanwhile, the U.S. Representative Sid wore a smug smile. This moment was captured by high-definition cameras, and the image relayed back home caused those watching to feel a pang of sympathy for Chen Dongyi. How truly unfortunate for Representative Chen. He must be under immense pressure, they thought. This is infuriating. Those despicable Americans are resorting to underhanded tactics. It's maddening. I wish we could develop our controlled nuclear fusion technology immediately to slap that hawkish man in the face. At that moment, Chen Dongyi's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He lowered his gaze just enough to catch a glimpse of the text message, his lips curling into a smile that was nearly impossible to suppress. Well, it seems they aren't planning to keep this under wraps, Chen Dongyi mused, surveying the room with a smirk. I wish the U.S. Sunshine Plan every success, he declared with a cheerful tone. Upon hearing this, Sid assumed Chen Dongyi was attempting to curry favor, reclining in his chair with a self-satisfied expression. So now he knows to bow down? Suddenly, Chen Dongyi shifted his tone. It appears that all nations have made significant breakthroughs in the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. So we ought to accelerate our efforts. Turning to the representatives behind him, he suggested, how about we aim to finalize this technology in 10 months? What do you think, Representative? I think we should indeed pick up the pace, one of his aides replied, furrowing his brow in concern. All right, let us move quickly. We should be close enough. Inside the venue, representatives from 120 nations pressed their simultaneous interpretation headsets to their ears, wearing expressions of bewilderment. What? Achieving controllable nuclear fusion in just 10 months? The interpreter in the control room momentarily paused, confirming that he had not misheard, and then proceeded with the translation as usual. The American delegation erupted into laughter, followed by the representatives from Japan, who joined in with their own hearty chuckles. Many from the European Union also scoffed with derisive laughter. Ha! Did I hear that correctly? What nonsense is the Dragon Nation spouting? Is there an issue with the translation? How can they claim that they can achieve controllable nuclear fusion merely by tightening their grip? The ease with which the Dragon Nation spoke was astonishing. How audacious of them to assert that they could invent controllable nuclear fusion in 10 months. My God, this is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Would you believe that the Dragon Nation could develop nuclear fusion in 10 months? Or would you rather believe I said pigs could fly? Even Newton and Einstein would be turning in their graves. Not even the United States would dare make such a claim, especially considering that they are currently far ahead in the field of controllable nuclear fusion research. Having mastered enhancement technologies, many representatives displayed expressions of mockery. However, Shun Fanyan from the American delegation was taken aback. What? Developing controllable nuclear fusion in 10 months? How could that possibly be? This is a global challenge that, under normal circumstances, would require at least 40 years for preliminary mastery and 50 years for practical application. Speaking solely of the theory of controllable nuclear fusion, numerous unresolved issues remain. Yet, she understood that Representative Chun and his colleagues would not casually make such statements. Shin Fanyan was acutely aware of the seriousness of the Dragon Nation's official stance. They would never joke in such a setting, leaving her in a state of astonishment. Chen Dongyi, unfazed by the ridicule from various nations, turned to Secretary General Sally and stated, "Hello, Secretary General Sally. We wish to report a new nuclear power project, which we have named the Alchemy Furnace, utilizing controllable nuclear fusion technology." He casually added, "According to the relevant regulations of the International Atomic Energy Agency regarding nuclear non-proliferation, nations are required to routinely report when establishing nuclear power facilities." A document was submitted to the conference staff. What? A controllable nuclear fusion proposal? Is the Dragon Nation serious? The Russian representative looked astonished. Pretentious. Sid scoffed, seizing the microphone to retort. The Dragon Nation is merely disrupting normal scientific activities, aiming to deceive in order to remain in the ITER program and our Sunshine Project. In response to Sid's slander, Chun Dongyi solemnly declared, in 10 months, the world's first controllable nuclear fusion sun will be ignited on the soil of our great nation, China. Anyone can engage in verbal sparring. I can assure everyone that the Dragon Nation will not produce any technology in 10 months. I foresee that we will vote to expel you from international cooperation on nuclear fusion come October. Let me tell you to leave the International Atomic Energy Agency. Sid tightened his grip on the microphone, furious at the Dragon Nation's delaying tactics. Other representatives were left somewhat bewildered by Chun Dongyi's statements, struggling to grasp the situation. Were we not supposed to discuss the collaborative development of nuclear fusion technology? Why did the Dragon Nation leap directly to plans for constructing a controllable nuclear fusion power plant? The original focus of the meeting had been the American Sunshine Plan and the progress regarding the Dragon Nation's withdrawal from the ITER program. The events unfolding inside the venue sent the media outside into a frenzy, as they possessed all the elements of a sensational news story. The Dragon Nation had audaciously announced to the world its intention to construct the first controllable nuclear fusion power plant within 10 months. This, without a doubt, was a pledge made before the entire world that seemed impossible to fulfill. After the meeting, delegations from various countries engaged in intense discussions and analyses regarding the content of the Dragon Nation's representative statements, attempting to discern the truth behind the claims. Naturally, most deemed it a fanciful tale. Only a small number of representatives familiar with the Dragon Nation's working style held a cautiously skeptical attitude. Outside the conference building, American Representative Sid vehemently criticized the Dragon Nation's technological fraud in front of various media outlets, claiming it disrupted international scientific cooperation and proposing that in the next round of meetings, they demand the expulsion of the Dragon Nation from the list of international collaborators. Look, the Dragon Nation representatives are coming out. Suddenly, the media surrounding Sid dispersed with a roar. The various media outlets rushed to the other side, quickly surrounding Chun Dongyi and his colleagues, unleashing a barrage of questions directed at the Dragon Nation delegation. Representative Chun, is it true that you propose to construct a new type of nuclear power station based on controllable nuclear fusion technology during the meeting? Is this an unrealistic gamble proposed by your country to remain in the ITER program? Is your controllable nuclear fusion technology a deception? Will you take responsibility for your statements? How do you view the skepticism from various authorities regarding this matter? Some experts have analyzed that even if given 10 years, you would be unable to master the fusion enhancement technology. What do you say to that? Chun Dongyi strode forward, casting a formidable glance at a maliciously inclined white journalist. Responding with a deep voice, the Dragon Nation has always delivered on its promises. In the conference room of the Dragon Science Institute, the unfolding events were closely monitored by the researchers waiting for the meeting to commence. Initially, they were infuriated by American Representative Sid's technological threats, then exhilarated by Representative Chen's remarks. This was truly a satisfying slap in the face. Representative Chun is incredible. In the next moment, as reality set in, doubts arose among the crowd. How could controllable nuclear fusion be possible? When did we master controllable nuclear fusion technology? Why was I unaware of this? 10 months? Did Representative Chun make a mistake? Was there an error in the on-site translation? Although there had indeed been significant technological breakthroughs recently, there remained a long road ahead before achieving comprehensive, controllable nuclear fusion. A flurry of discussions ensued, speculating on the veracity of Representative Chen's statements. Just then, several individuals entered the conference room at a brisk pace. Look, it's Minister Chun coming from the Ministry of Science and Technology. And Dean Ko. Who is that young man in the middle? Why is he bringing a child to such an important meeting? In the back, Jian Xin suddenly recognized the two. Witnessing the adorable appearance of Wan Xiang and her lopsided bun, Jian Xin immediately realized that the young man was the dropout who had previously guided her in writing her thesis. How'd he end up here? Jian Xin murmured in confusion. Who? Asked Yu Fei, sitting next to Jian Xin. The dropout with the child. A dropout? How could that be possible in such a setting? But how is he walking among those esteemed figures? Yu Fei was equally astonished. Suddenly, Wan Xing, perched on Wan Xiang's lap, recognized Yu Quan seated in the front row. She wriggled down from Wan Xiang's lap and ran to Yu Lao. Great-Grandpa Yu. Huh? Xanju. You're so well-behaved. Great-Grandpa Yu smiled kindly, ruffling Wan Xingyu's hair before pulling out a square, three-layer Rubik's Cube from his pocket and handing it to her. Although Wan Xingyu did not know what it was, seeing a toy filled her with joy, and she obediently sat beside Great-Grandpa Yu, playing with the cube in her hands. Lu Ting also sat nearby to keep an eye on her. At this moment, under Chun Kemming's guidance, Wan Xiang stood at the podium. This scene astonished everyone in the conference room. The audience erupted in a clamor. What? Minister Chun said that the young man is actually the chief engineer of the new nuclear fusion project? Impossible, he is far too young. That handsome lad appears to be just in his early 20s. Even if he began studying nuclear physics at the tender age of 10, he would only just be at a novice level. How could such a youth lead a research team of nearly 1,000? This defies logic. I am the first to express my dissent. Indeed, this is sheer nonsense. It is even more absurd than achieving controllable nuclear fusion technology in just 10 months. This is a national project that consumes vast amounts of manpower, resources, and finances. It cannot be treated so frivolously. Wan Xiang paid no heed to the murmurs of skepticism from the audience. Instead, he cleared his throat and directly addressed the matter at hand. I am grateful that everyone has adhered to my project proposal and completed the established preliminary research plan. At this stage, we need to conduct a full pre-assembly of the entire system. As he spoke, Wan Xiang activated the high-definition screen. An immediate hush fell over the venue. The audience turned their gaze toward the screen, where a spherical device prominently emerged before over 800 pairs of eyes, all heads tilted upwards. Countless lenses reflecting the projected light. To facilitate understanding, Wan Xiang presented the construction logic of the device in a three-dimensional animated format. The operational logic of each component, the functional principles of each control unit, and the new theories involved were all meticulously displayed. At that moment, Wan Xiang wished fervently for holographic projection technology to be available, as it would have been even more intuitive. Sure enough, under the guidance of the labels, individuals gradually located the sections they were responsible for developing. With the aid of the 3D simulation, a novel conceptual design for a controllable nuclear fusion device began to crystallize. In Chapter 48, Let Private Enterprises Try. The 834 participating researchers gazed intently at the screen, their breaths held, fearful of missing any key information. As time progressed, the technical pathway of the fusion device gradually became clear. Some began to tremble slightly, muttering to themselves, "Indeed, I believe this plan can truly realize humanity's ultimate dream for energy. The dream of controllable nuclear fusion is within reach." The electrical control device inside is designed by my team at Hucking University. Someone exclaimed excitedly, pride radiating from their face. The thermal energy engineering aspect is contributed by my team at Jinghang University. Look over there. Our team is working on the electrical automation equipment. Gasps of astonishment arose throughout the audience. Wow, so this is the complete picture. This design concept is something I've never encountered before. Quick, look at that laser ignition section. That is our responsibility. How foolish of me not to realize earlier. This is a monumental breakthrough. Not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu is simply due to being in the midst of the mountain. I was just too ignorant before. What? The design theory is based on a large model of nuclear fusion theory. Have we broken through on this theoretical level as well? Now, all gain technologies seem utterly insignificant to me. I demand controllable nuclear fusion. Someone shouted with fervor. Seated beside Lu Ting, Lu Jiqiang also recognized his involvement in designing the computer control system, a product of relentless development by the entire Supercomputing Institute under the leadership of Ding Changhua. At this moment, Lu Jiqiang gazed at Wan Xiang on stage with awe, for during the design process of the computer control system, Wan Xiang had provided crucial design insights. And the controllable nuclear fusion theoretical model had offered the foundational logic for development, allowing the system's progress to unfold with remarkable smoothness. Noticing the enthusiastic feedback from the audience, Wan Xiang pressed down on the microphone and declared, in the next 10 months, we will all endure great hardships. We must overcome every obstacle to bring the device on the screen to fruition. Pausing, Wan Xiang's voice deepened. I believe everyone witnessed the situation at the recent International Atomic Energy Agency meeting. We have no retreat. Only by mastering this technology can we have a voice. And I believe Representative Chun shares this sentiment. In the conference room, the crowd gazed at Wan Xiang with fervent intensity, their hearts filled with shock and admiration. Wan Xiang's voice rang out. I hereby announce the official commencement of the Alchemy Furnace Project. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, the atmosphere in the conference room electrifying. We must show those individuals that controllable nuclear fusion, the sun, will be ignited in our dragon nation. How exhilarating. This truly resembles an alchemy furnace. I also aspire to be a great sage. Once we master controllable nuclear fusion technology, I too shall create a stir at the Atomic Energy Conference. It is an honor to be part of this construction. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. The excitement was palpable. I wish I could dive into work immediately. Among the audience, Elder Yu's wrinkled skin broke into a gratifying smile, applauding with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wan Xingyu remained oblivious to the events unfolding, shaking her legs and watching Wan Xiang as he joined in the applause. Sitting beside Wan Xingyu, Lu Ting gazed at the spherical pulse fusion stellar device on the screen with concern, her brow furrowed. It must be said that this will be a groundbreaking invention, and everything is progressing smoothly. Except Lu Ting recalled the metallurgy department's recently received smelting report on the first batch of holmium permanent magnets. The smelting process had not gone well, and the testing results of the initial materials fell far short of design requirements. Without ultra-high-performance permanent magnets to form the magnetic field that constrains the plasma, the spherical pulse fusion stellar device would remain merely a conceptual design, a bubble that could burst at any moment. Thinking of this, Lu Ting felt that the enthusiastic applause in the venue might soon transform into countless sharp needles, accompanied by scathing comments, overwhelming and piercing through this floating bubble. She glanced at Wan Xiang on stage, beginning to feel uneasy. The day after the meeting, in the chief engineer's office on the top floor, Wan Xiang sat at his desk, studying the latest construction plan for the alchemy furnace project. Wan Xingyu lay on the floor, a serious expression on her face as she held the Rubik's Cube gifted by Elder Yu, her brows knitted, her small hands constantly twisting and turning the cube. Lu Ting entered with a serious expression, carrying a document. Why is Xingyu lying on the floor? Seeing Wan Xingyu sprawled on the ground, occasionally turning the cube to the side or crawling, her expression grave and earnest, Lu Ting inquired with curiosity. Wan Xingyu ignored her, her attention still absorbed by the cube. Lu Ting felt both amused and exasperated, so she turned to Wan Xiang at the desk, asking, "What's wrong with Xingyu?" Wan Xiang turned his head slightly, glancing at Wan Xingyu on the floor, frowning in confusion. "I'm not sure. It seems Elder Yu gave her a Rubik's Cube, and then she just became like this." Elder Yu too. What child her age would play with a Rubik's Cube, especially one that was intentionally scrambled? Lu Ting commented with a hint of sarcasm. Then, with a serious demeanor, she approached Wan Xiang and placed a document on his desk. "This is the metallurgy department's report. The smelting of the holmium permanent magnets has not gone smoothly, and all sample testing indicators differ greatly from our design requirements," Lu Ting said, her tone somber. Wan Xiang picked up the testing document and perused it. After 2 minutes, he shook his head in disappointment. "This won't do. These testing indicators fall far short of our design requirements. What should we do next? Without the permanent magnets, this core component, the alchemy furnace project may face the risk of being shelved at any moment. This is merely the first batch of smelting results. We must allow for all possible outcomes." Wan Xiang replied calmly. "However, the raw materials are limited," Lu Ting emphasized. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Xiang suggested, "How about this? Let's allocate a portion of the remaining test materials to a few private enterprises in the metallurgy industry for trials." Private enterprises? How can this be? If state-owned enterprises and research institutions have failed to produce results, allowing private enterprises to attempt this would be a waste of resources. Lu Ting expressed her strong skepticism. One must not think in such a manner. The process of material smelting is highly serendipitous. 3 parts reliant on technical theory, while 7 parts depend on luck. Many remarkable materials have been invented purely by chance. Wan Xiang tapped on the failed test data and continued thus. "I believe that some state-owned metallurgical firms adhere too rigidly to established protocols. By following technical specifications, we should explore some unconventional approaches. But let us proceed, as I suggest." Lu Ting nodded, ceasing further argument. Chapter 49. The Seriousness of Official Statements. At that moment, the room was filled with the cheerful voice of Wan Xingyu, who bounced over to the two, holding the Rubik's Cube that Yu Lao had given her. "Yay, yay, yay. Daddy, Aunt Lu, look. I managed to align all the colors." Wan Xingyu's bright eyes sparkled with the pure joy of childhood as she danced about. "Yu Zuzu promised me that if I could align all the colors myself, he would reward me." Wan Xiang and Lu Ting observed the Rubik's Cube in her hands. A face entirely adorned with red squares presented before them. Lu Ting chuckled. "Xingyu, having only one face of the same color doesn't count, but you've done remarkably well. They're all the same. Look." With that, Wan Xingyu cradled the cube in her small hands, raised it above her head, and gave it a twist. All 6 faces were perfectly aligned. "Indeed," Lu Ting exclaimed in astonishment, taking the Rubik's Cube from Wan Xingyu to confirm, then inquired, "Xingyu, how did you manage that?" Lu Ting understood that completing a Rubik's Cube requires appropriate training and a grasp of certain logic, which a child under 3 years old, like Wan Xiang, would never have received. Wan Xiang looked up at the two adults, her cherubic face adorned with an innocent smile, gesturing, first like this, then like that. I think it goes like this. After much gesturing, neither Wan Xiang nor Lu Ting could comprehend Wan Xing's logic for solving the cube. Nevertheless, she had indeed succeeded in restoring a scrambled, 3-layered Rubik's Cube. Another day passed. The press conference regarding the construction of a new nuclear power plant, known as the Alchemy Furnace, followed swiftly after the project initiation meeting at the Lonka Institute. Attendees included the Deputy Minister of the Longwood Technology Headquarters, senior officials from the Ministry of Energy, and spokesperson Wan Xiang. The conference was addressing global media regarding the new generation of nuclear technology that would initiate the construction of the Alchemy Furnace No. 1 nuclear power station. The assembled journalists from various countries, routinely recording the proceedings with their recording devices and cameras, exhibited little interest. The conference progressed rapidly, as the construction of nuclear power stations was no longer a novel topic. It soon arrived at the question and answer segment. Journalists inquired about standard matters such as investment amounts, construction sites, and expected completion times, to which spokesperson Hua Liqiu provided corresponding answers. Suddenly, a short-haired, blue-eyed white female journalist raised her hand to ask a question. Hua Liqiu gestured invitingly, and the microphone was promptly handed to the journalist. Hello, it is well known that your country's nuclear technology relies on Western innovations. May I ask if the new generation of nuclear technology mentioned in the project is an improvement on the previous generation? Or is it a result of collaboration with other countries? At the podium, Hua Liqiu responded with a faint smile. The new technological proposal is not derived from the third-generation nuclear technology system. Pausing for effect, she added with a smile, to be precise, it is controllable nuclear fusion technology. So I believe there are currently no potential collaborators internationally. Within the venue, many journalists began typing notes on their laptops. Some paused abruptly, controllable nuclear fusion. Others widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked to Hua Liqiu. Numerous foreign journalists, skeptical of the translation produced by their software, questioned its accuracy. Controllable nuclear fusion? Oh my God, this translation software must be joking. Huh? The questioning white female journalist suddenly realized something and promptly corrected Hua Liqiu. I would like to amend your terminology. It should not be nuclear fusion, but rather nuclear fission. After stating this, she cast a mischievous grin at Hua Liqiu. In the audience, other Western media journalists displayed mocking smiles. Haha, the spokesperson from Longwa can't even grasp such basic knowledge. Her level is shockingly inadequate. She should return to elementary school. She probably doesn't even know what nuclear fusion is. How ridiculous. This was a serious verbal blunder. Foreign journalists mocked, while Longwood journalists displayed expressions of confusion and embarrassment, acutely aware that the official rigor of Longwood's press conferences should not allow for such fundamental errors in statements. At the podium, Hua Liqiu maintained her composure, still smiling gently at the journalists, and then spoke slowly, reiterating, I did not misspeak. It is indeed controllable nuclear fusion. In 10 months, we will construct the world's first nuclear power station with controllable nuclear fusion technology. Upon this declaration, the conference erupted in uproar. What is she saying? What? That cannot be true. Surely, she is mistaken. Is this a joke? Controllable nuclear fusion. How could it possibly be so easily achieved? A controllable nuclear fusion power station in 10 months? Am I hearing correctly? While we are journalists, we are not devoid of common sense. Journalists from various nations exchanged glances, their reactions growing more intense, perceiving that the typically meticulous Longwa was now behaving erratically, and they began to question vigorously. What a boast! 10 months? I wager it will take at least 30 years. Are they trying to deceive us? Is today April Fool's Day? Speaking without thought, a white male journalist with curly hair raised his voice, instantly gaining the agreement of some foreign reporters. Yes, exactly. Longwa must be intimidated by the new technology from the United States, resorting to bluster in hopes of remaining in the ITER program. This is a diplomatic strategy for Longwa, aiming to secure a voice in the International Atomic Energy Agency. Next time, they should come up with a more plausible reason for wanting to build a controllable nuclear fusion power station. Even my 5-year-old son knows that is a farce. Indeed, according to the current technological level of humanity, achieving controllable nuclear fusion is widely accepted to be at least 50 years away. Moreover, I believe such technology can only emerge from the European Union's ITER program, as it represents a collaboration among some of the most powerful nations, uniting global elites. Today's press conference concludes here. Thank you all. Hua Liqiu, facing the crowd's skepticism, remained silent with a smile, tidied up the materials at the interview table, and then departed, leaving behind the foreign media raising their hands to ask further questions, grumbling in frustration. For Huali Qiu, she was acutely aware that at this moment, further words will be futile. However, the journalists from Longhua were visibly astonished, for they understood the weight of the words spoken during a press conference in Longhua. It was evident that the Longhua authorities would not make frivolous claims. Thus, the journalists found themselves torn between two rational perspectives. On one hand, the technology of controlled nuclear fusion is an insurmountable challenge for humanity in this century, unlikely to be mastered in a short span. On the other hand, countless historical events have attested to the seriousness of official statements from Longhua. Chapter 50, a momentous promotional film. Almost simultaneously, the International Atomic Energy Conference and the Longhua Press Conference relayed a significant message to the world. Longhua is indeed attempting to construct a power station based on controlled nuclear fusion technology within a mere 10 months. With the aid of short video media, related news rapidly disseminated across the globe. For media organizations, regardless of the veracity, this was undoubtedly a topic of immense interest and traffic, a veritable bombshell. The ripples of this announcement stirred mainstream media in various countries to begin reporting on the matter. Breaking. Longhua claims to have mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. Is Longhua poised to lead humanity in achieving the ultimate energy goal? Longhua's audacious claims at the international conference assert 10 months to realize controlled nuclear fusion. The typically meticulous Longhua suddenly appears unhinged. Deception. A blatant ruse. Longhua's despicable tactics merely aim to remain in the ITER program. Academic fraud. Longhua's clumsy lies will only hasten their exit from international nuclear cooperation. The truth behind Longhua's alchemical furnace plan? The international academic community urgently demands that Longhua disclose their technical roadmap and accept oversight. As the incident evolved, it quickly surged to the forefront of discussions among netizens across various nations. Notably, many viewed it as a joke, with the comments section overflowing with derision. After all, no one would believe that humanity could achieve a long-anticipated ultimate energy technology within just 10 months, especially relying solely on the efforts of one nation. The mockery peaked within 48 hours of the press conference, dominating the comment section. Ridiculous. Longhua has inflated their claims. They can't even produce nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Yet they aspire to achieve fusion? Netizen from the South. All of Longhua's technology has been pilfered from us. Let us wait and see Longhua get slapped in the face in 10 months. I've seen the reports. The more arrogant the Longhua representatives are now, the more painful the rebuttal will be later. As a Stanford student from the U.S., I can unequivocally state that Longhua's technology and theoretical foundation lag behind us by at least a decade, if they manage to create it. I vow to exit the research field on the spot. I'm also in the industry. According to authoritative research, humanity requires at least another 40 years to achieve controlled nuclear fusion, provided everything goes smoothly. Many challenges remain unresolved, such as fusion theory and plasma confinement under extreme conditions. Oh God, is Longhua making wishes? Alchemy? Has the Eastern giant begun to dabble in mysticism? Perhaps Longhua is merely obfuscating concepts. Such occurrences are common. Just as there were claims of room temperature superconductors recently. Netizen from the South. Room temperature superconductors were also stolen from us. I didn't graduate from elementary school, but I love following these news stories. Netizen from Japan. Longhua should first construct a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier before making such claims. Strange. Longhua doesn't seem like a nation that speaks lightly. They usually fulfill their international commitments. Is there a betting company taking wagers on this? As the fervor of the news spread, certain media outlets began to interview research institutions, seeking a more professional perspective on the topic. Jack Will, representing the nuclear fusion team at MIT, and also the head of the Sunshine Project, was interviewed by the New York Times. Jack Will, a Mediterranean-haired Caucasian man, shrugged dismissively during the interview, asserting that Longhua's so-called 39 alchemical furnace plan was technically insignificant, likely merely an improvement based on previous traditional technologies. As Longhua's research team plays no core role in the international ITER project, Jack Will ultimately mentioned the critical technology of energy gain for input and output, proudly stating that without their technical support, Longhua would achieve nothing in the realm of nuclear fusion. Andrei, the chief scientist of the ITER project in Europe, confidently expressed before the camera that ITER is the world's leading research institution for controlled nuclear fusion, gathering the finest scientists globally. If anyone were to master this technology first, it could only be the ITER project. Within Longhua, the announcement of the alchemical furnace project triggered a considerable uproar online within 48 hours. It swiftly became a topic of conversation during meals and dominated the trending charts on major media platforms within just 2 hours. The public's reaction was sharply divided into two camps. The majority held a skeptical viewpoint. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such impractical official statements are undoubtedly self-sabotaging. Folks, don't get too carried away. While I wish it were true, controlled nuclear fusion is not something that can be whipped up like a common vegetable. This is certainly a misunderstanding of the technology or a misstatement. If the US hasn't achieved it, how could we? Let's not forget the technological gap between us and the US. Thank goodness I completed elementary school. Otherwise, I might have believed it. I won't believe it until I see the tangible results. Everyone, disperse. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This is undoubtedly the biggest blunder of the year. It must be another instance of mindless self-amusement by the media. Controlled nuclear fusion? Haha, let us wait for 50 years. The people here might never witness this technology in their lifetime. Do you believe in the possibility of achieving controlled nuclear fusion? Or that Longwa will score in the World Cup? Why do I feel that the chances of achieving nuclear fusion are slightly higher? However, a small faction of netizens chose to believe. Although common sense tells me it's impossible, the weight of Longwa's official media cannot be questioned. Spokespersons Huali Qiu and Chen Dongyi made such statements before the whole world. Could it be false? I believe our scientists must have something monumental up their sleeves. I trust our scientists. The more they are suppressed, the more resilient they become. I believe this is not mere hot air. The national research team must have made a significant breakthrough to dare to say such things. Quick, look, the Longwa Academy of Sciences has released a promotional film. This event is undoubtedly solidified. What? Where? On the Longwa Academy of Sciences official website. Interesting. Wow, what is that shadow? Does anyone understand this? The official website of the Dragon Institute of Technology has quietly unveiled a 30-second promotional video. The video commences with the image of Kwa Fu, a robust figure with bronze skin, bare feet, and bare torso, perspiring profusely as he strides across mountains and rivers, fervently pursuing the sun that hangs high in the skyline. Then, the scene shifts to 10 blazing suns glaring in the sky, the intense heat wave scorching the earth, rendering it desolate. A muscular man clad in tiger skin ascends a towering cliff, gazing up at the 10 suns with piercing eyes. Suddenly, he draws his bow and shoots down 9 of the suns. At this moment, only one solitary sun remains. The scene gently descends to reveal 2 children at the foot of a stone staircase, pointing at the solitary sun in a heated debate, while an elder strokes his beard, pondering intently beside them. Abruptly, the screen darkens, plunging into pitch blackness. After a 5-second pause, a flickering point of light emerges in the darkness. The light gradually transforms from dim to blinding, culminating in a burst of white that fills the entire screen, followed by a surge of flashing blue fluid that sweeps across the frame. The blue fluid crackles and sparks with lightning, akin to an uncontrollable beast, poised to burst forth from the screen. Suddenly, a shadowy arc appears in the unassuming darkness. The blue plasma beast seems to be gently caressed, becoming tranquil and docile, then flickering rhythmically, reminiscent of a sleeping infant in a mother's embrace. The scene shrinks, revealing another spherical shadow that flashes by. Thus, the promotional film concludes, leaving one to ponder what message the Dragon Institute of Technology seeks to convey. The 30-second promotional video swiftly circulated across major platforms. Numerous netizens found themselves unable to resist dissecting the video frame by frame, and combined with their imaginative interpretations, some exhilarating insights began to emerge. Chapter 51. You truly do not understand the people of Dragon Nation. An intense discussion unfolded online regarding these revelations. For those familiar with the 3 stories, Kwa Fu chasing the sun, Ho Yi shooting the sun, and the 2 children debating the sun, this encapsulates our ancestors' journey to comprehend and tame the sun. The sun is a colossal fusion reactor. Every day, vast amounts of hydrogen fuse into helium, releasing tremendous energy. Humanity's understanding of the sun symbolizes our grasp of nuclear fusion. It represents humanity's recognition and aspiration to conquer the sun. Of course, the sun itself is a celestial body undergoing violent nuclear fusion, and all life energy on Earth stems from the sun's nuclear reactions. The Dragon Institute of Technology is undoubtedly implying something. What could the 2 shadows signify? Why does the emergence of the shadows pacify the tempestuous blue fluid? Isn't this a manifestation of controllable nuclear fusion? Plasma confinement. Control. Those 2 shadows must represent some form of controllable nuclear fusion device. This is chilling, brothers. Could controllable nuclear fusion be real? The Dragon Institute truly knows how to tantalize our curiosity. But I am intrigued. It's confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. Everyone, the meaning behind the Dragon Institute's video needs no further elaboration. It is utterly exhilarating. The more I contemplate, the more I feel a shiver run down my spine. Could I witness the dawn of controllable nuclear fusion technology in my lifetime? The promotional video from the Dragon Institute rapidly ascended the trending charts, with various short video platforms eagerly sharing it. Some self-media bloggers even seized the opportunity to host live streams. One such blogger, known as Knowledge June, with a mere 1,000 followers, resorted to sensationalizing events to draw traffic, making audacious claims in his live stream. Surrounded by a backdrop of densely packed sticky notes and mysterious black and white photographs, Knowledge June asserted that there had been significant breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion technology within the country, heralding a revolutionary change. He claimed that a mysterious scientist had emerged in Dragon Nation, and all these advancements were the fruits of this enigmatic figure's labor. To captivate attention, he boldly speculated on the identity of this scientist. Dear followers of Knowledge June, do you really think Dragon Nation lacks its own Area 51? Do you think we have no supernatural investigation bureau? No, no, no. You are too naive. This mysterious scientist is a once-in-a-millennium deity, prophesied by ancient civilizations to save humanity from the impending doom of solar storms. What do you think his identity is? A reptilian? An extraterrestrial envoy? A genius? Some sort of super being? To draw more viewers to his stream, the blogger Knowledge June, donning a space helmet, incessantly tossed around astonishing phrases. However, aside from the occasional influx of viewers hovering around 20, no one seemed to pay much attention. Comments in the live stream included, "The blogger will say anything for views. This is clearly the result of a national research team, not an individual's endeavor. Be cautious, blogger. You might end up with egg on your face. There's no nuclear fusion, nor is there a genius scientist." Having been live streaming for a while, Knowledge June had long since grown immune to these comments, continuing to speak at length while expressing his intent to further investigate and validate his hypotheses. Across the ocean in the United States, the promotional video from the Dragon Institute quickly caught the attention of relevant individuals. In a curved office within the White House, an elderly Caucasian man with thinning white hair sat at a substantial desk. Ned Harris, the highest authority in the United States. Several cabinet members dressed in suits stood before him, comprising the cabinet's scientific and technological advisory team. Leading them was Chief Scientific and Technological Advisor Bob Hicks, followed by representatives from the Atomic Energy Agency, Thomas Seed, and Sunshine Program Director Jack Will, along with experts from related fields. A blonde secretary in a form-fitting skirt bent over to operate the television screen, playing the Dragon Institute's 30-second promotional video. Were this video released by any other organization, it would merely be dismissed as a gimmick or hype. However, as the largest and most authoritative research complex in Dragon Nation, the cabinet members felt compelled to deliberate on the matter. The 30-second video quickly concluded. "So, what do you think of Dragon Nation's claim to construct controllable nuclear fusion?" Ned inquired, his hands interlocked in a triangular shape beneath his chin, addressing the group with gravity. Jack Will was the first to respond. "Oh, Mr. President, you need not worry. Dragon Nation cannot produce controllable nuclear fusion. As of now, humanity as a whole is incapable. There are still numerous technical issues that remain unresolved, unless someone can decipher those complexities." Jack Will squinted slightly. "Those complexities are not within the scope of today as discussion," Ned said sternly, then turned to Seed. "What say you?" "Of course, Mr. President. Do you recall the researcher Shun from the MIT High Energy Physics Institute? The dragon descendant I mentioned to you?" Seed inquired. Noticing that President Ned seemed to have no recollection, he elaborated, "The one who developed the nuclear fusion energy gain technology." Ned appeared to recall, nodding to indicate for him to continue. "We conducted a thorough analysis of her research technical route, and through reverse engineering, we can roughly ascertain the current technological level of Longwa in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion. Rest assured, esteemed leader, even if they were given a decade, they would struggle to catch up with our pace," Sid declared with unwavering confidence. The rationale provided by Sid was compelling, and upon hearing it, Leader Nade could not help but smile with satisfaction. Sid continued, "Moreover, we have already secured a head start internationally, and all allied nations have been adequately prepared. It is a foregone conclusion that Longwa will be ousted from the international collaboration project ITER." Pausing for effect, Sid elaborated by that time, "Longwa's technological capabilities in the field of nuclear energy will lag behind the world's leading standards, rendering them incapable of recovery." Sid's tone escalated from low to high. his lips curling upwards in an uncontrollable grin. A stir ensued in the conference room, with several high-ranking officials giving Sid a thumbs up, nodding in approval of his efficiency. Indeed, this will finally suppress the momentum of Longhua. Hurry! Thomas, your methods remain as astute as ever. It won't be long before Longhua comes to us, pleading for assistance. Sid raised his chin, and in response to the praise from the cabinet members behind him, his smile broadened further. Jack, the head of the Sunshine Project, and Will, could no longer contain themselves and stepped closer to the leader's desk, saying, Mr. Leader, the Sunshine Project has also made significant progress recently. We have integrated the ITER project and the technical team from Massachusetts, and we can commence our first ignition test next week, generating the world's first positive energy output. Jack and Will animatedly illustrated their vision for the future, proclaiming, by then, we will lead the global nuclear energy technology. Countries will compete fervently to collaborate with us, becoming resources we can leverage to establish international standards. We will firmly grasp the discourse power of nuclear energy. Clenching their fists, Jack and Will seemed determined to seize something. Leader Nade's smile grew even wider, and within the office, a senior cabinet member once again gave Will a thumbs up with evident satisfaction. Wonderful, Academician Will. My dear Academician Will, please accept my commendation. Hicks, the director of the Cabinet Science and Technology Advisory, chuckled and remarked, So, Mr. Leader, you need not worry. We remain the beacon of technological civilization in the world, a fact that no one can alter. Absurd. Suddenly, from the shadows beside Nade, an imposing man in a suit emerged, his sharp gaze commanding attention, prompting everyone to turn in his direction. Jamie, the director of the Z Intelligence Bureau. You dogmatic theorists have a woeful misunderstanding of the people of Longhua. Chapter 52. Your state affects the entire team. Byrne? Is that Byrne from the Z Intelligence Bureau? What's he doing here? Murmured a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee, fear evident in their eyes. I summoned him. Leader Nade replied in a low voice. The room fell silent as Byrne approached the gathering, surveying the members of the Scientific Advisory Committee with a disdainful expression. Goodness, another bunch of theorists, Byrne complained. Then, upon Leader Nade's indication, he reported, Ladies and gentlemen, according to our intelligence, not long ago, Longhua's supercomputing facility undertook a massive computational task. Incredible sources suggest that the calculations are likely related to nuclear fusion theory. The audience expressed surprise. That doesn't imply anything. Many countries conduct related research annually. A member of the Scientific Advisory Committee rebutted. Presumption of guilt is our policy at the Z Intelligence Bureau. We only believe in facts. Byrne shot a sidelong glance at the speaker, countering sharply, causing the individual to flinch. He then turned back to Leader Nade, requesting, May I continue my investigation? Leader Nade nodded slowly, encouraging him to proceed with what he deemed right. My dear Jamie. Understood. Byrne acknowledged with satisfaction, glancing at the assembly before slipping away like a ghost from their sight. At the Long Science Institute, the plaque for the Independent Research Center for Nuclear Fusion was unveiled. As personnel from various departments gradually took their positions, everyone was filled with vigor, and the Gigi building was brightly lit throughout the night. Wan Xiang, too, did not dare to be complacent. With the backing of the national apparatus, he needed to detach himself from specific tasks and shift focus to overall project management. In the lobby of the Independent Research Center for Nuclear Fusion, researchers were delighted to find that a children's area and a daycare section had been established on the first floor, staffed with dedicated caregivers. This was a suggestion that Wan Xiang had specifically proposed to Ke Shan, aimed at balancing the conflicts between the researchers' familial obligations and their scientific pursuits, allowing everyone to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to research and development. Wan Xiang's proposal was swiftly adopted and received widespread acclaim from staff with children. Wan Xingyu was also able to interact with more peers, preventing her from being glued to Wan Xiang's side all day long. A month later, at the construction site of the Dan Furnace nuclear fusion power plant located in Haiming City, thanks to the collaboration among Longjian, Longhe Group, and various parties, work smoothly transitioned to the construction of the upper structure, with preliminary equipment installation proceeding in tandem, although the final installation phase of the core reactor had not yet arrived. As the project's chief engineer, Wan Xiang deemed it necessary to conduct an on-site inspection of the construction status. On the plane, Wan Xiang and Lu Ting were seated side by side in the front row of business class. Lu Ting, wearing black frame glasses, tucked her hair behind her ears, attentively reviewing every sample's test report under the reading light. Accompanied by the sound of pages turning, Lu Ting's expression gradually grew serious, then somewhat agitated. No. These sample test results are still inadequate. The Gauss meter, magnetic energy accumulation, and coercive force barely reach 50% of the design specifications. Rumors had already begun circulating at the research center, alleging that the project was a financial scam and that the core components of the confinement magnetic ring had not been developed at all. Moreover, someone had even implicated you, claiming that you were a dropout unworthy of your position. If the host-structured permanent magnet fails to materialize, there will be no room for argument. Lu Ting irritably stuffed the test report into the pocket in front of her seat, crossing her arms and glancing at Wan Xiang, who was staring gloomily at a document. Wan Xiang, Wan Xiang, she called repeatedly, but Wan Xiang did not respond. Lu Ting gave Wan Xiang's shoulder a heavy punch, emphasizing, "Chief Engineer Wan." This action drew the attention of nearby passengers. Only then did Wan Xiang snap back to reality and inquire, "What's wrong? Did you hear what I just said?" "I did. The sample test results are unsatisfactory." Wan Xiang replied, dismissively, showing little interest in the topic. "Hey, don't you realize the gravity of the situation? Many people at the research center are questioning your capabilities, and they've even dug up the fact that you didn't graduate from your undergraduate program. If there continues to be no progress in developing the permanent magnet material, it will severely hinder our project's advancement." Lu Ting exclaimed anxiously. "I am aware of that," Wan Xiang replied, lacking any desire to continue the discussion. "I mean, why have you been so downcast lately?" Lu Ting fixed her gaze on Wan Xiang, then shifted her attention to the document he was holding. "What is that?" "It's nothing." As he spoke, Wan Xiang tucked the document beside his seat. "Let me see," Lu Ting retorted with irritation, propping herself up and encroaching on Wan Xiang's personal space. One hand pressed down on Wan Xiang's arm, while the other reached out to snatch the document he was guarding. Wan Xiang hastily shielded the documents. But Lu Ting promptly unbuckled her seatbelt and, disregarding her image, lunged at him to seize the papers. This spectacle drew the attention of the first-class passengers nearby, prompting two male passengers seated near the aisle to stifle their laughter and whisper amongst themselves. "Wow, that woman has an incredible figure. What a tantalizing scene. What would it feel like if she leapt onto me? Looks like a couple is having a spat. I can't believe this is happening on a plane. This definitely makes the ticket worth it. Hey, this is business class. Can you keep it down?" A middle-aged woman, resembling a corporate executive, snapped irritably. Wan Xiang was taken aback by Lu Ting's sudden action, and in a moment of distraction, she forcefully snatched the documents from his grasp to prevent him from reclaiming them. Lu Ting turned her back to him, raising the papers to inspect them. "A lawsuit? Defendant Wan Xiang? Custody of Wan Xingyu." The contents of the document astonished Lu Ting. Seizing the moment of her bewilderment, Wan Xiang snatched back the lawsuit, causing a thick legal tome to tumble from his pocket. Lu Ting fixed him with an inquisitive gaze. "What's going on here? Why do you care so much?" Wan Xiang replied impatiently. "Your situation directly impacts the entire project's progress, so of course I care. Now, tell me what's happening." Lu Ting adopted an interrogative stance. "Keep your voice down. We're on a plane. That's not my concern. Either you give me an explanation as soon as we land, or I'll call Director Ko right now." All right. Just wait until we disembark. You're exhausting." Wan Xiang retorted with exasperation. "Who are you calling exhausting?" Lu Ting glared at him, puffing out her cheeks. "Sorry. Is that satisfactory?" Wan Xiang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, finally calming Lu Ting's ire. Having been discovered by Lu Ting, Wan Xiang felt no need to conceal any further. He picked up the legal tome and began to peruse it. Wan Xiang felt quite helpless. Despite possessing immense technological knowledge, he lacked any understanding of legal matters. Initially, the lawsuit had been sent to the address of the Happy Garden community in Anjiang City, but since he had been temporarily residing at Lonka Institute, the delivery of the lawsuit had encountered obstacles. It wasn't until a few days ago that the security guard, Uncle Zhang, noticed the documents lying unclaimed in the security office and contacted Wan Xiang. Upon receiving the lawsuit, Wan Xiang had only a week to prepare for the custody battle over Wan Xingyu. Chapter 53. Breach of principles at Haiyaming City Airport. As they disembarked the plane and waited for their luggage at the carousel, Lu Ting cornered Wan Xiang against the wall, arms crossed and eyes fixed on him with an intensity that suggested interrogation. "Speak up. I can read minds, you know." Wan Xiang instinctively resisted discussing his personal affairs. But unable to withstand Lu Ting's persistent inquiries, he divulged some truths. "What? Your ex-wife actually left you because she found you lacking ambition?" Lu Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. I must know what was going through her mind. Isn't the title of Chief Engineer of Nuclear Fusion sufficient for her? What kind of highborn princess is she, and where did she land after leaving you? Wan Xiang smiled softly. She truly is from a distinguished family. Her family has a listed company. Noticing that the luggage carousel had yet to move, Wan Xiang continued. Additionally, Do you know about the nuclear fusion enhancement technology from Massachusetts Institute of Technology? Of course I do. ISNTDUS. Currently leveraging that technology in the International Atomic Energy Agency? After a brief pause, Lu Ting, somewhat admiringly, continued. And I also know that the one who developed the nuclear fusion enhancement technology is the youngest female Chinese scientist in MIT's history, Shen Fangyan. She has been incredibly popular in academic circles lately, and MIT awarded her the title of tenured professor. Indeed, she is my ex-wife. With a sudden splutter, the water Lu Ting had just swallowed erupted from her mouth. What? Shen Fangyan is your ex-wife? Lu Ting's eyes widened as she questioned Wan Xiang in disbelief. Didn't T-Director co-inform you? I assumed the Longan Bureau had conducted a thorough background check on me. They never mentioned it, but how could that be? Anyway, just keep it to yourself. I don't want others to know. Wan Xiang interrupted Lu Ting's probing, sidestepping her to approach the conveyor belt that had begun to flash its warning lights. And Lu Ting stood frozen, processing this plot twist that surpassed any melodrama she had ever encountered in a Korean drama. All this time, the upheaval in the global nuclear fusion research community over the past 2 months was actually a result of a marital dispute. As the conveyor belt whirred to life, they retrieved their luggage and drove directly to the project construction site located in the suburbs of Haiming City. After passing through 2 security checks, they finally arrived at the site. Since Ku Zhongshan and Chun Kiming were still en route, Wan Xiang and Lu Ting decided to enter the project site first. The vigilant security guard promptly halted the unfamiliar Wan Xiang and Lu Ting, questioning them. Fortunately, Wan Xiang remembered the phone number of Wang Hao, the chairman of the construction company, Longha Group, and quickly dialed. 2 minutes later, a young project manager wearing a safety helmet emblazoned with the Longha Group logo arrived to greet them. Looking to be of similar age to Wan Xiang. Under his guidance, Wan Xiang and Lu Ting swiftly arrived at the project office, which was constructed from lightweight steel structures. Flags of Longha and several national-level enterprises fluttered in the courtyard. Apologies, but we have senior executives arriving shortly to inspect the project, and our project manager is currently in a meeting. Please take a seat for a moment, the young man explained, to which Wan Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. The young man removed his safety helmet, revealing a youthful face, and placed 2 bottles of mineral water in front of him. He appeared to be a typical engineering type. Having exhausted the conversation with that statement, he returned to his computer to work. After waiting a while and learning that Chun Kiming and Ku Zhongshan would not arrive for another hour, Wan Xiang suggested they take a look around the construction site. And Lu Ting, equally bored, readily agreed to accompany him. After donning yellow safety helmets, they made their way to the construction site. The cacophony of machinery reverberated around them as throngs of workers busily toiled. Sheets of rebar were woven together, as if patching the earth itself. The core dome structure of a nuclear reactor had transitioned from foundational work to upper structure construction to accelerate the building process. The dome was being constructed using sliding mold and assembly techniques, thereby avoiding the time-consuming traditional scaffolding and concrete curing processes. Beside a concrete mixer truck, Wan Xiang scooped up a handful of the mixed concrete to observe its workability. Finding no aggregates in the poured concrete, he pondered briefly before inquiring with a nearby worker wearing glasses who was taking samples. Is this using an active powder concrete mix design? Ah, connoisseur. The glasses-wearing worker smiled at Wan Xiang. This is a concrete scheme based on the theory of maximum packing density, prepared using active powder, in other words, devoid of aggregates. When combined with fiber materials, it can achieve ultra-high strength while ensuring homogeneity, as proudly explained by the construction worker. Thank you for your hard work, master. The bespectacled worker surveyed Lu Ting, whose elegant demeanor and pristine attire starkly contrasted with the surrounding dusty environment. His professional instincts told him they did not belong on the construction site, prompting him to curiously inquire, I am Jiang Hua, a technician from Longjian. May I ask which organization you represent? We are from the Lonka Institute. This is Chief Engineer Wan, Lu Ting clarified. Chief Engineer Wan? Jiang Hua frowned and then burst into laughter. Ha! I know Chief Lei from Longha Group and chiefly from Longjian Group, but I have yet to hear of this young Chief Engineer Wan. Jiang Hua chuckled at the pair, then wiped his brow with a towel draped around his neck. One did not offer any explanation, and after discussing some technical issues related to construction with Jiang Hua, he continued to inspect the project site. As the sun sank into the valley, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. The searchlights atop the tower cranes flickered to life, illuminating the construction site like a full moon. To ensure progress, the site operated on a 3-shift system, with construction equipment remaining on-site, merely rotating the operational staff. Wan and Lu Ting traversed the muddy terrain, estimating the overall construction progress with their keen eyes. At that moment, A commotion drew their attention. This batch of bolts has issues. I suggest a thorough inspection of the entire lot. Not far away, in front of an equipment awaiting installation, a worker wearing a yellow hard hat was arguing with several white-hatted suppliers over a rusty steel bolt. Hey, what do you know as a worker? The disgruntled, white-hatted supplier retorted, pointing an accusatory finger. Get back to work and stop the chatter. No way. This is a national-level project. We cannot overlook any errors. I firmly advocate for a complete inspection based on relevant regulations, as the construction party has the right to request retesting of materials of questionable quality. The slender, dark-skinned, yellow-hatted worker declared resolutely. What? Dong-air, do you want to get fired? Do you think I will make a call to have you removed on the spot? Spat the white-hatted supplier, hands on hips, threatening Dong-air. The argument quickly attracted the attention of onlookers, with some co-workers nearby quietly advising Dong-air to refrain from meddling and subtly suggesting that the supplier had certain connections. Another worker offered a cigarette to the supplier, named Xiang, urging him to calm down. If I'm to compromise my principles, I would rather not work. Dong-air straightened his back, discarding his gloves forcefully onto the ground, dismissing the pleas of his co-workers, determined to stand his ground. Do you even understand the project's time constraints? If you delay the schedule, can you bear the responsibility? I will report you to the project manager for disrupting construction. Xiang did not anticipate such a fierce reaction, erupting into a string of curses. At this moment, one had approached, picking up the bolt from the ground for a closer inspection, confirming that many bolts had indeed exhibited varying degrees of rust. This is absolutely not normal. Wan's brow furrowed. He then coldly declared to the crowd, this batch of materials must not be used in the project. Who do you think you are? Xiang shot a sidelong glance at Wan, his anger boiling over as he scrutinized him. A yellow hat? Which labor company do you belong to? Xiang's confidence surged. On construction sites, there existed an unwritten rule. Yellow workers toil, red overseers watch, and white hats hold the power to decide. Yellow hats typically signify labor workers. This site was to construct the world's latest nuclear power facility, designed to operate for a century. This was no trivial matter. Wan's gaze was resolute as he brandished the rusty bolt to demonstrate to the crowd that this batch had significant issues with electrochemical stability, and its application to the project posed severe safety hazards. Xiang scoffed dismissively. You say it lacks stability? What are you anyway? Young man, speak with evidence. Electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, polarization curve measurements, electrochemical potential measurements. Just send the materials for testing, and these aspects will reveal the truth. In my judgment, there are issues with the coding process of this batch of materials. Summon the project manager now. Wan's anger surged. Memories of a past incident involving a radiation leak flooded his mind, the agonizing pain resurfacing and triggering a reflexive response. He promptly dialed a number on his phone. As the project's chief person in charge, he required an explanation. This scene sparked a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Haha, look at him, thinking he can summon anyone at will. Xiang laughed heartily. Your judgment? Where did you go to university, and how many projects have you worked on? Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd. Ha ha ha, is he serious? Where did this intern come from, boasting so boldly? Hey, young man, do you have the project manager's number? You really understand nothing. Don't speak carelessly, or you'll be held accountable for any delays. A colleague of Xiang joined in the laughter, echoing, kid, wait until you become a project manager before you start boasting. Wan became the target of their ridicule. Finally, Lu Ting could no longer contain herself, knowing well that many professors and experts from Lonka University would never treat Wan with such disdain. Clenching her fists, she admonished the laughing crowd. You all should show some respect. Let me tell you, he is the chief engineer of this project, the highest authority here. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into even louder laughter. Ha ha, that girl claims he is the chief engineer. I've never seen such a young chief engineer. I did hear from the project team that there was a chief engineer who outranked Chief Lei and Chief Li, but I've never seen him in person. Someone whispered. Old Wang, even if there's one, it can't possibly be this person. He looks barely out of university. Indeed, young man, this matter should be decided by the supervisor first. It doesn't need to escalate to the project manager. A voice in the crowd offered a sensible suggestion. At this moment, construction worker Zhang Hua also approached. Seeing Wan and Lu Ting surrounded, he hurried over to inquire about the situation. After understanding the circumstances, he quickly pulled Wan aside, urging softly, little brother, don't get involved in this mess. It won't end well. Safety is paramount. The safety of a nuclear power plant surpasses all else. Wan, rarely displaying such anger, fell silent. Even Lu Ting dared not speak. Just then, a few pickup trucks sped into view, skidding to a halt, leaving long trails in the sandy ground. Several individuals wearing white hard hats swiftly exited the vehicles and jogged over. That's Manager Wang. Chief Engineer Li, Chief Engineer Lei. Wow. All three big shots from the project department have arrived. The trio, General Manager Wan Xiang, Civil Engineering Chief Engineer Li Jianxing, and Equipment Chief Engineer Lei Chuan, were quickly recognized by the on-site personnel. Leading the group were Ku Zhengshan, the president of Lonka Institute, Chen Kemming, the Minister of Science and Technology, and Fan Rong, the chairman of Longjian Group. The upright figure of Fan Rong, his sharp gaze honed by years of military service, swept over the crowd, sending a palpable wave of pressure that made onlookers shiver. He strode purposefully to the center of the throng, where Wan Xiang stood, and after a thorough inspection, remarked, "Chief Engineer Wan, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Indeed, a hero emerges in youth." As the project entered a substantive phase, Wan Xiang's identity inevitably became known to prominent figures like Fan Rong, who immediately recognized him amidst the crowd. "Chief Engineer Wan." The astonishment rippled through the spectators as they witnessed the chairman addressing the young man with such reverence. The presence of several distinguished individuals greeting Wan Xiang only deepened the collective surprise. Behind them, Li Jiansheng, Lei Chuan, and Wang Wenliang were equally bewildered by the unfolding scene. "Chief Engineer?" They exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with the fact that the chairman would honor the youth with such a title. Li Jianxing Skinta, recalling that Fan Rong had frequently mentioned a mysterious reactor engineer rumored to be on the verge of applying a groundbreaking nuclear technology to the project. Indeed, the technical responsibilities of the project were divided into three main categories: the civil construction overseen by himself, the equipment installation managed by Lei Chuan's Dragon Core Group, and lastly, the reactor engineer, whose design was critical as the heart of the nuclear power station, granting him a voice of authority far exceeding the former two. Yet, the youth before them appeared to be in his early 20s, akin to the fresh-faced interns in the group. The reactor's chief engineer? How could that be possible? Li Jianxing, Lei Chuan, and others struggled to accept this revelation. Meanwhile, Fan Rong had firmly grasped Wan Xiang's hand and introduced himself, saying, "I am Fan Rong, chairman of Longjian Group. Rest assured, Chief Engineer Wan, I shall personally address the matters at hand." Observing this, Xiongzhen tugged at the sleeve of a tall, thin worker in a white hat, whispering, "Brother Wang, what is the background of that young man? Why has Chairman Fan been so stirred? It is said he is the project chief, the principal figure in this endeavor." "Wait, keep your distance from me," replied the tall worker, Jiang Lei, stepping aside to avoid being too close to Xiongzhen. "What? That young man is the previously unseen project chief? How can that be?" Xiongzhen was incredulous. Think about it logically. Who else could summon all the senior project leaders to the site in such a manner? Jiang Lei shot a sideways glance at Xiongzhen. A chill ran through Xiongzhen as he recalled his actions to cut costs by compromising on quality, an ominous premonition sweeping over him. "Jiang's supervisor, you must protect me in this matter. Otherwise, I might truly be finished," he implored, drawing closer. Jiang Lei shot him an exasperated look. "You should consider the gravity of today's events. You have stepped into a minefield." Xiongzhen's expression froze. After regaining his composure, he threatened, "Don't forget, I undertook these actions with your tacit approval. We are in this together." He dropped the facade, adopting a posture of desperation. "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Lei's demeanor changed instantly, caught off guard and sweating profusely. In the crowd, Wan Xiang picked up a rusted bolt to elucidate the issue at hand. Chen Kemming and others immediately leaned in to inspect, their expressions darkening as they discerned the problem. "What has happened, Chief Engineer Li?" Fan Rong demanded, glaring at Li Jianxing. Li Jianxing's face turned ashen. "I apologize, Chairman. Due to the tight project timeline, I did not oversee the procurement of materials personally. I take full responsibility. The one you should apologize to is Chief Engineer Wan. If it were not for his discovery, this batch of materials could have jeopardized the project, and we both would be in dire straits." Li Jiansheng recognized the gravity of the situation, looking at the young man in silence. "Chairman, I accept my responsibility. Chief Engineer Li is accountable for the technical aspects. The materials issue falls under my management failures," stated Project Manager Wang Wenliang. "Chairman Fan, everyone, I too bear responsibility," added Chief Engineer Lei Chuan. Fan Rong's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "What is this? Each of you rushing to confess? Is this some cowardice? Immediately convene a project site meeting," Fan Rong commanded, then turned to the project management team, asking sternly, "Do you all remember the 4 principles of handling project quality accidents? Do not let go of the cause of the accident until it is clarified. Do not let go of the responsible parties until they are punished. Do not let go of the responsible parties and related personnel until they have been educated. Do not let go of the accident measures until they are rectified. The senior project members stood tall, responding in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. The laborers watching the scene stood solemnly. At that moment, the four principals echoed like a decree of judgment over Xiang, who staggered back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. As Wan Xiang approached the worker, Dong, who had questioned material quality, he extended his hand to shake, solemnly stating, "Brother Dong, rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation today." Dong's eyes widened with surprise, and he cautiously asked, "Young brother, are you truly the project chief?" "Indeed, without a doubt," Lu Ting interjected with a smirk, proudly answering from the side. "Then I can rest easy. Although I am but a laborer with little formal education, I understand the significance of a national-level project. If quality issues arise, we would be ridiculed by the world. This is our nation's reputation at stake," Dong expressed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Wan Xiang patted Dong on the shoulder, deeply admiring his integrity. Meanwhile, under Fan Rong's organization, an immediate investigation meeting regarding the quality incident was convened. Key personnel swiftly arrived, and through reviewing documents, construction logs, and testimonies from various parties, the truth began to surface. All evidence pointed towards material supplier representative Xiang and the supervisor in charge of procurement, Jiang Lei. The two had colluded to cut procurement costs and pocket the difference, passing off substandard materials. Fan Rong employed a psychological tactic, separating the two for questioning. After several rounds, Xiang succumbed to the pressure, quickly breaking down and confessing his illicit actions, implicating Jiang Lei, who had repeatedly facilitated his misdeeds. Jiang Lei's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground before Fan Rong, tears streaming as he repented. "Chairman Fan, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed." Fan Rong turned away, ignoring him, and immediately contacted the group's disciplinary department to have Jiang Lei taken for investigation. Jiang Lei, realizing Fan Rong's uncompromising nature, turned his desperate hopes towards the young Wan Xiang, knowing that only this youth, respected even by Chairman Fan, could potentially offer him salvation. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, clutching Wan Xiang's leg. "Chief Engineer Wan, grant me another chance. I understand my mistakes," Jiang Lei pleaded, his eyes brimming with tears and sincerity. The material supplier, Xiang, quickly mirrored his actions, rushing over to grasp Wan Xiang's other leg. "Chief Engineer Wan, I did not recognize your stature earlier. Please, spare us this once, and we will replace all the inferior materials at once," Xiang implored, having shed any semblance of his previous arrogance. "Spare you? Who would show mercy to the victims after such an accident? Who considers the plight of those who recklessly defy the rules?" Wan Xiang's thoughts drifted back to a past incident, his eyes devoid of compassion, his tone harsh. The crowd listened to Wan Xiang's admonishment, shivers running down their spines, prompting someone to exclaim. Wan Xiang's stance was even more resolute than Fan Rong's. Xiang and Jiang Lei's hopes were instantly dashed, their faces ashen. Indeed, Wan Gong's words rang true. In times of crisis, who considers the workers? Quality and safety, no matter how trivial, they're unforgivable. As professionals in engineering, they understood the paramount importance of quality and safety, deriding such behavior, their disdain directed towards the two men. Soon, the safety inspectors escorted the pair away. Concurrently, Fan Rong issued a directive for a thorough re-examination of all completed subprojects. Having settled these matters, it was nearly midnight, and the group decided to rest for the night, planning to convene for a project briefing the following day. Fan Rong arranged for everyone to stay at a hotel, while Wan Xiang opted to remain at the project office to review design documents, rejecting the arrangement. After all, construction and design progressed concurrently, inevitably leading to areas requiring modification. He needed to familiarize himself as swiftly as possible. Lu Ting promptly indicated she had some tasks to attend to and proposed to stay at the project office as well. Ku Zhongshan expressed his desire to remain too. Consequently, Chun Keming insisted on staying as well. Thus, that night, the group congregated in the project office's meeting room, fervently discussing the construction plan until the early hours. Some, feeling fatigued, retreated to the dormitory for the night. During this time, Wan Xiang stepped outside for some fresh air, gazing at the brightly lit construction site, reflecting the stars above. He lit a cigarette and initiated a video call with Jinshin. Considering the complex environment of the construction site and safety concerns, Wan Xiang had not brought Wan Xingyu along, entrusting her care to Jinshin instead. Wan Xingyu had met Jinshin a few times at Ah Hui's Chaozhou breakfast spot, clearly recalling Jinshin treating her to marinated eggs, hence feeling no unfamiliarity. In the video, Wan Xingyu and Jianxin appear to be enjoying themselves, as Jianxin took her to a park to ride the carousel and later bought a bag of popcorn chicken as a late-night snack. Wan Xingyu was overjoyed, continuously sharing her delightful experiences with Wan Xiang through the video. Observing this scene, Wan Xiang, initially worried that Wan Xingyu might feel shy, finally relaxed. After finishing his cigarette and extinguishing the butt, Wan Xiang returned to the project office meeting room to diligently study the project design. The late-night toil was becoming increasingly taxing for individuals like Ke Zhongshan, who were well past 50. However, for the 20-something Wan Xiang, it posed no challenge. As the night deepened, his mind became more alert, a habit cultivated since his student days. By the late hours, others had succumbed to sleep in various poses throughout the meeting room. After a day of understanding the project as progress, it became evident that to ensure the effective connection of subsequent procedures, an extended design for the installation of ancillary equipment was essential. This included auxiliary systems, BOP, comprising the remaining supportive systems necessary for the operation of a nuclear power plant, such as water supply systems, cooling systems, monitoring and control systems, and waste management systems. To ensure compatibility of the auxiliary systems, it was imperative that the designers were well-versed in reactor parameters. Wan Xiang understood that this task could only be undertaken by him at this moment. Without hesitation, he engaged his mind to connect to the research matrix in his consciousness, his neurons instantly entering an excitable state. Countless ideas collided in his mind as his fingers became a blur, swiftly dancing across the keyboard and mouse. Until the first rays of dawn illuminated the project meeting room, Wan Xiang gazed at the design plan on his computer screen with satisfaction, then stretched and surveyed the room. Spotting Lu Ting, who had fallen asleep in front of her laptop, her sleeve dampened with drool. She too had endured the entire night. A slight smile graced Wan Xiang's lips as he recalled Lu Ting's recent tireless efforts concerning the permanent magnet issues, evoking a sense of sympathy. Indeed, she had been preoccupied with the custody battle for Wan Xingyu, leaving her little time to focus on the development of holmium-based permanent magnets. Contemplating Wan Xingyu's situation, Wan Xiang was once again engulfed in agitation. Legal matters were not his forte, and he felt utterly at a loss regarding how to win the case. After a moment of reflection, Wan Xiang's brain finally succumbed to fatigue, and overwhelmed by drowsiness, he laid his head down on the meeting table and fell asleep. Time passed, and upon awakening, Wan Xiang found himself on a single bed, the scent of roses wafting through the air, a brown trench coat belonging to Lu Ting draped over him. He surveyed the room, realizing it was a dormitory for project staff. Clearly, someone had carried him here after he had fallen asleep. In his early 20s, he was still in his prime, and after rising and stretching, he felt rejuvenated. Meanwhile, the project meeting room was in an uproar over technical direction issues. Chapter 56. What were we discussing earlier? The following day in the meeting room, after a night of rest, all technical experts and engineers involved in the project received the meeting notification. They were now gathered in the project office meeting room for a technical discussion. With the civil engineering work over halfway done, equipment installation had begun to arrive, yet progress was slow, primarily due to the design plan's indecision. Previously, Longa Group had submitted 3 equipment design proposals, all of which were rejected by Longa Institute, leaving the relevant designers, including Chief Engineer Lei Chuan, quite dissatisfied. This is the 3rd design proposal that you from Longa Institute have returned, all 3 times. The reasons for rejection were that the design indicators could not meet the reactor parameter requirements. Lei Chuan stood at the podium, pointing at the design proposal displayed on the screen, voicing his complaints. Director Ku, since you are here this time, I hope Longa Institute can provide us with an explanation. Agreed. An explanation is warranted, chimed in a key equipment engineer, frowning, cigarette in hand, banging the table in agreement. As the floodgates of discussion opened, other technical experts in the meeting room no longer hesitated to express their opinions, despite Ke Zhongshan's status. Indeed, I believe there is nothing wrong with Chief Engineer Lei's design. Yes, this is the culmination of years of technological expertise from Longa Industrial Group. I think we can proceed with Chief Engineer Lei's plan. It is the optimal choice. After all, time is of the essence, and it would be impossible to devise a plan superior to the current one in such a short time. This plan already meets all current technical standards. I also support proceeding with this proposal. Seeing his plan gain the approval of the majority, Lei Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Ke Zhongshan, the highest decision-maker from Longa Institute in attendance. So, Director Ku, what is Longa Institute's position? All eyes turned towards the elder, Ke Zhongshan. After a moment of silence, Ke Zhongshan shook his head and replied solemnly, I cannot make that decision. The rejection of a design proposals 3 times was Wan Gong's directive, and I believe he has his reasons. since its establishment. Wan Xiang had presided over all research work at the Lonka Institute's Nuclear Fusion Independent Research Center, making it impossible for Ku Zhongshan to answer these queries. Wang Gong, is it the young man? Qu'est-ce qui vit que Diangzhan nodded. Immediately, someone began to bang on the conference table, rejecting our proposal while failing to provide reasonable suggestions for modification. I observed that the young man seemed utterly incapable of managing such a colossal project. Indeed, assigning such a young individual as the project leader was a hasty decision. And now the issues have come to light. What shall we do? We are unable to finalize the design scheme, and the construction timeline is undoubtedly going to be delayed. I have been puzzled from the outset as to how they could appoint an inexperienced youth as the project head for such a venture worth billions. Absurd. It's utterly ridiculous. An older engineer voiced his dissatisfaction. The room was filled with rising doubts and escalating tensions. On stage, Lei Chuan's expression changed drastically upon hearing the murmurs. Having had his design rejected 3 times, he could no longer contain his frustration and spoke up. Director Ku, forgive my candor, but is that young man truly qualified to be the chief engineer? Lei Chuan articulated the unspoken concerns of everyone in the project department. Although one could sense from simple exchanges that Wan Xiang possessed solid professional knowledge, there was nothing else to instill confidence. Indeed, Director Ku, this is no laughing matter. Everyone turned their gaze toward Ku Zhongshan, awaiting his explanation. The meeting room, once focused on technical discussions, had now escalated into a critique of the entire project's organizational management. In a corner of the room, Lu Ting clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself, "You all have no idea of the immense potential of Wan Xiang's spherical pulse fusion stellarator. This project could be revolutionary, provided we overcome the challenges with the permanent magnets." Lu Ting wished to speak up for Wan Xiang, but considering the issues surrounding the permanent magnets and her inability to contribute in front of industry experts, she could only frown in silence, feeling stifled. The atmosphere in the conference room thickened with tension, the ashtray overflowing with extinguished cigarette butts. Sensing the shift, Chun Kemming hastily stepped forward to calm the situation. Rest assured, the project has been validated by various experts from the Science and Technology Headquarters. There are no issues with the project itself. During the construction process, our technology department will fully support everyone and ensure proper coordination. Chun Kemming felt a lack of presence as the Minister of Technology among the plethora of technical experts, acknowledging that the headquarters role was primarily one of organization and coordination. Words of support are insufficient, Minister Chun, someone retorted sharply. What we need now is a feasible design proposal. I suggest we pause the project and immediately organize a preliminary review. For safety's sake, I concur. Someone raised their hand in agreement. We are currently like headless chickens. This is far too frivolous for a project of this magnitude. I propose that Zhang Baneng, the chief scientist from the Longhan Nuclear Industry Group, take over as project leader. That's an excellent suggestion. I agree. If old Zhang steps in, there's a chance for the project to be salvaged. Agreed. If it's old Zhang, then we have nothing to worry about. Indeed, old Zhang is the cornerstone of our nation's 3rd generation of nuclear power technology. Just then, the door to the conference room was knocked upon. Wan Xiang appeared, his right arm draped with Lu Ting's brown coat, scanning the room before striding directly toward Lu Ting in the corner. Here's your coat back. This stain is your saliva, not mine. Lu Ting shot Wan Xiang a sideways glance, internally fuming. What is wrong with you? Even if it were true, did you have to say it in front of so many people? Moreover, there was an odd smell on the coat. What strange smell? That's the fragrance of the rose of the no man's land perfume. Do you not understand? Lu Ting was at a loss for words. The two exchanged barbs, entirely oblivious to the numerous pairs of eyes in the room that were fixed on them with intrigue. Wan Xiang, why are you awake? You should rest a bit longer. Ku Zhongshan expressed concern, for Wan Xiang had stayed up all night. As the dean, Ku Zhongshan did not wish for his capable aide to become exhausted. You're here, Wan Xiang. Fan Rong recalled something and immediately added, by the way, those troublesome fellows from yesterday have been dealt with. I never expected there to be a mole within Longjian. Fortunately, you caught it. Mr. Fan, have the substandard bolts that were previously used in the project been addressed? Wan Xiang inquired. We have had people check each one. Luckily, we discovered them in time, and no significant harm was done, Li Jianqing replied. Wan Xiang nodded in satisfaction. Fan Rong and Li Jianqing were part of the Longjian group, representing the civil construction side, and they had no input on equipment matters, primarily attending as observers to explain the issues discovered the previous night. Ku Zhongshan pulled back a chair beside him, inviting Wan Xiang to sit next to him. As Wan Xiang complied, Ku Zhongshan patted his shoulder, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. Leaning back slightly in his chair to adopt a relaxed demeanor. Thus, Wan Xiang officially joined the discussion. Where were we? Chapter 57. My design proposal was rejected 3 times. The discussion had turned to equipment design issues. In the conference room, a member from the equipment team cast a sideways glance at Wan Xiang, then, in an irritated tone, reminded, "This is the brat who rejected my design proposal 3 times. Young man, you probably cannot even comprehend my design." On stage, Lei Chuan, seeing Wan Xiang join the meeting, internally scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Yet this was the perfect opportunity to validate his proposal. With a smirk, Lei Chuan flipped through his slides. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue." He redirected everyone's attention back to the big screen. As I mentioned earlier regarding the power generation and transmission system, I will design it according to the 4th-generation nuclear power plant technical standards, employing a more efficient thermodynamic cycle scheme. Lei Chuan clicked the page turner. "Please take a look." The screen flashed, revealing a complex technical flowchart to the audience. This is our improvement on the traditional Rankine cycle, utilizing supercritical pressure and temperature. Many in the audience adjusted their glasses, their interest peaked. After a moment of silence, heads began to nod in agreement. Soon, the room was filled with praise. "Truly impressive. Chief Engineer Lei. Indeed, quite remarkable. No one internationally has adopted such a design approach. It's very innovative." The accolades rang in Lei Chuan's ears. He smirked and continued. "Under supercritical pressure and temperature, water vapor possesses a higher specific heat capacity and specific volume, which enhances thermal exchange efficiency. Next, we further simplified the system design. Under supercritical conditions, water vapor does not need to undergo condensation and re-evaporation processes, allowing us to eliminate related equipment. Furthermore, with no liquid water present, we avoid issues of significant flow resistance and corrosion." Lei Chuan elaborated fluently on his design proposal, occasionally casting glances at Wan Xiang seated beside Kuzheng Shan, whose expression remained inscrutable, almost as if he were in a daze. Observing this, Lei Chuan felt a surge of pride, thinking, "Can the young man handle this? This is the culmination of my 25 years of diligent cultivation." Yet at this moment, Wan Xiang's consciousness is submerged within the sea of cognition, rapidly constructing a holographic virtual model in accordance with Lei Chuan's design. This holographic model can be effortlessly manipulated and modified within Wan Xiang's mind. As I peer into the scene, the virtual model has commenced operations. The high-temperature and high-pressure fluid within swiftly traverses through the pipes, transporting immense heat to the actual steam turbine. With the rapid rotation of the steam turbine, thermal energy is subsequently converted into electrical energy. Observing the device operating smoothly, Wan Xiang hastens the simulation process in his mind. However, as the simulation reaches the 278th hour, a sudden turbulent flow emerges within the high-velocity fluid in the pipeline, creating a counterforce against the laminar flow, causing the pressure readings in the connected pipes to surge. The coupling of the turbulence escalates to an extreme condition at the 287th hour, leading to a violent tremor in the equipment. Boom! A blinding flash ensues as the device explodes, vanishing from Wan Xiang's cognitive realm. Regaining his composure from the illusion of the sea of cognition, Wan Xiang shakes his head in resignation, lamenting that the situation remains unchanged. On the stage, Lei Chuan continues with his presentation, unveiling the theoretical derivation on a large screen, thereby providing robust theoretical support for his design. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the conference room, followed by a flurry of scribbling as many begin to verify calculations and engage in discussions. Soon, several seasoned engineers in the room exchange knowing glances, seemingly reaching a consensus. Applause erupts like thunder in the conference hall. The proposal put forth by the Dragon Core Industrial Group has indeed achieved international leading status. Chief Engineer Lei is truly deserving of being hailed as a future leader in the field of nuclear power engineering in Longhua. The brilliance of this water-boiling process is remarkable. Chief Engineer Lei's design is simply extraordinary. The prowess of Dragon Core Industrial is indeed as illustrious as its reputation suggests. The improvements made to the traditional Rankine cycle. This will undoubtedly lead the way for 4th-generation nuclear power technology. I believe we should refine the plan according to Chief Engineer Lei's proposal. I concur. I have reviewed it and hold no objections. Indeed, making a breakthrough improvement based on the traditional Rankine cycle is highly feasible, and the risks are manageable. I too agree. I support this. There are no issues. A slight smile crept across Lei Chuan's lips. Just last week, he had turned 45, and, as a key engineer at Dragon Core Industrial Group, he was at the prime of his career, though his experience was yet to be fully established. However, with this national-level project under his belt, He would no longer have any shortcomings when competing for leadership in the nuclear power technology sector of Longhua. One by one, attendees began to raise their hands in support, creating a trend towards unanimous approval. Isn't this the proposal I have already dismissed? What? Who? What did you say? Just as everyone was immersed in the subconscious belief that the proposal was about to be unanimously approved, an untimely voice emerged. All were taken aback, their gazes immediately turning towards the source of the voice. It was that young man. What? The dismissed proposal, who is questioning Chief Engineer Lei's plan? That young man, the so-called Engineer Wan? Young man, do not speak so boastfully. Can you truly comprehend Chief Engineer Lei's design philosophy? How dare you express an opinion so casually? Aside from a few management members familiar with Wan Xiang's title, most experts and technical representatives present did not recognize the young man. A wave of inappropriate disdain washed over the audience in response to Wan Xiang's remarks. Given Wan Xiang's age, an image of an inexperienced, brash youth seeking attention began to take shape in the minds of the crowd. In the back row, Lu Ting clenched her fists anxiously, her brows furrowed. Although she was not specialized in nuclear energy, since joining Wan Xiang's research team, she had diligently acquired substantial knowledge in the field. Through Lei Chuan's earlier explanation and the feedback from various experts, Lu Ting found herself in agreement with the solution proposed by Lei Chuan and Dragon Core Group. Coupled with the support of the experts present, she began to worry for Wan Xiang's predicament. After all, he was still a newcomer in this domain. It was entirely possible that he could be replaced by others, particularly since an expert had just suggested changing the project leader, which had garnered widespread approval. At this moment, the Minister of Science and Technology, Chen Kemming, sat in the central position of the conference room, exhibiting an unusual calmness. He rested his chin on his crossed hands, silently observing the unfolding situation, inwardly pondering, Wan Xiang, how will you navigate this challenge? Chen Kemming squinted, acutely aware that for Wan Xiang, a young man lacking connections and industry contacts, to evolve from an obscure theoretical figure to a practical leader capable of steering the entire project development, he must possess the ability to command respect. Otherwise, such internal skepticism would only deepen, ultimately erupting at a critical juncture, a point of no return where no one could assist him. With this thought, Chen Kemming's expression grew grave. Seated beside Wan Xiang, Ke Zhongshan was equally apprehensive for him, silently acknowledging that Wan Xiang was up against industry experts who were not easily swayed. They believed only in science, not superstition. Some may excel as scientists, but may not necessarily be exceptional leaders. You must conquer them using the most scientifically logical arguments. On stage, Lei Chuan's eyelids twitched. How dare someone question our Dragon Core Industrial Group's design plan in front of industry experts? Lei Chuan felt a surge of anger. Wan Xiang's abrupt remarks were undeniably a cold splash of water on him and the Dragon Core Group. Suppressing his fury, Lei Chuan adopted a tone of thinly veiled disdain. I must ask, Engineer Wan, what grounds do you have to dismiss our design proposal, which has received unanimous approval from all experts? Please provide me with a reasonable explanation. Lei Chuan spread his hands, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 58, The Butterfly Effect. No problem, Chief Engineer Lei. Wan Xiang nodded slightly before continuing. Firstly, your proposal to improve the Rankine cycle using supercritical pressure and temperature is indeed constructive, and you have conducted in-depth research on its application to existing nuclear technology, which poses no issue. However, this is limited to improvements on current nuclear technology and does not apply to controllable nuclear fusion. Furthermore, there are some critical issues present in the holographic simulation within the cognitive system, which Wan Xiang was well aware of. Yet, out of respect for his predecessor, he first acknowledged Lei Chuan's design proposal. With a cold smirk, Lei Chuan closed his eyes, as if to imply that such insights were obvious. Wan Xiang then sketched on a piece of paper, stating, based on my calculations, I believe your next plan involves enabling the heat transfer medium to reach a state of critical fluid, thereby reducing the viscosity and diffusivity of the fluid, achieving a state with no distinct gas-liquid interface, thus minimizing superconductive resistance. Am I correct? What? Critical fluid? How does he know this? On stage, Lei Chuan's eyes widened, his expression shifting dramatically. The activation of a critical fluid is the core technology of my entire technical system. Lei Chuan gasped internally. As a researcher, one instinctively keeps their core technology confidential, akin to how a magician would never reveal their tricks to the audience. Lei Chuan was certain that the technical trajectory disclosed to the public had not touched upon this level of technology. So how did he know? Lei Chuan observed Wan Xiang with a mixture of astonishment and dismay, as Wan Xiang proceeded to dissect Lei Chuan's design proposal with technical precision. Each of Wan Xiang's subsequent remarks struck Lei Chuan's heart like a needle, akin to a magician's tricks being unveiled before an audience. On stage, Lei Chuan's composure began to fray, while below, as Wan Xiang delved deeper into the analysis, Lei Chuan and the entire equipment system's design seemed to stand exposed, akin to a naked woman before the crowd. The thermodynamic performance of supercritical fluids is constrained by physical limitations, particularly in proximity to the critical zone, where fluid behavior becomes erratic, leading to diminished cycle efficiency and potentially severe safety concerns, something I trust Chief Engineer Lei is already aware of. As Wan Xiang continued his analysis, beads of perspiration formed on Lei Chuan's brow. He longed to retort, attempting to voice a counterargument multiple times, only to find himself silenced by the irrefutable nature of Wan Xiang's evidence. Safety concerns? At that moment, someone finally interrupted Wan Xiang. What safety concerns? At worst, it might lead to a reduction in power output, a common issue faced by any system in prolonged operation. A voice from the audience came to Lei Chuan's defense. Indeed, this proposal has a high redundancy in terms of safety and is unlikely to encounter serious issues. Little Wan, your assertion is somewhat alarmist. Chief Engineer Lei has already provided a theoretical validation, right? Isn't that so, Chief Engineer Lei? All eyes turned towards the silent Lei Chuan on stage. His shirt was now thoroughly soaked with sweat. He leaned against the podium and let out a long sigh. I can't believe this has been uncovered. Lei Chuan lamented, exhaling deeply. The audience regarded him with puzzled expressions. What I am referring to is the issue of turbulence. Am I mistaken, Chief Engineer Wan? Lei Chuan gazed at Wan Xiang with sincerity. His earlier disdain dissipated. Wan Xiang nodded thoughtfully and began. Supercritical fluid exists in a state between gas and liquid, and this unique turbulence equation model has yet to be accurately approximated. Under full power conditions, the likelihood of experiencing extreme turbulence coupling after 278 hours of operation will exceed safety thresholds. 278 hours. Where did you derive that figure, Chief Engineer Wan? Lei Chuan inquired, astonished. I just estimated it mentally. What? This 278 hours aligns closely with our supercomputer's calculation of 492 hours. Lei Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, astonished that the young man had arrived at such a conclusion merely through intuition. Turbulence. Some furrowed their brows in confusion. What does that imply? Within the conference room, many remained bewildered. Turbulence is an unresolved macrophysical problem. Indeed, how could we have overlooked this issue? One individual suddenly slapped their forehead, as if recalling something significant. The exchange between the two had plunged the audience into deep contemplation. Lei Chuan solemnly elucidated, turbulence is a classical problem in fluid dynamics. Typically, when fluid velocity is low, it can maintain laminar flow without interference. As velocity increases, the streamlines begin to oscillate, with frequency and amplitude dependent on the flow rate. At high velocities, the streamlines become indistinct, resulting in numerous vortices that disrupt the flow layers, leading to instability. This explains why aircraft frequently encounter turbulence due to unstable airflow. From the audience, an older expert illustrated with a commonplace phenomenon from everyday life. Exactly. Of course, my design strategy aims to control the flow rate of the supercritical fluid by reducing thermal transfer efficiency to avoid turbulence, thereby diminishing instability and achieving a safe, controllable range. Yet, Lei Chuan shook his head. However, risks still exist. They are merely delayed in time and probability. Wan Xiang interjected, pausing before continuing. This is akin to a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon, resulting in a hurricane in North America. The butterfly effect. Indeed, the butterfly effect. If extreme situations occur, the consequences could be unimaginable. A collective gasp resonated through the room. The potential butterfly effect stemming from turbulence was akin to a thunderbolt striking the conference room. Inutile fervent discussion. Thus far, no one had been able to elucidate the turbulence problem. The mathematical computations were overwhelmingly vast, and solutions for the equations were lacking. Turbulence itself remains an uncontrollable issue. To comprehend turbulence, one must address the Navier-Stokes equations, one of the 10 most challenging equations on Earth. This remains an unresolved quandary in macrophysics. I recall the esteemed scientist Heisenberg once remarked, I will take 2 questions to meet God, relativity and turbulence. And I believe God will only have an answer for the first. In other words, this embodies the complexity of complex systems. The conference room was abuzz with discussions about the difficulties of turbulence, as a wave of pessimism swept over the attendees. Shan furrowed his brow. As the president of the Dragon Institute, He racked his brain to offer some semblance of a solution to this conundrum. After a moment, he reluctantly conceded defeat. Recalling previous discussions with several professors at the Dragon Institute who studied fluid dynamics, the conclusion had been stark, utilizing the airflow around an aircraft's wings as an example. Even the most advanced supercomputers could only simulate the fluid dynamics 1 centimeter behind the aircraft's wing, and that was under a multitude of imposed constraints. In the back row by the window, Lu Ting adjusted her cross-legged position, resting her chin in her hand as she attentively listened to the shifting dynamics of the discussions within the conference room. Initially, she believed Lei Chuan's proposal to be exceptionally comprehensive, nearly the only viable option. However, after Wan Xiang's analysis, it seemed to have been swiftly condemned. On stage, Lei Chuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Without a resolution to the turbulence issue, his proposal would significantly diminish in long-term thermal conversion efficiency. While it would not entirely discredit the proposal, it was akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. It felt as though he had adopted a new technology, yet achieved nearly the same power output, an instance of old wine in new bottles. This was the source of Lei Chuan's inner turmoil. After a moment of silence in the conference room, Lei Chuan turned to Wan Xiang. From Wan Xiang's calm demeanor, his intuition suggested that this young man was far from simple. If he could easily pinpoint the flaws in Lei Chuan's technology, he must possess a solution. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Chief Engineer Wan, do you have any viable solutions?" "Actually, it's quite straightforward. Quite simple." The audience's astonished gazes converged upon Wan Xiang. Several older engineers wore serious expressions, their ears perked up like eager students, their postures straightening in anticipation. Design it as a distributed or matrix power station, which involves channeling the heat transfer fluid to various distributed power systems. This approach alleviates the burden on a single large power station, thereby reducing risk expectations. If the monitoring system detects instability in any one distribution, it can adjust the region's power and fluid influx accordingly. As Wan Xiang spoke, he sketched a detailed, technical route succinctly on a piece of scrap paper. The blank sheet was like candy distributed to children, eagerly snatched and passed around the conference table before finally reaching Lei Chuan's hands. The paper's journey prompted a chorus of admiration. A highly reasonable and efficient approach. The concept of distributed generation systems is quite fascinating. Each substation can operate independently to generate power, while surplus electricity can be fed back into the main grid, rendering this model both simple and efficient. It emphasizes a flow-oriented approach rather than a blockage, reminiscent of the legendary feats of Diu in managing floods. Engineer Wan is truly remarkable, someone remarked, giving one a thumbs up. From a technical perspective, the feasibility of this proposal is exceedingly high, and with integration and improvement within the existing technological framework, it can be accomplished. Indeed, the distributed generation system significantly enhances safety and reduces risk probabilities. Engineer Wan's insights are impressively agile. Quite right, Engineer Wan's proposal is indeed superior. The paper detailing the improved technical route was passed around, much like a business card inscribed with Wan's name, and the crowd unconsciously began to change their tune. The name Engineer Wan had swiftly become a common refrain. By the window, Lu Ting, hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks in mockery, saying, "Oh, you old men, just a moment ago, you were calling one a callow youth, and now your opinions have shifted so rapidly." As everyone was engrossed in the brilliance of the distributed generation system, Wan glanced at his phone and realized that the meeting had unknowingly stretched for 2 hours, yet substantive progress had been minimal. He suddenly remembered that he had promised Wan Xingyu to take her to the park later that evening. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to address the main agenda." "The main agenda?" "Very well, Engineer Wan. Let us begin to refine the proposal for the distributed generation system. Indeed, I can hardly wait to discover how the true essence of the 4th-generation nuclear power technology will be enhanced through the distributed approach. Then let us commence," someone stated earnestly, directing a serious gaze towards Wan. Wan felt momentarily stifled, then scratched the back of his head and said, "Everyone, we're not simply boiling water. The project will utilize a nuclear hybrid technology approach." "Nuclear hybrid technology? What? No more boiling water? This is unacceptable. Engineer Wan, this truly cannot work. The nuclear chemistry approach is based on battery technology. Have you seen the recent incidents with electric vehicles catching fire? That is far too perilous." Another voice interjected, dismissively waving a hand. "Indeed, it is far too dangerous. The energy produced by the reactor is immense and could destabilize the nuclear hybrid reaction materials. If it spirals out of control due to the multitude of chemical substances, the consequences would be catastrophic. Engineer Wan, I must concede that your earlier suggestions were outstanding. But the nuclear hybrid approach still requires further consideration. The meeting room plunged once more into a debate. Wan glanced again at the ticking clock. This time, he felt a strong desire to take charge of the meeting, casting a soliciting glance at Chen Kemming, who nodded in agreement. With his approval, Wan finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the reactor technology we will be employing is controllable nuclear fusion. Therefore, there is no need to fret about stability. All our energy output will be completely regulated. No sooner had he finished speaking than a conceptual image of a spherical nuclear fusion reactor appeared on the large screen. Furthermore, our power generation units will also adopt a matrix design, ensuring that each unit functions as an independent power source, allowing for more efficient energy management. Following this, a conceptual diagram of the matrix transmission and transformation scheme was displayed on the large screen. Controllable nuclear fusion? Nuclear fusion? Is this related to the recent news? Someone swallowed hard. Another person hastily removed their glasses to clean them, only to quickly put them back on. Controllable nuclear fusion? If the reactor is indeed controllable nuclear fusion, then the nuclear hybrid approach should naturally pose no issues. However, Minister Chen, is this truly real? The crowd turned to Chen Kemming, the Minister of Technology headquarters, seeking confirmation. He nodded emphatically and replied in a deep, assured tone, "Indeed, it is undoubtedly true. We at Lonka Institute have already organized multiple rounds of verification. There are no technical issues." Ku Zhengshan added seriously, alleviating everyone's concerns. "Let me be frank with you all," Chen Kemming began, rising from his seat. "Ladies and gentlemen, the ground beneath your feet is set to host the world's first controllable nuclear fusion power plant. The project has been aptly named the Alchemy Furnace," as Chen Kemming's words echoed. It felt as though a heavy bombshell had been dropped within the conference room. The expressions of the attendees were one of astonishment. Only Lu Ting, munching on sunflower seeds, appeared unfazed. Having been preoccupied with the recent challenges posed by permanent magnets, she had lost her sense of novelty regarding the breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted in excited exclamations. "Alchemy Furnace? I remember this. It was mentioned at the recent press conference. I thought it was merely a diplomatic policy or a technological upgrade. Controllable nuclear fusion, the ultimate energy source for humanity." A glimmer of tears of excitement shone in someone's eyes. To have the fortune of participating in the construction of the world's first nuclear fusion power station in this lifetime is truly worth it, truly worth it. Oh my goodness, we are witnessing this. Before the crowd could finish their astonished remarks, Wan continued to flip through his presentation slides, revealing a detailed schematic of the nuclear hybrid power generation proposal. Our nuclear hybrid and matrix power generation plan not only meets the energy demands of the entire industrial park in the future, but will also serve as a verification for the next generation of nuclear battery technology. In fact, under the systematic simulation, Wan had adhered to the industrial aerospace spirit of exploring one generation, pre-researching another, developing one, and producing one and planning the technological development route. In Wan's words, the next research direction had already been keenly captured by everyone. Nuclear battery technology? Wan, did I hear you correctly? Why was I not aware of this? Chen Kemming could no longer contain himself. "I just came up with this idea a couple days ago," Wan explained. "Producing one, researching one. I never expected you to think so far ahead, Wan. This is a win-win situation," Ku Zhengshan said, looking at Wan with delight. Indeed, the nuclear hybrid approach is fundamentally based on nuclear battery technology. The entire massive power generation system of the Alchemy Furnace resembles a colossal battery. Lei Chuan remarked thoughtfully after reflecting on Wan's plan. "The future of our nation's nuclear power technology now has a clear development path for the next decade. This is incredibly exhilarating. Let the people of the United States and the European Union envy us. I have absolutely no interest in that ITER plan now. It is best to stay away from organizations with ulterior motives." Chapter 60. Contributions to National Scientific Research. Within the conference room, the meeting continued to progress. After Wan unveiled the groundbreaking information about controllable nuclear fusion, he adeptly took control of the direction and rhythm of the technical meeting, allowing the nuclear hybrid power plan to proceed smoothly. This time, the experts present in the meeting room no longer had any disagreements. Instead, they attentively listened to Wan's proposal, their gazes filled with clarity. The knowledge systems within their minds absorbed the fresh information like parched trees, rejoicing at the arrival of nourishing rain. After the meeting concluded, the experts and engineers approached Wan in a swarm, and soon surrounded him, offering handshakes and praise according to their seniority. From this moment onward, it signified that Wan had begun to carve out his own niche in the realm of nuclear energy through his own merit. With a solid foundation established, The subsequent project management would naturally follow suit. Witnessing this scene, Chun Kiming and Ku Zhengshan exchanged knowing glances, both bearing smiles of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Ting appeared unfazed. Her phone rang at that moment, prompting her to brush off the sunflower seed shells from her skirt before answering. Xiao Wang, what did you say? Which organization? A private enterprise? Are the test data accurate? During the retesting of coercive force and magnetic intensity. Please also send me a copy of the magnetic curve and other documents to my phone, and remember to encrypt them. What is the matter, Lu Ting? Ku Zhengshan inquired with concern. It was a call from the research center, stating that a batch of samples from private enterprises had shown testing data that generally conformed to design requirements. But I am skeptical. Hence, I asked them to retest. Et Lu Ting expects learnet. After understanding the situation, Ku Zhengshan nodded, having no objections to Lu Ting's approach. Upon concluding the meeting, the group drove to the airport. By the time they returned to Lonka University in Kyoto, it was already 9:30 p.m. Inside the dormitory of Lonka University, Wan Xiang knocked on the door of room 207 on the second floor. From within came the sounds of cheerful laughter and playful banter. The door was opened by a slightly plump woman in glasses with somewhat disheveled hair. Inside, 2 adults and 2 children were engaged in an intense pillow fight. Wan Xiang observed as Wan Xingyu, with her small stature, energetically swung a down pillow that was even larger than herself, chasing after Jian Xen amidst the laughter and frolic. This heartwarming scene brought a slight sting to Wan Xiang's nose, for it embodied an innocence and childishness that he had never experienced during his time with Wan Xingyu. Initially, he had worried whether Wan Xingyu could adapt to life without him after being apart for over 48 hours. Clearly, she was adjusting beautifully. Rubbing his eyes, a smile spread across his face as he called out, Xingyu, Dad, Daddy's back, Wan Xingyu exclaimed, immediately tossing the pillow to the ground and leaping into Wan Xiang's embrace with her chubby arms outstretched like lotus roots. One, she giggled, pressing her cheek against Wan Xiang's. Although, on an atomic scale, their faces did not truly touch, but rather engaged through intermolecular forces that conveyed the sensation. The warmth and affection on Wan Xiang's face were palpably real. The reason behind such emotions remains an enigma that physics has yet to unravel. Have you been good at Ani Jianxins? Are there any troublemakers? Wan Xingyu nodded vigorously and replied earnestly, I've been good. Xingyu is very obedient. The joy of our research institute. Jian Xen, dressed in a pink 2-piece silk pajama set, brushed her somewhat messy bangs and approached the two, saying, Manager Wan, your Xingyu looks just like you, utterly adorable. Ming, call him uncle. He is Xingyu's father, said the slightly plump woman who had answered the door, then made space in the somewhat disheveled dormitory to invite Wan Xiang in. Dad, Ming is my good friend. Wan Xingyu pointed at the chubby little boy. He appeared to be about 4 years old, his face flushed and beaded with sweat. Hello, uncle, my name is Miao Ming. He introduced himself. Hello, little friend. Wan Xiang smiled, ruffling Miao Ming's forehead, assuming he was Wan Xingyu's first friend at Lonka University. Given that this was a ladies' dormitory, Wan Xiang hesitated to enter. Dad, didn't you promise to take me out for barbecue? Wan Xingyu suddenly remembered their agreement, her big eyes wide with anticipation. Wan Xiang, of course, recalled this. So he addressed everyone. I appreciate everyone taking care of Xingyu these past few days. Let me treat you all to a late-night snack. Yay! Miao Ming immediately raised his hands in excitement to celebrate. Yay, yay, yay. The 2 children cheered joyfully, prompting Jian Xian and the plump woman named Huang Xiaoyan to join in their delight. 10 minutes later, Jian Xian changed into a comfortable gray t-shirt and jeans. Exuding a relaxed demeanor, her hair styled in a neat bun, the group set out, traversing the building and crossing the street, eventually arriving at a narrow alley beside the moat outside Lonka University. Jian Xian had heard from her colleagues that there was a commendable barbecue stall inside. They soon discovered a place called Fatty Charcoal Grill, which was modest in size and already filled with diners along the gray walls of the alley. Before long, a couple vacated their seats, and Miao Ming, quick on his feet, hurriedly occupied one of the spots, allowing the group to sit down. Subsequently, the 2 children excitedly leaned over the freezer, selecting a plethora of their favorite skewers, filling the entire food basket. The 3 adults focused on the children throughout the process. Do you want it spicy? Inquired a portly boss with a buzz cut, donning an apron. No spice. Wan Xiang instinctively played. Spicy. Wan Xingyu shouted. Miao Ming chimed in. Spicy. Spicy. You're still little. You can't handle spice. It will upset your stomach, Jian Xian explained, bending down to clarify. I can. My dad can eat it. So can I. My dad also said that if you don't add spice, the flavor is halved. Miao Ming declared with determination, hands on his hips. You're picking up the wrong habits, the children's mother, Huang Xiaoyan, complained. Wan Xingyu echoed Miao Ming, saying, if you don't eat spicy, the flavor is halved. The saying is actually, if you don't eat garlic, the flavor is halved, Wan Xiang corrected helplessly. Huang Xiaoyan and Jian Xin continued explaining that spiciness is an overwhelming taste that children are not yet equipped to handle. However, Wan Xiang shifted his stance, conceding, it's fine, let them give it a try. Jian Xin and Huang Xiaoyan exchanged incredulous glances, unsure if they had misheard. Wan Xiang chuckled, then elaborated, I believe that practice informs awareness, and awareness guides practice. The two children have never experienced spicy food. They don't know what it feels like. So saying it 100 times isn't as effective as letting their taste buds experience it firsthand. Jian Xin and Huang Xiaoyan paused in surprise, while the portly boss, expertly grilling the barbecue, interjected, I didn't expect you to be a philosopher as well. All right then. How about this? I'll give you half spicy and half non-spicy for comparative experiment, the boss said with a grin. The boss understands experimentation. Xian Xin Vima? Somewhat astonished, before teasingly adding, you must be from Qingbei, right? You seem like a scholar. The boss replied nonchalantly, I graduated from Qingbei University, class of 2010, with a specialization in organic polymer materials. What? The three were taken aback by the boss's impressive educational background. We are alumni. I also graduated from Qingbei for my undergraduate studies, Huang Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought you were a Qingbei University student? She added. Well, the boss smiled. I actually worked at a research institute for a while after graduation, but I prefer my current lifestyle. Number 996, no listening to bosses nagging. Just doing what I love, providing the best and freshest barbecue for everyone. But boss, don't you feel regretful for giving up your field of study? Xian Xin Inguit? Indeed. If you had stayed at the research institute, you might have made a greater contribution to the country's technological advancement. Huang Xiaoyan concurred. Regretful? Honestly, I've loved experimenting with cooking since I was a child. My dream was to own my own charcoal grill brand. In fact, what I'm doing now is quite aligned with my studies in organic polymer materials, the boss replied with a smile. Haha, that is true. The three laughed. And the boss added, given your scholarly demeanor, you must be from the nearby Lonka University, right? They nodded in agreement. You see, I'm essentially contributing to the nation's research too, R&TI. When you eat my barbecue, you gain the strength to make greater contributions to national research, right? The corpulent proprietor chuckled softly, then lowered his voice slightly to address the group, saying, to be honest, I'm not particularly concerned about these trifling matters. Do you see that courtyard behind me? The trio turned their gaze to the historical courtyard structure, adorned with azure bricks and gray tiles, which had been transformed into a uniquely charming carbon grilling establishment, its sign proclaiming Fatty's Charcoal Grill. The rotund owner glanced around, then partially obscured his face, whispering, I've always told others that it's rented, but in truth, this is my ancestral home. The combination of Beijing, courtyard, and ancestral home conjured immense value, akin to a real estate buff's dream. The three were momentarily taken aback by the proprietor's culinary passion. Thus concluded the conversation with the jovial owner. Moments latte. A young waitress appeared, bearing steaming platters of food. Wan Xingyu and Miao Ming, with their bright, clear eyes, fixated intently on the delicacies in her hands. Hello. Your meal is ready. The tray marked with a red clip contains spicy dishes, while the other does not. I recommend the non-spicy option for the little ones. The waitress smiled at the two children. But I want a spicy one, Miao Ming exclaimed, seizing a skewer from the spicy tray and promptly taking a bite. I want some too. Wan Xingyu mimicked him. The adults simply shook their heads in resignation. In mere seconds, the capsaicin in the spicy food began to interact with the TRPV1 receptors on the tongues of the two children. Originally designed to detect heat damage, the TRPV1 receptors misled the brains of Wan Xingyu and Miao Ming, triggering a sensation of heat. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, while tears welled up in their eyes, a physiological reaction to cool their bodies. Subsequently, the interaction of TRPV1 with capsaicin activated nerve fibers, sending pain signals to the brain. Wan Xingyu and Miao Ming instinctively began to stick out their tongues, fanning themselves in an effort to alleviate the burning sensation. Daddy, it's so spicy, Wan Xingyu cried, releasing the skewer, fanning her tongue while stamping her feet in distress. Wan Xiang chuckled at the scene, recognizing it as Wan Xingyu's first encounter with spicy food, a sort of rite of passage. Meanwhile, Miao Ming, both pained and delighted, stuffed another piece of meat coated in chili powder into his mouth, intensifying the sensory onslaught. Though Miao Ming was a year older than Wan Xingyu, granting him slightly higher tolerance, he was still very much a child. See, I told you not to feed Xingyu spicy food, but you wouldn't listen. Huang Xiaoyan chided Miao Ming. Xingyu, drink some water. Lu Ting offered, handing Wan Xingyu a glass of warm water. Xingyu, no worries. I'll teach you a trick, Annie. Miao Ming confidently told the nearly in tears Wan Xingyu, then waved at the waitress who had just served them. Auntie, could we have a bottle of Sprite? It should be chilled, he added eagerly. Wan Xiang remained silent, enjoying his meal while observing the unfolding scene. Clearly, Miao Ming had deduced that the TRPV1 receptor was a temperature receptor and decided to utilize physical cooling as a remedy. Upon hearing the call, the waitress turned around and, upon noticing the children's exaggerated expressions, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She promptly retrieved a large bottle of Sprite from the cooler and handed it to the young boy. Miao Ming took the Sprite, expertly twisted off the cap, and with a satisfying hiss, the bubbles erupted forth, spilling over the bottle's rim. He swiftly filled 2 paper cups to the brim. Wan Xingyu gazed in delight, eagerly accepting a full cup, and with a loud slurp, she took a hearty gulp. Unsatisfied, she took another swig until she emptied the entire cup, beaming with satisfaction. Wan Xiang was acutely aware of the dangers of carbonated beverages, perceiving them as a concoction of nearly half the periodic table. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the ephemeral joys of childhood were equally significant. As the fiery sensations subsided, Wan Xingyu reignited her fervor for the grilled meat. This time, with less finesse. She dipped a piece of meat, heavily coated in chili, into the cup of water Lu Ting had given her, swirling it around to wash off the chili flakes before retrieving the meat and savoring it with delight. See, now it's not spicy, she proclaimed, shaking her head joyfully. The onlookers could only smile at the absurdity of it all. In the course of their casual banter, Wan Xiang learned that Wan Xiang and Jian Xian were both classmates from the Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology at Lonka University, as well as close friends. Wan Xiang had married during her graduate studies and given birth to Miao Ming, achieving both academic and romantic success. Miao Ming primarily lived with Wan Xiang, as his father served in the military. After consuming 5 plates of grilled delicacies, the group felt satiated, and the hour had crept toward midnight. After bidding farewell to the jovial proprietor, they made their way toward the dormitory building of Lonka University. During their walk, Miao Ming complained of stomachache, prompting Wan Xiang to guide him ahead briskly. Wan Xingyu, feeling fatigued, threw up her hands in surrender, leading Wan Xiang to carry her on his back. Thus, as they ambled along, Wan Xiang engaged Jian Xian in a discussion about the alchemical furnace project, eventually pausing at the entrance of the dormitory. Unbeknownst to them, Wan Xingyu had fallen asleep on Wan Xiang's back. Jian Xian, the energy transfer scheme for the alchemical furnace project has been finalized. The technical route will follow a nuclear fusion model, at the direction you're quite familiar with, so please keep an eye on any issues that arise, Wan Xiang stated. Jian Xian, startled, waved her hands in protest. No, I've only conducted a bit of research in that area. I can't be responsible for it. It's all right, what is there to fear? You're not alone. There's an entire team at the research center to support you, Wan Xiang encouraged. Mentioning the research center caused Jian Xian's brow to furrow as she hesitated before speaking. Wan Xiang, there have been some rumors circulating about the research center recently. What rumors? Somehow, news has surfaced claiming that you are unfit for your position, that your educational background is merely that of an unfinished undergraduate. And many are questioning the feasibility of the holmium permanent magnet material you proposed. There are even doubts about your identity. Doubts about my identity? Wan Xiang was perplexed by this. Jian Xian's expression grew conflicted as she paused, unable to restrain herself from continuing. It's been uncovered that you have close ties with Shen Fangyan, the renowned scientist from the MIT Sunshine Project, who invented fusion gain technology. She is Wan Xingyu's mother. My ex-wife. Huh? Jian Xian was taken aback, clearly unaware of this fact. You didn't know? She shook her head. I assumed everyone at Lonka University was already aware of this. Wan Xiang leaned slightly forward, delicately adjusting Wan Xingyu on his back to ensure her comfort as she continued to sleep. Wan Yang, your perspective is rather simplistic. Your current role is that of the inventor of controllable nuclear fusion and the head of the latest fusion device development. Thus, your identity is not something that the general populace can ascertain without the approval of the Longan Bureau. Jianxin's expression was earnest. Wan Yang remained silent for a moment. Jianxin hastily reassured him. Do not worry, Wan Yang. I have complete faith in you. After all, who would impart to me the pivotal theoretical derivation of nuclear technology without cause? Moreover, you have unreservedly disclosed the grand model of nuclear fusion. Wan Yang gave a slight nod. Thus, you must also exercise caution. At times, human emotions can be more intricate than science. Understood. Thank you, Jianxin. The two waved farewell beneath the dormitory building. At the mention of Shen Fangyan, Wan Yang felt a pang within, realizing that it had been a considerable time since he had seen his mother. Furthermore, the deadline for the custody battle over Wan Xingyu was approaching. Upon returning to the dormitory and settling Wan Xingyu in, Wan Xiang stepped onto the balcony. The moonlight was radiant, and a gentle breeze caressed him. Thus, Wan Xiang lit a cigarette for himself, troubled by the impending legal confrontation regarding custody. Chapter 62. You are truly generous. The following day, in the Independent Research Center for Nuclear Fusion, within the office of the chief engineer on the top floor, the thoughts from the previous night lingered into the morning. Sitting at his workstation, Wan Xiang focused intently, perusing relevant cases online, observing Wan Xingyu, who was entertaining herself in the office, resembling a female version of himself. Merely contemplating the worst-case scenario sent a shiver down his spine. I cannot lose Wan Xingyu. I simply cannot. The thought alone was maddening. Despite such musings, the legal stipulations seemed to favor his ex-wife, Shun Fangyan, in the custody matter, causing Wan Xiang considerable distress. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. After briefly vacating his thoughts, he uttered, "Please come in." Dean Kujingshan entered, accompanied by a stately middle-aged man standing 8 feet tall, clad in a suit and tie, wearing glasses and carrying a briefcase, exuding an air of elegance. Lu Ting trailed behind them. Wan Yang's attention was drawn to the somewhat familiar middle-aged man, who scrutinized him with a smile that felt unsettling. In the next instant, the man merely squinted, and Wan Xiang felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily recalling every illicit act he had ever committed. For instance, stealing his father's ID to access an internet cafe, engaging in heated arguments online with those of differing opinions, and driving passengers 2 blocks out of the way while working as a rideshare driver, all to protect Shun Fangyan in a brawl with thugs. At this moment, Kujingshan gazed at Wan Xiang with a look of reproach, speaking with an accusatory tone. "Wan Xiang, such significant matters. Why did you not inform me? I only learned of it from Lu Ting." Lu Ting? You gossiping fool, what exactly did you say?" Wan Xiang suddenly realized something, feeling somewhat exasperated, directing a glare at Lu Ting, who stood behind the two. Lu Ting turned her head, casually fixing her hair, deliberately avoiding Wan Yang's piercing gaze. Then, she looked towards Wan Xingyu, who was playing with a Rubik's Cube on the sofa, and proposed, "Xingyu, how about I take you down to the park for a bit?" The Rubik's Cube posed little challenge for Wan Xingyu, who was feeling bored, so she eagerly agreed, bouncing off the sofa. After all, she and Lu Ting had grown quite familiar over time. Lu Ting took Wan Xingyu's hand and led her out of the office, affording the 3 men space to converse. Only then did Kujingshan formally introduce the refined man beside him. "Wan Yang, allow me to introduce Professor Luo Xiang from Longwu University of Political Science and Law. After discussing your situation, Professor Luo has decided to come personally to understand the circumstances." Wan Yang's mouth fell agape. He suddenly recalled the title of outlaw. "Greetings, Professor Luo." Wan Yang's voice trembled slightly as he hurriedly extended his hand, fearing that any misstep might lead to dire consequences. It was no wonder that the earlier gaze had unsettled him. He felt relieved that the man was not there to create trouble for him. Wan Xiang gestured for them to take a seat for a more in-depth discussion. Professor Luo retrieved paper and a pen from his briefcase, engaging in an efficient exchange of legal logic with Wan Xiang for half an hour. Afterward, Professor Luo closed his notebook. Wan Xiang, anxious, inquired, "Professor Luo, what is my situation?" Luo Xiang squinted and replied, "It is both complex and simple. In any case, I will take full responsibility for this matter. You can focus on your research. However, I have heard that my ex-father-in-law has contacted a legal team from the United States. I suspect my ex-wife has established considerable connections there. Can you manage alone?" After a pause, Wan Xiang expressed his concern. "If we lose, Xingyu will undoubtedly be taken to the United States, and I might never see her again." Wan Xiang was worried about Luo Xiang being alone in this, as the custody of Wan Xingyu was a matter of utmost importance that could not afford any mistakes. A legal team from the United States? Interesting. Luo Xiang's eyes lit up, and he suddenly exclaimed in English, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. They had better pray they can return unscathed. With that, Luo Xiang packed his materials into his briefcase, shook hands with Wan Xiang and Kujingshan, assuring them that he had the matter entirely under control, before bidding them a courteous farewell. At that moment, only Kujingshan and Wan Xiang remained in the office. Wan Xiang exhaled a deep breath. "Thank you, Dinko. For what? Haven't I told you countless times not to be polite with me? If it weren't for Lu Ting, I would still be in the dark about how long you'd been holding this in. If Xingyu were truly taken away, I, as her god-grandfather, would never accept it. She's far too endearing." A bitter smile crept onto Wan Yang's face. He then shifted the topic, saying, Dean Ku, in a couple of days, I plan to formally submit my doctoral thesis to the academic committee, so I would appreciate your assistance in arranging a review. Doctoral thesis? That is wholly unnecessary. The education headquarters has already granted special approval for your academic credentials. Additionally, your title has been set at the professorial level and will be issued shortly. Oh, and there is a scientific contribution award, personally approved by the national leader. After a pause, Ku Zhengshan remarked enviously, when I was your age, I was still a struggling student. Look at you, on the verge of financial freedom. Dean Ku, I believe the necessary procedures should not be overlooked. After all, there should be a beginning and an end. Wan Xiang spoke earnestly. After pondering for a moment, Ku Zhengshan replied, if you have that mindset, then fine. You can join this year's doctoral candidates with Lu Ting and the others at the end of the month. Is that acceptable? No problem. After a moment of silence, Ku Zhengshan suddenly inquired, by the way, Wan Xiang, have you been keeping up with the news lately? Wan Xiang shook his head. With the construction of the alchemical furnace project, the spherical pulse fusion stellarator, his doctoral thesis, and the custody of Xingyu, he felt as though he could hardly split himself in two. He had no time to follow the news. The Sunshine Project from the United States has encountered a setback, and this time it's not technical. They are openly pursuing global collaboration, and many countries have already signed cooperation agreements with them, including Japan, several European nations, and South Korea. Such high-level international cooperation is quite common. It's not inherently problematic, but do you know? The Sunshine Project openly proposes that participating countries will prohibit our Longwa from joining, even those nations that have collaborated with us. The Northern Bear has submitted a proposal for collaboration, to which the response from the United States is that unless the Northern Bear ceases its cooperation with us in the aerospace sector, such a stance is nothing short of an overt threat. Exhaling deeply, Ku Zhengshan exclaimed in frustration that the Sunshine Project represents the pinnacle of American endeavors in nuclear fusion, amalgamating a plethora of resources, particularly following the impressive achievement of a 105-fold gain, which has propelled its momentum significantly. Hence, the Northern Bear is now in a state of hesitation. Wan Xiang finds this unsurprising, as international relations are fundamentally driven by interests. Any choices made in this context are devoid of astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, Wan Xiang suggested that we should also open up collaboration on the alchemical furnace project. What do you mean? Ku Zhengshan inquired, perplexed, as he regarded Wan Xiang with a furrowed brow. Controlled nuclear fusion technology should not be monopolized by a single entity. It ought to benefit all of humanity, Wan Xiang replied with a smile. Ku Zhengshan felt that Wan Xiang was somewhat naive and, in jest, gave him a thumbs up, mockingly stating, you truly are magnanimous. Unfortunately, if we collaborate with you, we cannot also partner with the Americans, as that is their own stipulation. Wan Xiang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, confident that the alchemical furnace project would inevitably succeed, before moving to the window to light a cigarette. Ku Zhengshan followed him, stating, this matter is not solely for us to decide. We must consult with the national leader. Wan Xiang took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied with a smile. The national leader is likely to concur. Chapter 63, Maintaining Dignity. 3 days have passed. At the Dragon Institute, the Independent Research Center for Nuclear Fusion, within the Materials Research Group, to eliminate any external disturbances, Lu Ting led several researchers, clad in anti-static lab coats and fully equipped, into a sealed testing chamber. A test sample, no larger than a fingernail, was gently extracted from a glass vial using tweezers and placed into a precision vibration sample magnetometer. The team operated the instruments in perfect harmony, and soon, the hysteresis loop and magnetization curve materialized on the nearby computer screen. Next came the nuclear magnetic resonance, NMR, apparatus, employed to analyze the material's microscopic magnetic structure and spin state, followed by the electron spin resonance, ESR, instrument and Hall effect measurement system. After several hours of testing, each parameter was meticulously determined. In the changing room, Lu Ting removed her stifling anti-static lab coat, her entire body drenched in perspiration, with strands of hair clinging to her forehead and temples, accentuating her perfect jawline. Sitting on a chair in front of the locker, she gazed vacantly at the floor, her taut nerves finally relaxing. After a brief respite and regaining her breath, Lu Ting stood to change out of her damp undergarments and check the testing results. Suddenly, feeling weak beneath her slender frame, she experienced a wave of dizziness, followed by a sensation of spinning. Staggering 2 steps, she collapsed to the ground, as if her bones had been drawn out. This scene alarmed her colleagues nearby. Lu Ting, what's wrong? At the Kyoto University Hospital, Lu Ting lay on a blue and white striped hospital bed, her complexion pale and her demeanor serene. And 4-drip hung high, delivering glucose and saline through a crystal-clear tube into the back of her hand. A nurse in a white coat and mask rushed in, holding a lab report. Who is the patient's family member? The members of the research team surrounding Lu Ting exchanged glances. I am, Wan Xiang instinctively replied. As the head of the research center, he had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving the burden of developing permanent magnet materials entirely on Lu Ting's shoulders. Wan Xiang felt a pang of guilt, believing himself primarily responsible for Lu Ting's fainting during her work shift. In the absence of her actual family members, the responsibility fell upon him. The nurse scrutinized Wan Xiang and asked, "Are you your boyfriend?" "The patient is fine. She just has low blood sugar. Be sure to check on her more often and keep some sweets on hand." "Huh? No." Wan Xiang quickly shook his head, eager to clarify that he was not her boyfriend, as he would never take advantage of such a situation. However, before he could speak, the masked young nurse, with a look of disdain, interrupted him. "Enough with the excuses. You men always do this after the fact. Here's the payment slip. The patient can be discharged once she wakes up." With that, the nurse left. Wan Xiang was left speechless, pondering whether the nurse had been wronged by someone, given her evident hostility toward men. This exchange elicited suppressed laughter from the research team members, who held their mouths in amusement. After Wan Xiang settled the bill and returned to the ward, Lu Ting had already regained consciousness. Her classmate and close friend, Chun Yin, was peeling fruit and chatting with Lu Ting, who was half sitting up in bed. Unless there's a pathological reason, low blood sugar generally recovers quickly. It just requires timely intake of sugar. Wan Xiang approached the bedside, asking, "Awake? Feeling better?" "Yes, just a bit dizzy still," Lu Ting replied, pressing her forehead and feigning a dizzy expression. "Well, take your time to rest. How did today's test results turn out?" As she began to feel a little better, Lu Ting immediately shifted her focus to the testing results, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at everyone. "The test data that Chanyan showed me earlier has essentially met 80 of our design requirements, indicating that this company's smelting approach is correct. Therefore, I intend to visit this company for research immediately. You should rest well, and I'll take care of the remaining matters regarding the permanent magnets." Seeing that Lu Ting was no longer in critical condition, Wan Xiang waved goodbye to the others, preparing to leave. "Wait, I want to go too." Lu Ting suddenly sat up in bed, attempting to remove the 4-drip still attached to her hand. "Lu Ting, what are you doing?" Chunyan exclaimed in shock. "You're crazy. You can't overexert yourself right now. No matter how urgent the matter, it can wait." "I'm fine. It's just low blood sugar," Lu Ting insisted as she pressed the call button. Moments later, the same nurse entered the room. Nurse, I want to be discharged." "But you haven't finished your 4, the nurse responded, surprised. "It's fine. Just take it out," Lu Ting insisted. "That's not permissible. I truly have urgent matters." Lu Ting pleaded fervently. "If it's urgent, let your boyfriend handle it," the nurse advised, looking at Wan Xiang, adding, "Men should be utilized more, otherwise they'll never learn to cherish you." "He is not my boyfriend. She is not my girlfriend." Both Lu Ting and Wan Xiang spoke simultaneously. "Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed." Seeing him bustling about, the nurse said, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Lu Ting glanced at Wan Xiang, quickly averting her gaze. Her cheeks, once pale from low blood sugar, now bore a hint of color. Since Lu Ting had devoted immense effort and energy to the Ho's permanent magnet project, the prospect of finally seeing a breakthrough filled her with eagerness to leave the hospital. Ultimately, unable to withstand Lu Ting's unwavering insistence, Wan Xiang opted for a compromise, altering their flight schedule to depart only after Lu Ting had completed her 4. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Dragon office, senior officials from multiple departments convened in Conference Room 1. A fervent debate surrounds the potential for international collaboration on the alchemical furnace project, with opinions sharply divided into 2 distinct factions. A substantial portion of the populace firmly opposes the notion of classifying the alchemical furnace initiative as an international cooperative endeavor, and their reasoning is straightforward. The technology of controlled nuclear fusion must be firmly retained within our own grasp. Engaging in international collaboration poses significant risks, particularly the threat of technological espionage by nations with ulterior motives. Conversely, a smaller faction argues that, from the perspective of global climate security, international cooperation is imperative. They have presented a recent research report delineating the severity of rising global temperatures, rising sea levels, the melting of Antarctic glaciers, extreme weather events, and solar magnetic storms. Only the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, this ultimate form of green energy, holds the potential to alter this dire situation. However, this viewpoint has been vehemently criticized by the opposing side within the conference room, dismissed as idealistic. While we acknowledge the gravity of global climate change, we must consider that the United States does not share this perspective. They consistently seek to impose restrictions, particularly now that we possess a significant advantage in nuclear fusion. Should we not adopt a more assertive stance? Your idealism is misplaced. Being a good actor is not so easily achieved, especially on the international stage. Just observe the United States Sunshine Program. Participation in this initiative necessitates a commitment to not collaborate with us, effectively forcing a binary choice. Therefore, I assert that we must maintain our dignity in this rare opportunity. Chapter 64. Metals Possess Life. The conference momentarily reached an impasse. At this juncture, the national leader rose, turning his back to the assembly as he gazed upon a traditional Chinese landscape painting adorning the conference room, lost in profound contemplation. After a brief silence enveloped the room, the national leader abruptly pivoted, proclaiming his agreement to open the alchemical furnace project for international cooperation. What? Gasped the assembly, their expressions painted with astonishment. The national leader, organizing his thoughts, reassured them, saying that their concerns were unfounded. Those who would choose to collaborate with us would naturally not opt for the United States, and vice versa. We shall only engage with true friends, rendering this a false dichotomy. Director Ku, ensure that Wan Xiang establishes clear boundaries for technological collaboration. The control over core technology must remain with us as a prerequisite. Ku Zhongshan nodded in acknowledgement. We shall not emulate the practices of the United States. When friends arrive, we offer fine wine, yet when wolves approach, we brandish our rifles. We shall keep this precious bottle of nuclear fusion safely at home, and for friends, we shall pour them a generous cup. I have a strong conviction that any nation collaborating with us will inscribe this partnership into their national development narrative. With a joyful smile, the national leader lifted his teacup, taking a sip before raising it towards the assembly. A subtle tremor coursed through the attendees. Taisher City, a smelting factory steeped in rich history. The stone sign at the entrance bears the deeply engraved words, Hammer Metal Limited Liability Company, with rainwash stains indicating the factory's long-standing presence. At this moment, a group awaited at the factory's entrance. Mayor Zhao Gang, eyes gleaming with anticipation, patted the portly factory director, Wang Taijun, beside him. Old Wang, I just received a call from above. The National Metallurgical Department is sending 2 experts for an inspection today. They mentioned a procurement plan. If your factory makes it onto the procurement list, our venerable Taisher City smelting plant could have a chance at revival. Upon uttering these words, Zhao cast a glance at the rust-laden factory behind him, his expression complex. Wang Taijun appeared unperturbed, retrieving a cigarette from his leather jacket, lighting it with a soft click, and then dousing Zhao's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Mayor Zhao, I know you once hailed from this factory, but that was before the reforms. While this factory carries the historical weight of Taisher City, I understand your sentiment. However, time flows like a torrential river. Our private factory's closure is inevitable. What is there to inspect? Many have come to survey before, merely skimming the surface. Spitting a mouthful of phlegm, Wang Taijun remarked indifferently, I only hope to sell the factory at a good price and provide a decent severance for the workers. You see how my health is deteriorating. I can barely keep up with the demands of entertaining clients, and my health reports are far from normal. My will is strong, but my strength is waning. Zhao Gang sighed, a look of helplessness etched across his face. Zhao Gang had once been the head of the Taisher steel plant, which, after years of reform, had transformed into the current Hammer Metal Limited Liability Company, a fully private enterprise. As the industrial structure adjusted and market dynamics shifted, the company gradually descended into obscurity. Just then, a business vehicle turned into the factory entrance and came to a halt. Zhao Gang, accompanied by the Taisher staff, rushed to greet the arrival. The vehicle's side doors slid open, revealing a young man and woman. The crowd observed the two, their youthful appearance eliciting surprise. 2 young individuals? This does not align with the image of experts described from above. Surely, there has been a mistake. They cannot be the ones. Experts should possess thinning hair or wise, discerning eyes. These 2 appear more akin to students. Wan Xiang surveyed the aging industrial buildings behind him, pondering whether this solitary private enterprise truly possessed the capability to synthesize holmium permanent magnet metals. Lu Ting removed her sunglasses, casting a glance at the factory, equally astonished. Material synthesis is often a matter of both luck and skill, a delicate balance. Are you the experts sent for the investigation? Shou Gong inquired. Mayor Sao? Wan Xiang discerned the political aura surrounding the newcomers. Indeed, I am Mayor Zhao Gang. Zhao extended his hand, exclaiming, You are so young. After a moment of admiration, Zhao began the introductions. This is Director Wang Taijun. Greetings, Director Wang. I am researcher Wan Xiang, he said, extending his hand without invoking his title of chief engineer. Wang Taijun scrutinized the youth with skepticism, hesitating for a few seconds before disdainfully offering a brief handshake, jesting. I hear from Mayor Zhao that you might be our factory savior. If you can indeed rescue our factory and preserve the livelihoods of my 273 employees, I shall henceforth address you as Researcher Wan, and should there be any need for our factory, I, Wang Taijun, will go through fire and water. Let us proceed inside for the investigation, Wan Xiang replied, refraining from further conversation as he was eager to discern the production process of the samples. Within the sweltering confines of the production factory, after a brief introduction, Wan Xiang delved directly into the subject, inquiring about the smelting process of the samples. Wang Taijun summoned the factory's technical engineer, Lu Jian. These two are researchers sent from above. Remember that task we received to smelt a batch of samples? They wish to understand the smelting conditions of that batch. Dressed in gray work attire, Lu Jian pondered deeply, remaining silent for a considerable time before suddenly exclaiming, I remember. You mean that batch of holmium alloy samples? Precisely. Lu Ting responded eagerly. We handed that over to Xiaohe in the factory. Alas, with the factory on the brink of bankruptcy lately, who has the heart to develop new products? Everyone is preoccupied with seeking alternatives. Lu Jian glanced at Director Wang Taijun, who displayed a resigned expression, suggesting that this was common knowledge within the factory. Xiaohe, Lu Ting questioned, pursued. Oh, Xiaohe is an employee at our factory. Xiaohe is merely a moniker. This young man has indeed traversed a tumultuous path. He is an orphan who was abandoned 20 years ago within a factory compound, subsequently adopted by a widow named Zhang Shui. During the earlier days when the factory was less regulated, Zhang Shui would work while keeping Xiaohe by her side. However, after Zhang Shui succumbed to cancer, Xiaohe was left alone. With a sigh, Wang Taijun continued, to ensure Xiaohe's livelihood, the factory arranged a position for him upon reaching adulthood. You see, in our line of frontline work, young people are generally reluctant to come. But Xiaohe is quite the exception. After pausing to light a cigarette, Wang Taijun added, speaking of this child, perhaps he is fated to our metallurgy profession. He possesses remarkable skills. The previous batches of high-performance materials were all crafted by him. Yet, he is quite reticent and has not received much formal education. So he is considered merely a laborer. By the way, his full name is Zhang Mo, with Mo meaning ink, which is why everyone calls him Xiaohe. Wan Xiang's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for Xiaohe. Take us to meet him. Certainly. He is in the workshop at the back. He spends all his time there. Lu Jian pointed his thumb toward the factory building behind him and led the group through several large gates and two smaller doors, arriving at a dimly lit workspace replete with the scent of oil. In the corner stood a young man with unkempt hair obscuring half his face. Clad in dark green overalls, shirtless, diligently polishing a piece of metal on an old wooden table. Xiaohe, someone is looking for you. Lu Jian called out to the young man. The youth, with one side of his face smeared in grease, slightly turned his head, his deep black eyes peering through his hair at the group before returning his focus to the metal piece before him. Lu Jian chuckled awkwardly, this kid. That's just his nature. With that, he quickly made his way toward the young man, whose real name was Zhang Mo Clang. In the dimness, Lu Jian accidentally kicked a piece of metal on the floor. Ouch, he exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his toe. Vexed, he muttered, what on earth? Metal possesses life. They thrive on being forged and honed, not kicked. Zhang Mo spoke the first words since their arrival in a tone both indifferent and profound. Chapter 65, The Sorcerer. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Jian hobbled a few steps, cradling his foot, and approached Zhang Mo, patting him on the shoulder. These two are experts from above, here to inquire about the last batch of holmium alloy materials. That peculiar fellow? Zhang Mo murmured, raising his gaze to regard the visitors. Wan Xiang took 2 steps forward and then turned to the others, saying, You may leave for now. I need to speak with him privately. The synthesis process is critical to the production of permanent magnets, so Wan Xiang had to ensure no extraneous observers were present, not even the mayor of the city. The group reluctantly exited, leaving only Zhang Mo, Wan Xiang, and Lu Ting in the dim room. Wan Xiang surveyed the workspace, where shelves were filled with various synthetic metals, mostly in shades of black, yet each exuding a distinct essence. Some were smooth as mirrors, while others bore a matte finish, and from certain angles, one could observe a spectrum of colors shimmering. Wan Xiang broke the silence first. You just mentioned them? Can we discuss this? Finally, Zhang Mo set down his file and, peering through his bangs, looked toward Wan Xiang. Is that design yours? Zhang Mo asked in a low, resonant voice. You mean the holmium permanent magnet? Yes, I designed it. What an intriguing creation. The youth, known as Xiao He, expressed an attitude toward metal that astonished Wan Xiang. He regarded the metals as sentient beings. Do you believe they possess life? Of course. Metal is merely metal. How can it be alive? Lu Ting remarked, curling her lip, deeming their conversation frivolous and unproductive. Her patience waning, she even began to doubt whether that batch of samples originated from this peculiar individual. Wan Xiang gently pressed a hand down to calm Lu Ting, who huffed and turned her attention to the disorganized array of synthetic metals in the room. Zhang Mo scoffed. They all possess life. How do you interpret that? Wan Xiang inquired, his gaze locked onto Zhang Mo's. Zhang Mo raised an eyebrow, as if finally inclined to elaborate. Do you genuinely wish to know? Yes. I am curious about what kind of life forms they are. Really? A glimmer sparked in Zhang Mo's deep-set eyes. Wan Xiang nodded. You are the first to seek to understand them. Zhang Mo abruptly stood up and walked over to the display shelf filled with various metals, casually picking up a jet-black metal piece. Like this one, or rather, they like orderly dancers, arranged in hexagonal close-packed formations, each dancer firmly grasping the hands of their neighbors, forming a robust mesh. What you're describing must be the lattice structure. Wan Xiang instinctively connected the dots in his mind, envisioning the scene Zhang Mo depicted. A dance troupe, their arms interlinked to create a lattice. That is the lattice structure. When this dance troupe faces external force, free electrons act as agile mediators, darting between the dancers to facilitate the transfer of energy. Wan Xiang envisioned these free electrons as fine threads weaving through the dancers. When external forces act upon the metal, they swiftly traverse from one side to the other, transmitting energy to every dancer. Thus, the metal can respond cohesively to external forces without easily fracturing. I know nothing of lattices. As he spoke, Zhang Mo picked up another piece of metal, entirely black yet with a matte texture. They resemble soldiers, standing at attention with strict discipline, a formidable barrier against foes, united by a common, unwavering belief. But observe its surface, Zhang Mo remarked, tracing the matte finish of the metal's cross-section. Here lies a flaw, akin to traitors or injured soldiers disrupting the formation. When they face external forces, they are less capable of resisting. The more flaws you mention, the greater the defects, much like the number of wounded or fleeing soldiers on a battlefield. Ultimately, they will fracture. Zhang Mo gestured toward a crack in the metal's cross-section. Once more, Wan Xiang conjured the imagery in his mind. The so-called barrier was indeed the metal lattice, while the unwavering belief referred to the metallic bonds. And the traitors and flaws corresponded to vacancies and dislocations within the lattice defects. What about this one? Lu Ting inquired, retrieving a glass water cup from the corner of the shelf, extracting a thumb-sized piece of metallic material gleaming with a silvery sheen. Do not touch that. Put it down. Zhang Mo suddenly shouted. This startled Lu Ting, prompting her to hurriedly toss it back into the corner. It is highly dangerous. They are sorcerers, continuously casting spells that can harm your bodily tissues. Zhang Mo quickly retrieved the metal piece from the corner and placed it back into the water-filled cup. How is it dangerous? Lu Ting, taken aback, questioned. It is radioactive. Wan Xiang interjected. Lu Ting gasped. Fortunately, they are merely low-level sorcerers. Their magic can be shielded by water or metal. Otherwise, they would be attacking your body. Zhang Mo explained, relieved as he elaborated further. The so-called magic, as speculated by Wan Xiang, is actually the process by which the atomic nuclei of radioactive metallic elements become unstable and transform into other nuclei through radioactive decay. Wan Xiang was astounded by Zhang Mo's profound understanding of metallic substances at the atomic level. Given his background, it was evident that he had not been exposed to knowledge of physics. Yet, he possessed an innate ability to perceive the characteristics of different metallic materials. Wan Xiang firmly believed in the existence of a prodigy, a genius in a specific field, who possesses an extraordinary capacity for perception and comprehension in their area of expertise, an aptitude that cannot be acquired through mere study. Instinctively, Wan Xiang felt that Zhang Mo might indeed be a prodigy in the realm of metallurgical synthesis, albeit one who had been overlooked due to a lack of systematic theoretical education. Buried in this factory on the brink of closure. What about the holmium alloy material? Wan Xiang inquired, voicing his most intriguing question. Lu Ting also directed her attention towards this query. The life forms you design possess distinct personalities. Zhang Mo paused, gazing upwards at a beam of light streaming into the room, entranced by its ethereal quality. He continued, they wield magic too, but they resemble a group of little sprites. each with their unique spells. They reside in a village, casting their magic in specific directions, creating a wondrous allure for the village. Zhang Mo fervently illustrated this imagery. At this moment, Lu Ting grasped the essence of his vision and began to elaborate. The unique magic is essentially the magnetic moment. The magnetic domains are the minuscule regions of spontaneously arranged magnetic moments, akin to miniature magnetic fields. Wan Xiang nodded in agreement. Chapter 66, The Prodigy. Lu Ting Fu He Plao. Curiously asking, Xiaohe, have you studied metallic materials? Zhang Mo shook his head. I graduated from middle school. A profound silence enveloped the trio. It was a melancholic revelation. After a brief pause, Lu Ting inquired, if you lack a professional background, how did you manage to refine the desired properties of materials? Zhang Mo chuckled softly, glancing around the somewhat dilapidated factory. Since I can remember, I was born here. My mother brought me to play in this place while she was busy with work. I was an abandoned child, and none of the other children in the factory wanted to play with me. They only mocked and bullied me. So, I took the various metals in this factory as my friends. I played games of grinding, refining, synthesizing, and purifying with my friends. After my mother passed away, whenever I felt sorrowful, I would talk to them, gradually understanding their temperaments and personalities, and learning to coexist with them. Zhang Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly. You probably won't believe it. I do. Wan Xiang replied earnestly, gazing at Zhang Mo with unwavering conviction. Regarding the atomic level of nuclear fusion, Wan Xiang also sensed a similar sentiment concerning the characteristics of collisions between different isotopes, perceiving that each isotope had its own temperament. However, his analysis was primarily grounded in physical logic, lacking the elevation to an emotional level. Zhang Mo was evidently taken aback by Wan Xiang's response, blinking in surprise. Can you control the direction of the magic? Wan Xiang inquired, framing it in concepts Zhang Mo would comprehend. The spherical pulse fusion stellar device, which required an array of permanent magnets to impose a stable magnetic field constraint in a specific area, was a focal point of Wan Xiang's concern regarding the direction of magic. Indeed, Wan Xiang and Lu Ting exchanged glances, their faces lighting up. Wan Xiang then began to introduce the issues encountered during the previous sample material tests using concepts understandable to Zhang Mo, such as magic, wizards, villages, and faith. Zhang Mo appeared to relish this mode of communication, quickly grasping Wan Xiang's intentions. You desire a powerful wizard. Wan Xiang nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Lu Ting retrieved some pre-prepared hexagonal crystal raw materials of holmium iron boron, along with some auxiliary materials, laying them out on the table. These are the last samples we can test. This is holmium. I know them, Zhang Mo interjected, merely casting a glance at the arranged samples on the table. I can have these sprites rearrange themselves, casting magic in different directions. I can make them into more powerful wizards, but Zhang Mo's expression turned troubled. But what? Wan Xiang pressed. Zhang Mo glanced at Wan Xiang, and then at Lu Ting before leading them to a refining workshop. A wave of heat washed over them. Is this where you refine? Lu Ting expressed surprise, as the workshop appeared exceedingly rudimentary, with outdated equipment, and some apparatuses had even been disassembled. Wan Xiang frowned slightly, gazing at the furnace, exuding heat like a dormant volcano, which was an old-fashioned blast furnace from the last century. It was known that all modern enterprises had transitioned to electric furnaces that were more energy efficient, offered precise control, and boasted higher degrees of automation, complete with electrical automation control systems. He actually refined those samples in this place. Wan Xiang was utterly astonished. The temperature of that furnace is insufficient. This affects the formation of a lattice, Zhang Mo pointed out. Otherwise, according to your criteria, I could meet all your demands, and even exceed them. He gestured toward the antiquated furnace. After a moment's pause, Zhang Mo expressed his disappointment, now that the factory is about to close, let alone refining. Do you see the flames in the furnace? This is its last flicker of life. After speaking, Zhang Mo stared into the furnace, where the molten iron lay, lost in thought. Indeed, how could the temperature rise? Wan Xiang mused internally. The blast furnace, which melted metal through the combustion of coke and air, was an obsolete piece of equipment, with a very low maximum temperature capacity, and the control of the melting temperature relied entirely on the worker's experience. The fact that he achieved 80% of our design indicators using such equipment was astounding. At this moment, Wan Xiang had resolved one thing, that the youth before him, nicknamed Xiaohe and named Zhang Mo, was undoubtedly a prodigy in the field of metallurgy. He clapped Zhang Mo on the shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, the factory won't close. Wan Xiang took out his phone and dialed a number. Is this Minister Li Chongjing from the metallurgy headquarters? I am Wan Xiang, the chief engineer of nuclear fusion. Wan Xiang was direct, introducing himself without hesitation, and stated his purpose. He needed to swiftly implement comprehensive upgrades to all equipment at the Iron Hammer Metal Limited Liability Company, upgrading a private enterprise. Minister Li Chongjing on the other end of the line expressed surprise. Hold on, Wan Xiang, we're just with the national leader. Shortly after, Minister Li explained the situation to the national leader, and a few minutes later, he reconnected the call. Wan Xiang, it's settled. The national leader said that as long as we can resolve the critical materials issue, upgrading a private enterprise is a trivial matter. I will arrange it with utmost urgency. Additionally, to prevent material and technology leakage, the Longzi Committee is preparing to nationalize this enterprise. Thank you, Minister Li, that would be splendid. After hanging up, Wan Xiang solemnly addressed Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo, I will provide you with the best refining equipment. How long will it take you to produce the materials we need? Really? Upon hearing that the best equipment would be at his disposal, Zhang Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he became quite loquacious. Brother Wan, I'm 19 this year. You should be a few years older than me, so just call me Xiao He. I'm used to it. 10 days. I can provide you with the materials you desire in 10 days, Zhang Mo declared confidently. Excellent. Both Lu Ting and Wan Xiang exchanged glances, recognizing the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. Their journey had not been in vain. Indeed, Xiao He, allow Sister Lu to take you for a thorough grooming. In just a few days, work will officially commence. Wan Xiang truly believes that Xiao He's shamate hairstyle somewhat confines his image. Indeed, he is quite a handsome young man. Yet he has opted for such long hair. You know, when I was in middle school, we referred to this hairstyle as shamate. Lu Ting chuckled as she recounted that fantastical aesthetic history. Xiao He shyly nodded in agreement. Chapter 67. Transformation Tianxin Metal Limited Liability Company. Office building, reception room. With the passage of time, the once opulently decorated reception room has grown antiquated. The paint on the walls has begun to peel, revealing the underlying lime, and the luxurious sofas have developed unsightly cracks. The various honors displayed in the reception area narrate the industrial city's developmental history of Taishu. Shougong, Wang Tiyun, and others were seated on the sofas, engaging in desultory conversations about the factory's upcoming plans. Hey Lao Wang, do you think those two researchers, after such a lengthy investigation, can bring any changes to the factory? Mayor Sao Ganing Weyev. Wang Taijun lit a cigarette for himself, mockingly retorting that those two young kids couldn't possibly stir up anything significant. Indeed, it's merely a summer practice for a couple of university students. I've seen such situations numerous times while staying at the factory, Engineer Lu Jian added, also lighting a cigarette. I say, Mayor Zhao, do you truly believe in these young folks? I simply cannot bear to watch our city's venerable enterprise vanish like this. The atmosphere in the conference room grew somber. It's better to start considering alternative paths. I heard that Qianku Group was interested in acquiring our factory to develop real estate. I think that's a viable option. Someone suggested in the conference room. Easier said than done. What about the 273 employees at the factory? So many people are relying on me for their livelihoods. Wang Taijun glared at that individual. That's the way it is, in the current climate. Who can take care of whom? The speaker turned his head and retorted. Hearing such callous remarks, Wang Taijun felt a surge of anger. Many of them had dedicated the better part of their lives working with me. Do you understand what midlife unemployment means for longtime employees? So what should we do? Someone queried. With the factory in its current predicament, I bear responsibility. Tomorrow, I'll seek out several clients. I'll risk everything to secure a batch of orders. Every month we could delay counts. Wang Taijun inhaled deeply from a cigarette, his face etched with worry. Wang factory director, you can't keep this up. Look at how your health has deteriorated. None of your 3 major health indicators are normal. Someone stepped forward with concern. I could sell the house I currently live in, but that's hardly enough to make ends meet. After a moment of silence, another person suggested, right, Mayor Zhao, why not have the city step in and help us brainstorm solutions? He placed his hopes on Mayor Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang adjusted his glasses, shaking his head helplessly. It's not that I don't want to assist everyone. I have deep feelings for this factory since it's where I came from. However, with the restructuring of our country's industrial framework, our factory's traditional industry is destined for obsolescence unless Zhao Gang suddenly recalled a recent government directive aimed at encouraging traditional industrial enterprises to transition into technology-oriented companies. Unless what? Do tell us, Mayor Zhao, Lu Jian urged, slapping his thigh. Unless we transition to a high-tech enterprise for industrial upgrading. That's merely stating the obvious. We must possess the capability to achieve that. Why should we lament here? As the factory's technical head, Lu Jian understood the factory's technical limitations well and sighed. Yet, it mustn't be viewed in such a manner. There are indeed enterprises that have successfully produced high-tech materials, such as suspension cables, aircraft-grade steel, and aerospace components. Zhao Gang cited some successful upgrade examples. Do we resemble them? We are merely rooted in producing construction steel, and with the current downturn in the construction market, we are left with no alternatives, an old factory employee quipped. Zhao Gang shot a sidelong glance at several technicians, internally scoffing at their complacency. This factory will never progress with such attitudes. Wang Taijun glanced at his watch. Over 3 hours had elapsed, and the sky was already tinged with the hues of sunset. What is the situation with these two young individuals? This is dragging on and wasting everyone's time. I shall go check, Lu Jian said, a hint of impatience in his voice as he stood to leave. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. Wan Xiang, Lu Ting, and Zhang Mo entered in succession. Mayor Zhao Gang promptly rose to greet them, asking, "How did the research go?" "The equipment is severely outdated and requires replacement. It is insufficient to meet the upcoming production demands. The factory is also quite aged and in need of renovation. And personnel shifts are necessary as several technical heads can no longer keep up with the evolving trends." Wan Xiang succinctly highlighted the key issues. Pausing, Wan Xiang continued, "I believe the factory should phase out low-end production capacity and focus on technological innovation to achieve industrial upgrading. The factory possesses this potential." Laughter erupted in the meeting room, with Lu Jian scoffing derisively. "Youngsters, how predictably bookish you are. I expected something substantial from your research, but it turns out to be mere platitudes. We've just discussed this not moments ago. Indeed, if merely talking could accomplish anything, why bother with this futile endeavor?" The room echoed with derision from many factory management members in response to Wan Xiang's suggestions. Lu Ting flung her handbag onto the conference table, placing her hands on her hips, and indignantly addressed the factory management. "We are trying to help you, and yet you treat our goodwill with disdain. In my opinion, the ones who should be replaced are you old-timers." Lu Jian's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Lu Ting. "You little girl, so unaware of your own limitations. Who are you calling old-timer? Little girl, you may look fair and delicate, but your words are quite harsh." Several individuals advanced to confront Lu Ting. At that moment, Factory Director Wang Taijun rose from his seat, raising his hand to restore order, extinguishing his cigarette, and approaching Wan Xiang. "You just mentioned upcoming production tasks?" Wang Tiejun's focus diverged from that of others. During this period, he had been sleepless in his quest for orders and was on the brink of despair. Upon hearing about production tasks, a reflexive hope ignited within him. "Yes, there is an urgent need for a batch of special materials to be produced by your factory." Upon hearing special materials, Wang Tiejun's heart sank, for he was acutely aware of his factory's technical capabilities and production limitations, knowing full well that they could not produce any such specialized materials. With a disappointed expression, he replied, "As you can see, our factory situation leaves us unable to produce the special materials you require. Indeed, the equipment is severely outdated, and other conditions do not meet the requirements. The only exception is that you have an outstanding technician," Wan Xiang remarked, glancing at the shy Zhang Mo hiding behind him. Xiao He. Chapter 68. The savior of the crowd expressed surprise. "Yes, indeed, it's Xiao He. The samples he has refined nearly meet our procurement standards. However, a good horse deserves a fine saddle. The factory requires immediate upgrades and renovations." Wang Taijun looked at the silent Xiao He, recognizing his technical prowess. He nodded in agreement. Although Xiao He is somewhat taciturn, he is indeed a skilled technician. The products he oversees consistently achieve quality accolades year after year. As the thought of the substantial investment required for upgrades crossed his mind, Wang Tiejun's face darkened with worry. "However, as you can see, our factory no longer possesses the capacity to upgrade our equipment, unless we attract new investors," he lamented. After a brief pause, he added, "In this day and age, who would invest in a capital-intensive traditional industry?" At that moment, within the conference room, both Zhao Gang and Wang Tiejun's phones rang simultaneously. Zhao Gang glanced at the caller ID, his body tensing slightly as he hurriedly covered his mouth and sought a quiet corner to answer. "What is it? Special funding support? Tax incentives? Talent acquisition assistance? All right. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun answered a call from his secretary. "Director, we have a major situation. Don't make a fuss. What more could possibly happen at this stage?" He replied dismissively. "The bank and the trust just called. A mysterious organization has rapidly acquired our company's circulating shares and bonds through trusts and public markets. Some shareholders are also selling their shares at high prices. It is estimated that this organization now holds over 51 of our shares, which means we have lost our actual controlling interest." "What? We've lost control?" Wang Tiejuan's hands grew clammy with shock as his mind raced in confusion. At that moment, several business vehicles sped to a halt in front of the office building of Hammer Metal Limited. Soon, the conference room door swung open, and a few distinguished middle-aged men entered. Li Fushun, the chairman of Longtu Group, surveyed the room, followed by several stern-faced aides carrying briefcases, instantly enveloping the conference room with an air of authority. Li Fushun, chairman of Longtu Group. Someone recognized the visitor. Li Fushun's secretary produced a legal and capital document, presenting it to Wang Taijun. Hello, Director Wang. Longtu Group currently holds 62 of your company's shares, and by acquiring all of your bonds and liabilities, we are now the actual controllers of your company. Here are the documents for your review. Wang Taijun stared at the documents in disbelief. This meant that the lone vessel he had been desperately trying to keep afloat was now commandeered by the state machinery. We have been subsumed. His mind buzzed as he was completely bewildered by why Longtu Group would pay a premium to acquire a long-term loss-making enterprise with no development or investment potential. On the brink of bankruptcy. Is that really Li Fushun, the president of Longtu Group? Exclaimed someone. Are we, a private enterprise, now part of a regular army? Longtu Group has a dragon's backing. Why would they acquire our seemingly doomed smelting plant? The crowd displayed astonished expressions, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation. Li Fushun approached Wan Xiang respectfully, extending his hand, and gravely stated, "Hello, General Engineer Wan. Rest assured, under the leadership of Longtu Group, we will integrate resources and immediately introduce a batch of the most advanced production equipment. Additionally, we will send over technical experts within 5 days to ensure that Hammer Metal Company transforms into a leading technology enterprise in the industry." Mr. Li, I have a request. Wan Xiang interjected. This is technician Zhang Mo. I hope you can arrange for him to have an expert mentor. I believe with guidance, he will accomplish great things. Wan Xiang was well aware of Xiao Hei's talent, but his understanding of techniques such as magic, soldiering, and faith remained intuitive. With proper guidance and theoretical study, his smelting skills could undergo systematic enhancement. Of course, no problem, Li Fushun nodded affirmatively. In the conference room, the factory's management personnel were engulfed in disbelief at the rapid turn of events. Just a moment ago, they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Now, they had been integrated into a larger entity with aspirations to become a leading technology enterprise. It felt as though they were on a roller coaster ride, a sudden leap into the stratosphere. Our factory is saved. Wang Taijun paced nervously towards Wan Xiang and the others, inquiring with curiosity, "Mr. Li, why would you acquire our small, struggling factory?" Among the enterprises invested in by Longtu Group, Hammer Metal Company could indeed be classified as a small-scale entity. Li Fushun replied solemnly, "To ensure the production of strategic national resources." What? Strategic national resources? Wang Taijun gasped in shock. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. That information is classified, Li Fushun stated firmly, leaving no room for further inquiry. Rest assured, Longtu Group will ensure that the company's veteran employees are well taken care of. Upon hearing this, Wang Taijun felt a weight lift from his heart and turned to gaze at Wan Xiang with a complex expression. Just hours of research had yielded such astounding resources, and as someone accustomed to navigating the realms of politics and commerce, he found the energy emanating from the young man before him profoundly intimidating. What kind of person could exert such influence? Steadying himself, Wang Taijun spoke with immense reverence. "Researcher Wan, I must apologize for my previous rudeness. I never anticipated you would save our factory. On behalf of the 273 employees, I thank you." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he leaned forward, preparing to bow. Seeing this, Wan Xiang quickly placed his hands on Wang Tiejuan's shoulders, saying, "What are you doing? I must emphasize that our gratitude is primarily owed to Xiao Hei, who helped us tackle a technical challenge. If our factory had not taken him in, such talent would have been lost." He then brought Xiao Hei forward, revealing a young man with long hair and grease-stained cheeks, who lowered his head, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Wang Taijun grasped Xiao Hei's shoulders, his eyes brimming with emotion as he earnestly examined him, then wiped the grease from Xiao Hei's face with his sleeve. "Well done, Xiao Hei. You grew up before my eyes. Years ago, someone abandoned you at our factory. And looking back now, you are the savior of our establishment." Finally, Xiao Hei lifted his head slightly. "Work hard. We will fully support the nation's production needs. You will be the technical leader of the factory." Wang Tiejuan's gaze sharpened as he scanned the few senior executives behind him, commanding them sternly, "From now on, you must wholeheartedly support Engineer Zhang's work. Is that understood?" The executives were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure, responding in hushed tones, "Understood." Wang Taijun, dissatisfied, bellowed. I want to hear loud affirmations. Do you understand? Understood. The executives chorused loudly, their heads bowed. Chapter 69. Do you know what numbers are? Having concluded the research on Hammer Metal Company, Wan Xiang finally exhaled in relief as he sat in the car. The synthesis of the austenitic permanent magnet material seemed to have found a resolution, and with the backing of Longtu Group, the subsequent smelting production would be thoroughly secured. On the return journey, gazing at the once thriving industrial city, Wan Xiang's thoughts drifted to his grandfather. In his youth, his grandfather had been a metallurgical worker who often sat in a rocking chair, listening to the radio as he recounted tales from the smelting plant. At that time, One had just returned to the homeland, and the Dragon Kingdom was still entrenched in an agricultural society with an annual steel production of merely 35 million tons, insignificant compared to that of the United States. The notion of embarking on industrialization seemed utterly fanciful. The honeymoon period between the Bear and the Dragon Kingdom had come to an abrupt end, with all technical experts withdrawn, leading to unimaginable hardships. Whenever this chapter was recalled, Wan Xiang would think of his grandfather's scarred and wrinkled hands, tightly clenched. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing that Professor Luo was calling, Wan Xiang's heart skipped a beat. Surmising that the legal case had reached a conclusion, he quickly answered the call, asking, Professor Luo, is there a result? Sitting nearby, Lu Ting, engrossed at her phone, immediately put it down and leaned closer. Yes, just finished. Rest assured, the opposing party aimed to prove your lack of nurturing ability, claiming you could not provide a living condition more advantageous for the children than theirs. Haha, who are you? Chief Engineer Wan. Under your present circumstances, you are fully capable of raising Wan Xingyu. When I presented your income and proof of special talent allowances, the opposing lawyer and your father-in-law's family were left utterly dumbfounded. Professor Luo chuckled before continuing. Moreover, in terms of a nurturing environment, the domestic setting is far more suitable. Additionally, Wan Xingyu is more inclined to live with you, which is crucial. So, there are no issues to worry about. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiang finally exhaled in relief. As for his personal income, to be frank, he was not entirely certain, as his living expenses at the Dragon Institute were covered, leaving him with little need for money and little attention paid to his recent earnings. Although his financial situation could not compare to that of Shan Fangyan's family, it was certainly not lacking. Regarding Xingyu, Wan Xiang felt quite confident. Previously, as Shan Fangyan was preoccupied with research, he had primarily taken care of Wan Xingyu, and during their time together, they had developed a closer emotional bond. Of course, such a choice was undoubtedly harsh for the child. How is Xingyu doing? Wan Xiang promptly inquired. She's just a child. She might not fully comprehend the situation. This is her instinctive choice. Of course, after turning 10, she will have the right to make her own choices. Wan Xiang nodded in acknowledgement and then fell into silence. Breaking the silence, Professor Luo continued. Wan Xiang, your father-in-law, no, your ex-father-in-law, has engaged several members of a U.S. legal team who may be involved in some economic cases. I will need to cooperate with the police on this matter. All right, understood. Professor Luo, you take care. After ending the call, Wan Xiang let out a long sigh. Is Xingyu's matter settled? Lu Ting, who had been eavesdropping, asked with concern. Sort of, it's settled. Wan Xiang replied with a slight nod. It's finally resolved. If Xingyu were to be awarded to the other party, I would vehemently disagree. Thank you. Had it not been for you, we might not have secured Professor Luo's assistance. Wan Xiang spoke sincerely, truly grateful to Lu Ting. Of course, I told you, don't keep everything bottled up. It will only lead to problems. Remember that time you called me a busybody? Who likes to expose their scars to others? I did call you a busybody, but you truly are one. You went and told Dean Ku. Now the entire Dragon Institute probably knows. Upon hearing Wan Xiang label her a busybody again, Lu Ting glared at him, her eyes wide with indignation. Seeing her reaction, Wan Xiang quickly sought to lighten the mood. All right. Thank you for your immense help this time. Let me treat you to dinner. I want something fancy. Don't think I don't know how much you have in your little savings. After the breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology, the country has granted you a substantial research reward, Lu Ting replied, feigning a knowing expression. All right, something fancy it is. Wan Xiang conceded helplessly. However, he had not paid much heed to the reward, to the extent that he was unsure whether it had already arrived on his card. After all, he usually dined with the Dragon Institute's meal card, and with the special talent allowance, meals were practically free. As their vehicle drove toward the airport, Lu Ting scrolled through her phone, suddenly spitting out in disdain. These people truly bring this upon themselves. Curious, Wan Xiang asked what happened. Who annoyed you this time? Am I Mother Tiger? People annoy me every day. That's news. A few semiconductor foreign enterprises are suspected of leaking our users' customer data, potentially involving tax evasion and trade violations. Some of their executives have been taken away for investigation. Wan Xiang glanced over, appearing unfazed. What's so strange about that? Since the Mirror Gate incident, has such a thing been rare? Upon returning to the Dragon Institute, Wan Xiang picked up Wan Xingyu from Jinxin's dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Wan Xingyu pulled out a game toy from her bag and excitedly began to play on the sofa. Wan Xiang glanced at her, but paid little mind. Assuming Jinxin and Huang Xiaoyan had gifted Wan Xingyu a new toy, he stepped onto the balcony to light his first cigarette since returning to Kyoto. Amidst the clouds of smoke, he recalled the events of the day, pondering that far away in the United States, Shen Fangyin must have already learned of Wan Xingyu's ruling. Strangely enough, since Shen Fangyin moved to the United States, there had been no communication. While he could understand her lack of contact with him, one would think she would wish to see her own flesh and blood, Wan Xingyu. In this age of advanced communication, a video call could be as simple as a mere tap on screen. Initially, Wan Xiang had worried for Shen Fangyin's safety, but upon seeing her frequently featured in major scientific journals, he realized she had become a world-class scientist, a pursuit she must have aspired to achieve. Lost in thought, he noticed that the cigarette he held had burned down to the filter. He extinguished it on the balcony and returned indoors. Seeing Wan Xingyu arranging colorful toy blocks on the table, he cautioned, "Xingyu, don't put the toys in your mouth. Daddy needs to take a shower first." Without turning her head, Wan Xingyu responded with a soft MHM. When Wan Xiang emerged from the bathroom, he found Wan Xingyu leaning over the table, holding a blue block marked with the number 4, her legs crossed, intently focused on the grid before her. Intrigued, he approached and asked, "What are you playing?" "Sudoku." As she spoke, Wan Xingyu quickly placed 2 more blocks, prompting the game board to emit a delightful melody and a mechanical voice announcing, "Congratulations, young one. You completed level 104, Sudoku." Wan Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he realized the toy on the table was, in fact, an electronic Sudoku board, consisting of 9 levels, with Wan Xingyu currently engaging with the 6th level. "Do you know what numbers are?" Wan Xiang asked, surprised. Chapter 70. Tai Chi. Wan Xiang was familiar with the game of Sudoku. The game is played on a large grid divided into smaller squares. The objective is to fill in the numbers 1 to 9, such that each row, column, and smaller square contains all the digits, with each number appearing only once in its respective row, column, and square. As the grid size increases, the puzzle's difficulty correspondingly escalates. The lower the percentage of pre-filled numbers, the greater the challenge, as players must fill in more numbers, thus complicating the problem-solving process. In truth, Sudoku is not only an entertaining puzzle game, but also a valuable mathematical problem for studying artificial intelligence algorithms and combinatorial optimization techniques. Although Wan Xingyu was merely attempting a 6-level grid, this did not imply that a preschool child without a developed mathematical concept could successfully complete it. Wan Xiang felt a sense of bewilderment. "I know," Wang Xingyu replied, tilting her head, and before Wan Xiang could inquire further, she pouted her lips, as if fearing reprimand, and said, "It was taught to me by Qiu Zuzhu." In Wan Xiang's customary terms, anyone older than his grandfather is referred to as ancestor. "Qiu Zuzhu? Which Qiu Zuzhu?" Yes. It's Aunt Jian's mathematics teacher at school." Wan Xiang's mind raced, recalling that Jianxin attended Longwu University of Science and Technology, and that they previously attended the same school. He had some faint recollections of a few teachers there, though not many. After pondering, he realized he had never encountered an elderly teacher with the surname Qiu during his studies in advanced mathematics, partial differential equations, advanced algebra, geometry, and mathematical physics, which left him somewhat perplexed. He then pulled out his phone and searched the keywords, knowing that teachers at Longwu University were typically top talents in their respective fields, and their information could be found online. After inputting a few keywords, Longwu University, mathematics, Qiu, suddenly, a name popped up on the search interface, Qiu Qitong, an academician from Longwu University. Wan Xiang gasped, for this was a pioneer and foundation-laying figure in the fields of differential geometry, mathematical physics, and complex geometry in Longwu. He had even been awarded the highest honor in the mathematical community, the Fields Medal. Wan Xiang instinctively found it hard to believe, as Qiu was quite elderly and there seemed little possibility of any connection with Wang Xingyu. However, after searching for other mathematics teachers at Longwu University, he found no one who matched in every regard. Thus, he searched for a photo of Qiu, handing it to Wang Xingyu without any expectations. "Qiu Zuzhu." Upon just a glance, Wang Xingyu immediately recognized the elderly gentleman in the photo, and pointing excitedly at it, she exclaimed, "It's him." Wan Xiang was taken aback. It truly was Qiu. Although he could not fathom how Qiu had any connection with Wang Xingyu, nor why he would teach her to play Sudoku. He thought it preferable for Wang Xingyu to be engrossed in a constructive activity rather than engaging with electronic devices, thus providing her with an early education before she reached school age. After Wang Xingyu completed another round of a 6x6 Sudoku puzzle, Wan Xiang glanced at the time and tucked her in for the night. Once she fell into a deep slumber, Wan Xiang quietly got out of bed, made himself a cup of bitter coffee, and plopped down in front of his computer in the study. He continued working on his doctoral thesis titled Design and Implementation of a Miniaturized Nuclear Fusion Pulse Device and Power Engine Integration System. The vast sea of knowledge within his mind surged, stimulated by the caffeine, and his thoughts entered an excited state. In truth, the conventional thinking regarding miniaturized design is simply to proportionally shrink all components of the original spherical pulse fusion stellarator. However, the size effect impedes this ideal scenario. The so-called size effect refers to the phenomenon where the physical properties of materials or systems change as their dimensions decrease. This effect is particularly pronounced at the microscopic scale, as the reduction in size accentuates surface effects, quantum size effects, and interface effects. Most of the original design schemes for the spherical pulse fusion stellarator would fail upon miniaturization. Therefore, based on the research of the spherical pulse fusion stellarator, to achieve miniaturization, Wan Xiang integrated the reactor and plasma design, resembling a Tai Chi configuration, which eliminated many internal structures. In his mind, he reconstructed a miniaturized nuclear fusion device, tentatively naming it Tai Chi. Indeed, the process of constraining plasma can sometimes resemble performing Tai Chi, unlike the use of rigid, direct constraint methods. Magnetic fields guide and restrict plasma in a gentler manner, rather than exerting direct pressure. This bears similarity to the principle of overcoming rigidity with flexibility in Tai Chi to maintain the constraint of nuclear fusion plasma. A continuous energy input is required to counteract the energy loss of the plasma, mirroring the continuous movements and breathing in Tai Chi as Wan Xiang pondered. He unwittingly personified this process. Suddenly, he recalled how Xiaohe also constructed his understanding of smelting materials through a sensuous approach. Today, I unexpectedly found myself influenced by Xiaohe's way of thinking, Wan Xiang mused internally. In his mind, he simulated the operation of Taiji within a confined space, necessitating a higher efficiency of energy constraints. Soon, however, the simulation encountered issues, thermal management failure accompanied by particle escape. The existing design faced a barrier. After repeatedly adjusting the design scheme, Wan Xiang was unable to fundamentally resolve the problems brought about by miniaturization. It was essential to isolate the internal and external environments, as the current fusion materials struggled to withstand the erosion and scorching inflicted by the plasma upon miniaturization. Wan Xiang quickly analyzed the reasons in his mind. Within the sea of knowledge, Wan Xiang's research hit a bottleneck. He furrowed his brow for a moment. A new material was urgently needed. Wan Xiang thought eagerly. He took a sip of bitter coffee, savoring the acrid taste before swallowing, and lit a cigarette. With a frown, he continued his previous train of thought. Since the fusion materials come into direct contact with high-temperature plasma, their resistance failure signifies the collapse of the entire device. The tip of his cigarette emitted wisps of white smoke that curled upwards, gathering beneath the ceiling light to form a cloud of mist. Wan Xiang reclined in a carefully selected ergonomic chair he had purchased online, gazing at the swirling white mist. Damn, aerogel. The cloud of mist reminded him sharply of Lu Ting's previous research topic, aerogel-based high-energy graphite materials. Naturally, single-component aerogel high-energy graphite materials could not fulfill the requirements for new materials. However, they could serve as a substrate. Moreover, why should materials only defend against plasma-induced erosion and damage, rather than counterattack? Wan Xiang recalled the martial arts secrets from Jin Yang's novels, such as the Qian Koan de Nua Yi, which involves absorption and transformation for both defense and counterattack. If the fusion materials could not only defend against plasma damage, but also retaliate, perhaps through radiation or other means to mitigate plasma's impact on the materials themselves, then, with this thought, Wan Xiang could no longer suppress the active research matrix in his mind, which began to formulate a composite structure using aerogel-based high-energy graphite as a substrate, combined with yttrium oxide to create a form of cold radiation, aiming to reduce plasma damage, followed by a silicon carbide-coated layer to resist high-energy particle sputtering. Additionally, Wan Xiang considered that once the reactor was operational, it would be challenging to conduct internal maintenance. Thus, it was essential to endow the material with self-healing properties, painstakingly identifying composite zirconia ceramics, which could rebind microcracks at high temperatures. System tests indicated that this would yield a more pronounced self-healing effect when applied to the aerogel substrate. After lengthy combinations and simulated tests within the sea of knowledge, a novel composite coating material was established, linked to the reactor and plasma, forming the Taiji. And due to the innate bagua derived from Taiji, Wan Xiang named this new material adhering to the inner wall gua. Henceforth, the image of Taiji bagua emerged vividly in Wan Xiang's mind, causing a sudden flutter in his heart as he speculated. Could it be that the wisdom of ancient sages had already known this? Previously, Wan Xiang had encountered an academic report wherein a research team utilized the TPX-3 cam camera to capture images of photon interference, specifically the wave function of quantum entanglement. Astonishingly, the shape of these images bore a remarkable resemblance to the Taiji symbol. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps influenced by the enigmatic Xiaohe, he found himself developing a profound emotional understanding of certain objective phenomena. He recalled how many great figures in the scientific community in the twilight of their careers often become obsessed with theology, spiraling into madness. Rubbing his temples, Wan Xiang was determined not to succumb to such thoughts. Within the realms of his consciousness, he meticulously integrated the concepts of change and hexagrams into the inner walls of his fusion material, simulating the flow of time anew. Stability. 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 A faint smile graced Wan Xiang's lips as, after extensive simulation, the design plan for the compact nuclear fusion device, which he had named Taiji No. 1, was finalized. Exiting his mental realm, he noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, realizing that his brain's CPU must have been operating at peak capacity. Swiftly striking the keyboard, Wan Xiang documented his findings in written form, refining his work into a cohesive paper. Having completed this task, he noticed the sky outside had turned gray, and a torrential rain began to fall. That morning, Wan Xiang seized the opportunity to catch up on sleep, while Wang Xingyu occupied herself in the living room. Engrossed in a game of Sudoku, time mercilessly advanced, propelling them a week forward. In the United States, at the White House, representatives from the International Atomic Energy Agency, including Thomas Seed, Science and Technology Advisor Hicks Bob, and various high-ranking officials convened in a meeting room to prepare for the impending International Atomic Energy Conference. At this juncture, a new proposal was presented before everyone, introduced by Thomas Seed. All eyes narrowed as they scrutinized the document. Seed, standing confidently at the front, smirked at the assembly, his face alight with satisfaction. After a brief pause, NASA's chief, Eddie Riss, stared at Seed in disbelief, exclaiming, "I thought our wharf clause was already quite severe, but I didn't expect your atomic energy faction to be even more ruthless." Hearing this, Seed's smile widened. "Oh, Chief Eddie, I shall take that as a compliment. Ha ha. The wharf clause merely prohibited all activities between the Dragon Kingdom and our space agency, while your Seed clause not only restricts the Dragon Kingdom from engaging in nuclear fusion activities with us, but also ties in with the Sunshine Program. Any nation wishing to participate in the Sunshine Program must also refrain from cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom in all atomic energy fields. Am I correct in my understanding?" inquired a technology policy advisor. "Mr. Mike, your comprehension is entirely accurate," Seed replied with a grin. Excitement rippled through the assembly, with many nodding in agreement. Seed is indeed a formidable character. This leaves no escape route for the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha, a white advisor analyzed. Leveraging MIT's breakthrough gain technology in conjunction with this clause will effectively confine the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear capabilities at their current level, excluding them from the ranks of global leaders in the field. I must say, Mr. Seed, you are truly cunning. Hicks Bob, the chief science and technology advisor, remarked with a sly smile directed at Seed. "Thank you for the kind words." Seed replied with a slight nod. Glancing at the leader seated at the head of the table, Ned, who wore a knowing smile, evidently pleased with Seed's proposal. Seed's heart swelled with joy as he continued. "Currently, we have received applications from multiple countries to join the Sunshine Program, including most of the European Union nations, along with Sakura Country, South Bamboo Country, and several other regional powers." Seed presented the latest statistics on the countries applying, prompting a satisfied murmur among the attendees. "I believe we all understand what this entails. Most nations capable of researching nuclear energy technologies are now on board, which implies that the Dragon Kingdom has effectively run out of viable partners worldwide." Nods of agreement filled the room as Seed pressed on. As for North Bear Country, they remain indecisive. However, rest assured, their current weakness pales in comparison to the Great Bear era. So whether they are involved or not makes no difference to us. We have no intention of engaging in substantial technical cooperation with them. A blockade. An ultimate blockade. Seed raised his fist confidently toward the assembly. eliciting a surge of enthusiasm from all present. Ha ha ha! What a perfect blockade! Splendid. Absolutely splendid. This proposal is simply fantastic. Seed, you are a genius. The Dragon Kingdom is bound to be undone by your hand. Ha ha ha. I can hardly wait to see Representative Chun of the Dragon Kingdom wearing that bitter expression next week. Restricting their nuclear research equates to stifling their technological advancement. Thomas, I will wholeheartedly support this proposal. I see that Cell Country in the European North has yet to submit a cooperation application. They must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Ha ha ha. Let's see how long they can remain obstinate. Thinking they can cling to the Dragon Kingdom? They'll be doomed alongside them. The crowd voiced their opinions in agreement. Ultimately, the final decision lay in the hands of the leader, Ned. With a smile on his lips, Ned struggled to contain his excitement, feeling elated. The Dragon Kingdom's technological advancements had surged in recent years, and without measures to curtail them, it could threaten their global dominance. This proposal undoubtedly delivered a significant blow to the Dragon Kingdom. It's time to teach those Dragon Kingdom folks a lesson, Ned declared. Submit this for review and ensure it is passed at next week's Atomic Energy Conference. This was a mere procedural formality for any proposal targeting the Dragon Kingdom. And Seed was well aware of that, eagerly anticipating the moment next week when the Seed Clause, named after him, would grace the conference hall. Chapter 72, Emotional Stability. At the entrance of the affiliated kindergarten of the Dragon Academy, Wang Xingyu had donned her small backpack. Jianxin and Huang Xiaoyan had already prepared her nap area. Like all parents sending their children off to kindergarten for the first time, Wan Xiang felt a swirl of emotions. Surrounding him, many children were clinging tightly to their parents' clothes, weeping uncontrollably at the prospect of separation, while some first-time parents were rendered teary-eyed by the poignant atmosphere. Wan Xiang knelt on one knee, firmly grasping Wang Xingyu's shoulders, repeatedly imparting words of caution, while Wang Xingyu, surprisingly composed, nodded eagerly, her curiosity piqued by the kindergarten's colorful castle-like exterior, seemingly oblivious to the advice. This marked Wang Xingyu's first foray into independent living, confronting the world on her own. After a moment, Jianxin gently patted Wan Xiang's shoulder, and as the crowd began to thin out, with the kindergarten teacher urging the children to enter, Wan Xiang realized it was time to let go. Reluctantly, he released his hold on Wang Xingyu, watching her bobbing ponytail and pink happy sheep backpack sway as she stepped into the kindergarten. In that moment, Wan Xiang felt as though his heart had been hollowed out, and he stood there, dazed, watching her small figure fade from his blurred vision. Woo woo woo. Beside him, the sound of sobbing reached Wan Xiang's ears. It was only then that he noticed the tears streaming down Jianxin's cheeks. Wan Xiang blinked, suppressing the tears that threatened to well up in his own eyes. I haven't cried, so why are you? I can't bear to part with Xingyu. I have feelings for Xingyu, unlike your cold-heartedness. Wan Xiang found himself at a loss for words. How had his emotional reserve been equated with a heart of stone? If I were to exhibit excessive emotional fluctuations, it would undoubtedly affect Wang Xingyu's demeanor. After all, those children crying in a huddle at their parents' feet were perfect examples of this. The first time I sent Miaoming off last year was similar, but after a few times, it got better. I only hit him when he was being too mischievous, Huang Xiaoyan said, patting Jianxin gently on the back. Compose yourself. Just then, Wan Xiang's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Ting. Wan Xiang, good news. Xiao He has successfully synthesized the hoe's permanent magnetic material according to the design specifications. It is currently being escorted to the Lonka Institute by Captain Luo and his team. Really? Yes, it should arrive in about an hour. Indeed, the efficiency of the national machinery is astonishing. Have your testing team ready to commence testing as soon as the materials arrive, Wan Xiang remarked in awe. The personnel are prepared. Lu Ting paused, then inquired by the way. How did Xingyu fare on his first day at kindergarten? More stable than anyone else. Reflecting on Wang Xingyu's entrance into school earlier, he indeed appeared the most composed among the children. Ha ha ha. Xingyu is truly different from the others. I'll head to the research center now. 1 hour later, at Lonka University, in the Independent Research Center for Nuclear Fusion, a white container truck, flanked by 5 camouflage armored vehicles, entered the underground warehouse of the center. Luo Qi was the first to leap from the leading armored vehicle. Upon seeing Wan Xiang and the others, he smiled. Long time no see, Chief Engineer Wan. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Luo. As he spoke, Luo Qi gestured to the team behind him. A group of individuals in black began unloading the tightly sealed boxes from the truck using specialized lifting equipment. Take this to the lab for testing. Lu Ting instructed one of the porters. The porter glanced at Luo Qi, then at Wan Xiang, clearly unfamiliar with Lu Ting. Follow her instructions, Wan Xiang interjected. Yes. This cargo will accompany this researcher to the testing room. After some time apart, Wan Xiang and Luo Qi exchanged small talk. But just as the material transport was about to depart, Luo Qi called out to Wan Xiang again, approaching the vehicle's window. After a moment as contemplation, he cautioned, "Chief Engineer Wan, recent foreign forces have been quite unsettled. Please take care of your safety." Wan Xiang nodded. "Understood, Captain Luo, you too." With that, he waved goodbye and closed the door. Testing room. After several hours of testing, Lu Ting, still clad in her stifling lab attire, rushed out to meet Wan Xiang. Clutching the test report. "The results are in. The performance surpasses our expectations by 15. Wan Xiang took the report and quickly scanned the key indicators. A knowing smile spreading across his face. Xiao He truly is a genius. The test results swiftly circulated among the researchers present, igniting a wave of excitement. Incredible. Such performance from a permanent magnetic material has truly been achieved. This performance is astonishingly high, exceeding even our ideal projections. Fantastic. The issues with the permanent magnetic material have finally been resolved. No other country has synthesized a material with such properties. We are unequivocally leading. I can hardly believe it. After all the effort, it turned out to be a private enterprise that produced this. This shows that there are still hidden gems in industrial research. Ha ha. I wonder who will dare to claim that our materials research team is lagging behind now. Right, Researcher Lu? A researcher in a checkered shirt remarked, grinning at Lu Ting. Others in the materials research team exchanged knowing glances with Lu Ting. Indeed, from the project initiation through the entire development process, experimental testing, coordinating with various parties, and revising plans, Lu Ting's diligent presence was evident. Although the head of the materials group was Dean Kuzhengshan, Lu Ting was the one who practically implemented everything. Moreover, after her recent collapse from overwork, everyone had witnessed her dedication. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ting had become the de facto leader in the hearts of her team. With the help of another team member, Lu Ting shed her damp lab attire, her hair damp with sweat at her temples, her radiant smile revealing a down-to-earth intellectual beauty. With hands on her hips, she exhaled deeply and said with pride, "Humph. Let us see who dares to criticize our materials team now. I, Lu Ting, will be the first to shove this permanent magnet in their mouths and see if their brains are made of iron. Sister Lu, you're too fierce." I knew it. Chief Engineer Wan's design plan was flawless. It was the previous smelting process that was subpar. A young man with a cropped hairstyle, Wu Xiaoshan, chimed in. "You're just good at talking. You were the loudest back then." A tall man from the north, Man Lei, playfully slapped him on the back of the head. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet, amidst the merriment, Wan Xiang understood that this was merely the beginning. He had never doubted his design for the permanent magnet. Now it was time for assembly and machine testing. Wan Xiang composed himself and addressed the group. "Everyone, let us seize this opportunity to prepare for the assembly and machine testing by coordinating with all departments." Chapter 73. The Catalyst. All right, I'll notify all departments immediately. I'm so excited. We can finally begin pre-assembly. Yes, I'll double-check all the data. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly returned to their respective duties. The entire Independent Research Center for Nuclear Fusion operated from the Zhizhi building, which comprised 8 floors above ground and 2 below. Inside the U-shaped structure was a vast, light-filled atrium. Many people, hearing the commotion, leaned out from the corridors, shouting, "All departments, prepare for assembly. All department heads, we depart for the Northwest base tomorrow morning." What? Really? Don't we still have to wait for those core component materials? It's all sorted out, already taken care of. Is that true? The materials group has confirmed it. Wow, that's amazing. The materials group has really done something impressive. We've been waiting for this news. Our automation control team is ready. The spacious, vertical atrium became the most efficient communication hub, reverberating with the sounds of excitement. Observing the scene, Wan Xiang couldn't help but smile. He preferred this level of efficiency over convening everyone in a conference room. It was straightforward and effective. Just as Wan Xiang was tidying up in his office in preparation for the journey to the Northwest Assembly Base, Dean Kuzhengshan of Lonka Institute entered with Chun Dongyi, a representative. Upon entering, Dean Kuzhengshan, with a puzzled expression, asked Wan Xiang, who was rummaging beneath the desk, "What is going on? Why is there such a commotion in the research center?" "Oh, it's nothing. We've successfully developed the permanent magnetic material, and we're preparing to assemble the spherical pulsed fusion stellarator tomorrow." The universal drill lay beneath the table as Wan Xiang tidied up his belongings while responding. "What? It's already been developed?" Kuzhengshan exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I just conducted the test," Wan Xiang replied. As he raised his head, he caught sight of the troubled expression on Representative Chun Dongyi's face and paused his actions, wiping the smudges from his hands. Greetings, Representative Chun. It has been a while. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wan Xiang inquired, observing the two men, both wearing expressions of distress, with Chun Dong's furrowed brow deepening the concern. Representative Chun nodded slightly, his countenance grim, as he stated, I shall be direct. According to the latest information, the United States has passed a proposal known as the SID Clause, devised by their Atomic Energy Commissioner, Thomas Sid. The situation is as follows. Several major powers in the European and Asian regions have submitted requests for collaboration with the United States, placing us at a significant disadvantage. With the introduction of this legislation, our nuclear energy development will encounter formidable obstacles, leaving us isolated and unsupported. His voice was subdued, clearly affected by the gravity of the news. At this point, Ke Zhongshan, equally grave, interjected with indignation. This is even more egregious than the previous wolf clause. Chen Dongyi pondered for a moment before continuing. Thus, within our delegation, some members have proposed that we negotiate with the United States, making certain concessions to explore possible flexibility within the terms. Wan Xiang furrowed his brow, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and stepping towards the window to light it. Just then, Lu Ting and Lu Jiqiang entered the room. Upon seeing Ke Zhongshan and Chen Dongyi, they greeted them with surprise, but noticing their visibly troubled expressions, Lu Ting curiously asked, What has happened to you both? Dean Ku and Representative Chen? Ke Zhongshan deemed it unnecessary to keep the two in the dark, especially since the United States would publicly announce the news that very evening. He proceeded to explain the matter of the SID Clause. What? They are truly despicable, Lu Ting exclaimed, her brows furrowing in anger. This is a complete disruption of normal international cooperation. So, the current situation is that we will have to rely solely on our nation's strength to complete this research? Lu Jiqiang inquired softly, apprehensive of receiving confirmation. That is indeed the case, which is why we are contemplating whether to propose negotiations and other concessions, Chen Dongyi replied, his mood heavy. As representatives of Longhua at the International Atomic Energy Conference, the nation's interests must be prioritized, yet we cannot act recklessly, as it may place the nation in a passive position. Thus, diplomacy and negotiation are essential processes. Chen Dongyi expressed his concern that if, during the meeting in 3 days, the United States fully implemented the SID Clause, it would inflict a severe blow to the nation's advancements in nuclear energy. Should we find ourselves in a state of isolation, the failure of our diplomatic efforts would rest squarely on our shoulders, and we would have to bear the consequences. Feeling the weight of the world pressing down on him, Chen Dongyi recognized that he needed to gather opinions from various sources before making any decisions. His visit to Longhua Institute to consult with Wan Xiang was precisely for this purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ting interjected vehemently, No, absolutely not. If we concede, they will only take advantage of us further. These people are not reasonable negotiators. If you give an inch today, they will take a mile tomorrow. I understand your perspective, but are you willing to witness the consequences of our technological isolation? Chen Dongyi argued, momentarily setting aside his elder persona to engage in a heated debate with Lu Ting. I don't care. We cannot compromise. Absolutely not. Lu Ting crossed her arms defiantly, her stance unyielding. Sighing, Chen Dongyi lamented, Young lady, you must understand that our diplomatic stance differs from yours. You can afford to act on impulse, but have you considered the repercussions? You need to view this issue from a broader perspective. I understand very well. The Wolf Clause was in force for such a long time, yet we have managed to navigate through it step by step, Lu Ting countered. Chen Dongyi, exasperated, spread his hands in frustration. The SID Clause is different. It not only prohibits our collaboration with the United States, but also forbids other nations from cooperating with us. The current situation is dire. There are only a few countries capable of conducting nuclear research, and most have already applied to the United States. We announced our alchemical furnace project to the world, claiming we would construct the first nuclear fusion power plant within 10 months. Could this decision have provoked the United States into taking such targeted action? Am I correct in saying that this responsibility falls upon our research institute? Lu Ting asked cautiously, her previously resolute gaze wavering. Chen Dongyi sighed. At least a portion of people believe that to be true, and fell silent, prompting Ke Zhongshan to join the quietude. Realizing the source of the tension, Lu Ting lowered her arms, succumbing to silence as well. The spark of contention had originated from them. Chapter 74. Surrounded by adversaries, yet we hold the advantage. I now truly comprehend what it means to be a weak nation lacking diplomatic leverage. Chen Dongyi clenched his fists, seeking an outlet for his pent-up emotions. If there were a wall before him, he would undoubtedly envision it as Sid's cunning face and strike it with all his might. Amidst the silence, Lu Ting glanced at Wan Xiang, who was smoking by the window, her anxiety bubbling to the surface. Wan Xiang, what's wrong with you? Speak up. Currently, the nation had even halted other related projects to support the development of the spherical pulse fusion stellarator, pouring vast resources into this endeavor. Now, faced with the constraints of the SID clause, the pressure on the research center was immense. Lu Ting began to worry that Wan Xiang might buckle under the external pressures, affecting his mental state. At that moment, Wan Xiang turned, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "My apologies, everyone. I was suddenly struck by a craving for smoke." He surveyed the group, chuckling, "What's the matter? Why do you all look so glum? This is good news. Don't you think? Good news." The others exchanged puzzled glances, furrowing their brows in disbelief. How could isolation and blockage be considered good news? Who exactly is blocking whom? Wan Xiang mused, momentarily baffled. Pausing, he pinched the bridge of his nose. "I can't shake the feeling that we are the ones blocking them." "We are blocking them? How could that possibly be?" Lu Ting was momentarily thrown off by this unexpected perspective. The others regarded Wan Xiang with confusion as well. Checking the time on his phone, Wan Xiang noted that there were still 10 minutes until the end of school. He hastily continued, "Look, who possesses the technological advantage now?" The group fell silent, deep in thought. Wan Xiang, eager to press on, added, "We plan to conduct preliminary ignition stability tests on the fusion device tomorrow. Mind you, it will be controllable and stable. The United States? 10 years? 20 years? Or 30? According to their technological trajectory, they still require at least 30 more years." "Are you certain?" Chen Dongyi asked. "How could I not be certain? The game technology of the United States was developed by my ex-wife, Shan Fangyan. I am well aware of her capabilities, and I even pointed out some key aspects to her," Wan Xiang replied, glancing at the time again, now with only 8 minutes remaining. "Indeed, the technological advantage lies with us," Ku Zhengshan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "The theoretical advancements in nuclear fusion, the homagnetic permanent magnets, the spherical pulsed fusion stellarators, and the permanent magnet array systems. Among these technological achievements, which one does not exceed the current technological capabilities of the United States? It seems quite apparent that we indeed hold the technological advantage. Refusing to collaborate with us is the true form of self-isolation. I cannot shake the feeling that we are encircled by the opposition, yet the advantage lies with us," remarked Lu Jiqiang, scratching his head. Chen Dongyi, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Indeed, we are clearly ahead in technology now. How could I have fallen into such a habitual way of thinking? We have been chasing for so long. I almost forgot that we are now in front." With a dismissive gesture, Chen added, "To hell with the CIDR regulations. Who needs their collaboration? They'll be the ones begging us later." Wang Xiang glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time for kindergarten dismissal. He then anxiously suggested, "Representative Chen, I believe it's better to drop the pretense and lay our cards on the table. At the upcoming International Atomic Energy Conference next week, let us live stream our ignition process." "What do you mean by live stream ignition?" Chen Dongyi questioned, doubting his own hearing. "Yes, exactly that. But I have some urgent matters. Xingyu needs to be picked up from school. It's her first day, and I promised to be the first to fetch her. Apologies, everyone, but I must take my leave." With this, Wang Xiang hastily gathered his belongings and waved goodbye with an apologetic smile. In the room, several individuals were left in stunned silence. "Did Chief Engineer Wang just say we'll be live streaming the ignition?" Lu Jiqiang stuttered. "It seems that way," Lu Ting echoed, equally bewildered. Ku Zhengshan wore an incredulous expression, glancing at Chen Dongyi, who appeared lost in thought, yet could not help but smile with a hint of amusement. "Live stream ignition? How intriguing. I cannot wait to see who ends up isolated." Chen Dongyi's earlier frown was replaced by a bright demeanor, as if touched by the warmth of spring. That evening, Chen Dongyi dialed the phone of Ms. Sally, the Secretary General of the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission. At that moment, dawn was just breaking across the vast ocean. Sally, in her 40s and maintaining an impressive figure, was clad in a silk nightgown that accentuated her form. As she activated the speakerphone, she began her skincare routine in front of the bathroom mirror. "Representative Chen, it's rare for you to call me at such an early hour. What is on your mind?" "Secretary Sally, regarding the conference in a couple of days, I have a request." After a brief silence, Sally responded slowly. "Is it about the CIDR regulations? I just heard about it too. I didn't expect things to escalate like this. I'm truly sorry. Sometimes, the real world unfolds in ways we cannot control, and although we wish to maintain a collaborative atmosphere, there are times when I feel powerless." Her tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. "It's perfectly all right. What I wish to discuss isn't that matter at all. It's not." Sally was taken aback. For the cider regulations have become a hot topic, with Dragon Country being its most affected victim. Yet, here was the representative from Dragon Country, indicating that his concerns lay elsewhere. Indeed, it's unrelated. As for this cider regulation, the United States can handle it as they wish. You need not worry about it. The international community is often akin to a disorganized troop. Qindongyi paused before continuing. I'm reaching out to request permission to prepare for a live stream during next week's conference. A live stream? Sally was puzzled, as there had been no precedent for such an occurrence. Why not? After some contemplation, she replied, it's not explicitly prohibited by the conference regulations, so I believe, in principle, it should be permissible. That's all I needed to hear, Qindongyi exclaimed, excitedly ending the call as he began to eagerly anticipate the conference 2 days hence. The following day, the United States Cabinet unanimously passed the Cider Act, simultaneously announcing it to the world from the White House. This sparked a massive uproar on the internet. Cherry Blossom Nation netizens. Haha, looks like Dragon Country is out of the game now. Netizens, it should have been this way all along. The beacon of the world will forever belong to us. ISNT Dragon Country, supposed to be an ancient civilization, they should figure things out for themselves. Southern Stick Nation netizens. Haha, the center of the world is us. Only projects we can participate in represent the pinnacle of human civilization. European Union netizens. Oh. The people of Dragon Country will be eliminated by the entire Western world. Their technology will forever stagnate. Bear Nation netizens. This clearly violates the principles of international cooperation. Such thinking is regressive. U.S. netizens. This is clearly a form of technological protection. People from Dragon Country only steal our technology, and we must lock them out of advancements. Southern Stick netizens. Haha, the technology of Dragon Country was all passed on by us. U.S. netizen 2. Dragon Country does not deserve our latest research achievements. They are mere imitators. Let us see how they manage now. U.S. netizen 3. I absolutely adore this bill. Thomas Cider is a genius. This act is even more brilliant than the Walford Clause. Chapter 75, The Mysterious Scientist. Within Dragon Country, news of the cider regulations was rapidly disseminated through social media platforms, sparking intense dissatisfaction among netizens. The comment sections of various media outlets were flooded with outrage. Dragon Country netizen 1, despicable. The Americans are utterly vile. Dragon Country netizen 2. This blatantly contravenes the fundamental tenets of international cooperation. This is a flagrant breach of international law. Dragon Country netizen 3. You're too naive. There are no laws in the international community. Only the survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle. Dragon Country netizen 4. Being backward means being bullied. This timeless truth applies equally in the realm of science and technology. Dragon Country netizen 5. How infuriating. This clause is even more outrageous than the previous Walford Clause in aviation. Dragon Country netizen 6. Can't we think of a way out? Perhaps we should negotiate with them? After all, nuclear fusion technology is the ultimate energy source for humanity's future. Dragon Country netizen 7. Losing the opportunity for collaboration in nuclear fusion is akin to losing the future of national development. Dragon Country netizen 8. Everyone, don't panic. Our country has also announced our own alchemy furnace plan, and I believe many nations will be willing to collaborate with us. Dragon Country netizen 9. Haha. Look around the globe. The number of countries capable of conducting nuclear fusion research can be counted on one hand. Now, apart from Bear Nation, others have already submitted applications to the U.S. Dragon Country netizen 10. Damn it. The Americans are unbelievably malicious. It infuriates me to no end. When will our nation as science and technology no longer be constrained by others? Dragon Country netizen 11. I suggest the state initiate a research lottery. I buy tickets every day. At this moment, on the short video platform Douhai, after 3 months of build-up, a tech-themed streamer known as Knowledge June had accumulated a following of 10,000 fans. Wearing a goat headpiece, he sat in a dimly lit room, once again sharing his personal insights on this incident through his media platform, initiating his first live stream regarding the event. Everyone, do not be alarmed. Do you all remember I previously mentioned a genius scientist emerging from Dragon Country? Rest assured, our nation has made significant breakthroughs in the field of nuclear fusion under the guidance of this mysterious scientist. As he spoke, the host Knowledge June lowered his voice, creating suspense. At that moment, there were already 202 viewers present in the live stream. They are the initial batch of ardent supporters since the inception of Knowledge June. The comment section has been inundated with rapid-fire messages. Knowledge June, stop the preamble and get to the point. Quit tantalizing us. Just tell us already. And what's the situation? Speak up. Observing the heightened emotions in the live stream, Knowledge June leaned towards the camera, feigning an air of mystery as he whispered, "Moreover, we are on the verge of conducting the ignition test. Trust me, the nation is about to make significant moves, and it's happening this week." In front of the camera, Knowledge June's speech was punctuated, and as he finished, fresh comments began to flood in. "Ignition test? Is that for real? This week? You must be joking. I don't believe a word you say. Even the West hasn't cracked it yet. How could we possibly innovate it? And mysterious scientists? I find that hard to believe. If such individuals existed, wouldn't we already know about them? Exactly. If such figures were real, how come we haven't heard of them? Unethical streamer, just chasing clout. Let us disperse. Even my 80-year-old grandmother wouldn't believe this. If it turns out to be true, that would be wonderful. Don't be foolish. This is just another online jester trying to ride the wave." Glancing at the comments, Knowledge June, adorned with a goat headpiece, shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you, but should I be proven right, remember to like and follow. Knowledge June, if you hit the mark, I'll shower you with rockets. Don't say that. I'll follow you first. If nothing happens in a week, don't blame me for stirring the pot in your stream. We shall see." Knowledge June, unfazed by the myriad of comments. The goat-masked Knowledge June turned away from the audience, directing his gaze toward the blackboard plastered with various labels. Thus concluding the live session. Following the announcement of the SID clause, the Russian government convened an urgent cabinet meeting, engaging in fervent discussions. After careful deliberation, they swiftly dispatched a team, led by Foreign Minister Irina Bayeva, to the Dragon Country. After all, in recent years, Russia has suffered severely from blockades, leading to a significant economic downturn, which has indirectly hampered scientific and technological advancements, causing a regression in aviation, military, energy, and semiconductor sectors. If they remain excluded from the research framework of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the future of their technological progress will face severe setbacks. However, out of respect for their relationship with the Dragon Country, the Russian leadership and scientists are understandably anxious. Simultaneously, multiple nations have sent letters to the Dragon Country, largely expressing their concerns and regrets regarding this incident. Some have even rescinded their cooperation proposals for the alchemical furnace project, redirecting their interests towards the United States Sunshine Initiative. At a routine press conference, journalists from various media outlets, sensing the intrigue, focused their attention entirely on the SID clause. "Hello, Ms. Hua. May I inquire about the perspectives of multiple nations abandoning the alchemical furnace project in favor of the Sunshine Initiative?" The spokesperson for the Foreign Affairs Headquarters, Hua Liqiu, sighed softly. "We prepared a fine wine, but regrettably, some do not appreciate its nuances. I express my regrets." "Hello. A scientist claims that the Dragon Country's alchemical furnace project lacks the technological support from the United States and cannot advance. Has the Dragon Country considered abandoning its own plans?" Hua Liqiu smiled and nodded lightly. "I haven't heard of any obstacles facing the alchemical furnace project, so I have no specific information to share with you." Immediately, a Caucasian journalist raised his hand to ask, "Will the Dragon Country protest against the United States SID clause at tomorrow's International Atomic Energy Conference?" Hua Liqiu playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smilingly nodding. "Why would we protest? I find this bill rather commendable." Hua Liqiu flashed a cheeky smile at the crowd. "What? Did I hear you correctly?" Hua actually thinks the SID clause is commendable. Her response clearly exceeded the expectations of all the reporters present. After a moment of stunned silence, many in the audience raised their hands, eager to ask more questions. However, Hua Liqiu, citing the time constraints of the press conference, cheerfully gathered her materials and left the venue, leaving the foreign media in a state of bewilderment. In the United States, the Department of Atomic Energy Development, Shen Fangyan, stormed through the corridor, her face flushed with anger. As she arrived at the minister's office at the end of the hall, after knocking twice with force, she entered without waiting for a response. Inside the office, Thomas Sid was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, standing before a mirror as his assistant helped him fasten a patterned tie. Upon noticing Shen Fangyan's abrupt entrance, Sid turned and smiled, returning his gaze to the mirror. "Oh, dear Shun, you arrived just in time. Can you help me assess this tie? Would you be interested in attending the Atomic Energy Conference with me later?" Shun Fangyan refrained from responding and instead, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What do you mean by this bill?" With that, she slammed a document forcefully onto the desk. "You promised me that the Dragon Country would participate in our research projects, and only then would I disclose the technology. This is blatant closed-mindedness." Sid, preoccupied with assessing his tie, paid no heed to Shun Fangyan's fury, smirking with satisfaction. "Oh, Shun, plans rarely survive the test of change." Faced with Sid's brazen demeanor, Shun Fangyan's lips quivered, her fists clenched tightly, yet she felt utterly powerless. "You are despicable." Sid casually adjusted his flamboyant tie as he stepped closer to Shun Fanyin, adorning a sycophantic smile. "Don't be upset. When you frown, your lovely face loses its charm." Chuckling, Sid continued with an air of arrogance. "In the international arena, there is no such thing as despicable. Only interests ebbing and flowing." With that, Sid strode past Shun Fanyin, accompanied by his secretary, eager to avoid further entanglement. "You will regret this. I know, my fellow countrymen. The more you attempt to suppress us, the harder we will strive to excel, and we will eventually surpass you." Shun Fanyin clenched her fists, her brows knitted in fury. "Ha ha ha, surpass? After this conference, the Dragon Country will be completely excluded from the International Nuclear Fusion Research Framework. How can you speak of surpassing?" Sid halted, turning to Shun Fanyin with a smirk, raising his hands in a gesture of dismissal. He then fixed her with a warning gaze, coldly stating, "Mind your language and understand your position. Without you, you are at most a descendant of the dragon." Sid's words struck like daggers. Shun Fanyin felt a weight settle in her heart. "Ha ha ha." With that, Sid erupted into laughter, departing the conference room with his secretary, leaving Shun Fanyin standing there, trembling with rage. In the quiet corridor of the office, Shun Fanyin felt as though she had become an accomplice in this entire affair, used as a weapon against the Dragon Country. After an indeterminate amount of time, having regained her composure, Shun Fanyin resolved to attend the Atomic Energy Conference. She wished to see what further nefarious action Sid would undertake against the Dragon Country and how their representative, Chun, would respond. At this moment, Shun Fanyin could only hope that Sid, acknowledging her contributions in technology, would refrain from being overly aggressive towards the Dragon Country, thereby granting them a chance to breathe. However, it was evident to Shun Fanyin that Sid, seizing the opportunity to suppress the Dragon Country, would not easily relent. Outside the United Nations building, Shun Fanyin descended from the vehicle alongside Shida and proceeded toward the entrance of the edifice. Shida, humming a cheerful tune, engaged in light-hearted banter with his blonde secretary. Striding ahead, while Shun Fanyin found herself trailing behind, instinctively maintaining a distance from the pair. As a gentle breeze swept by, her gaze fell despondently upon the square, where a row of fluttering flags danced in the wind. The flag of the United Nations, symbolizing peace, unity, and aspirations, prominently displayed the map of the Blue Star continent at its center, amidst all the flags of the Blue Star nations. Glancing at that flag, then at the adjacent vibrant red dragon flag, Shun Fanyin's emotions became a tumultuous blend. As a staunch idealist in the realm of technology, she believed it should inherently benefit all of humanity. However, it was painfully evident that reality had created a profound rift in her perception. Just then, 3 black sedans lined up in formation, swiftly entering the plaza of the building. Among them, the central vehicle, a vintage Hongqi, bore the dragon flag at its front. Shun Fanyin immediately recognized it as the convoy of the Dragon Nation's delegation. Chun Dongyi emerged from the vehicle, adjusting his collar and fastening the buttons of his coat. As his entourage quickly disembarked, Shun Fangyin's eyes instinctively sought out Representative Chun amidst the crowd, and she could vividly imagine the predicament he and the others faced as they approached the building's entrance. The expressions of the Dragon Nation's delegation members became distinctly visible, and she could even hear snippets of their conversations. At that moment, Shun Fangyin's lips parted in surprise. She was taken aback to find no signs of the severity and distress one would expect in their current situation on the faces of Chun Dongyi and his companions. Instead, they appeared remarkably at ease, with Representative Chun engaging in dialogue and occasionally breaking into a relaxed smile. This left Shun Fanyin furrowing her brow in confusion, for it was evident to any discerning observer that this meeting was specifically aimed at the Dragon Nation, and it was highly likely that, following this conference, the Dragon Nation's standing among the member states of the International Atomic Energy Agency would significantly diminish, should Representative Chun and his team fail to navigate this challenge effectively. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it a historic turning point for the Dragon Nation's energy sector. Shun Fanyin's astonishment led her to silently fume. Just as she was lost in thought, the Dragon Nation's delegation swiftly made their way into the conference hall. In the northwest of the Dragon Nation, within an underground facility, a grand dome structure upheld an expanse of subterranean sky. At the core of the Nuclear Fusion Independent Research Center, the appointed technical heads from various departments were blindfolded and guided by personnel from the Safety Administration to the heart of the base. "I apologize, esteemed researchers. We are about to remove your blindfolds, which may cause some discomfort," intoned Luo Qi, who was in charge of the escort mission. The moment the blindfolds were lifted, A blinding light flooded their vision, prompting the group to struggle to open their eyes. Before them lay the immense circular laboratory at the center of the underground facility. In the circular core stood a spherical object, encircled by an intricate array of pipelines. This was none other than the unfinished spherical pulse fusion stellarator. Realization dawned upon the researchers, and they immediately pressed their faces against the glass of the surrounding observation chamber, marveling at the device before them, pointing excitedly at the spherical apparatus and erupting in a flurry of exclamations. Look, that's the true form of the spherical pulse fusion stellarator. Incredible. Absolutely awe-inspiring. Finally, we laid eyes upon the actual entity. Previously, we were all focused on our respective domains, with no opportunity to see the entirety. Indeed, within the realm of technology, to prevent leakage of crucial information, various departments operated independently, rarely intersecting with the overall project. Just then, a plume of white smoke rose as the hatch of the circular laboratory swung open. Wan Xiang, Lu Ting, Lu Jiqiang, Jin Xian, and several other technicians, clad in white protective suits, entered the central area, standing beneath the spherical object. Wan Xiang pressed a button on his earpiece and addressed the heads of various sections. We are preparing to install the permanent magnet matrix and will monitor the magnetic field distribution and intensity data in real time. Understood. Everyone, assume your operational positions, he directed, initiating the assembly of the constrained permanent magnet matrix. Outside the glass window, the expressions of the staff in the main control room were grave. Zhang Baneng, the chief engineer of the Dragon Core Group, known for his extensive experience in nuclear power facility construction and adeptness in handling emergencies, had been chosen as the external commander. Additionally, a host of industry luminaries, including Ku Zhongshan, president of the Dragon Academy, Chun Kimming, minister of the Science and Technology Headquarters, Jiang Jianing, director of the Nuclear Physics Research Institute, Ding Chong, director of the Supercomputing Institute, and Professor Lin Pinji, president of Hucking University, were all stationed outside. After confirming that all instruments and equipment were functioning normally, Zhang Banning gestured an OK sign to Wan Xiang and the others inside the glass enclosure. Engineer Wan, you may commence. Wan Xiang nodded and exchanged affirming glances with the individuals preparing for installation. Everyone, let us begin. Thus, the installation work officially commenced.